The results of the college entrance examination have been released. How did you all perform? Fairly average. I barely passed practical training in sprite care. Received a B in fundamentals of elemental sprites, but unfortunately flunked endangered sprite compendium. With a mere C.M, why hopes of attending university seem bleak. Not too bad, though. Our local university, Shanshan University, only requires a minimum score of C, so you should be fine. Enough about me. Have you heard? The top student from a neighboring class, the one from a less fortunate background, reportedly missed the entire exam due to a high fever. What? No way. That's such a pity. I heard from our teacher that he had a chance to get into Jingyuan City Sprite University. If he had taken the exam, the top score would surely have been his. Who knows? With his family situation, he might not even get a chance to try again next year. What a shame. In Hanzhan City, on Falling Leaf Street, Jiangze sat on his bed, staring blankly at a few books spread out before him. Advanced high school lectures on Pokémon. Chronicles of Psychic-type Pokémon Essential Knowledge for Plant-type Pokémon Care. Beside him, a notebook bore the bold inscription, "I want to go to university," written in thick black marker. A sense of dread washed over Jiangze. Brother, I understand your wish, but alas, I am powerless to fulfill it. At this moment, Jiangze, having just awakened in this alternate world, found himself reincarnated as a high school graduate who had failed to secure a spot in university. And, moreover, he was impoverished. It seemed that the original soul had overexerted itself studying for the exam, leading to a fever that prevented full memory retention upon Jiang's arrival. All he knew was that he was an orphan and remarkably handsome. Is being handsome enough? I'm weary of the life of a pretty face. All I desire now is to amass wealth and attend university. His current living situation could only be described as stark, having just awakened. He was both hungry and cold. Jiangze pressed the remote in his hand, and the aged 25-inch television flickered to life. Welcome to Hanzhan Radio. Hey, race today's report. Recently in Hanzhan City, Zhou, who had been using a rotom to steal batteries, has been apprehended. The criminal was exceedingly arrogant, claiming he would never work a day in his life. Switching channels. Dear viewers, our new Dairy King milk, praised even by Charizard, is here. Everyone, give it a try. That after watching television for a while, Jiangze realized he had traversed into a world dominated by Pokémon. Suddenly, a blue luminescent screen appeared before him. Binding Pokémon Ascension System. Binding successful host. Jiangze occupation, none. Newbie gift pack distribution Pokédex X 1 reward. 1 free refresh. Chance for the Pokémon prize pool. Reward. 50 prize pool points. That was swift. As expected, many predecessors among the transmigrators have not deceived me. Jiangze now possess a system. He decided to examine the Pokédex to discern its utility. Pokédex Attribute 1 can determine the quality of visible Pokémon or Pokémon eggs from low to high. White, green, blue, yellow, cyan, red. Pokédex Attribute 2 can reveal Pokémon traits and hidden traits. Pokédex Attribute 3 can clearly indicate Pokémon levels. Jiangze was taken aback. This seemed extraordinarily overpowered. Based on the memories of the original soul, no one in this world could achieve such precision, even with the most advanced technology or the most skilled masters. Typically, one could only gauge a Pokémon's potential through its physical characteristics and behaviors. If a trainer possessed this capability, it would be akin to having an unassailable opportunity to ascend to the ranks of higher-tier trainers. It appeared that barriers existed solely for the common folk. Jiangze was eager to test this Pokédex. In a moment of recollection, he remembered having purchased a cater pie from a second-hand online store. Was he truly reduced to acquiring second-hand Pokémon? Must I not become a wealthy magnate? I refuse to be a grind fiend. Come forth, cater pie. With a flash, a frail cater pie appeared before Jiangze. Pokémon, cater pie quality. White level, 3 traits. None. Hidden traits, none. Skills, none. Base stats, 195 status. Weak comment, and exceedingly. Ordinary cater pie, advised for release, though is still level 3. Confirming inclusion in the system will elevate the host to a novice trainer. Confirm? Upon seeing this cater pie, Jiangze steeled himself. As a penniless student, he could hardly afford anything beyond second-hand Pokémon. Confirm. Beep. Congratulations. Host on acquiring a level 3 Caterpie and becoming a novice trainer. Reward: 1 Pokemon Pool Refresh Opportunity. Would you like to enter the prize pool interface? Prize pool? Yes, exclusive prize pool for novice trainers. Upgrade Stone for Rattata X1. 10 points Upgrade Stone for Pidgey X1. 10 points. Upgrade Stone for Rattata X1. 10 points Upgrade Stone for Caterpie X1. 10 points. Upgrade Stone for Caterpie X1. 10 points Free Refresh Opportunities. 2. What a visual experience. Could it be akin to Teamfight Tactics? Jiang Zhe, observing the 50 points just awarded, promptly clicked on the 2 Upgrade Stones for Caterpie. Acquired Caterpie Upgrade Stones X2. Status: usable remaining points, 30 use. The frail Caterpie before him began to envelop in a green glow, and after a burst of verdant light, a brand new Caterpie materialized before him. Pokémon, Caterpie quality, green, level, 8 traits, scales powder protected by scale powder, will not be affected by skill additional effects hidden traits. None. Skills, none status. Healthy base stats, 215 comment. This Caterpie appears to have secretly trained its muscles, gaining 5 levels, improving its quality, and acquiring a trait. The Caterpie now radiated vitality and had visibly grown in size, igniting Jiang Ze's curiosity about what a 3-star evolution might entail. If his extensive experience as a veteran Pokémon player in his previous life was his strongest shield, then the system he had just acquired was his mightiest spear. With these 2 formidable assets, perhaps he could overturn the entire world. This realization sparked a fervent desire in Jiang Ze to explore this new realm. After simply feeding Caterpie, even his hunger pangs felt less pronounced. Gazing at the books before him, he began to immerse himself in the pursuit of knowledge. Throughout the afternoon, through diligent study and occasional flashes of memory from the original soul, Jiang Ze came to understand that this world was not so different from his own, save for the presence of Pokémon. Even the historical timeline appeared to align perfectly. Pokémon had gradually emerged in this world over 100 million years ago, evolving from single-celled organisms to multicellular beings, and subsequently giving rise to plant and insect-type Pokémon. With the advent of human civilization and the establishment of dynasties, the history remained synchronized with that of Jiang Ze's previous world. For instance, the unification of the 6 states by Qin Shi Huang was aided by a legendary Pokémon, and the tales of Elbu during the 3 Kingdoms era celebrated his prowess as a warrior akin to the swift steed, Red Hair. In this world, his steed, the Red Hair, has transformed into a flame horse, much like how Napoleon, in his conquest across the Atlantic, relied upon the water-type legendary Pokémon Kyogre to achieve his grand ambitions. The devastation of the Second World War, spanning nearly a century, was precipitated by a certain nation's invention of a net capable of capturing Pokémon. Since then, human technology has advanced remarkably, evolving from nets to iron cages, and eventually to Pokeballs, which were invented in the 1990s. Following the advent of Pokeballs, a multitude of individuals capable of taming Pokémon emerged, collectively known as Pokémon trainers. The profession of Pokémon trainer began to take center stage. Due to the overwhelming influence of powerful Pokémon on the world, major leagues abandoned the development of military might, opting instead to cultivate a plethora of young and exceptional trainers as their formidable assets. Suddenly, a crucial announcement interrupted Jiang Ze's train of thought. We interrupt this program to bring you an important announcement. At 4:28 this afternoon, experts have detected that a super small secret realm will emerge around Han City in 1 month. The radio broadcast snapped Jiang Ze back to reality. Turning off the radio, he was engulfed by a wave of hunger brought on by his physiology. Glancing at the antique clock hanging on the wall, he noted that it was already past 6 o'clock. After stretching lazily, Jiang Ze prepared to venture out in search of sustenance, accompanied by his 2-star Caterpie. Chapter 2. The mightiest caterpillar in history in the height of summer. Dusk fell, and the night enveloped the city. Jiang Ze strolled along the bustling streets, observing the myriad of figures and the vendors peddling their wares, exuding a vibrant atmosphere of life. Yet, amidst this vivacity, there lingered a sense of something amiss, a feeling of excess or perhaps a void. However, he felt no dissonance as he was irresistibly drawn to a restaurant filled with enticing aromas. His hunger from 2 days overcoming any reservations as he made his way towards it. So what if I didn't and Appos to get into university? With my knowledge of Pokémon, surely I can thrive. Besides, I have a 2-star caterpillar. Once I reach 3 stars, I'll be unstoppable. I need only to evolve it into a Rayquaza at level 100. Upon glancing at the menu, Zhangzhe felt a bit bewildered. Sweet and sour carp, succulent shellfish, scallion duck, fried silkworms, cilantro beef, sir. Are you sure you can finish all this? The waiter inquired, astonished. Oh no, I was merely reading aloud. I'll just have a plate of Kung Pao chicken, please. After this, the waiter felt a surge of frustration, yet, adhering to professional decorum, refrained from expressing it. It wasn't Appos that he wasn't Appos interested in the dishes, but aside from his financial constraints, he had suspicions that the sweet and sour carp might be a king carp, the succulent shellfish a tongue shell, and the scallion duck would likely skimp on the scallions. Having finished his meal, Zhangzhe stared at the pristine balance on his phone, instantly lost in thought. The caterpillar perched on his shoulder looked at him with a downcast expression, its Y-shaped red and tinny drooping. I don't care. If my master is unhappy, then I shall be too. After pondering, Zhangzhe decided to adopt a more laid-back approach. After all, he had arrived in another world, and a man ought not to fret over a few coins. First, let us assess the prowess of my newly upgraded bug companion, whom I affectionately named Chong Chong. Soon, Zhangzhe brought his caterpillar to an unoccupied park. Gazing at the adorably harmless creature, he pondered, can we not appear a bit more formidable? QEQ yet. Even a Rattata could inflict harm upon an adult. Surely, with a star upgrade, we wouldn't and Appos be that weak, right? With this thought, he began browsing videos on how to train a caterpillar. Caterpillars, bug-type Pokémon, grow by shedding their skin repeatedly, resembling a worm. Their most distinctive feature is the Y-shaped antennae on their head, accompanied by 2 pairs of prolegs, a green back, a white belly, and yellow ring patterns on their sides. Observing the caterpillar in the video, he noticed a disparity. His caterpillar was evidently larger, its back a darker shade of green, and the soft belly now adorned with pale scales. If not for meticulous observation, one might not perceive such significant changes. Indeed, the wealthy rely on technology, while the impoverished depend on mutations. The first step in training was to teach Chong Chong the tackle skill. Come on, Chong Chong, let us commence our training. The caterpillar nodded obediently, though it pondered how to practice. Zhangzhe located a video of a caterpillar executing the tackle skill. In the footage, the caterpillar slammed into a tree with a radius of 30 centimeters, leaving a prominent dent in the trunk, causing a cascade of leaves to fall. Goodness, if that were to happen to me, I'd be bettered for days. Chong Chong imitated the actions in the video with surprising aptitude, likely a result of the star upgrade. Seeing Chong Chong's enthusiasm, Zhangzhe decided to proceed. He led Chong Chong to a tree with a radius of approximately 40 centimeters. Are you ready, Chong Chong? Chong Chong. The caterpillar appeared brimming with confidence. All right, use tackle. With that, Chong Chong charged towards the tree. A loud thud resonated as it collided with the trunk, yet the impact seemed lackluster. Only a few leaves fell. This was anticipated, as it was merely the beginning of practice. Achieving such results on the first attempt was commendable. Well done, Chong Chong. You're doing great. Let us try again. Zhangzhe encouraged. Elated by his master's praise, Chong Chong became even more motivated. Zhangzhe guided Chong Chong through several more attempts, though the results still fell short of the video. This approach seemed too reckless. To master a skill, one must understand its principles. The principle of tackle is merely the collision of forces, which relates to speed and size. Speed is a sudden burst of power, and can certainly be enhanced with a running start. Size is relatively important too, yet considering Chong Chong and Appos' diminutive stature, achieving the video and Appos' impact would be impressive enough. No, Zhangzhe's subsequent thoughts contradicted his previous theories. Even a small size could unleash tremendous force. He recalled a notion from the previous world about concentrating power at a single point to achieve greater effect. The same applies to caterpillars. If this petite creature could focus its tackling power into a single point, it could unleash astonishing strength. With this revelation, Jiangze picked up Chong Chong and said, "You've done splendidly, Chong Chong. But to improve further, you must heed my advice." Chong Chong, "All right, let us try once more. But this time you 1D charge directly. First, take a running start, then unleash all your explosive power, concentrating the impact at your hardest point, your head. Understand?" Chong Chong nodded, somewhat comprehending. With that, Jiangze set Chong Chong down and commanded, "Go again," remembering his master's guidance. Chong Chong took a running start and then launched itself forward. In an instant, its speed intensified. A tremendous crash echoed as Chong Chong pierced through the 40-centimeter tree. Jiangze stood in astonishment. This was far more powerful than what he had witnessed in the video. At that moment, the Pokédex activated. Skill learned. Fierce Tackle. Power increased threefold compared to standard tackle. Comment. Caterpillars wielding martial prowess are most formidable. However, as Chong Chong broke through the tree trunk, the loss of support caused the entire tree to tilt ominously towards Jiangze. He was still enveloped in the joy of Chong Chong mastering the fierce tackle. Upon noticing the impending collapse of the trunk, Chong Chong instinctively activated its protective instincts, energy surging within. In a split second, just as the trunk was about to crash upon Jiangze, Chong Chong released a stream of white silk, securing the falling tree. Jiangze snapped back to reality, seeing the massive trunk nearly crashing down on his head. Fortunately, Chong Chong's silk skill saved him. Otherwise, he would have been gravely injured. Weight silk? Chong Chong can now spin silk. Skill learned. Resilient silk, stronger than regular silk. Comment. Unleashed greater strength in times of crisis. What began as a fright transformed into a delightful surprise, and it seemed Chong Chong and Appo's skills surpassed those of an ordinary caterpillar. With both fierce tackle and an upgraded silk ability, Jiangze couldn't help but marvel. Is this the power of a 2-star Pokémon? What about 3 stars? What would it take to achieve that? I believe 6 Caterpillar Evolution Stones are needed for a 3-star upgrade. This revelation ignited Jiangze's curiosity, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to acquire a 3-star Caterpillar. I fear that after achieving the status of a 3-star Pokémon, my little green caterpillar may indeed become the most formidable of all time. I opened the Spirit Prize Pool system, only to find that the remaining slates belonged to other Pokémon. Naturally, I refreshed the pool. Nothing. Still nothing. Alas, I suppose I shall have to wait for a stroke of fortune before attempting to refresh again. The free refresh opportunities have already been exhausted by Jiangze and Appo's unscrupulous dealings. I had intended to refresh once more, but upon discovering that it would require 20 points, I hesitated. I currently possess a mere 30 points, which would allow me to purchase only a single refresh even if I were to succeed. I glanced at the points acquisition rules. Points can only be earned through leveling up achievements, capturing Pokémon, or engaging in battles. The first 2 options are not worth considering, so it appears that to manifest the most powerful 3-star green caterpillar, I must participate in battles. Jiangze recalled that there was a Pokémon Underground Coliseum within the community, a venue not only for combat, but also for lucrative rewards upon victory. It is a favored spot for many amateur trainers seeking to earn a little extra. Casting a glance at my 2-star caterpillar, a smile crept across Jiangze's face. The Pokémon Coliseum. Here we come. Chapter 3. The instant kill. Guided by the innate memories, Jiangze traversed through bustling streets, finally arriving at the community and Appo's underground Pokémon Coliseum. Descending the staircase, he was greeted by numerous posters showcasing intense Pokémon battles. The excitement surged within him. Was he finally about to witness his beloved Caterpie and Appo's debut in battle? Perched on Jiangze and Appo's shoulder, Caterpie was equally intrigued, having previously watched other Pokémon fights on television and mobile devices. In its earlier days of weakness, such sights had only instilled fear. However, after recently acquiring an enhanced skill and bolstered by its trainer and Appo's encouragement, Caterpie now brimmed with confidence, having undergone a remarkable transformation. Additionally, Jiangze's background as an academic prodigy meant he had meticulously researched Pokémon battles, penning countless papers on the subject. His own extensive experience as a veteran Pokémon enthusiast filled the gaps in practical knowledge, culminating in the emergence of a formidable trainer. Upon entering the Colosseum, the astute receptionist's gaze fell upon the strikingly handsome Jiangze. Such good looks typically belonged to a wealthy patron. "Hello, handsome. I'm Nana. Is it your first time at our Colosseum? Are you here to participate in a battle?" she inquired enthusiastically. Jiangze, appreciating her warmth, responded, "Indeed. It is my first visit. I heard I could join a battle, and I wish to give it a try." "Oh, allow me to explain the rules. First, registration is required. After registering, you will be assigned a rank, starting from bronze, then silver, gold, and platinum. Each main rank comprises 5 sub-ranks. Contestants can elevate their rank by winning matches against stronger opponents, earning corresponding points that can be exchanged for cash or Pokémon supplies. Currently, our top player holds a rank of Platinum 3. You may want to register first. Sounds reminiscent of a ranked match. Jiangze mused as Nana took his hand and led him to the registration desk, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as the attractive receptionist guided him. He listened as she continued, "Please register now. We have a luxury package that includes a special energy cube for Pokémon and a large can of milk. Would you like it?" Without even glancing at the offerings, Jiangze recalled his meager balance of $2 and calmly replied, "No, I'll just register. How much does it cost?" Surprised that he hadn't even considered the luxury package, Nana wondered if it was perhaps too mundane for him. "Registration is only $2. $2? Jiangze used his last $2 to secure his battle qualification, placing him at Bronze V. "Are you certain you wish to register your Caterpie for the battle? Wouldn't you prefer a more powerful Pokémon?" Nana asked, astonished. She had initially overlooked the Caterpie on Jiangze's shoulder, assuming it was merely a pet, as affluent young men often kept them. However, she was taken aback that he would choose Caterpie for a battle. Surely, a wealthy individual would opt for one of the starter Pokémon. Yet, Nana found herself increasingly smitten by Jiangze, who exuded an alluring charm of mystery and strength. Gazing at his Bronze V badge, Jiangze could already sense the thrill of battle ahead. "I can hardly wait," he whispered to Caterpie. "Are you ready?" "Caterpie?" it chirped, brimming with enthusiasm. Observing the entranced Nana lost in thought about him, Jiangze asserted, "Miss Nana, may I participate in a battle now?" Nana snapped back to reality. "Ah, yes. Of course. Follow me." Before long, the Colosseum and Amp. Oppo's loudspeaker announced, "Trainer Jiangze, please proceed to Battle Zone 8 to prepare for your match." Excitement surged within him as he exchanged a determined glance with Caterpie and made his way to the designated area. Zone 8 resembled the size of a basketball court, and to Jiangze and Amp, Oppo's surprise, the only audience member was Nana, who had previously welcomed him. "Go, Jiangze," she cheered from the stands. Typically, Pokémon battles attracted spectators, and ticket sales contributed to the trainers and Oppo's rewards, an income source for many. Victory in larger competitions could yield astronomical ticket revenue, motivating trainers to nurture their Pokémon for battle. The allure of becoming a powerful trainer came with high rewards, but also significant risks, including the ultimate price of death. Common Pokémon, such as those with blue aptitude, could reach a maximum level of 40, but this did not guarantee they would attain it. Pokémon evolved through stages: juvenile, mature, and finally, complete. The advancement slowed in the mature stage, necessitating exploration in wilderness realms. Statistics indicated that annually, half of new trainers perished in these treacherous environments. Jiangze had only learned of these grim realities while listening to others chat in the lounge, realizing that ascending to strength in this world was no simple feat. Nana, captivated by Jiangze and Oppo's aloof demeanor as he stood stoically in the arena, found her admiration for him deepening. "The more indifferent, the more intriguing," she mused. "Kid, you're in for a rough time. I heard the system matched me against a newbie, and to think you're using a Caterpie," taunted a somewhat greasy chubby boy who entered the arena with his own Caterpie. Jiangze glanced at the opponent's Caterpie, noting it was merely a level 5. He chose to ignore the taunts, but his opponent was undeterred, boasting, "WeVE maintained a 2-win streak today. Get ready for my 3-win streak." At that moment, The referee signaled the start of the battle. The two Caterpie stood ready in the arena, with the opponent continuing his verbal jabs. If you don't want your Caterpie to get hurt, it's not too late to forfeit. Enough chatter. Caterpie, use tackle, commanded Jiangze. Caterpie readied itself for the attack. The opponent hastily ordered his Caterpie to use string shot for defense, but would it truly be effective? In less than a minute, Caterpie's powerful tackle shattered the opponent's string shot, leaving the opponent flustered. How can this impact be so fierce? In a flash, Jiangze's Caterpie defeated the opposing Pokémon. The referee announced, Caterpie has lost its fighting capability. Jiangze is the victor. As the stunned opponent and Nana processed the outcome, Jiangze merely turned and walked away with Caterpie, unperturbed. Winning earns 5 points from the system? Jiangze pondered, his excitement unquenched. He longed for more battles to accumulate points and elevate Caterpie to the status of the strongest 3-star Caterpie in history. Just as he contemplated his next move, Nana appeared before him. Wow, you were incredibly impressive just now, defeating your opponent with a single move. The rewards for our victory will be settled at the end of each day when you leave. What are your plans next? In order to obtain a 3-star Caterpie, Jiangze certainly chose to charge ahead. Please assist me in registering for the next match. Alright. Chapter 4. The newcomer is quite impressive. Upon receiving Jiangze's request to continue battling, Nana promptly assisted him in organizing the subsequent fights. With Nana's support, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, and soon the second battle was about to commence. Jiangze stood once more in the arena with his Caterpie. This time, his opponent was a female Rattata, possessing a modest quality and a level of 6. Jiangze and Appo's Caterpie effortlessly annihilated the Rattata with a swift strike, showing no mercy. For a 2-star Caterpie, this opponent was exceedingly easy. Onward to the third match, where Caterpie faced a Geodude. An instant knockout. The fourth match followed, with Caterpie battling a Oddish. Another swift victory. Beginning from the third battle, Jiangze's unprecedented string of consecutive victories in the arena drew the attention of onlookers. By the fourth match, a group of curious trainers gathered to witness their performance. Yet again, the outcome was a decisive victory. The spectators were left in awe. As they observed Jiangze's unwavering determination to proceed to the fifth battle, they eagerly purchased tickets for the next match, eager to see his subsequent display. The news of Jiangze's successive triumphs spread like wildfire, resulting in an ever-increasing audience for the fifth match. Jiangze was elated, after all. He received a share of the ticket sales. By the conclusion of the 5 battles, the stands were nearly filled to capacity. Yet, the final match concluded with another swift victory. The audience had never witnessed such an extraordinary Caterpie, with many believing it to be the pinnacle of Caterpie prowess. Across the 5 encounters, Jiangze's Caterpie showcased the true essence of a formidable opponent within the same rank. Each battle was concluded with a single, ferocious charge, epitomizing the notion of a one-hit wonder. This Caterpie's strength profoundly transformed their perception of the species. Initially, spectators anticipated a 6th match. However, upon assessing Caterpie's condition and noticing its fatigue, Jiangze decided to conclude the day's competitions. The battles significantly bolstered the confidence of both Jiangze and Caterpie. After claiming their rewards for the day's victories, they departed from the community and Appo's underground Pokémon arena. Before leaving, Nana made sure to exchange contact details, thoroughly smitten by her newfound admiration. Today's quintuple victories filled Jiangze's pockets, and upon glancing at his balance exceeding 1,000, a broad smile spread across his face, signifying a remarkable profit, over 500 times his previous earnings. With an abundance of Pokémon supplies, he had more than enough to sustain Caterpie for a while. As Jiangze walked home, he remained oblivious to the commotion his 5 consecutive knockouts had stirred that evening. The underground arena was buzzing with speculation about his identity. Who was this individual? It seemed to be his first battle here. How could his Caterpie be so formidable? Unbelievable. 5 matches, all knockouts. Was this even plausible? I have spent a year to achieve my rank. And he is quite the handsome fellow. I want to marry him. He and his Caterpie are simply too charming. Upon returning home, to celebrate his 5 consecutive victories, Jiangze ordered takeout. treating himself to an additional chicken leg. Yet, the true star of the day remained Caterpie. Gazing at his companion with adoration, Jiangze decided to reward Caterpie's stellar performance with an exclusive spa session. Caterpie basked in the indulgence, for indeed, no creature could resist the allure of a spa experience. The following day, having relished the sweetness of success, Jiangze consumed a light breakfast before returning to the underground arena with Caterpie. Following his previous day's triumphs, he had gained some notoriety, with several trainers from the previous day greeting him. The allure of possessing a powerful Pokémon filled him with immense satisfaction. The audience swelled in numbers, filling the stands to capacity once more. Today, Jiangze and Caterpie continued their streak, achieving 5 consecutive victories in front of an enthralled crowd. This enigmatic trainer, making his first appearance in the arena alongside his formidable Caterpie, sparked the imaginations of all present. Who was this remarkable individual capable of nurturing such an astonishing Pokémon? Jiangze and Caterpie even garnered a following. Their fan club aptly named the Caterpie enthusiasts, though they seemed to have neglected to include Jiangze himself in their group. On the third day, Jiangze returned to the arena once more, where seats were again filled to capacity, and he claimed another 5 victories with the grace of a champion. Jiangze remarked, "How could a 2-star Caterpie lose here?" Through these 2 days of battles, Caterpie advanced from level 8 to 9, accumulating numerous points. Ascending to a 3-star Caterpie was merely a matter of time. Over the span of these 3 days, Jiangze engaged in 15 matches, achieving an impressive 15 consecutive victories, propelling his rank from Bronze 5 to Gold 1. This was a level many amateur trainers in the community would take 2 years to reach. It is noteworthy that the highest rank in the community is Platinum. Thus, attaining Gold 1 signifies a position of considerable strength, which Jiangze and Caterpie accomplished in a mere 3 days. The arena's owner had never encountered such a formidable contender, witnessing a record-breaking series of victories. Jiangze's fame burgeoned, and his ardent fans became increasingly fervent. Upon leaving, he nearly had his clothes torn off by enthusiastic admirers. Fortunately, Nana intervened just in time, ensuring Jiangze and Caterpie could depart safely. The remarkable 3-day streak of 5 consecutive victories quickly became the talk of the community's amateur trainers. The title of community's most notable trainer fell upon Jiangze, the mysterious and powerful Caterpie trainer, becoming the most discussed topic among amateur trainers. After 3 days of relentless battles, Jiangze felt fatigued. Once home, he contemplated taking 2 days of rest. During this interval, he further solidified his understanding of this world. Unbeknownst to him, during his absence from the arena, the buzz surrounding the community's most notable trainer intensified, attracting even more challengers to the arena, leading to booming business for the establishment. The arena owner, recognizing this golden opportunity as a businessman, devised a plan to capitalize on the situation. He proposed a showdown between the 15-time winning amateur trainer, Jiangze, and the community and Oppo's strongest contender, a legendary figure holding a Platinum 3 rank, whose Charmander had claimed 8 consecutive victories in Platinum matches, rendering him virtually invincible in the community arena. What might happen if the community's most notable trainer faced off against the pinnacle of the community? Such a clash would undoubtedly draw immense attention. Upon conceiving this plan, the owner promptly instructed Nana, who had Jiangze's contact information, to inquire if he would be willing to accept the challenge, promising a generous reward. Nana readily agreed to the owner's request. That evening, as Jiangze returned home, he received a message from Nana. "Nana, hey handsome, are you there?" Jiangze, "Yes." "Nana, handsome, our boss highly values your potential and wishes to invite you to participate in a competition. I wonder if you would accept the offer. And the arena promises a reward of 30,000 yuan for your participation. What do you think?" Upon reading Nana's message on his phone, Jiangze instantly felt invigorated. 30,000. That is certainly a considerable sum. Jiangze hurriedly replied, "Who will I be facing?" "Nana, the top-ranked individual in our community. He is indeed the best among us. However, he utilizes a fire-type Pokémon, Charmander. I wonder if you have the confidence to face him." Upon seeing the keywords top rank, community and Oppo's best, and Charmander, Jiangze realized that this 30,000 would not be so easily won. It is important to note that his bug-type Pokémon would be at a disadvantage, as bug types receive double damage from fire types. Glancing at the bug Pokémon in his arms, Jiangze felt a twinge of hesitation, contemplating whether to accept this challenge. Chapter 5. The Duel of Opposing Attributes. The esteemed Dragonite of the fire-type trio loomed over Jiangze like a heavy weight, instilling within him a palpable pressure. Turning his head, he addressed the bug Pokémon nestled in his arms. Chong, if you were to battle a formidable opponent, do you possess the confidence to prevail? Chong. The unwavering confidence radiating from Chong ignited a spark of determination in Jiangze. After all, Chong's remarkable record of 15 consecutive victories was no small feat, coupled with Jiangze's expertise as a seasoned Pokémon trainer. Overcoming a Pokémon of opposing attributes seemed achievable. After careful contemplation, Jiangze conveyed his willingness to accept the challenge to Nana. Upon receiving this news, Nana was so exhilarated that she nearly dropped her phone. Surely, other trainers who had witnessed Jiangze's previous battles against the community and Oppo's top contender would feel the same thrill. Nana then informed Jiangze that the match would take place in 3 days. Jiangze readily agreed. It's just a Dragonite. Let's take him down. Chong mused. If it weren't and amp, Oppo's for the monetary reward, I might have believed that. Yet, Jiangze underestimated his opponent. Concurrently, Tang Yu, the community and Oppo's champion with a platinum rank, became aware of the plan orchestrated by his employer and promised to reward him handsomely. It is well known that the expenses incurred by Pokémon trainers can soar to astronomical heights as the year progresses. Tang Yu perceived Jiangze, holder of the community's Commoner King title, as somewhat naïve. He gazed at his own Dragonite, pondering, you have lingered on the brink of evolution for a year now. Once we secure victory in this duel, I shall grant you the evolution you deserve. The Dragonite, brimming with confidence, emanated a sense of strength. On the eve of the anticipated battle against the community's top contender, Jiangze intended to rest. Yet thoughts of the upcoming clash with Tang Yu's Dragonite filled him with unease. It was impossible to deny the pressure, after all. The rewards for victory were not easily attained. To stave off complacency, Jiangze engaged in relentless battles at the community's arena over the coming days. His flawless record in these skirmishes, combined with the arena and Oppo's fervent promotion, propelled the hype surrounding the impending showdown between Jiangze and Oppo's Caterpie and Tang Yu and Oppo's Dragonite to its zenith. After these intense battles, Jiangze glanced at his system interface, noting the 180 points accumulated. He surmised that, barring any unfortunate luck, achieving a 3-star Caterpie was within grasp. Arriving at the previously deserted park, he opened the Pokémon prize pool. With a twinge of regret, Jiangze activated 5 refreshes, depleting 100 points in the process. Fortunately, he finally gathered the 6 Caterpie evolution stones needed for his Caterpie's ascension to 3 stars. Green Caterpie evolution stones X6. Status: ready for use. Remaining points: 20 use. He declared, come forth, 3-star Caterpie. This time, instead of the familiar green light, 6 evolution stones enveloped Chong in a radiant golden glow, illuminating a 20-meter radius around him. Jiangze squinted against the brilliance. Was this the manifestation of a legendary transformation? Finally, after 3 minutes, the golden light dissipated, revealing a newly transformed Chong before Jiangze. The Caterpie had undergone a striking metamorphosis. Its former yellow circular patterns now gleamed in a rose-gold hue, and the dazzling golden rings on either side marked a significant evolution. Notably, for pairs of diminutive horns sprouted from its abdomen, signifying its powerful transformation. Pokémon, Caterpie quality, blue, level 15, ability, Scale Powder, protected by Scale Powder. Immune to additional effects of skills, hidden ability, escape, guaranteed escape from wild Pokémon attacks. Skills, Brutal Charge, Golden Silk Breath. Nature's Power, status, exhilarated. Base stats, 275. Commentary, ascended to 3 stars, becoming the most powerful Caterpie of the blue quality, with skills significantly enhanced. Goodness, this is astonishing. A direct upgrade to level 15, blue quality, and enhanced skills. Tomorrow's victory over that Dragonite is practically assured. Chong Chong, if we win tomorrow, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Jiangze was overcome with excitement when suddenly, the system's voice echoed once more. Owning a level 15 Pokémon elevates you to the status of a regular trainer. Reward 1. Access to the regular trainer prize pool. Reward 2. Eligibility to acquire an additional Pokémon. Oh, I can obtain another Pokémon? Jiangze mused. Glancing at the available evolution stones in the regular trainer prize pool, perhaps after the match, I can secure a powerful 3-star Pokémon? An endless anticipation surged within Jiangze, but first, he needed to focus on securing victory in the upcoming duel. On the following day, Jiangze arrived at the community arena at the designated time. Thanks to the proprietor's promotion, the arena was packed with spectators eager to witness the clash between the community and AMP, Appos, Commoner King, and its reigning champion. The moment Jiangze stepped onto the stage, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Today, they would witness whether this enigmatic Caterpie trainer could indeed triumph over an opponent of opposing attributes. Guided by Nana, Jiangze entered the arena and AMP, Appos' largest battle zone, which spanned the size of half a football field, with at least 500 spectators filling the stands. Standing amidst the throng, Jiangze felt the weight of their collective gaze. The strongest commoner king of our community. Jiangze enters. His Pokémon is Caterpie? The announcer's voice resonated, igniting cheers from the audience. Shortly thereafter, 2 figures emerged from the opposite entrance. Could these be his adversaries? The man holding the title of community champion approached, Tang Yu, accompanied by his Dragonite. As Jiangze observed Tang Yu and his Dragonite, he felt a twinge of pressure. This Dragonite appeared to possess a level of prowess that was anything but ordinary. The community's top contender, Tang Yu, adorned with an 8-game platinum streak, enters. His Pokémon is Dragonite. Feeling the weight of the Dragonite's presence, Jiangze's earlier confidence waned. A glance at Chong Chong revealed a newfound seriousness in the Caterpie's demeanor. There was no time to heed the announcer's commentary. He quickly accessed the Pokédex. Pokémon, Dragonite, Quality, Blue, Level, 15, Pseudo Level 22. Ability, Blaze. As health diminishes, the power of Fire-type moves intensifies. Hidden ability, None. Skills, Scratch, Ember, Smokescreen. Dragon Rage, Status, Excellent. Base stats, 309. Commentary, a formidable Dragonite of blue quality, teetering on the brink of evolution at level 16, intentionally suppressed to delay its transformation. Upon reading the Pokédex's analysis, Jiangze fell into deep contemplation. Initially, the Dragonite's blue quality and level 15 were understandable. But what perplexed him was the presence of Dragon Rage, a move typically learned only by Charmeleon at level 22. The commentary clarified everything. This trainer, Tang Yu, had deliberately stifled his Dragonite's evolution to enhance its future potential, embodying the archetype of a cautious trainer who refrains from evolving for years. Furthermore, the actual strength of this Dragonite was likely not level 15, but rather a powerful Pokémon concealing its true capabilities at level 22. With this realization, Jiangze understood that today's battle was not merely a clash of opposing attributes, but an audacious challenge against an opponent of superior strength. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, upon witnessing Jiangze's Caterpie, also grasped the significance of what he had previously underestimated. This commoner king was indeed extraordinary, and he would have to exert all his efforts in the forthcoming battle. The audience erupted with excitement as they beheld the 2 contenders in the arena. Tang Yu's Charmeleon was not on the brink of evolution a year ago. Why has it yet to evolve? However, it appears to have significantly strengthened compared to a year ago. Indeed, he is the foremost figure in our Luya community. Yet, Jiangze and Appos' Caterpie is no slouch either. It is said that after a consecutive 15 victories by knockout, his Caterpie has earned the title of invincible among its kind. Observe closely. I assert that such impressive achievements indicate this Caterpie is no ordinary one. It must be the king among Caterpies, with even its circular markings adorned in gold. Chapter 6. Fierce Battle. Both trainers readied their Pokémon for combat. With the referee's command, the duel officially commenced. Zhangzhe and Tang Yu exchanged resolute glances with their respective Pokémon, yet neither chose to initiate the attack. Zhangzhe adhered to his principle of responding to change with constancy. Despite the Caterpie presently boasting 4 pairs of horns and an impressive speed boost, it was still on par with the level 22 Charmander in terms of swiftness. Thus, Zhangzhe opted to wait for Tang Yu to strike first. As the reigning champion of the community, Tang Yu possessed considerable battle experience, making Zhangzhe and Appo's mindset easily discernible to him. However, upon glimpsing the Caterpie, Tang Yu resolved to exert his utmost in the ensuing confrontation. With this determination, he wasted no time. Charmander, use smokescreen. A thick plume of black smoke erupted from Charmander's mouth. As a fire-type Pokémon, its smoke not only exuded intense heat, but also significantly diminished the accuracy of opposing Pokémon. True to his reputation, Tang Yu and Appo's opening maneuver enveloped the Caterpie in a haze of searing smoke, which Zhangzhe could feel from a distance. Yet, would this hinder Zhangzhe and Caterpie? It was crucial to note that the Caterpie and Appo's ability remained unaffected by the increased temperature of the smoke. Caterpie, use string shot on the ground. The dense black smoke obscured the Caterpie's movements, but at Zhangzhe's command, the Caterpie utilized its string shot to leverage centrifugal force and leap into the air. The audience observed that the Caterpie remained unscathed by the heat of the smoke. Tang Yu, taken aback by this unexpected turn, recalled a particular ability of Caterpie. Clearly, this Caterpie had awakened its potential. Charmander, use Ember on the airborne Caterpie. Caterpie, execute tackle from above. In an instant, Charmander unleashed a torrent of fiery embers towards the sky, while the Caterpie, propelled by its tackle at maximum velocity, was enveloped by a shockwave generated by its own speed. What transpired next astonished everyone. The Caterpie surged through the air, crashing into Charmander, while the embers were rendered ineffective by the shockwave, which was further surrounded by scorching flames. The audience was captivated as the dazzling assault descended upon Charmander. Tang Yu was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he encountered a scenario where an opponent's bug-type Pokémon could execute such a feat. However, the Caterpie was not without its own struggles. Although the shockwave mitigated the embers, the residual heat still enveloped the Caterpie, rendering this maneuver a double-edged sword. Yet, the power of the attack was as breathtaking as it was formidable. Charmander, use Fury Swipes. Just as the Caterpie was about to collide with Charmander, Tang Yu finally issued his command. As a seasoned fighter, he felt an unprecedented thrill. He opted not to evade, as dodging would only invite collateral damage from the fierce speed of the Caterpie. Charmander's eyes sparkled with excitement. After a year of suppressed evolution, no Pokémon of comparable strength had compelled him to unleash his full power. Today, Charmander would finally unleash his might. In a flash, the Caterpie, cloaked in fiery shockwaves, hurtled toward Charmander, who, after executing Fury Swipes, transcended his previous limitations, transforming the move into a frenzied onslaught. The resulting X-shaped attack surged forth. A deafening crash ensued. The upgraded moves collided, leaving the audience in suspense. Which Pokémon would emerge victorious, the Caterpie or the concealed powerhouse Charmander? The impact left a 10-centimeter deep crater in the training ground, a surface meticulously reinforced for such encounters. The Caterpie was sent flying several meters away, rolling upon the ground before coming to a halt. Upon closer inspection, the clash could be deemed a stalemate. Yet, Charmander's legs quivered under the strain, a testament to the Caterpie's formidable aerial assault. Meanwhile, the Caterpie appeared dazed, struggling to regain its footing. It was evident that both Pokémon had sustained significant damage in this initial confrontation. In the blink of an eye, the audience felt the allure of a clash between powerful Pokémon, a spectacle that had not been witnessed in quite some time. Nevertheless, the battle was far from over. Both the Caterpie and Charmander were prepared to continue fighting. Zhangzhe and Tang Yu recognized that a swift resolution was improbable, as their opponents exceeded their expectations. Charmander, focus the embers on your claws and unleash Fury Swipes against Caterpie. The intense embers began to emanate from Charmander and Appo's mouth, enveloping its claws. Charmander sprinted toward the unsteady Caterpie. However, the prior impact had diminished Charmander and Appo's speed, granting Jiangze a brief respite. Caterpie, use string shot. In an instant, the Caterpie released a golden thread towards Charmander, which easily severed the string shot, yet it significantly hampered Charmander's momentum. Observing the injured legs of Charmander, Jiangze's strategy crystallized in his mind. While your strength wanes, seize the opportunity. Caterpie, target Charmander's legs with string shot. Before Tang Yu could react, the Caterpie's string shot ensnared Charmander's legs, causing it to tumble during its advance. Caterpie, follow up with tackle. Charmander, now flustered, realized it was becoming an easy target. Stay calm. Use Ember to sever the threads, then unleash your strongest Ember against Caterpie. Under Jiangze's command, Charmander swiftly executed the most prudent course of action. This time, the Ember it released was significantly more potent than before. Jiangze understood that this was due to Charmander's ability. The lower its health, the greater the power of its fire-type moves. The Caterpie had no time to evade. Facing such an overwhelming Ember, it was destined to suffer considerable damage. In the audience, Nana, deeply concerned for Jiangze, closed her eyes. Having witnessed numerous battles featuring Charmander, she was acutely aware of the staggering power it unleashed when wounded. In typical scenarios, if an opponent and Appo's Pokémon failed to dodge, Charmander and Appo's attack would be nearly fatal. Particularly against a bug-type Pokémon, the spectators silently resigned themselves to Jiangze's impending defeat. Yet, Jiangze remained steadfast, showing no inclination to retreat the Caterpie. What was his intention? A typical trainer would have long since surrendered or commanded their Pokémon to evade. With a subtle smile, Jiangze roared, Caterpie, utilize nature power. This was a skill the Caterpie had just mastered the previous night. Upon activation, it would be enveloped in natural energy, enhancing its power by 200%. After experimenting with this skill, Jiangze recognized it as his trump card. In truth, he had intentionally allowed the Caterpie to withstand the embers to provoke Charmander's overconfidence. At last, the moment had arrived. The caterpillar invoked the power of nature, enveloped in a verdant glow. The sparks of the little fire dragon could not inflict the slightest harm upon it. Moreover, the acceleration and potency of the natural power were undeniably evident, marking a transformation that was visible to the naked eye. It is noteworthy that from collision to fierce charge, and ultimately to brutal impact, the caterpillar's skills had ascended through 3 distinct levels. Coupled with the enhancement of natural power, this represented the most formidable assault the caterpillar had executed in recent days. Upon witnessing the caterpillar and Appo's formidable aura, Tang Yu realized that his little fire dragon had done its utmost. The caterpillar, bolstered by the enhanced sparks, unleashed a ferocious strike that directly struck the little fire dragon. The entire arena was suffused with the emerald luminescence of natural power. The little fire dragon succumbed, losing its combat capability. The ultimate victor is the green-haired caterpillar. Chapter 7. The beginning with a caterpillar. All spirits depend on capture. The emerald glow of the natural forces began to fade. As the caterpillar stood before the unconscious fire dragon like a deity descending from the heavens, the audience was utterly astonished. Was this truly a caterpillar? How could it be so formidable? Even the judges, who had witnessed countless Pokémon battles, were left in shock. In this battle of opposing attributes, the caterpillar emerged victorious. With the judge and Appo's exclamation, the spectators finally regained their composure. Regardless of how many had doubted this unconventional matchup, the ultimate champion standing in the arena was indeed the caterpillar. As the community's foremost champion, Tang Yu understood that the caterpillar cultivated by the man before him had transcended their level. With this realization, he gradually began to accept his defeat. Jiangze reveled in the audience's cheers, though the caterpillar had sustained some injuries. Following the conclusion of the battle, both the caterpillar and the fire dragon were sent for treatment. The promised 30,000 yuan from his boss was promptly deposited into his account. Without a doubt, the title of the new community champion would belong to Jiangze. Fortunately, the caterpillar's injuries were not severe. After a simple treatment, it was as good as new. To maintain a low profile, Jiangze returned home immediately after the caterpillar's recovery. Upon arriving, the system's voice echoed once more. Beep. The host has completed a battle of opposing attributes, unlocking the achievement of Junior Opposing Attribute Master and receiving a reward of 50 points. Oh, unlocking an achievement grants 50 points? Previously, he had to toil through numerous battles to accumulate 180 points, allowing the caterpillar to advance to 3 stars. The sudden addition of 50 points filled Jiang Zhe with uncontainable joy. He could scarcely wait to cultivate a second 3-star Pokémon. If the caterpillar was this formidable at 3 stars, what might a more powerful creature achieve? With this thought, Jiang Zhe and Appo's excitement began to surge. In this world, there were 2 primary methods for acquiring Pokémon. The first was to purchase legitimate Pokémon eggs from the national breeding facilities, as long as one possessed wealth. Powerful Pokémon could be obtained without any risk. The second method involved trainers venturing into the wild to capture Pokémon themselves, a pursuit fraught with danger, typically undertaken only by trainers of considerable skill. Generally speaking, novice trainers would opt for the former. Gazing at the 30,000 yuan he had won on his phone, Jiang Zhe resolved to visit the breeding facility the following day, hoping to find a suitable companion Pokémon. Of course, all of this was thanks to the caterpillar. Looking at the caterpillar nestled in his arms, Jiang Zhe was determined to treat it to a grand feast, recalling that he had promised to do so upon winning. Caterpillar, you were truly exceptional this time. Tomorrow, I shall take you out for a splendid meal. However, it seemed that the prospect of a lavish feast did not excite the caterpillar as much as he had anticipated. The caterpillar leaped onto the bed, assuming the position Jiang Zhe had previously used to massage it. A line of exasperation crossed Jiang Zhe and Appo's face. Had he become the caterpillar and Appo's personal master? Noticing his master in action, the caterpillar and Appo's gaze seemed to plead for haste. With no other choice, Jiang Zhe begrudgingly prepared to reward the caterpillar with an exclusive spa treatment. The following morning, upon awakening, Jiang Zhe stared contemplatively at his wardrobe, reflecting on its lack of style. It was often said that one's appearance matters greatly. With the 30,000 yuan in hand, he decided it was time to invest in a few fashionable outfits. Remembering that his rent was also due soon, he opted to settle that as well. After attending to these matters, he was left with 20,000 yuan, which he estimated would suffice for acquiring a second Pokémon. Jiang Zhe then made his way to the city's Pokémon breeding facility. Before long, he stood before the largest breeding facility in the city. Its exterior resembled a colossal egg, with a steady stream of new trainers exiting, cradling their desired eggs. Should he choose a Pikachu and follow in Ash's footsteps? Gradually, Jiang Zhe found himself stepping into the breeding facility. Hello, handsome. I am a staff member here. Are you looking to purchase a Pokémon? Jiang Zhe nodded in acknowledgement. The staff member assessed him, sensing his affluence, and promptly led him to the section featuring starter Pokémon eggs, each priced around 500,000 yuan. Take a look at these, sir. These are newly arrived breeding eggs, containing Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, Chimchar, Turtwig, and other Pokémon. Do any catch your fancy? Truthfully, the presence of the starter Pokémon eggs was enticing, yet upon seeing the prices, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. What on earth? Were they truly this exorbitant? As he walked through, he had noticed that even the cheapest egg started at a minimum of 100,000 yuan. No wonder his previous self had opted for a second hand. Weakened caterpillar. Such prices were beyond the reach of a struggling student like him. Instantly, his desire to continue browsing evaporated. However, on a brighter note, he was grateful for the caterpillar. Otherwise, what would he do? It seemed that purchasing was out of the question, leaving him no choice but to capture Pokémon in the wild. Reluctantly, he decided to buy a single Pokéball to keep on hand, though it cost him 10,000 yuan, causing a pang of regret. Indeed, it seemed that starting with a caterpillar meant relying solely on captures, with no other options available. Jiang Zhe faced the reality of his situation, though he had no idea where to begin, as he lacked experience in capturing Pokémon. First, capturing wild Pokémon would require a stronger Pokémon. Given that his caterpillar had yet to evolve, its strength might still be lacking. With that in mind, Jiang Zhe headed once more toward the community Pokémon arena, intending to enhance the caterpillar's abilities before venturing into the wild to capture new Pokémon. As he walked, a familiar voice called out to him. "Hey, brother. You were incredible yesterday." Jiang Zhe turned abruptly. It was Tang Yu and his fire dragon, the very opponents he had faced the day before. Although they were rivals, Jiang Zhe had come to respect their strength, and it appeared that Tang Yu had a favorable attitude toward him. What a coincidence! Your fire dragon performed exceptionally well as well. I didn't expect it to recover so quickly. Jiang Zhe glanced at the revitalized fire dragon, then released his own caterpillar. The fire dragon and caterpillar recognized each other as former adversaries, both acutely aware of each other's prowess, mentally branding one another as formidable opponents. From the looks of it, you're heading to the community arena, but I doubt you'll find any worthy opponents there now, Tang Yu remarked with a smile. As if yesterday's competition had never transpired. Jiang Zhe nodded in agreement. It's clear that you've been diligent in training your caterpillar, but it will be challenging to enhance its strength in that arena now. After contemplating Tang Yu's words, Jiang Zhe realized the truth in them. Indeed, it would be nearly impossible for his caterpillar to find an opponent there, resulting in minimal improvement. However, apart from that, he was unsure of where to turn next. Noticing Jiang Ze's contemplative expression, Tang Yu pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Brother, the later you progress with a Pokémon, the more difficult their advancement becomes. My fire dragon has been intentionally suppressed from evolving. Had it evolved into a Charmeleon, the outcome yesterday could have been very different. I do this to facilitate future growth. In truth, the best way for Pokémon to advance is through outdoor exploration. The wild presents unique challenges. Survival is a matter of life and death. While arenas merely conclude battles when a Pokémon loses its combat ability, the diverse environments in the wild compel trainers to make sound judgments under various conditions." Upon hearing Tang Yu's insights, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but silently agree. His words resonated deeply within him. Chapter 8. The Academy's Frenzy. You're right. Given our current strength, can we venture into the wilderness? Jiang Zhe inquired curiously. Typically, wilderness exploration involves delving into secret realms, which are categorized into super large, medium, small, and ultra-small secret realms. With our capabilities, we could only dare to explore the ultra-small secret realms. Besides battles, these realms are replete with various miraculous berries that can enhance Pokémon. And if luck is on our side, the chances of encountering a rare Pokémon are significantly high. A new term surfaced in Jiang Ze's mind, secret realm. After listening to Tang Yu, Jiang Zhe gained a preliminary understanding of these realms as places where Pokémon can swiftly elevate their power while also acquiring various berries and rare Pokémon. His anticipation began to swell. He was eager to explore a secret realm. Have you ever been to a secret realm? Jiang Zhe continued his inquiry. Tang Yu shook his head. I haven and Oppos, but in just over 20 days, an ultra-small secret realm will appear around Han Mountain City. I'm currently seeking companions to join me. So far, it's just my sister and me preparing to go. If you're interested, would you like to join us? It's better to have a partner, as secret realms are far more perilous than other locations. Opportunity and danger are always proportional. Tang Yu's invitation was a clear acknowledgement of Jiang Ze's abilities, and Jiang Zhe recognized that the opportunities and dangers of the secret realm were significant. Being invited to accompany someone was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Not only would this venture allow his caterpillar to grow stronger, but capturing a second Pokémon would also be a matter of course, effectively resolving two challenges at once. Count me in for the secret realm expedition. Upon hearing the community's newly appointed champion agree, Tang Yu felt a surge of joy. The ultra-small secret realm was perfectly suited for them. The strong would not venture there, and the weak could not endure. Their expedition would maximize their benefits. Excellent. It's settled then. Tang Yu gestured for a handshake, and Jiang Zhe extended his left hand. Thus, the two resolved to embark on the ultra-small secret realm exploration in 20 days. After making their plans, they found a CAF to engage in casual conversation. During their chat, Jiang Zhe learned more about Tang Yu's background. He was a sophomore, 2 years older than Jiang Zhe, from a prosperous family involved in business. This explained the presence of his Charmeleon. He also had a younger sister who would accompany them to the secret realm. In contrast, Jiang Ze's background was simple, encapsulated in a single phrase, an orphan who did not gain admission to university. However, Upon learning Jiang Ze's circumstances, Tang Yu did not look down upon him. Rather, he found him impressive for nurturing such a formidable caterpie under such conditions, which laid the foundation for their budding friendship. Before parting ways, they exchanged WeChat contacts, and Tang Yu promised to assist Jiang Ze in his pursuit of higher education. Jiang Ze felt immensely grateful, silently vowing to repay Tang Yu in the future. With memories from 2 lifetimes, he adhered to the principle of repaying kindness and vengeance alike. Upon returning home, Jiang Ze began to eagerly anticipate the forthcoming Secret Realm adventure. Meanwhile, Tang Yu had kept the video of their battle, promising to help Jiang Ze with his university aspirations. For him, a promise was a commitment. And as soon as he arrived home, he sent the battle video to several university presidents, noting that the Caterpie and Oppo's trainer was a destitute student who had not been accepted into university. Being well off, he easily obtained the contact information of the university presidents. After sharing the video, it quickly piqued their interest in the Caterpie. The potential talent of this high school student seemed to represent boundless possibilities. President of Han Mountain Pokémon University, is this Caterpie truly cultivated by a high school student? If so, I am willing to admit him regardless of the usual criteria. President of Jitsao Pokémon University, is this indeed a Caterpie? Could this be a new species? I am very interested in this student. If he wishes to join my institution, I will assist him with his schooling. President of Lihua Pokémon University, a talent capable of nurturing such a Caterpie cannot be denied admission? What nonsense! Lihua University welcomes him. President of Gaij Pokémon University, such talent must undoubtedly join our institution. Tang Yu sent the video to 5 university presidents, all of whom expressed keen interest in the Caterpie's trainer, indicating their willingness to make exceptions for his admission. This response was anticipated by Tang Yu. As competition among universities was fierce, they held an annual competition to determine the best in Han Mountain City. Therefore, they were eager for exceptional talent, and it was no surprise that they reacted so positively to Jiang Ze's Caterpie video. The presidents collectively stated they would send representatives to meet Jiang Ze the following day. If the claims were true, they were all willing to admit him. Soon, Tang Yu relayed this promising news to Jiang Ze. Jiang Ze was taken aback by the sudden turn of fortune, as 5 universities had agreed to admit him despite his circumstances, effectively resolving his educational dilemma. It seemed that in this world where Pokémon spoke volumes, strength equated to influence. Tang Yu also informed Jiang Ze about the characteristics of these universities, urging him to choose wisely, and they arranged to meet the next morning at a sports arena in the city center to ascertain whether the Caterpie truly matched its reputation in the video. Jiang Ze, brimming with confidence stemming from his abilities, was unfazed. As a system user, he could not even fathom the heights of achievement that awaited him. The night swiftly passed, and Jiang Ze arrived early at the sports arena, accompanied by his Caterpie, as previously agreed with Tang Yu. Upon entering, he heard Tang Yu's voice calling out, "Hey, Jiang Ze, you're here so early. Come over. This is Mr. Wei, the head of Lihua Pokémon University, and also my instructor. Mr. Wei, this is Jiang Ze, who has defeated me." Tang Yu introduced the two, revealing a refined middle-aged man in glasses, Mr. Wei, who highly recommended Jiang Ze for their university. However, Jiang Ze was aware that Lihua University primarily trained fire-type trainers, and bringing other types of Pokémon there would not yield the best educational experience. Tang Yu had previously mentioned this, yet Lihua University had consistently ranked first in Han Mountain City for 5 years, and he believed the education for other types must be commendable as well. "So, you are Jiang Ze? I've heard about you from Xiaoyu. I didn't end Oppos. Do you expect someone so young to defeat the top student in our class? You certainly qualify for admission to our academy." Before Jiang Ze could respond, more representatives from other universities arrived to recruit him. "Mr. Wei, I didn't expect you to be here so early. You truly care about high-caliber students. But aren't you primarily focused on fire types? I recall Caterpie is a bug type, right?" remarked another female university professor. Jiang Ze sensed a hint of rivalry in their words, realizing that the competition among the academies was quite apparent. Chapter 9. A Fortuitous Encounter. Teacher Li. One cannot make such sweeping statements. Just because this child's first Pokémon is of the bug type, It does not imply that all his future Pokémon will be confined to bug or grass types. Mr. Wei from Lihua Academy countered directly. Mr. Wei's words resonated with Jiang Zhe, conveying the notion that although his current Pokémon may be a bug type, he could still capture Pokémon of other types in the future, a consideration he had pondered himself. Oh, does your esteemed academy truly intend to cultivate trainers of all types? Such a notion exists only in theory. Cultivating a specialist trainer is already a formidable challenge, let alone acquiring knowledge of other types. This approach will only hinder the child. Teacher Li staunchly upheld his position, emphasizing their authority, particularly since Jichao University primarily focused on grass and bug types. As this topic ignited fervent debate among the 4 representatives from various schools, the other 2 institutions seemed less invested, likely sending their representatives merely as a formality. The most heated exchange was between Mr. Wei and Teacher Li from Jichao University. Previously, Tang Yu had introduced Jiang Zhe to these universities, but he realized that it appeared one institution's representatives had yet to arrive. Suddenly, amidst the ongoing dispute, an elderly gentleman accompanied by his Pokémon quietly approached their side. To their astonishment, the Pokémon he possessed was a Dragonite, a creature of quasi-divine status. Instantly, the formidable aura exuded by the Dragonite captured the attention of all the teachers present. This elderly figure, the owner of the prestigious Dragonite, was none other than the principal of Han Mountain University. Hanlong Jiang Zhe had heard of Han Mountain University, rumored to lack a specialized focus, with students exhibiting a more relaxed demeanor. The principal was known for his lax management, resulting in the university consistently ranking at the bottom in the city. Yet, to his surprise, he witnessed the principal himself gracing the occasion today. Upon the arrival of Principal Han, the quarrel among the teachers abruptly ceased, and both Mr. Wei and Teacher Li became noticeably cautious. Why does this old man disregard the ethics of competition? Is he here to poach students? Yet, they dared not voice such thoughts openly. Mr. Wei managed a forced smile. Principal Han, it's quite rare to see you here today. This is merely a recruitment for a rather unique student. Your presence isn't necessary. Teacher Li hastily added, Principal Han, this child's Pokémon is merely a rather special Caterpie. It would be best for us to nurture it. The intentions of the 2 teachers were evident to all, and Jiang Zhe had initially intended to choose between these 2 universities. However, upon witnessing the principal of Han Mountain University, he began to waver, sensing the respect this principal commanded, suggesting that he valued Jiang Zhe highly. With diligence, he could expect ample resources to support his growth, thus compensating for the university's previous shortcomings in Jiang Zhe's eyes. Upon entering, Principal Han disregarded the remarks from the other 2 teachers and instead focused intently on the Caterpie perched on Jiang Zhe's shoulder. As a seasoned principal with decades of experience traversing the Pokémon world, he immediately recognized that this Caterpie was extraordinary, not an ordinary specimen, but rather one of exceptional lineage, potentially the apex of its family. He had conducted prior research on Jiang Zhe's background, even discovering that this Caterpie was acquired from a second-hand marketplace. Understanding that a financially constrained student would struggle to afford such a creature without significant effort in nurturing it, Principal Han was aware that this Caterpie was cultivated solely by Jiang Zhe, which prompted his personal visit. Child, your name is Jiang Zhe, if I recall correctly? I am Han Long, the principal of Han Mountain University. You may call me Principal Han. This Caterpie must not have been born this way, correct? Jiang Zhe was taken aback by the inquiry, wondering if his secret had been uncovered. However, with memories from 2 lifetimes, he composed himself, recalling a saying he had read. Every Pokémon holds infinite potential, and humanity's exploration of Pokémon is merely scratching the surface. Embracing this thought, Jiang Zhe responded candidly. Indeed, my Caterpie is a product of nurturing. My family possesses a unique cultivation method, but I cannot disclose further details. This simple statement deftly circumvented Principal Han's probing question. Join us at Han Mountain University, and I assure you, I will not pry into your secrets. I am willing to accept you as my apprentice, imparting all that I know about this world to you, provided you desire to become my disciple. What do you say? Jiang Zhe was rendered speechless, as were all the onlookers, astonished that Han Long, the principal of Han Mountain University and a trainer of quasi-legendary caliber, would personally take on a disciple. Such an announcement would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Han City, where fewer than 10 quasi-legendary trainers resided, and not a single legendary trainer could be found. Among the principals of these universities, only 3 were quasi-legendary trainers, with the rest being part of the city and Oppos, various guilds, and the higher echelons of the league. In a place like Han City, the prospect of a quasi-legendary trainer accepting an apprentice was nothing short of sensational. Coming to his senses, Jiangze knelt without hesitation, bowing 3 times in reverence. Master, I bow to you. Today, I pledge my allegiance as your disciple, seeking to acquire a skill that will serve me well in the future, thus bringing honor to you and your teachings. As Principal Han made his offer, the teachers from the other schools observed. Recognizing that this student was all but certain to enroll in Han Mountain University. Upon seeing Jiangze kneel, they discreetly withdrew from the scene. The profound respect Jiangze demonstrated pleased Principal Han, revealing the sincerity of the boy's heart, and he felt a deep satisfaction. All right, rise, my child. You are now my apprentice. I will devote all my knowledge to you, and how far you go from here will depend on your own efforts. Thank you, Master. Upon rising, only Jiangze and Principal Han remained, accompanied by the Dragonite and his caterpie. Come now, why do you stand there in silence? Principal Han and Dragonite began to walk towards the stadium exit, with Jiangze following closely behind. Though uncertain of his new master's intentions, Jiangze had no doubt that a man accompanied by a Dragonite could easily dispose of him if he wished to do so. The complexities of taking on an apprentice were likely unnecessary. Soon, Jiangze followed Principal Han into a Mercedes-Benz. Throughout the ride, he felt a sense of trepidation. Unfamiliar with his master and Oppos' character, and refrained from speaking, even ignoring congratulatory messages from Tangyu. Before long, Jiangze gazed out at the villa district, suspecting that Principal Han was taking him to his residence. Indeed, upon disembarking, the name of the villa confirmed his assumptions. It was the home of Principal Han. Welcome, Jiangze, to my home. Since you are now my apprentice, feel free to visit often. Jiangze nodded, surprised by the warmth shown by his newly recognized master, who had brought him home so soon. Yet, as he stepped into the courtyard, he was taken aback by the scene that unfolded before him. Chapter 10. Devoted cultivation of miniature dragons, squirtless, ghosts, electric beasts, and duck-billed babies. Why are there so many formidable juvenile Pokémon? Are the starter Pokémon truly the least impressive here? Jiangze, who had just emerged from the Pokémon breeding center yesterday, found it hard to comprehend. Each of these creatures must be worth at least 100,000, right? Moreover, once they take action, they would undoubtedly incite a frenzy. Jiangze, unaccustomed to such sights, appeared somewhat dazed. Principal Han, a quasi-elite trainer, had fought tirelessly for decades to reach his current position. As the head of a school, he certainly had his own stories from his younger days. In his prime, he was a prominent figure within the entire Han City, and these powerful Pokémon were the descendants of his old companions. Today, Principal Han brought Jiangze to his home with a singular purpose, to present him with a lavish gift. However, this gift was exceedingly extravagant. What, Master? You mean I can choose one of these Pokémon as a gift? Jiangze asked incredulously. Principal Han nodded. In his esteemed position, once he made a statement, it was as irrevocable as spilled water. Were this a favor from an outsider, Jiangze would undoubtedly question their motives, but before him stood his mentor, and there was no need for doubt regarding intentions. This decision was made after Principal Han had given considerable thought to Jiangze's potential. For many years, Han University had been regarded as the least distinguished institution in Han City, and not without reason. They lacked a primary focus on any specific Pokémon attribute, while Principal Han dedicated himself to cultivating trainers of all attributes. However, nurturing a trainer capable of mastering all attributes was no simple task. The knowledge required was several times that of a trainer specializing in a single type, leading to a scarcity of top-tier talent. Nonetheless, Principal Han remained steadfast in his beliefs, for he understood that a Pokémon trainer must possess versatility to succeed on a global stage. Otherwise, they would easily fall prey to counter-strategies in competitive battles. This had been his lifelong dream, and just as he was about to relinquish hope in his old age, a video from Tang Yu featuring a young boy captivated his attention. Upon investigating this boy, he discovered boundless potential. As an orphan and a financially struggling student who missed his college entrance exam, Jiang Zhe had demonstrated knowledge of Pokémon that far surpassed his peers. Had he not missed that exam, he would have undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 in the city. Moreover, considering Jiang Zhe's subsequent capture of a Caterpie, Principal Han and Amp, Oppo's dreams were reignited. He knew this extraordinary talent was worth his utmost investment. Jiang Zhe gazed at the juvenile Pokémon before him, swallowing hard. Each of these creatures not only boasted impressive species, but also exhibited high potential. At the very least, the lowest was blue, while the highest was cyan. Owning even one would grant him the qualifications to ascend to higher tiers of training. Principal Han observed Jiang Zhe and Oppo's contemplative expression, refraining from urging him, for he understood that choosing from such powerful juvenile Pokémon was no easy feat. However, Jiang Zhe's next words left Principal Han utterly astounded. This was the first time in his extensive career he had encountered such a response. "Master, I must decline your offer of Pokémon." "What? What did you say? Are you sure you don't want to take a closer look? Surely you recognize what they are, right?" Principal Han was bewildered. What was wrong with this child? Why was he deviating from the expected response? Seeing Jiang Zhe's resolute and clear eyes, Principal Han realized he was serious. This revelation left him anxious. Was it that geniuses were inherently peculiar, or was he simply misjudging this young man? He began to question his own judgment as a quasi-elite trainer. "Master, are you being polite?" Jiang Zhe inquired. In truth, Jiang Zhe was not averse to acquiring these Pokémon. Rather, he had thoughtfully concluded that possessing such powerful species at this moment may not be advantageous. Firstly, his current system could not refresh the evolution stones for these formidable Pokémon, making it more practical to focus on nurturing 2 that could evolve to 3 stars. In simpler terms, a 3-star 1-cost Pokémon or a 3-star 2-cost Pokémon could easily outperform a 1-star 3-cost or 1-star 4-cost Pokémon. Moreover, the early stages of nurturing were crucial. Simply having high potential did not guarantee greatness without proper nutrition and conditions, which would require substantial financial resources. A dream for Jiang Zhe, a financially constrained student. Furthermore, he had already decided that his second Pokémon would be captured in the secret realm alongside Tang Yu. Thus, given these considerations, he was not inclined to acquire such powerful species at this time, but that did not equate to outright refusal. "Master, I believe I am not yet qualified to nurture these powerful Pokémon, so I would prefer to wait until I have advanced my knowledge and am better equipped to train them before making a selection. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Principal Han immediately grasped Jiang Zhe's intent. It appeared the young man was grounded and not overly ambitious. Perhaps he had been too eager in his own aspirations. After years of striving for his dreams, Principal Han realized he had been overly insistent. Nevertheless, a gift must still be given. Principal Han retrieved a black gold card from his pocket and said, "Jiang Zhe, since this is your decision, I will not press further. I will reserve these Pokémon for you. Here is 500,000. Use it to purchase a Pokémon that suits you, and you may allocate the remainder as you please." Faced with the generosity of his mentor, Jiang Zhe nearly faltered. This unexpected windfall was overwhelming. Fortunately, he managed to regain his composure. As an adult, he understood that even from his master, accumulating too much debt would ultimately be unwise. He had always believed in the principle that what is rightfully one's own belongs to them, while what is not should not be taken. "I apologize, Master, but I cannot accept this. I wish to earn my rewards through my own efforts." From his initial refusal to his current declaration, Principal Han was thoroughly taken aback by this student's perspective. Such a decision was far beyond what one would expect from an 18-year-old. It resembled the reasoning of a seasoned adult. This only served to highlight Jiang Zhe and Oppo's remarkable character. Such qualities were increasingly rare among the youth today. Principal Han concluded that, even without his assistance, Jiang Zhe's future achievements would undoubtedly be significant. However, Given Jiang Ze's circumstances, Principal Han resolved to find him employment to alleviate his living expenses. Ultimately, Jiang Ze accepted this kindness from Principal Han. The principal informed him that the university would commence in a month's time, and during that interval, he would arrange for Jiang Ze to serve as a practice partner in a club with one of his former students to earn some living expenses. Jiang Ze readily agreed. The warmth of Principal Han's generosity enveloped Jiang Ze, who had recently traversed into this world. He felt fortunate to have such a mentor in his future. And even on his way home, he radiated happiness. Chapter 11. The Troubles of a Handsome Young Man. Early the next morning, Jiang Ze arrived at the part-time position introduced by Principal Han the previous day, bringing his cherished Pokémon along. It was said that he would be working as a sparring partner at a club. This opportunity not only allowed him to enhance his Pokémon strength, but also provided a means to earn living expenses, a perfect win-win situation. Jiang Ze was determined not to disappoint his master. "Hello, I am Jiang Ze, here for the part-time position," he announced to the receptionist at the Champion Club. Upon hearing his name, the receptionist greeted him warmly and promptly informed the owner, indicating that she had received prior notice. Jiang Ze took a seat in the waiting area, surveying his surroundings. He noted the abundance of training equipment for various Pokémon, including electric shock devices for electric-type Pokémon, punching bags for fighting-type Pokémon, and resistance pools for water-type Pokémon. He had seen these online before, alongside the battle arenas that were essential for training. As he contemplated his role, he surmised that he would be battling with the Pokémon training there, helping them assess their strength. However, the early morning was quiet, with only the receptionist present apart from the cleaning staff. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit, approached Jiang Ze. "You must be the part-timer recommended by Principal Han?" The man was the owner of the Champion Club and a former student of Principal Han. He regarded Jiang Ze with a peculiar expression, estimating that the boy was probably not yet 20. He had initially assumed that Principal Han had arranged an internship for a nearly graduating student, but was surprised to see someone so young applying for a part-time job. This raised doubts in the owner's mind regarding Jiang Ze's capability as a sparring partner. Jiang Ze nodded affirmatively. The owner felt conflicted. While the position was intended for a sparring partner, it was questionable whether someone of Jiang Ze and Appo's age could possess a sufficiently powerful Pokémon for the role. At that moment, Jiang Ze noticed the owner and Appo's concerns. While waiting, he had seen numerous photographs of club members with their Pokémon, indicating that the Pokémon trained here ranged from levels 20 to 25. This meant that his own Pokémon would be facing opponents of similar levels. If it were any other Pokémon, they might not meet the standards for the position, but Jiang Ze's Pokémon was no ordinary creature. It was the first 3-star Caterpie, having previously triumphed over a pseudo-level 22 Charmander. Thus, Jiang Ze felt no trepidation. In fact, he was quite excited, as this was precisely the kind of opponent his Pokémon needed. Addressing the owner's concerns directly, he asserted, "Sir, do not let my youth deceive you. Principal Han must have had his reasons for recommending me as a sparring partner. This is my battle Pokémon." Jiang Ze proudly gestured towards his Caterpie. The moment the owner laid eyes on it, he sensed that this Caterpie was exceptional. Having encountered numerous Pokémon as the owner of the club, he had never seen one quite like this before. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps this boy's Caterpie was indeed remarkable. Observing Jiang Ze's confidence, the owner decided to give him a chance. He turned to the receptionist and inquired, "Do we have any members scheduled for battles today?" The receptionist quickly checked the computer for appointments. Mr. Wong, there is one member scheduled shortly. However, she is your sister. She recently captured a Mareep that just evolved into a Flaffy and is looking for other Pokémon to battle. What do you think?" "Oh, an electric-type Flaffy? Just evolved? That should be around level 16. Generally, Pokémon evolve at around that level, barring those like Tengu who deliberately delay evolution." This made it easy for Jiang Ze to gauge that he would be a suitable sparring partner. Moreover, his Caterpie was on the verge of evolution too. Before the owner could respond, Jiang Ze eagerly volunteered, "Sir, why not let my Caterpie be the opponent for your sister's Flaffy?" Considering the situation, the owner agreed. Since it was his sister, if Jiang Ze and Appo's Caterpie did not meet the standards, he could easily explain it to the member. Without hesitation, he arranged for Jiangze to take the place of the original sparring partner, with time still on their side. The owner resumed his other tasks while Jiangze conversed with the receptionist. She informed him of various important details he needed to know while working at the club, such as what care to provide for Pokémon after training and how to interact with Pokémon of different temperaments. Jiangze committed all this information to memory. As time passed, members began to arrive for training, and the champion club became lively. Observing the bustling trainers with their Pokémon, Jiangze noted that most were indeed around levels 20 to 25, and their Pokémon appeared well cared for, evident from their healthy coats and teeth. This was reasonable, as the training fees here were substantial, and those who brought their Pokémon to train were generally affluent. It became clear that the quality of Pokémon trained here was impressive, when matched against Pokémon of the same species and level. Those trained here could easily demonstrate superiority. It was no wonder the owner had harbored doubts about Jiangze's abilities. Nevertheless, Jiangze remained confident in his Caterpie. After all, having a 3-star Pokémon as a sparring partner was nothing to scoff at. Just past noon, a woman in a red dress entered the club, and Jiangze immediately spotted her Flaffy at level 18. It was apparent that he was to be her sparring partner, causing his gaze to warm with enthusiasm. However, in Miss Wang's eyes, she noticed a young man staring at her upon entering. "Hey, Wang Jie, you're here quite early today?" "Yes, Xiaozhong. Is my sparring partner here yet?" The receptionist pointed toward Jiangze, and upon seeing him, Miss Wang blurted, "This pretty boy? Oh no, this child looks so young. Can he manage?" Jiangze internally muttered an exasperated MMP. Compliments on his looks were welcome, but being referred to as a pretty boy was less than flattering. Did they not understand that one should not underestimate a man based on age? Noticing her master and amp, Oppo's disheartened expression, his Caterpie understood that it needed to impress Miss Wang and amp, Oppo's Flaffy. Indeed, this was arranged by Mr. Wang. Upon hearing it was her brother and amp, Oppo's arrangement, Miss Wang resigned herself, saying, "All right, let us get started quickly, little brother. Don't let your sister down." "Little brother?" Jiangze was taken aback. Was this the burden that came with being handsome? Chapter 12. Beautiful women should not be indulged upon arriving at the battleground. Jiangze could not help but address Wang Auntie while still referring to his opponent as little by brother. "Annie Wang, if I win later. Could you refrain from calling me little by brother in the future?" "Oh, very well. But what shall I call you?" "Try saying that again." The atmosphere, which had initially been pleasant, turned tense when Jiangze uttered the word Andy. Miss Wang nearly erupted in anger. After all, her brother was only around 30 years old, and she herself, clad in a striking red dress that accentuated her slender figure, appeared to be merely 25, a stunning beauty who now found herself being called Auntie. It and Oppo's well known that a woman and Oppo's age is a taboo subject, and this remark had clearly struck a nerve with Miss Wang. The young man at the front desk, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a chill for Jiangze. Has this kid always been this bold? Just as Miss Wang was about to unleash her fury, a laugh echoed from behind. Turning around, they saw the owner of the champion club, Mr. Wang, who happened to be Miss Wang's brother. With his arrival, Miss Wang immediately suppressed her wrath. However, Jiangze was not at ease. He had provoked her intentionally. After all, one should never underestimate a beautiful woman. But if her brother heard this, how would he manage his part-time job without facing repercussions? If Mr. Wang and Miss Wang caught wind of this, a beating would be inevitable. Fortunately, Mr. Wang said nothing and simply gestured for them to begin. Thus, Miss Wang, now referred to as Andy, decided to channel her anger into power, determined to teach this pretty boy a lesson on the battlefield. She whispered a few words to her fluffy sheep Pokémon, which instantly radiated with vigor, though the nature of the reward remained a mystery. Seeing this, Jiangze, maintaining his professionalism, turned to the Caterpie. "Caterpie, make sure to play with fluffy sheep. Don't knock them out right away, understood?" Hearing Jiangze's instruction, the Caterpie nodded earnestly. Yet, the battleground was not large enough to conceal their exchange from the others, who could only watch with bemusement. Soon, Caterpie and fluffy sheep approached the battlefield, and upon the referee and amp, Oppo's signal, the practice match commenced. As a trainer on the brink of elite status, Miss Wang certainly had more than just one Pokémon at her disposal, and her battle experience was extensive. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe, who had previously seemed a bit disjointed, transformed entirely into a fierce contender as the battle commenced. Caterpie used String Shot. The golden silk erupted from Caterpie's mouth, swiftly heading toward Fluffy Sheep. There was no doubt that Jiang Zhe intended to immobilize Fluffy Sheep first. However, as a Pokémon that had evolved once, Fluffy Sheep was not so easily subdued. Despite everyone recognizing the formidable nature of the Caterpie and Amp, Appos, S. Silk. Yet, Miss Wang remained unperturbed and calmly commanded, Fluffy Sheep, use Thunderbolt against the Silk. Oh no, Caterpie, quickly stop the String Shot. Although Jiang Zhe's command was timely, Fluffy Sheep's Thunderbolt surged along the Silk, striking Caterpie. The impact jolted Caterpie, causing it to twitch, but fortunately, its ability prevented paralysis. In that brief moment, Miss Wang seized the opportunity to direct Fluffy Sheep for another attack. Fluffy Sheep, first charge up, then use Thunder Punch. Immediately, an electric field enveloped Fluffy Sheep, accumulating energy in its hands as it approached Caterpie with electrified fists. Just as Fluffy Sheep was about to deliver the Thunder Punch, a radiant white light enveloped Caterpie. The spectators were taken aback, realizing that the Caterpie was evolving at that very moment. Jiang Zhe was filled with excitement as the Pokédex updated. Pokémon, Metapod, Quality, Green, Level, 16, Ability, Shed Skin, can shake off status conditions by shedding its skin. Hidden Ability, None, Skills, Tackle. String Shot, Nature Power, Status, Excellent, Base Stats, 285. Comment. It seems as though it was struck by electricity, unlocking its potential and evolving into Metapod. As the light faded, Jiang Zhe realized that Caterpie had taken a significant step closer to its final evolution into Butterfree. Yet, Fluffy Sheep and Appos, as Thunder Punch did not relent. Just as it was about to land a hit on Metapod, a golden glow erupted from Caterpie. This golden light was neither evolution nor nature power. Instead, Caterpie had comprehended a new skill in the face of adversity. Learn skill. Invincible Hardening can withstand attacks exceeding its physical limits tenfold. Comment. Suitable for wearing down the opponent's will. What on earth? Jiang Zhe, half understanding, shouted, Caterpie, use Invincible Hardening. As Fluffy Sheep's Thunder Punch was about to connect, Caterpie's body glowed with gold, allowing it to withstand the blow. It was important to note that Fluffy Sheep was no slouch. It boasted a high aptitude and had undergone excellent training. Prior to using Thunder Punch, it had charged up, amplifying its attack power significantly. In an instant, the entire battlefield was illuminated with electric sparks. As the light dissipated, all eyes fixed on Metapod, which stood its ground, unwavering, its gaze filled with disdain. Fluffy Sheep, having just unleashed its Thunder Punch, felt as though it had struck a solid wall, the force of the impact causing it to shake its arms in disbelief. Seeing the expression on Metapod's face infuriated Miss Wang. It was clear that it regarded them with contempt. Fluffy Sheep, charge up again, then use consecutive Thunder Punches. Caterpie, maintain Invincible Hardening. After charging up, Fluffy Sheep unleashed a flurry of Thunder Punches against Metapod. Several rounds passed, and Metapod remained steadfast, while Fluffy Sheep's energy visibly waned. Fluffy Sheep's arms were now swollen, and with one final desperate Thunder Punch, it finally succumbed, losing its battling capability. Jiang Zhe could not help but smile slightly. Is that it? Truly a massage. Upon seeing Fluffy Sheep collapse, the referee promptly declared Metapod the victor. Thus, Jiang Zhe, with his humble Caterpie, triumphed in this practice match. The owner of the Champion Club gained a newfound appreciation for this young trainer and Appos, S. Pokémon, recognizing his capability for this part-time role. Suddenly, Miss Wang recalled Fluffy Sheep and summoned her signature Pokémon, Forest Lizard, Quality, Green, Level, 26, Ability, Overgrow, the lower its health, the stronger its Grass-type moves. Hidden Ability, None, Skills, Pound, Glare, Quick Attack, Leaf Blade. Status, Excellent. Base Stats, 405. Comment. The evolved form of Trico. Boasting an impressive base stat total of 405, this Pokémon is exceptionally powerful. Upon its arrival, The forest lizard disregarded everyone else and focused intently on Metapod on the battlefield. Metapod, upon seeing the forest lizard, did not flinch, locking eyes with it defiantly. After all, it was the monarch of the Caterpie family. How could it fear other Pokémon? Chapter 13. Almost becoming the store manager in this moment. Miss Wang clearly intended to pit her forest lizard against Jiang Zhe's newly evolved armor caterpillar. Although the onlookers eagerly anticipated a match between these powerful Pokémon, the owner of the Champion Club remained composed. He believed that the freshly evolved armor caterpillar would undoubtedly be no match for the well-trained forest lizard. Initially, this was merely a test to ascertain whether Jiang Zhe was fit to serve as a sparring partner, especially since he was introduced by Principal Han. Continuing the battle would seem rather unfair. How about we call it a day? This child has just evolved into armor caterpillar and is certainly no match for your forest lizard. Let him learn from us for now. He will be our sparring partner in the future, and there will be ample opportunity for a rematch down the line, he suggested. Upon hearing her brother and Appo's words, Wang Kiki hesitated. Losing was trivial, yet her pride was at stake, and she felt a twinge of reluctance. At that moment, Jiang Zhe reflected on the situation. After all, he was not a mere 18-year-old student. He understood the nuances of human interactions. Since he had already won, it was only courteous to provide his opponent with a graceful exit, especially considering he had enjoyed a slight advantage before. Indeed, Sister Kiki, my newly evolved armor caterpillar would certainly struggle against your forest lizard. Perhaps we should save the battle for another time. I apologize, but please refrain from calling me little white brother in the future. Just call me Jiang Zhe. I would be happy to serve as your sparring partner anytime, he offered. Seeing that both her brother and Jiang Zhe were speaking in such a manner, Wang Qi's anger subsided, and she withdrew her forest lizard. In truth, Jiang Zhe was not overly concerned about facing the forest lizard. Even if he were to lose, he had the invincible hardening skill. If he combined that with nature power, his defensive capabilities would be unimaginable. Nevertheless, in order to secure his position as a sparring partner, Jiang Zhe opted for a more low-key approach. Moreover, following his recent victory, he received a notification from the system. Level up victory reward, 10 points. 10 points were far more enticing than the community coliseum, where each match yielded only 10 points. Jiang Zhe had already resolved that he would ensure his bug Pokémon participated in several matches daily. Even if he were to lose, he was determined to make his opponents work for their victories. Thus began Jiang Zhe and Appo's official journey as a sparring partner at the Champion Club. Each day, he engaged in practice battles with various club members and Appo's Pokémon. He could not rely solely on defense to exhaust his opponents. It was essential that their Pokémon also experienced growth through combat. In this regard, Jiang Zhe exhibited remarkable talent, earning him the respect of both the owner and the members. The owner even contemplated recruiting him as a full-time employee, which left Jiang Zhe feeling somewhat anxious. School needs to start soon. At this rate, I might become the store manager. Day after day, Jiang Zhe energetically continued his role at the Champion Club, not only facilitating the growth of his bug Pokémon, but also earning compensation, thereby alleviating his financial concerns. Before he knew it, 20 days had swiftly passed. During this time, his bug Pokémon had progressed from level 16 to level 19. However, Jiang Zhe soon noticed that the pace of his Pokémon's level increase had begun to slow down. It appeared that alternative methods would be necessary for further advancement. He recalled Tang Yu's invitation to explore the secret realm, which he assumed would occur soon. He found Tang Yu to be quite reliable. As fate would have it, that very evening, Tang Yu sent Jiang Zhe a message. Are you there, brother Jiang Zhe? How have you been lately? Yes, I'm here. I've been well. Spending my time at the club as a sparring partner, Jiang Zhe replied. Do you remember me mentioning the ultra-small secret realm? The location has been confirmed, and it will officially open the day after tomorrow. Are you ready? Finally, Jiang Zhe could hardly contain his excitement. Aside from the significant growth of his bug Pokémon, he had also accumulated a respectable 240 points, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to capture his second Pokémon in the secret realm. Of course, I'm all set and prepared. Jiang Zhe responded eagerly. That's great. I see from your social media that your armor caterpillar has evolved. Your strength has clearly increased. My Charmander has also evolved into a Charmeleon, Tang Yu shared. Congratulations, Jiangze exclaimed. Let's meet tomorrow. My sister will join us. Once we finalize our plans, we'll set off early the day after tomorrow. We and Oppos, LL meet at the Charizard CAF, Tang Yu suggested. Sounds good. Upon learning of the exciting news regarding the secret realm, Jiangze promptly requested a day off from the Champion Club and Oppos' owner, who readily agreed. Bug Pokémon, you're about to make new friends. Are you excited? Jiangze said to his armor caterpillar. The 3-star armor caterpillar nodded in agreement, serving as Jiangze's steadfast support. This master had never scorned its previous weakness, but had instead guided it step by step toward strength, fostering an unwavering loyalty within the armor caterpillar. The next day, Jiangze arrived at the Charizard CAF at the agreed time. Upon entering, his gaze began to search for Tang Yu, but after a considerable time, he found only the CAF staff and a rather stout girl, approximately 1.8 meters tall and weighing around 180 pounds. Jiangze himself stood at about 1.82 meters, and this girl and Oppos' formidable presence was hard to ignore. After a quick glance, he chose to overlook her. The stout girl, however, had noticed the handsome Jiangze and was undoubtedly fixated on him. As he took a seat, he felt an unsettling chill from her unwavering gaze. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, a familiar figure soon entered. Before Jiangze could speak, the stout girl called out, "Brother, I'm over here." She was Tang Yu's sister? Jiangze was taken aback, unable to fathom that the dashing and affluent Tang Yu had such a robust sister. Since Tang Yu had arrived, Jiangze set aside his reservations and approached their table. Tang Yu's sister, Tang Wen, blushed as she noticed Jiangze's striking appearance approaching her. "You're here? I've been waiting for you. Would you like something to drink?" "It's on me," Jiangze offered. Delighted by Jiangze's thoughtfulness, Tang Wen thought to herself, "This handsome guy is so considerate." After ordering a few cups of coffee, the group began to chat. Through their conversation, Jiangze gleaned some information about the secret realm. Once inside, all mobile devices would lose functionality, meaning there would be no means to call for help from the outside world. Moreover, whatever transpired within the secret realm would not be scrutinized upon exit. Even if someone perished, no one would be the wiser. After all, the path to becoming a powerful trainer was inherently perilous, with countless trainers having met their demise in pursuit of strength. If every incident required an investigation, the number of surviving elite trainers would dwindle significantly. Thus, the Grand League would not intervene in matters occurring within the confines of the secret realm, unless someone engaged in strictly prohibited activities. From Tang Yu and Oppos' nonchalant remarks, Jiangze understood that the secret realm was far more complex than he initially anticipated. Fortunately, they would be traveling together, which was undoubtedly safer than embarking on this journey alone. Having traversed from another realm, Jiangze was acutely aware of the value of life. Thus, he believed that to become a powerful trainer, his first priority must be survival, surviving to the very end. After discussing various details, the group began preparing for their adventure. The lineup was quite impressive. A formidable Charmeleon for offense, which had reached a staggering level 23 post-evolution, while Jiangze's level 19 3-star armor caterpillar would serve as the team's most resilient shield. Tang Yu's sister, Tang Wen, possessed a level 17 Chansey with exceptional healing capabilities, perfectly compensating for the challenges of recovery and battle within the secret realm. Chapter 14. Entering the secret realm at the break of dawn. A BMW halted at the entrance of Jiangze's rented apartment. It was Tang Yu come to pick him up, accompanied by Tang Wen. Upon entering the vehicle, Tang Yu's butler guided them towards a miniature secret realm located outside the city. "Young master, miss, please be cautious," said Butler Peng. "All right, Butler Peng, you may return now." With that, the trio stepped into the secret realm, where numerous entrances lined its periphery. Once inside this diminutive secret realm, the three promptly summoned their Pokémon, a 3-star Metapod, a Charmeleon, and a Chansey. The moment they arrived, an unusual sensation enveloped them, distinctly different from an ordinary forest, radiating an extraordinary energy. Even their Pokémon displayed signs of agitation. Fortunately, the bond between the trainers and their Pokémon was strong enough to soothe their nerves. They began their exploration of the outskirts with heightened vigilance. As they ventured deeper, they encountered several common grass and bug-type Pokémon that launched attacks against other trainers entering the realm. Jiangze noted that most of these Pokémon range from levels 5 to 10, such as Oddish, Budew, Swablu, and Tangle. Jiangze and Tangu had little interest in these creatures. Even in a frenzied state, these wild Pokémon posed no threat to them. After all, grass types would naturally shy away from a fire type like Charmeleon, while bug types would hesitate to approach a 3-star metapod of royal lineage. The trio pressed onward into the depths of the realm. Suddenly, a Geodude launched an attack on Charmeleon. Oh no, that's Geodude's move, Rock Slide. In an instant, a Geodude struck Charmeleon from the side with Rock Slide, inflicting double damage due to the rock and Oppos's effectiveness against fire. However, Tangyu and Oppos's Charmeleon was no ordinary creature. After enduring the assault, they swiftly entered battle mode. Charmeleon, unleash Dragon Rage. Bug, execute Brutal Swing. As they commanded their Pokémon, 2 more Geodude emerged to use Sand Attack against Bug and Charmeleon, covering them with a barrage of sand and diminishing their offensive capabilities. Indeed, as Rock and Ground-type Pokémon, Geodude were remarkably resilient, managing to withstand the powerful strikes from Bug and Charmeleon. Yet, Jiangze and Tangyu remained unfazed. A quick glance revealed that the Geodude was approximately level 24, while the 2 Geodude were at level 18. These wild Pokémon were just the right challenge for Bug and Charmeleon. They exchanged knowing smiles. Bug, use Nature Power to restrain the 2 Geodude with String Shot. Then continue with Brutal Swing against Geodude. Charmeleon, use Smokescreen on Geodude and follow up with consecutive scratches against the 2 Geodude. Under the trainer's guidance, Bug and Charmeleon sprang into action. Their first coordinated assault was seamless, thanks to the experience of the 2 trainers. With their combined efforts, all 3 wild Pokémon soon succumbed to defeat. After vanquishing these creatures, Chansey began healing Bug and Charmeleon. Jiangze estimated that their current strength was sufficient for battling in this area. With Chansey's restorative abilities, Bug and Charmeleon returned to their peak condition. The trio decided to commence special training for wild Pokémon in the vicinity. As they continued their journey, they faced numerous wild Pokémon influenced by the secret realm, each eager to engage in combat. Jiangze and Tangyu welcomed these encounters, and through the course of the afternoon, they triumphed over a multitude of wild Pokémon. Indeed, battling wild Pokémon was a unique experience. They often employed unexpected tactics and adeptly utilized the terrain to their advantage. Jiangze and Tangyu deeply appreciated this and began to mimic the wild Pokémon's strategic use of their environment in their own battles. By the end of the afternoon, Jiangze and Tangyu had acquired invaluable combat experience that was seldom found in the city, while Bug and Charmeleon made significant strides in their combat skills. With Chansey's assistance, they also improved their proficiency in using their abilities. Most notably, Jiangze had amassed a considerable number of points. Combined with his previous total of 240 points, he now boasted a total of 300 points. In addition to battling, Jiangze remained vigilant, searching for a suitable candidate to serve as his second main battle Pokémon. As night fell, Bug and Charmeleon had showcased their prowess, each having participated in over 5 battles, with the wild Pokémon fiercely defending their territories. This only served to heighten Jiangze and Tangyu's excitement, as they reveled in the thrill of combat. As darkness enveloped the secret realm, the trio sought a place to rest, intending to resume their adventures the following day. After all, the mysteries that nighttime brought were unknown, and diminished visibility could hinder a trainer's command, potentially leading to perilous situations. Through the day's battles, the bond among the 3 deepened, with the exception of Tang1, who remained closely attached to Jiangze, much to his satisfaction. As they prepared to sleep in their tent, a commotion outside startled them. The sounds of wild Pokémon rustling through the grass and shrubs heightened their alertness. Jiangze suggested they investigate, and the trio stepped outside the tent. To their astonishment, they discovered 5 or 6 wild Pokémon surrounding a pile of something they appeared to be gnawing on, likely some form of sustenance. Among them were Rattata, Arbok, Meowth, Beedrill, and Oddish, including 2 wild Pokémon of level 26. Why would food capable of attracting wild Pokémon be near their tent at this late hour? They had not noticed anything during their earlier inspection. However, there was no time for speculation. Upon noticing Jiang Zhe and his companions, the wild Pokémon became immediately alert. It was well known that wild creatures would defend their meals fiercely when faced with intruders, a natural instinct known as food guarding. Faced with the hostile glares of the wild Pokémon, Jiang Zhe and his friends felt a wave of apprehension. Despite having vanquished numerous foes earlier, the sight of so many powerful wild Pokémon now, all gathered together, sent chills down their spines. The wild Pokémon required no commands. Arbok and Beedrill launched their attacks directly at the trio and Appos' Pokémon. Bug, use Harden, commanded Jiang Zhe. Charmeleon, unleash Ember. Chansey, be ready to heal. As Bug fortified itself, it transformed into a formidable shield. However, it would have been ideal if it could also taunt the adversaries. Upon witnessing the impenetrable defense of the Metapod, the wild Pokémon shifted their focus away from it, redirecting their attacks toward Charmeleon and Chansey. Jiang Zhe found himself at a loss. The disparity in levels and numbers made him hesitant to strike. In just a few exchanges, Charmeleon and Chansey suffered significant injuries, and if the skirmish continued, they could find themselves in dire straits. The sudden threat left the trio flustered, and they began to regret not having set up camp further from the danger, as being surrounded by such powerful wild Pokémon was indeed a precarious situation. Yet, at that moment, they heard human voices. The trio felt as if they had grasped a lifeline. Arbok, Oddish, cease your attacks. What could possibly be happening? Are not Abomasnow and Lickilicky considered wild Pokémon? Chapter 15. The inversion of the game. Upon hearing human voices, it became evident that the Abra and the Oddish were not wild Pokémon. Under the trainer and Appos' command, they ceased their assault. A trainer, resembling a middle-aged man and wearing a hat, appeared in the night. Abra, use Poison Sting on the Rattata. Oddish, unleash Seed Bomb on both Rattata and Beedrill. The Abra stood upright, its abdomen adorned with a pattern reminiscent of an angry human face. As it unleashed Poison Sting towards Rattata, Oddish targeted Rattata and Beedrill with its Seed Bomb. A torrent of energy surged towards the targets. These were no ordinary wild Pokémon, but rather powerful creatures, both at level 26. The Pokémon that had previously attacked Jiang Zhe and his companions were now preoccupied with other wild Pokémon, granting a brief respite to Choo-Choo and Charmeleon. Charmeleon, use Ember. Choo-Choo, follow with String Shot. The two ranged attacks surged forth towards the other wild Pokémon. Flames and golden silk erupted together, illuminating the surroundings. Charmeleon's unique ability intensified the fire-type attacks as its health dwindled, casting a radiant glow. Jiang Zhe no longer focused on the battle's dynamics. Against the onslaught from his Pokémon, the wild creatures had no choice but to flee. His attention was drawn instead to the mysteriously appearing trainer, sensing something amiss. In the flickering light, Jiang Zhe discerned the trainer's face. A moment's contemplation revealed a hint of familiarity. He seemed to recall seeing this man earlier that afternoon. After all, the presence of a trainer with two level 26 Pokémon was hardly surprising. Jiang Zhe recalled that when he had first seen this man, he had two companions, all of whom exuded an intimidating aura, their Pokémon impressively strong. They had been adorned with numerous Pokeballs, having just defeated several wild Pokémon, capturing them without hesitation. Given this context, Jiang Zhe speculated about their identities. A Navi young person might assume they were merely capturing Pokémon as any trainer would. But Jiang Zhe was far more astute. The Pokémon world harbored numerous gray market dealings. For instance, in the depths of the secret realms, Pokémon that typically concealed themselves would emerge, making capture exceedingly simple. A genuine trainer would only capture what they needed, whereas some individuals would ensnare wild Pokémon in droves, akin to poaching in a past life, capturing protected species for illicit profit. Such actions not only ravaged the ecological balance, but were expressly forbidden. The same applied to wild Pokémon within secret realms, where unscrupulous individuals would capture them for black market sales, an act that was vehemently condemned across the Pokémon community. Such behavior could provoke wild Pokémon, already in a frenzied state, to become even more aggressive. If the captures were excessive, It could lead to a stampede of wild Pokémon, uniting to attack humans, even those on the periphery of the secret realm. Zhangze surmised that this man and his accomplices were likely engaged in such nefarious activities, and their strength represented the pinnacle of this secret realm's hierarchy. Stronger trainers would not dare venture into such a minuscule secret realm. This consideration troubled Zhangze. The sudden appearance of food capable of attracting wild Pokémon outside their tent, combined with this trainer's presence, raised alarms. Typically, such individuals would not engage in unprofitable endeavors, much less assist in repelling their wild Pokémon attackers. Could it be that this man was coveting their Pokémon? Charmeleon, with its unique appearance. The 3-star Metapod under the scrutiny of the Alliance, and the rare Chansey, exclusively owned by doctors, would fetch a handsome price on the black market. The implications were chilling. All evidence pointed to the fact that this man's intentions were far from innocent. Under the onslaught of Zhangze's Pokémon, the wild creatures were swiftly deterred. Once assured of their safety from wild Pokémon, Tang Yu felt a slight relaxation. However, he remained puzzled about the intentions of the trainer who had aided them, contemplating expressing his gratitude later. Without a hint of caution, he approached the mysterious trainer with a grateful demeanor. This unfamiliar trainer exchanged a knowing glance with Abra and Oddish. Zhangze and Amp. Appo's heart sank. This was not a good sign. Tang Yu, Tang 1, recall Charmeleon and Chansey. Zhangze shouted, but it was too late. The already fatigued Charmeleon was ensnared by Abra, and once caught by this serpent-like Pokémon, the grip would only tighten, leading its prey to suffocate and succumb. Abra would then relish its catch. Chansey, too, fell victim to Oddish's attack. Having the lowest level among them, it was utterly defenseless before Oddish. Hearing the anguished cries of Charmeleon and Chansey, the siblings panicked. What was happening? Meanwhile, Zhangze's expression grew increasingly cold. He detested anyone laying hands on his friends. Choo-choo. Activate Nature and Amp. Appo's power and deliver a brutal swing to Abra and Amp. Appo's abdomen. Upon hearing Zhangze and Amp. Appo's command, the 3-star Metapod hesitated not a moment, radiating a dark green and golden glow. Nature and Appo's power was activated. The Metapod and Appo's overall state surged, delivering a lightning-fast, brutal swing directly to Abra and Appo's abdomen, the most vulnerable spot on a serpentine Pokémon. Previously, when Choo-Choo had only been a level 16 Caterpie, it had executed this finishing move against a pseudo-level 22 Charmander. Today, however, Abra faced a level 19 Metapod. Even though Abra was level 26, a strike to its most fragile area could easily incapacitate it. With the synergy of Nature and Appo's power, the brutal swing enabled Charmeleon to escape Abra's clutches. In the heat of the moment, Tang Yu, unable to process the astounding turn of events, swiftly commanded, Charmeleon, rescue Chansey. Use Ember with all your might. The flames blazed forth once more within the secret realm. Oddish, being a grass type, would suffer double damage from Charmeleon and Appo's Ember, especially as it activated its blaze ability. Under the fiery glow, Oddish's seed bomb was consumed by the flames, and it, too, was rendered incapable of battle, suffering a fate worse than Abra. The unfamiliar trainer, witnessing this turn of events, was thoroughly alarmed. He had not anticipated that his chosen prey would ultimately turn the tables on him. Realizing he had to flee, the trainer turned to escape just as Zhangze and the 3-star Metapod closed in behind him. Faced with the menacing presence of the Metapod, the trainer dared not breathe. He understood that as soon as the Metapod's trainer issued a command, it would attack without hesitation. Trying to escape? What a futile endeavor. After dealing with the immediate threat, Tang Yu and Tang when approached with Charmeleon and Chansey in tow. Chapter 16. The world is a delicate shade of gray. The scene of Zhangze seizing another's Pokémon struck him as entirely unremarkable. After all, in the anime, Ash's Pikachu was perpetually pursued by Team Rocket, yet somehow always managed to thwart their schemes without peril. The trainer encircled by Zhangze and his companions, upon catching a glimpse of their youthful faces, felt a modicum of reassurance. He doubted that these young individuals would pose any real threat to him, especially with two allies at his side. Had it not been for his desire to monopolize their Pokémon, he certainly would not have approached them alone. Should his companions realize his absence, they would undoubtedly venture out in search of him, and at that moment, Jiang Zhe and his friends would find themselves in a dire predicament. Tang Yu and Tang Wen appeared somewhat at a loss in the face of this individual, mirroring his own uncertainty regarding how to handle the situation. However, Jiang Zhe's gaze was chillingly resolute. Insect, use brutal charge. With this command, the Metapod launched itself at the trainer from a dangerously close distance. The human, unable to withstand the force of the assault, was sent soaring over 10 meters into the air, landing in a disheveled heap. Both Tang Yu and Tang Wen were momentarily stunned. Had Jiang Zhe just commanded his Pokémon to inflict harm? This shocking spectacle left an indelible impression on their minds. They turned to observe Jiang Zhe, who remained stoic and expressionless, sending a shiver down their spines. Such actions were beyond what one might expect from individuals of their age. Yet, the young man standing before them displayed no signs of remorse after the act of violence. Instead, he commended the Metapod for its performance, completely unfazed by their astonished glances. This was a classic case of a thief meeting a violent end. Having resolved to act, one must be prepared for retaliation. Today, Jiang Zhe imparted a critical lesson to Tang Yu and Tang Wen. Within the confines of the secret realm, life and death hung by a thread. Much like battles against wild Pokémon. Yet the greatest danger in the wild did not stem from the Pokémon themselves, but rather from the human heart. Jiang Zhe's actions would resonate deeply within them, etching a memory that, years later, would be reflected upon as a testament to his correctness, an understanding forged through numerous trials. The world, indeed, is a beautifully intricate gray, and they could only strive to remain true to themselves amidst the chaos. Once the immediate situation was resolved, Jiang Zhe and Appo's system chimed in. Ding. Host has unlocked the title of primary offender. Reward, 50 points. The harrowing night came to a close with the dawn and Appo's light still shining brightly. After a night filled with turmoil, Jiang Zhe appeared unaffected, while Tang Yu and Tang Wen were visibly shaken. Jiang Zhe, however, did not find their reaction surprising. They needed to acclimatize to the harsh realities of survival in the wild. Ultimately, he took the time to explain the nature of the individual he had dispatched. True to his word, Jiang Zhe retrieved no fewer than 20 Pokeballs from his bag, the majority having been recently acquired from wild Pokémon. Under his explanation, Tang Yu and Tang Wen began to comprehend the necessity of Jiang Zhe's decisive actions. Yet, still being under 20, the revelation that he had 2 accomplices engaged in extensive poaching made them reconsider their stance. Only after Jiang Zhe reassured them did they begin to ease their apprehensions. They felt a mix of admiration and trepidation towards him, ultimately releasing all the wild Pokémon they had captured. This act could be considered a small redemption, though the Abra and Oddish, belonging to the thieving trainer, could not be set free without risking the ire of his associates. With limited resources, Jiang Zhe devised a plan to sell these 2 Pokémon in the black market. Tang Yu and Tang Wen, however, were opposed to this, leaving the spoils entirely to Jiang Zhe. To avoid encountering the thief and Appo's companions again, he carefully charted a route toward the opposite side of the secret realm. In this diminutive secret realm, the highest level Pokémon were only around level 26, making them ideal for the trio's combat endeavors. After spending the better part of the morning traversing in the opposite direction of their previous campsite, they had covered several kilometers, reducing the likelihood of crossing paths with the thief's allies. At that moment, Tang Wen heard the sound of flowing water. In the wild, such sounds often indicate the presence of a stream or river, which typically attract water-type Pokémon. Brother, Jiang Zhe, did you hear that? There's the sound of water nearby. Upon hearing Tang Wen's words, Jiang Zhe and Tang Yu closed their eyes to listen intently to the symphony of nature. Indeed, just a few hundred meters ahead, the sound of a river beckoned. Anticipation surged within them. Previously, they had encountered predominantly grass, bug, and ground-type Pokémon, but they had yet to see any wild water types. After deliberation, the trio decided to venture forth for a closer look, with Charmeleon trailing slightly behind due to fatigue. Before long, they arrived at the river, its clear waters devoid of any visible wild Pokémon, leaving them feeling somewhat disappointed. Well then, I suppose we must take matters into our own hands. Oh no, I forgot to bring a fishing rod. Did either of you bring one? Jiangze inquired. Both Tang Yu and Tang Wen shook their heads. They had not anticipated encountering a river, illustrating their lack of preparation for this environment. Without a fishing rod, Jiangze devised an alternative. Tang Wen, could you spare some bread? He requested. Upon hearing this, Chansey seemed reluctant, as those morsels were its favorite. It positioned itself in front of Tang Wen, signaling her not to part with the bread, which it wished to consume itself. Undeterred, Tang Wen pushed Chansey aside and handed the bread to Jiangze. Is the handsome guy actually asking me for bread? Could it be he has a crush on me? She mused, oblivious to Chansey and Appo's plight. After a few deft maneuvers, Jiangze tore the bread into smaller pieces and scattered them along the riverbank. Is this really going to work? Tang Yu asked, curiosity piqued. Patience, and you shall see, Jiangze replied confidently, true to Chansey's preference. The moment the bread touched the water, bubbles began to rise, indicating the approach of a wild water-type Pokémon. The trio held their breaths, fearful of scaring it away. At this juncture, they remained unaware of the specific water-type Pokémon that would soon emerge. Jiangze harbored hopes of encountering a Froakie, while Chansey glared at the floating bread, eager to discover which creature dared to pilfer its meal. Before long, a Pokémon adorned with a lily pad emerged from the water. Lombra? As the Lombra took a peek above the surface and sampled the bread, it was met with Chansey's resentful gaze. Without hesitation, Lombra unleashed a water gun attack. Chansey, unbothered by the Pokémon that had consumed its bread, did not even attempt to evade. Clearly, this was not the water type that Jiangze wished to capture. Insect, use string shot. At Jiangze's command, the Lombra found itself ensnared by the golden threads of the Metapod's attack, unable to retaliate. Tang Wen couldn't help but think, wow, the handsome guy is here to save me. How cool. With the arrival of Lombra, more water-type Pokémon began to reveal themselves from the river, filling the air with excitement. Chapter 17. As trainers forge ahead, how can Pokémon retreat? Various wild water-type Pokémon emerged from the depths: Mosquito Frog, Magikarp, Swablu, and Crawdaunt. Among others, Jiangze and Tang Yu exchanged knowing smiles, realizing it was time to grind for experience. Meanwhile, Chansey exerted itself vigorously in the battle against the bug Pokémon and Charmeleon, harboring a fiery resentment towards these creatures that threatened its sustenance. If it were not merely a healer, it would have undoubtedly delivered a couple of solid punches. The bug Pokémon and Charmeleon were thoroughly engrossed in their task. Initially timid in the face of water-type adversaries, Charmeleon regained its confidence after several skirmishes. This particular Charmeleon was known for its cautious nature prior to evolution. Possessing a green aptitude, coupled with the robust training from the affluent Tang Yu, it was equally capable of engaging in battles against opposing types, much like the bug Pokémon. Thus, the two began their onslaught against the wild water-type Pokémon. Jiangze was particularly impressed by Tang Yu's strategy. Understanding Charmeleon's apprehensions, he chose opponents that were relatively weaker, such as Magikarp and Tadbulb. This careful selection instilled confidence in Charmeleon, indicating Tang Yu's profound understanding of Pokémon psychology. Simultaneously, Jiangze remained vigilant, seeking a potential second Pokémon amidst the fray. However, after a prolonged battle, he was only faced with commonplace creatures, falling short of the rarities he had glimpsed in the ordinary prize pool previously. Consequently, he refrained from selecting a second Pokémon. As the battle continued, it was the bug Pokémon's first interaction with water types, prompting Jiangze to proceed with caution. True to Tang Yu's assertions, training in the wild often yields invaluable lessons unattainable in urban settings. This explains why trainers frequently venture outdoors once their Pokémon enter their growth phase. Jiangze had also conducted a preliminary study on the distinctions between juvenile, growth, and fully evolved stages. With access to a Pokédex, he found it easier to differentiate these stages, sparing him the need to consult an expert. For Pokémon capable of two evolutions, the juvenile stage typically precedes their first evolution, marking the growth phase thereafter, culminating in the fully evolved stage. There are exceptions. such as those that evolve only once or require specific items for evolution. For instance, starter Pokémon evolve at levels 16 and 36. Though Jiangze alone was privy to the precise levels, while others could only grasp a general idea of evolution. Certain unique creatures, like Jiangze's bug Pokémon, evolve rapidly. Provided sufficient conditions and experience are met, Caterpie evolves into Metapod at level 16 and subsequently into Butterfree at level 20. Jiangze's 3-star Metapod, under his meticulous care, had already reached level 19, poised to evolve into a 3-star Butterfree at any moment. This would mark the pinnacle of Caterpie's journey, ensuring that upon the start of the school term, his Butterfree would stand out as the most splendid Pokémon at Hanshan University, fulfilling the hopes of Principal Han Long. Observing Jiangze's unyielding spirit, Tang Yu felt equally compelled to rise to the challenge. The two engaged in a frenzied experience grind, each fearful of being outdone by the other. Time gradually slipped away, and soon over 2 hours had passed, with more than 10 wild water-type Pokémon defeated by the 3-star Metapod and Charmeleon. Unbeknownst to them, an irate behemoth was advancing in their direction. Suddenly, the river surged ominously, indicating the emergence of a colossal creature. Jiangze and Tang Yu quickly recognized the disturbance, while the battling water types hastily retreated into the depths. Vigilantly, they observed the river, anticipating the arrival of the river and Apos' formidable ruler. Jiangze steeled himself internally. The turbulence intensified, revealing a dark silhouette beneath the surface. With a resounding splash, a dragon-like Pokémon, exceeding 6 meters in length and bearing blue skin, breached the surface. It fixated its menacing gaze upon Charmeleon, which, startled, sought refuge behind its trainer. As Jiangze surmised, the river's dominant creature was none other than the intimidating Gyarados. A quick scan with his Pokédex revealed it to possess a blue aptitude, a formidable level of 25, and the awakened ability Intimidate. No wonder Charmeleon was cowering behind Tang Yu. The Gyarados' intimidating presence was undeniably daunting. Casting a glance at his 3-star Metapod, Jiangze felt reassured that it remained unfazed. Truly, 3-star Pokémon were remarkable. Before they could devise a strategy, a torrent of destructive purple energy surged toward Charmeleon. Instinctively, Jiangze realized it was Hyper Beam. With Charmeleon still trembling in fear, the devastating energy beam was poised to strike Tang Yu, who was, after all, human and could very well lose his life to such an attack. It seemed that the earlier practice sessions with the Magikarps had drawn the ire of this Gyarados, directing its wrath towards Charmeleon. Yet, in this dire moment, Tang Yu exhibited a profound love for his Pokémon, demonstrating an admirable courage. While others might have fled, he opened his arms, attempting to shield Charmeleon from the impending blast. In a later conversation, he affirmed that he would protect the intimidated Charmeleon again, even if given another chance. Bug, quickly, use Fury Attack to accelerate, then employ Harden, Jiangze commanded urgently. The bug Pokémon responded instantly, racing to intercept the incoming Hyper Beam. Fortunately, it had anticipated Jiangze and Apos' orders, utilizing Fury Attack to place itself between Tang Yu, Charmeleon, and the impending onslaught. Though the 3-star Metapod's Harden could withstand much of Gyarados' Hyper Beam, its size proved insufficient against the colossal force. Tang Yu was still caught in the blast, sustaining significant injuries. Witnessing this, Charmeleon's eyes flared with determination. Trainers must advance. How could Pokémon retreat? In that moment, Charmeleon overcame its fear of Gyarados, fueled by anger. With newfound resolve, Charmeleon unleashed its most potent Ember attack towards Gyarados. However, the level 25 foe effortlessly countered with Water Gun, granting Jiangze a fleeting moment to strategize. With little time for contemplation, he issued the most crucial command. Tang Wan, take Chansey and check on your brother. Charmeleon, do you wish to defeat the Gyarados that harmed Tang Yu? If so, heed my commands. Charmeleon nodded earnestly upon hearing Jiangze's words. All right, Bug, Charmeleon, prepare for battle. With trainers pressing forward, how could Pokémon retreat? Instantly, the bug Pokémon and Charmeleon readied themselves with unwavering determination. Jiangze took the reins of the entire battle. Chapter 18. Emergence from the Cocoon. Before him stood a formidable Gyarados, boasting an impressive base stat of 540, embodying the water and flying types. Even seasoned player Zhang felt a twinge of trepidation. It is worth noting that his 3-star Metapod and Charmeleon had just endured over 2 hours of combat. Though they had the healing support of a Chansey, their stamina had been significantly depleted. Additionally, the inherent type disadvantages of Metapod and Charmeleon meant they would suffer double damage from Gyarados and App's attacks, while their own offensive capabilities would be halved. Thus, the upcoming battle promised to be arduous. Zhang steeled himself for the challenge. Gyarados showed no signs of retreat, launching another assault on Charmeleon with a water gun. The powerful jet of water erupted from Gyarados' mouth, hurtling directly towards Charmeleon. In response to this onslaught, Zhang could only defend, lacking any opportunity to retaliate. Metapod, use Harden to shield Charmeleon from this water gun. Zhang commanded. Charmeleon unleashed Dragon Rage. Acting swiftly upon Zhang and App's orders, both Pokémon sprang into action. Metapod positioned itself in front of Charmeleon, executing Harden, while Charmeleon began to charge its energy. But was it truly that simple? Gyarados and App's sheer size dwarfed them, and the battle unfolded by the river, significantly amplifying the effectiveness of its water-type moves. Even if Metapod's Harden could mitigate the damage from the water gun, it was swept away by the force of the attack, which then barreled towards Charmeleon. This interruption hindered Charmeleon's energy buildup, and the impact dealt severe double damage, sending Charmeleon crashing into a tree 10 meters away. The flames on Charmeleon and App's tail flickered ominously, threatening to extinguish. If they vanished, Charmeleon and App's life would be in peril. Zhang found himself in a precarious position. Following that single strike, Charmeleon was on the brink of collapse, its body battered and its fire-type energy waning. Was this the nature of battling wild Pokémon? A contest not only to determine victory, but to stake one's life. In such dire circumstances, trainers often found their resolve tested to its limits. It appeared that Charmeleon could no longer participate in the fight, should Zhang falter again. He would not fare as well as Tangyu. Meanwhile, Gyarados did not relent, gathering a purple beam of energy in its mouth, aiming once more at Charmeleon. Preparing another hyper beam, Gyarados would not grant them a moment's respite. Metapod, channel nature power, and execute body slam. With a decisive command, Zhang unleashed the very technique that had previously allowed Metapod to triumph over Charmeleon in the community arena. But could this move truly alter the course of the battle? Zhang gaze was riveted on Metapod. The instant Metapod accelerated, it captured Gyarados' attention, which seemed to sense a threat and halted its hyper beam. Yet, Gyarados defied expectations. As Metapod closed in for the strike, it dove into the river, causing Metapod's nature power-enhanced body slam to miss its target entirely. Is this how battles were to be fought? Zhang was taken aback as Metapod, deprived of its target, plummeted into the river. This is not good, Zhang thought anxiously. He hurried to the riverbank, desperately searching for Metapod. Suddenly, the water erupted again as Gyarados resurfaced, this time with Metapod clamped tightly in its jaws. Having plunged into the river for the first time, Metapod struggled to acclimate to the aquatic environment. At the moment of its fall, the effects of nature power and Harden dissipated, leaving it vulnerable to Gyarados' bite attack. Gyarados clamped down fiercely, its powerful jaws threatening to pierce through Metapod's body. Zhang felt a rush of panic. He had not anticipated such a formidable challenge. The situation was decidedly unfriendly to them. Tangyu had been incapacitated by the earlier hyper beam and lay in a near-unconscious state, while Tangwen and Chansey could only watch anxiously from the sidelines. And Charmeleon's condition remained uncertain after the water gun attack. Now, with Metapod ensnared in Gyarados' jaws, their chances of survival dwindled. Reflecting on the time spent with Metapod, Zhang felt an overwhelming sense of regret. This predicament was entirely his fault, yet he found himself powerless to alter the outcome. If only he could grow stronger. If only he could evolve Metapod into Butterfree sooner. Zhang lamented internally. Even so, he could only shout in desperation, Metapod, you can do it. Metapod. Despite the tremendous pressure from Gyarados and App's bite held on, its stamina rapidly depleting. If it weren't and Apos, T for its determination, it would have already succumbed to Gyarados and Apos' relentless grip. Yet, the trainers shout ignited memories of their journey together, from the frail beginnings to overcoming formidable foes, all thanks to Jiangze's unwavering support. If it were to lose its fighting spirit now, its master would surely suffer the consequences. With this thought, Metapod's resolve reignited, its eyes blazing with newfound determination. A golden glow of nature power enveloped it once more. As the golden light surged, Jiangze and Apos' heart swelled with hope. He knew that as long as Metapod persisted, there remained a glimmer of possibility. Clinging to that final shred of hope, he shouted, "Metapod, remember your last evolution. I believe in you. You can do it. Evolve into Butterfree." This powerful declaration not only clarified Metapod's focus, but also roused Tangyu from his stupor. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the Metapod trapped in Gyarados' jaws. The support from their trainer and the bonds they shared sparked a revelation in Metapod. On the cusp of level 20, it began to sense the transformative process of its previous evolution, a metamorphosis of its very being. Hearts raced in anticipation, each person rooting for Metapod and Apos' success. Perhaps it was the collective hope and Metapod's awakening that triggered the phenomenon. A brilliant white light emanated from Metapod, gradually intensifying, illuminating the riverbank. Was this the power of bonds? As the light grew brighter, everyone shielded their eyes from the dazzling brilliance. Jiangze's excitement reached a crescendo. Was it finally happening? Butterfree, you can do it, Jiangze shouted, unable to keep his eyes open. Tangyu and Tang Wen were swept up in Jiangze's fervor, both shouting encouragement for Metapod. You can do it, Metapod. Keep going. Even Chansey chimed in, while Charmeleon, despite its injuries, summoned its strength to release a roar of support. Now was the moment to witness Metapod's ultimate evolution. Let it emerge from its cocoon and become Butterfree. Chapter 19. The spectacular evolution of Butterfree as the blinding light dissipated. The crowd opened their eyes. They observed that Gyarados had released the newly transformed Caterpie, which could no longer be referred to as a mere caterpillar. Having undergone a metamorphosis, it had evolved into a butterfly capable of soaring through the skies. Pokémon, Butterfree, qualification, green, level 20, ability, compound eyes, possessing acute compound eyes, significantly enhancing the accuracy of its moves. Hidden ability, none, moves, brutal swing, silver wind, nature power, invincible hardening condition, excellent, base stats, 475, commentary. The ultimate evolution achieved under high-pressure conditions, a true king among butterflies, its appearance surpassing that of other flamboyant Pokémon. If the trainer seeks fame, it is advisable to debut with Butterfree. Only Caterpie understood the arduous transformation it had undergone. Yet it was the companionship and encouragement from Jiangze that truly contributed to this achievement. Jiangze felt a surge of confidence akin to that of a phoenix rising from the ashes as he faced Gyarados once more. Tang Wen gazed at the gracefully flapping wings of Butterfree and exclaimed, "How beautiful!" Indeed, unlike the ordinary Butterfree she had seen countless times on television and mobile videos. The moment she laid eyes on Jiangze's Butterfree, she was utterly captivated by its beauty. This was a 3-star Pokémon. While the previous 3-star Caterpie and Metapod appeared somewhat lowly, the arrival of this 3-star Butterfree was a spectacle that eclipsed even the likes of Chardonnay and Milotic. It possessed an ethereal beauty. While the wings of the ordinary Butterfree were merely black and white, Caterpie's wings were a vibrant kaleidoscope of colors. Its once red eyes transformed into a lovely pink, and its antennae were elongated beyond compare. This 3-star Butterfree, combining both grace and strength, was destined to incite a chorus of admiration from all the women present. However, the battle was far from over. Gyarados, momentarily entranced by the butterfly's beauty, soon regained its composure and unleashed a water gun attack. Before Jiangze could issue a command, Caterpie, having flown for a brief moment, seemed to have grasped the essence of a new world. It did not evade the impending water gun, but instead began to rapidly flap its colorful wings, increasing the pace with each stroke. Every beat of its 7-colored wings was a display of aesthetic physics. It was far from mere showmanship. As the wind whipped through the air, one could witness the vibrant pollen dancing amidst the gusts. Suddenly, a tempest arose, and the surface of the water was disturbed by the resonant frequency of Butterfree and Appo's wings, revealing the muddy riverbed below. What immense power! The grandeur of this display rivaled that of the dazzling competitions Jiang Zhe had witnessed in anime. Yet now it was his own Pokémon executing such mesmerizing moves, nearly bringing him to tears. Learned move, Gale Force, a flying-type move, an enhanced version of Wind, combined with a powerful paralysis powder from the Poison type, creating a cyclone to attack opponents while also enveloping them in a potent paralyzing powder. Commentary: elegant, yet formidable. It possesses the spirit of a tornado capable of devastating a parking lot. It can merely blow wind, yet also paralyze. Learn move, Charm, paralyzing the opponent through its appearance. Commentary: compulsory acquisition of a fairy-type move, Jiang Zhe? This commentary seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? In such circumstances, Jiang Zhe had no time to ponder the implications. Under the influence of this remarkable move, Gyarados and Appo's water gun was rendered ineffective, unable to mount any attack. Instead, the force of the water was blown back, leaving Gyarados bewildered. The backflow of water, combined with the enhanced paralysis powder, obscured Gyarados' vision momentarily, and Jiang Zhe seized the opportunity. Caterpie, utilize nature power and execute Brutal Swing. Brutal Swing had always been Caterpie and Appo's most potent attacking move, a classic clash of strength that never failed to impress Jiang Zhe. Even if Gyarados' vision were to return, the effects of the paralyzing powder would render it immobile for at least 5 minutes. For elite trainers, 5 minutes was more than sufficient to conclude a battle. With the acceleration from its wings, the Brutal Swing was elevated to an entirely new level of power. Finally, with a resounding splash, Gyarados was once again submerged in the river, but this time it was in a state of unconsciousness. Was this truly the 3-star Butterfree? In just 2 moves, it had vanquished the 26-level dominant water-type Pokémon, Gyarados. Following Gyarados and Appo's defeat, tranquility returned to the scene, and Jiang Zhe took a moment to congratulate Caterpie on its victory. Proudly, it raised its antennae, but then seemed to remember something and hurriedly flew over to Chansey, as if inviting it to climb aboard. After a brief exchange, Chansey perched on Caterpie's back, and they soared towards Charmeleon. Jiang Zhe felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had not anticipated Caterpie's strong sense of teamwork. He rushed over to Tang Yu to assess his brother's condition. How is he? The situation is stable for now, just some abrasions. I've applied a simple bandage. Tang Yu replied, struggling to stand. Don and Appo's, worry, I and Appo's, am not that fragile. It and Appo's, a minor issue. Thanks to you, your Pokémon has evolved. If not for it, we might have been in serious trouble. Indeed, both Tang Yu and Tang Wen bore the weight of a traumatic experience, and Jiang Zhe felt the same. It seemed clear that they could no longer afford to remain in one place for experience grinding, as unexpected mini-bosses could emerge at any moment, overwhelming them at their current level as ordinary trainers. They were like untried calves, unafraid of tigers, eager to engage in battle in this mystical realm, especially with a Chansey, an asset only doctors could possess, by their side. Their initial bravado was understandable, yet the harsh lessons of this secret realm would temper their ambitions. Jiang Zhe and Tang Yu would surely approach future encounters with greater caution. However, this experience had already placed them ahead of many other novice trainers who had entered the secret realm alongside them. Many were likely still engaged in battles with ordinary Pokémon at the periphery. In truth, the victory they achieved was not without difficulty, facing the formidable Gyarados. It had simply been overwhelmed by the extraordinary Butterfree, succumbing to the combination of charm and the paralyzing powder. Had another trainer, one knowledgeable about Butterfree's abilities, commanded Gyarados, the outcome might have been quite different. After some light conversation, Tang Yu and Tang Wen began to praise their Butterfree, leaving Jiang Zhe feeling somewhat sheepish. Surely it was acceptable for the affluent to indulge in extravagance, yet for the less fortunate to react so strongly was unnecessary. Was it not? At that moment, Tang Yu seemed to recall something. Wait, where's my Charmeleon? How is it? Take me to see it. Only then did Tang Yu remember his Charmeleon. The group hurried in the direction where Charmeleon had been struck by the water gun. Upon arrival, they found Caterpie and Chansey beside Charmeleon, with Chansey's delicate hands emitting healing waves over its body. However, the situation was not as optimistic as they had hoped. Tang Wen recognized the extent of Chansey's healing abilities. Yet the Pokémon was sweating profusely, indicating significant energy expenditure. Tang Yu grew anxious upon realizing Charmeleon was severely injured. The flame on its tail had diminished to less than a third of its former glory. "Charmeleon, you must hold on," Tang Yu cried out in distress. As Tang Wen, a nursing professional, hurriedly approached to assess the injuries of the fire dinosaur alongside her companion, Jigglypuff, Jiang Zhe could only watch, his heart tightening with concern. However, he found himself powerless at this moment, left to await the treatment results from Tang Wen and Jigglypuff. To avoid disturbing their efforts, Jiang Zhe deliberately restrained Tang Yu, who was about to step forward. Upon Jiang Zhe and Appo's explanation, Tang Yu grasped the wisdom of the adage that excessive concern can lead to chaos. Thus, the two could only anxiously await the outcome. Chapter 20. The disdained Gyarados. Time seemed to stretch interminably for Tang Yu as he anxiously awaited the fate of his Charmeleon. His heart raced with fear after witnessing the intimidation of his Pokémon, yet he boldly positioned himself in front of Charmeleon, attempting to shield it from the devastating attack of Gyarados. This act revealed the profound care Tang Yu held for his Pokémon. He and Jiang Zhe shared a mutual understanding, both being trainers who infused genuine emotions into their Pokémon, unlike others who merely regarded them as cold servants. One could trust that Choo-Choo and Charmeleon would never regret becoming their companions. Suddenly, a thought struck Tang Yu, prompting him to exclaim, "By the way, Jiang Zhe, weren't you planning to capture your second Pokémon? That Gyarados seems quite fitting, don't you think? Have you considered taming it?" In fact, Jiang Zhe had contemplated this possibility as well. If he successfully captured the 26th-level Gyarados, coupled with the system's star enhancement, he could instantly ascend from an ordinary trainer to that of an elite. Moreover, a blue-graded Pokémon, upon enhancement, could potentially reach the formidable status of a green-graded Pokémon, which only the strongest of champions could possess. Previously, Jiang Zhe had studied the system's criteria for evaluating trainer levels in Pokémon. Currently, with his 20-level 3-star Butterfree, he was merely an ordinary trainer. He was aware that the system classified trainers into 5 tiers: novice trainer, ordinary trainer, elite trainer, quasi-champion trainer, and champion-level trainer. These tiers were determined by the Pokémon and Appo's level. To be recognized as a novice trainer, one needed a Pokémon of level 0 to 15. An ordinary trainer required a Pokémon of level 15 to 30. An elite trainer needed a Pokémon of level 30 to 40. A quasi-champion required a Pokémon of level 40 to 55. And a champion-level trainer possessed a Pokémon of level 55 to 65. Each time a new trainer tier was unlocked, the quality of the enhancement tablets in the corresponding star enhancement pool would also elevate, though the required points for exchange would increase accordingly. For instance, the novice tier's Caterpie enhancement tablet could be exchanged for just 10 points, while the ordinary tier's Riolu enhancement tablet, Ralts enhancement tablet, and Snivy enhancement tablet required 20 points each. The Pokémon's known grades included white, green, blue, yellow, cyan, and red, each corresponding to the potential level of enhancement. For example, green-graded Pokémon could reach level 15 to 30, enabling Jiang Zhe to become an ordinary trainer, while the 3-star Butterfree of cyan grade could attain levels up to 55 to 65, indicating a potential path to champion-level status. Naturally, Jiang Zhe's world did not allow for the capture of dozens of Pokémon at will, as it would plunge the entire realm into chaos. Consequently, the leaders of the 5 major alliances convened and unanimously decided that each trainer could possess a maximum of 6 Pokémon. However, exceptionally powerful trainers who made significant contributions could be granted privileges, allowing them to exceed this limit. Yet for Jiang Zhe, such notions still felt distant. Returning to Tang Yu's earlier query, Jiang Zhe indeed believed that Gyarados could serve as his second Pokémon. However, exercising caution, he refreshed the ordinary tier enhancement tablets twice, only to find those for Magikarp instead. This indicated that Pokémon could only be enhanced during their juvenile stages, specifically before their first evolution. While this was a limitation of the system, Jiangze did not view it as a detriment. All things were interdependent. Capturing a high-level Pokémon outright would surely compromise the intimacy fostered through nurturing from infancy. After some contemplation, Jiangze remarked, "Gyarados is far too ferocious. It feels ill-suited for me. Look at Choo-Choo now. It's so stunning it could debut. Wouldn't it seem odd for them to be together?" Jiangze attempted to sidestep the issue, but the earnest Tang Yu was not easily swayed. Gyarados, seemingly hurt, thought, "If you find me unattractive, just say so instead of beating around the bush." While the two conversed, Tang Wen and Chansey approached with somber expressions. The gravity of their demeanor suggested that Charmeleon's condition was dire. "Brother, Charmeleon is in a precarious state. I never anticipated the injuries to be this severe. We may need to cut our expedition short. It must be taken to a Pokémon Center for treatment immediately, or it may require Fire-type energy replenishment. Otherwise, its future development will be significantly impacted," Tang Wen pondered. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, collapsing onto the ground. Tang Wen continued, "Given our current location, we must first exit the secret realm and then reach the nearest Pokémon Center, which will take at least a day. Although Chansey and I can provide care, the time required is still too long. Even if Charmeleon is treated within that time frame, it will likely suffer lingering issues. Brother, what do you think we should do?" This alarming news left them all in a state of disarray, knowing that time was of the essence. Any delay would render Charmeleon's condition even more perilous. Recalling Tang Wen's suggestion of either heading to the hospital or searching for energy sources for Fire-type Pokémon, Jiangze suddenly conceived a bold idea to seek out something that could replenish Fire-type energy. Typically, such items would either be fiery stones or rare fruits. The former was likely non-existent in their current location, as they usually appeared near volcanoes or deep within the Earth's crust. Hence, they could only pin their hopes on the Fire-type fruits. These fruits were exceedingly rare, while they might exist within the secret realm. Locating them would be no easy task. It would be a gamble of fortune. However, if they did manage to find the fruits, Charmeleon would not suffer from delays in treatment affecting its future growth. Jiangze recalled two Fire-type fruits that could be useful, the Chihuahua fruit and the Yin-Yin fruit, both meeting the necessary criteria. But in such a vast area, where could they possibly find them? Tang Yu sighed, "Alas. It's all my fault for not taking better care of Charmeleon. Regardless of what issues may arise in the future, I will never abandon it. Let us head to the nearest Pokémon Center." At that moment, Jiangze, who had been silent for some time, shared his idea with the others to search for the fruits within the secret realm. However, both Tang Yu and Tang Wen were not overly optimistic. Choo-Choo, resting by Jiangze, had been listening intently to their dialogue, also worrying about Charmeleon's injuries. Upon hearing the mention of the two fruits as a Butterfree native to the forest, it possessed an innate sensitivity to scents and was keenly attuned to the distribution of fruits within the secret realm. While the others deliberated, Choo-Choo focused intently, drawing upon its innate abilities to sense the locations of the fruits hidden within the realm. Faced with the pragmatic Tang Yu, Jiangze began to lose hope in finding the fruits. Yet at that moment, Choo-Choo tugged at Jiangze with one of its antennae while pointing towards the opposite bank of the river. Initially, Jiangze was perplexed by Choo-Choo's gesture, but then it pointed towards the weakened Charmeleon. Suddenly, the clever Jiangze seemed to grasp Choo-Choo's intention. Could it be that something on the other side of the river held the key to saving Charmeleon? Chapter 21. The Arrival of Riolu? What? Are you saying that Bada Butterfly mentioned a fruit tree on the opposite bank that can heal fire dinosaurs? Tang Wen exclaimed. Upon hearing Jiangze and Apos' words, Tang Wen and Tang Yu and Apos' eyes brightened, but soon their expressions dimmed again. Indeed, this was merely based on Bada Butterfly and Apos' feelings. They could not confirm that there existed a fruit tree across the river capable of healing fire dinosaurs. Although Jiangze had faith in the bug, Tang Yu and Tang Wen remained somewhat skeptical. Observing their demeanor, Jiangze was not angered. Tang Yu, why don't we trust the bug? It has always had a good relationship with fire dinosaurs and surely does not wish for any harm to come to them. It also carries the essence of the forest within it, flowing through its being since ancient times. Let us trust it just this once. Faced with Jiangze and Amp, Appo's earnest persuasion, Tang Yu and Tang Wen were slightly swayed. They recalled their experiences in the secret realm with Jiangze, during which he had repeatedly turned the tide in critical moments, earning their deep admiration for his character. Thus, they held Jiangze's opinions in high regard. Tang Yu glanced at the weakened fire dinosaur, gritted his teeth, and ultimately decided to trust Jiangze, choosing to search for the healing fruit tree in the secret realm. Perhaps this was the impulsiveness of youth, boldly casting aside any reservations. Seeing Tang Yu and Appo's decision, Tang Wen refrained from further comments. She had long been an ardent fan of Jiangze. With their minds made up, the three swiftly prepared themselves. Jiangze and the bug approached the riverbank to scout a way across, while Tang Yu comforted the fire dinosaur and then placed it back in its Pokeball. Tang Wen busied herself with packing alongside Jigglypuff. Once ready, the trio stood by the river, which stretched a formidable 40 meters wide, with its depth still unknown. Fortunately, with the presence of the three-star Bada butterfly, it could carry one person across at a time. Within minutes, they successfully reached the opposite bank. Jiangze looked kindly at the bug and said, "Now, it's up to you to lead the way." The bug, burdened with this important task, nodded earnestly, and the three began to follow it into the forest on the other side of the river. After walking a short distance, Jiangze noticed that the forest here seemed distinct from that on the previous bank. It appeared that the river delineated the boundaries of this secret realm. As they ventured further, a thick gray mist enveloped the eerie forest, presenting itself as a seemingly natural barrier. Tang Yu recalled having encountered descriptions of such phenomena in previous reports. This mist seems to have a disorienting effect. Have you noticed that we haven't seen any wild Pokémon so far? We might be losing our way, he remarked. Jiangze, reflecting on their path, realized they had not retraced their steps. Looking at the bug leading the way, he pondered if it possessed some ability to counteract the mist effects. However, as they followed the bug, they found no signs of disorientation, indicating that the mist posed no threat to them. Jiangze reassured his companions. "As long as we stick together, we shall not be led astray by this mist. I believe that beyond it lies something rare and valuable. In the secret realm, danger and opportunity are forever intertwined. If we retreat at the first sign of adversity, we shall never become formidable trainers. Fear not. The presence of danger signifies that we are on the right path. The secret realm is all about exploration, and with danger comes reward. There's a strong possibility we will find the healing fruit for the fire dinosaur ahead." Encouraged by Jiangze's words, Tang Yu and Tang Wen cast aside their apprehensions, placing their hopes firmly in the bug. Suddenly, a Pokémon and Appo's cry captured their attention. Riolu. Jiangze recognized the sound, as it seemed familiar, reminiscent of a Pokémon he had heard in a previous mobile game. All three heard it, and the astute Tang Wen quickly deduced which Pokémon it belonged to. "It's Riolu." "Yes, indeed. It seems to be in distress. Should we go and check?" she proposed. Jiangze was taken aback. Riolu was high on his list for a second Pokémon, and he was astonished to encounter one in the secret realm. Understanding Jiangze and Appo's sudden change in expression, Tang Yu realized that Riolu was indeed on Jiangze and Appo's capture list, prompting him to suggest, "Let us go see it." He knew that even if they were searching for the healing fruit, there was no rush. Only a little over an hour had passed, and missing out on a chance to catch a Riolu would be a regrettable loss. Jiangze expressed his gratitude to Tang Yu, then exchanged a glance with the bug, and the three hastened toward the source of the sound. "Look over there." Tang Wen pointed. "Riolu." It cried in pain. They saw that Riolu's left leg was ensnared by the jaws of a creature resembling a giant mouth, which was slowly devouring it. Upon closer inspection, Jiangze recognized it as a fawn cage. Consulting his Pokédex, he noted that this fawn cage was around level 24, while Riolu was only level 13, completely unable to escape its grasp. Watching Riolu struggle, Jiangze decisively commanded the bug to act. To prevent the bug's attack from harming Riolu, he instructed it to use its golden silk breath to blind the fawn cage. The sudden loss of vision forced the fawn cage to release its prey. As it loosened its grip on Riolu, It tore away the silk covering its eyes. The first thing the fawn cage saw upon regaining its sight was the agile 3-star Bada butterfly hovering above. As a grass-type Pokémon, the fawn cage realized that facing a bug and flying-type Pokémon would double the damage it would incur. Recognizing its disadvantage, the fawn cage instinctively began to retreat. Casting a menacing glare at Riolu, who, already injured, cowered in fear and covered its eyes with its hands. The atmosphere around Riolu became unstable, and Jiangze recognized this as the aura of fear emanating from it. Noting that the fawn cage showed no desire to fight, Jiangze chose to ignore it, while Tang Wen approached with Jigglypuff to tend to Riolu. Sensing the presence of unfamiliar beings nearby, Riolu cautiously peered through the gaps in its hands, still wary after its recent ordeal. Fortunately, Tang Wen and Jigglypuff were professionals. Jigglypuff soothed Riolu, while Tang Wen, despite her imposing exterior, was gentle and kind, carefully treating Riolu's wounds. Under their comforting presence, Riolu began to realize they meant no harm. Soon enough, Tang Wen had treated Riolu's injuries. Throughout this process, Jiangze kept a watchful eye on Riolu, who curiously regarded the Bada butterfly that had come to its rescue, fascinated by Jiangze's presence as well. It and Amp, Oppos, "It's all right, Riolu. You just need a few days to recover," Tang Wen reassured. Hearing that Riolu was safe, Jiangze and Tang Yu were filled with joy. "Brother Jiang, I think this Riolu would make an excellent second Pokémon for you. Why not capture it now?" Tang Yu suggested. Jiangze grinned and replied, "That is precisely my intention." Chapter 22. The Challenge of Being a Good Person, Pokémon. Riolu. Potential, Blue. Level, 13. Ability, None. Hidden ability, None. Skill, Metal Claw. Status, Afraid. Base stats, 285. Commentary, Ripple Pokémon. Emanates waves of aura, becoming stronger in moments of fear and sorrow. Jiangze gazed at the freshly bandaged Riolu before him, his fondness for the creature growing by the moment. He retrieved a Pokeball, ready to toss it toward Riolu, confident that in this scenario, Riolu would be an easy catch. However, unbeknownst to Jiangze and his companions, a shadow darted swiftly through the forest, heading directly toward them. Just as the Pokeball was about to strike Riolu, Jiangze's heart raced with excitement. This was his first true capture of a Pokémon, not one bought from a breeding house or obtained secondhand, but a Riolu endowed with aura power. Yet, at the very moment of capture, an unexpected event unfolded. A fleeting shadow swept past, sending Jiangze and Oppos' thrown Pokeball flying with a single kick. The bug Pokémon hurried to retrieve the ball, having cost him a significant sum. What was this? A Lucario? The evolved form of Riolu? Suddenly, a Lucario stood protectively before the injured Riolu, casting a hostile glare at Jiangze and his group. Before Jiangze could process the situation, Lucario launched a fierce punch at Jigglypuff. With a mere level of 16, Jigglypuff stood no chance against the powerful Lucario, instantly sent flying. Realizing the truth, Jiangze understood that this Lucario must be Riolu's mother, perceiving them as villains attempting to harm her child. Reflecting on the aura emitted by Riolu after being glared at by the Fiero, Jiangze pondered whether that very wave had summoned its mother. Indeed, the aura emitted by Riolu had been detected by its mother, who sensed her child's distress. For a mother, the notion of her child being in danger is a harrowing experience. With this realization, Jiangze grasped the situation. However, before he could explain, Lucario, blinded by maternal instinct, unleashed an attack on Butterfree without discerning their intentions. A wave of aura coalesced in Lucario and Oppos' hands, forming an aura sphere aimed at the bug Pokémon. "Watch out, bug!" Jiangze shouted. But Lucario and Oppos' aura sphere was not easily evaded. Possessing the power of aura, it could read the consciousness of its opponent, anticipating their next move. The bug's attempt to dodge was predicted, enabling Lucario to adjust the trajectory of the aura sphere, striking the evasive Pokémon. The force of the attack was formidable, and Lucario showed no mercy, launching a full-force assault. As the clash unfolded, Jiangze quickly consulted his Pokédex, astonished to discover that Lucario was at level 24. Moreover, Lucario showed no signs of halting its onslaught. Struck by the aura sphere, Bug Pokémon found itself momentarily disoriented, allowing Lucario to accelerate and deliver a punishing blow. Its fists glowing like iron, ready to strike again. Oh no, it's using Quick Attack and Metal Claw. Jiangze gasped. He recognized the skills employed by Lucario. At that moment, Bug Pokémon remained unguarded, enduring 2 relentless strikes from Lucario. The tide of battle shifted dramatically as Bug Pokémon was sent crashing to the ground. Just as Lucario prepared for a finishing blow, Jiangze swiftly recalled Bug Pokémon into its Pokeball. Run! Jiangze shouted to Tang Yu and Tang Wen. With that, they fled, relieved that Lucario did not pursue them, its focus remaining on the injured Riolu. Unbeknownst to Lucario, Jiangze and his friends were, in fact, the very individuals who had rescued Riolu. The true threat lay with the Fiero. After a considerable distance, the trio paused to catch their breath, confirming that Lucario had not followed. The somewhat portly Tang Wen, panting, complained, "What does Lucario want? We saved Riolu, yet it attacks us without hesitation." Jiangze and Tang Yu shared her frustration. The most vexed among them was Jiangze, who had nearly captured Riolu before the emergence of Lucario. As Tang Wen spoke, she summoned Jigglypuff from its Pokeball. Thankfully, Jigglypuff had sustained only minor injuries from Lucario and Appo's attack. Jiangze also summoned his Bug Pokémon, now evolved into a Butterfree. Though it was less fortunate than Jigglypuff, having taken the full brunt of Lucario's Aura Sphere and Metal Claw, leaving it quite injured. Jigglypuff quickly began to heal Bug Pokémon. With Jigglypuff's assistance and Bug Pokémon's natural recovery abilities, the situation improved. Though Bug Pokémon wore a look of indignation. It had saved Riolu, so why was Lucario attacking it? Jiangze began explaining. Lucario likely mistook us for the ones who harmed Riolu. After some time, Tang Yu summoned Charmeleon, allowing Jigglypuff to stabilize its condition. It had been over 2 hours since Charmeleon was injured, and Jiangze sighed as he observed the ailing Pokémon. He understood that returning to confront Lucario was not yet an option. They needed to find healing fruits for Charmeleon. This was an urgent matter, compelling Jiangze to set aside his fixation on Riolu for the time being. After running for so long, the group felt hunger pangs and decided to eat before continuing their journey. Charmeleon remained oblivious to the recent events, while Bug Pokémon and Jigglypuff appeared quite dismal. Jiangze and Tang Wen offered encouragement, recognizing that even humans struggle with being wrongly accused, let alone Pokémon. While they were eating, human voices suddenly echoed nearby. "What are you doing here?" A male voice shouted. Hearing human voices and recalling their previous encounter with the thief trainer, the trio grew alert. With Jiangze readying Bug Pokémon for battle, a man and woman approached, accompanied by a Charizard and a Blastoise. Upon seeing these powerful Pokémon, Jiangze felt a wave of despair. Both Charizard and Blastoise were at level 40. If a confrontation ensued, Bug Pokémon might not withstand even a few hits. Even with its natural abilities, Jiangze refrained from acting recklessly, carefully observing the pair. Something seemed amiss. Why would individuals with such formidable Pokémon be present in this secluded area? Surely, there was nothing of value to entice them here. Moreover, their attire was not casual, but rather identical uniforms. With this thought, Jiangze felt a sense of relief, realizing they were likely not adversaries. The man with the Charizard, upon spotting the injured Charmeleon, rushed forward, offering a fruit from his backpack to feed it. Tang Yu, however, remained oblivious to their identities, still harboring some reservations. However, the subsequent words of the 2 humans who appeared deep within this mysterious realm completely dispelled their concerns. Chapter 23. A return to reflect on one's thoughts. This place is exceedingly perilous. It is not meant for individuals like yourselves. And what of that Charmeleon? It has sustained grave injuries. How are you trainers conducting yourselves? The man possessing the Charizard expressed with a tone of reproach. Upon hearing his words, Tang Yu felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, there was no malice in his tone, only an admonishment for not tending to the Charmeleon adequately. A woman accompanying him, who was accompanied by a Blastoise, interjected, "I apologize. His temperament is quite rash and fiery. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yali, and he is Yi Yang. I am Jiangze, and this is my sister, Tang Wen. This Charmeleon is my partner. Is there any way you could assist in its recovery?" Yi Yang retorted with irritation. "Did you think I was poisoning it?" The Charmeleon and Amp, Oppos, S condition stems from a deficiency in fire energy. The berry I just fed it is precisely what it needed for healing. His words struck to the heart of the matter, revealing the nature of the Charmeleon and Oppos' ailment and providing the very remedy they had been seeking. Tang Yu felt a surge of gratitude. It seemed they were not villains after all. Soon enough, the Charmeleon began to regain its vitality. Seeing the improvement, Tang Yu rushed forward to embrace the Charmeleon. "You have me so worried." Yi Yang, who had just been chastising Tang Yu, observed the depth of his bond with the Pokémon and chose to refrain from further criticism. He then turned to Jiangze and inquired, "By the way, what brings you here? This location is hardly suitable for trainers like you. How did you navigate through the fog?" Realizing that they had stumbled into a rather extraordinary situation, Jiangze remained cautious in his response. "We accidentally wandered in. Initially, we intended to leave, but found ourselves unable to do so and encountered numerous wild Pokémon, resulting in our Pokémon getting injured during battles." After hearing Jiangze's account, Yi Yang scrutinized the young trio. Though their explanation was vague, it sufficed. He found himself impressed that they had managed to reach this place. This area, devoid of human presence aside from wild Pokémon, had undergone multiple patrols. "We are researchers dispatched by the Alliance to investigate this secret realm. Rest assured, now that you have crossed paths with us, we shall ensure your safety. You may accompany us." Researchers sent by the Alliance? This piqued Jiangze's curiosity. Could it be that this minuscule secret realm concealed further mysteries? With their identities revealed, Jiangze felt his apprehension dissipate and continued to play the role of the inexperienced trainer. "Thank you so much." The two Alliance investigators then led Jiangze and his companions towards their camp. Upon arrival, the camp indeed bore the insignia of the Summer Alliance, with over 10 tents adorned with their emblem and a newly established temporary research facility ensuring their safety. "Old Yi, who are these 3 children?" a fellow uniformed man inquired. "Professor Li, these children inadvertently wandered into the vicinity. I feared for their safety, so I brought them back," Yi Yang replied. "Very well. This area is indeed dangerous for them. Please make arrangements for their comfort. I have a tent nearby where they can rest," Professor Li instructed. Yi Yang nodded and led the way to the tent, with Jiangze and his companions following closely. As they walked, Jiangze observed the Alliance researchers and their accompanying Pokémon. He was astonished by the prowess of their Pokémon, recalling the wild ones they had encountered earlier. He mused on the formidable strength they possessed within this diminutive realm. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure. "Dragonite. Is that my master and Oppos' Dragonite?" He noticed it standing at the entrance of a tent. Just as he prepared to approach for confirmation, a figure emerged from within the tent. "Master!" Jiangze exclaimed. To his surprise, the trainer with the Dragonite turned out to be none other than his mentor, the principal of Han Mountain University, Han Long. Upon hearing Jiangze's voice, Han Long recognized his disciple. "Jiangze?" he exclaimed, astonished that after such a lengthy separation, their reunion would occur in this secret realm, especially since he had not been informed of his master's presence here. Tang Yu and Tang Wen also recognized Han Long, equally taken aback by this unforeseen encounter. Yi Yang and Yali exchanged bewildered glances. "You two know each other?" Yali asked. Han Long nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, I shall take responsibility for these 3, he stated with a smile. Having surmised the kinds of situations they might encounter in the secret realm, Han Long felt that extensive explanations were unnecessary, having previously discussed Jiangze's intention to explore the secret realm. Encountering a familiar face, there was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. He then led the trio back to his tent. "You 3 have done remarkably well. I am impressed that you managed to reach this area. Now, tell me how you arrived here," Han Long prompted once inside the tent. This question was naturally directed at Jiangze, who felt compelled to recount their entire experience, omitting only the incident involving the thieving trainer. After hearing the trio's tale, Han Long felt a swell of pride. He had not anticipated that his newly acquired apprentice could achieve such feats. However, adhering to his educational principles, he refrained from showering praise and instead admonished them sternly. "Why did you not recall the Charmeleon to its Pokeball when it was intimidated by the Gyarados?" Thankfully, the Metapod evolved into a butter-free, But after defeating the Gyarados, why did you not head straight to the nearest Pokémon Center rather than searching for berries? With your experience, do you truly believe you could locate berries? Hanlong's sharp reprimand left the three with their heads bowed, at a loss for words. Enough, enough. It and Appos. It's fortunate that nothing more serious occurred. You must not act so recklessly in the future, he urged with a mixture of exasperation and concern. Indeed, the secret realm was no trivial matter. Every action taken by a trainer could alter the course of events. Should a grievous mistake occur due to poor judgment, regret would come too late. Hanlong's intentions were rooted in their well-being. By the way, Jiangze, did you not mention your desire to capture a second Pokémon within the secret realm? Did you manage to capture that Gyarados? Hanlong inquired, hopeful for news of Jiangze's success. However, upon seeing Jiangze shake his head, Hanlong felt his blood pressure rise. The last time he had offered Jiangze a Pokémon, he had declined, and now he was passing up the opportunity to capture such a powerful Gyarados? Hanlong began contemplating which neurologist he might consult upon returning. Chapter 24. The Arena Reveals All. Upon hearing Hanlong and Appos' inquiry, Tang Yu and Tang Wen could hardly suppress their laughter. Indeed, Jiangze had the potential to capture the violent carp dragon at that moment. Yet this fellow had the audacity to dismiss others as unattractive? If Hanlong were to uncover this reason, Jiangze would undoubtedly face a session of psychological therapy and an IQ test upon his return. Nevertheless, Hanlong was genuinely concerned for his disciple, and Jiangze could sincerely feel the care his master had for him. My apologies, master, for disappointing you. The truth is, I wanted to capture a Pokémon that is initially weaker. Capturing one that is too strong right away would deprive me of the nurturing experience, which I believe is not beneficial. It would greatly affect the intimacy I could develop with the Pokémon, Jiangze explained. This rationale was somewhat acceptable, and Hanlong decided not to dwell on the matter any further. Jiangze then recounted his encounter with Riolu, which was mistaken as a villain by Riolu's mother. He expressed his strong desire to capture this particular Riolu, and Hanlong discerned his disciple and Appos' intentions. Riolu, you say? I believe I encountered its mother, Lucario, during my previous outing. It would indeed be an excellent choice as your second Pokémon. How about this? Tomorrow, I shall take you to the location where I last saw Lucario, and we shall see if fortune favors us, Hanlong proposed. Upon hearing his master's words, Jiangze felt a renewed sense of hope regarding capturing Riolu. With his master and Dragonite by his side, he believed there was no wild Pokémon in this secret realm that he could not capture. Yet, Hanlong would not directly assist him. The process was still to be determined by Jiangze himself. Thus, he readily agreed. As the hour grew late, the trio followed Hanlong to dinner. During the meal, the other researchers learned of Jiangze and his companion's arrival. In consideration of their safety, the researchers planned to escort them out of the secret realm in 3 days, coinciding with the conclusion of their studies. For the next 3 days, Jiangze and his companions were advised not to trouble the research team. However, given their identities as trainers, the research team would permit them to engage in battle training with wild Pokémon along the camp and Appos' periphery. While dining, Yi Yang mentioned that he would teach Tang Yu some knowledge about Charmeleon over the coming days, which excited Tang Yu, as such insights were not found in textbooks. Tang Wen was equally thrilled, knowing that the research team would surely bring along healing Pokémon, which were already scarce. The prospect of discussing healing Pokémon was endless, and Tang Wen's Chansey got along splendidly with another Chansey. As for Jiangze, he had little to worry about. Hanlong would undoubtedly provide him with special guidance, but the extent of his learning would depend on his own efforts. After dinner, the research team arranged tents for the three of them to rest. Lying in his tent, Jiangze found it difficult to sleep, as thoughts of his master and Appos' promise to help him find Riolu consumed his mind. How exhilarating it would be to possess a Riolu capable of harnessing aura power. Moreover, it could evolve into Lucario, which would be incredibly impressive. At that moment, Jiangze and Appos' mind was filled solely with visions of Riolu. Time passed in the night, and after a meeting at the temporary research facility, Hanlong approached Jiangze and Appos' tent. Jiangze, are you asleep? He called from outside. When Jiangze did not respond, Han Long called again. At that moment, Jiang Zhe was lost in a dream where he was competing with Rio Lu, on the verge of entering the finals. Awoken by Han Long, Jiang Zhe groggily stepped out of the tent. Master, is there something you need? Please come in. The two entered the tent, and Jiang Zhe gradually became alert. Han Long spoke. With only a week until school begins, I realize I have not been able to guide you as much during this time. I feel somewhat remiss. As you observed today, I have been engrossed in researching matters within the secret realm. Please do not hold it against me. Not at all. I am grateful for your arrangement for me to train at the Champion Club, which has greatly accelerated my progress over these past 20 days. Without that, I would not have been capable of reaching this point even in the secret realm, Jiang Zhe replied, and Han Long nodded appreciatively. However, upon our return from the secret realm, you must be prepared for rigorous training. I will schedule special training sessions for you weekly, in addition to your classes. It will be quite demanding, so you must strive to excel. To become an exceptional trainer, one must enhance not only their Pokémon and Oppos' prowess, but also their own development. Until now, you have relied solely on self-teaching, which is to say, a rather haphazard approach. Now that someone is willing to train you specifically, it is an opportunity you should seize wholeheartedly. Jiang Zhe readily agreed. He then learned from Han Long that during the first month of school, all universities in Han Mountain City would host an orientation ceremony for new students. As the name suggests, this orientation would feature a tournament among the new students from the 5 universities in Han Mountain City, a topic that Tang Yu had previously mentioned. Upon entering university, students turn 18, and the transition from high school to university encompasses more than just age and academic standing. It marks the moment when they can register as trainers within the Alliance and acquire their very own Pokémon. Thus, every high school graduate, during the vacation before entering university, aims to obtain their own Pokémon. This explains why Jiang Zhe and Oppos' original self sought to procure a Caterpie through second-hand channels, merely preparing to enter university. In essence, the knowledge acquired before turning 18 was all in preparation for university, where the pressure is exponentially greater than that in Jiang Zhe and Oppos' original world. The competition between colleges, classes, and individuals makes university one of the most arduous periods in life, yet it is also when trainers experience the most significant growth. The upcoming freshman tournament would serve as a battleground for intercollegiate rivalry. From the moment Jiang Zhe chose his university, it was evident that the relationships between the colleges were strained. This competitive atmosphere stemmed from the necessity of vying for resources. Those institutions that rank higher in such competitions are rewarded with greater support from the Alliance, a fact Jiang Zhe had previously heard from Tang Yu. When Jiang Zhe first listened to Tang Yu discuss this matter, he mentally prepared himself. Given his master and Oppos' dedication to nurturing him, he felt a profound sense of responsibility to prove himself worthy of such investment. With the freshman tournament now imminent, Jiang Zhe resolved to strive diligently to secure more resources for Han Mountain University. With unwavering determination, Jiang Zhe gazed intently at Han Long and declared, "Master, trust me. I shall not disappoint you in the freshman tournament 1 month from now." Seeing Jiang Zhe's fervent spirit filled Han Long with pride, though his expression bore a hint of concern. Such emotions weighed heavily on Jiang Zhe, leaving him to wonder if the competition in the upcoming tournament would be exceptionally fierce. Indeed, Han Long had learned that several other universities had attracted remarkably talented students, some even surpassing accomplished second-year students. To avoid discouraging Jiang Zhe, Han Long chose not to disclose this information, thinking it best for him to simply do his utmost. However, through the brief silence, Jiang Zhe sensed something amiss. He understood a fundamental truth. Words could never rival actions. One's bravado before the contest paled in comparison to the revelations that awaited on the battlefield. Chapter 25. This world lacks no geniuses, by the way. Last time you mentioned that the Caterpie had evolved into a Metapod, and now it has transformed into a Butterfree. Have you encountered any issues with Pokémon breeding recently? Han Long replied that he had not discovered any problems in breeding for the time being. Han Long recalled the first time he had seen the Caterpie, which appeared exceptionally unique among its peers. He had previously inquired about this matter. and Jiangze had mentioned that he possessed a unique breeding method when Han Long accepted him as a disciple. He had also stated that he would not ask Jiangze about his breeding techniques in the future. Upon reflection, Han Long was certain that Jiangze must have an extraordinary approach to breeding, allowing him to cultivate such a singular caterpie. Han Long continued, "Once the metapod evolves into Butterfree, it will acquire flying-type skills. We must not neglect the training of flying-type abilities. It hasn't been long since it evolved into Butterfree. Has it? Have you familiarized yourself with its flying-type skills?" Jiangze replied, "So far, it has only learned one move, Gust, and after evolution, it has also acquired Stun Spore." Han Long was pleasantly surprised that it had learned flying-type skills so swiftly. "Come with me, I have time now. I will have Dragonite teach Butterfree a flying-type skill." Flying-type skills? Considering the limited moves that Butterfree currently possessed, the only one capable of delivering substantial damage was Tackle, which, while powerful, was merely a reinforced version of a basic attack and would certainly prove insufficient in later battles. Jiangze was not particularly knowledgeable about Pokémon move learning. The few skills he had were due to his Caterpie and Appo's exceptional talent, with several being learned incidentally during star upgrades or evolution. Since his master had voluntarily offered to assist Butterfree in learning skills, Jiangze was more than eager to accept. The two of them soon arrived just outside the camp. Upon summoning the 3-star Butterfree, even this seasoned trainer, who had roamed Han Mountain City for years, felt a sense of disbelief. It was his first encounter with such a magnificent Butterfree, which seemed to correlate with Jiangze's previously mentioned breeding techniques. However, another thought crossed Han Long and Appo's mind. Was this Caterpie inherently gifted, or was it the result of exceptional nurturing? If it was merely talent, the potential of the subsequent Pokémon he captured would be uncertain. This could only afford Jiangze a slight advantage in the early stages of training. During battles involving multiple Pokémon, such advantages would gradually diminish. In truth, Han Long's concerns were unnecessary. For someone like Jiangze, who possessed the aura of a protagonist, there was no such thing as the strongest Pokémon, only those that were stronger. Yet, he would not disclose matters pertaining to the system. Who would have thought there would be such a beautiful Butterfree? It seems you have been diligently nurturing it, Han Long remarked with admiration. Jiangze felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing this. In truth, he had not devoted much effort to nurturing, attributing the success predominantly to the system. He merely assisted the Caterpie with some massages in his spare time. "Let me first see what moves your Butterfree has. Target Dragonite for your attacks," Dragonite instructed. The Caterpie made a sound indicating its readiness. With this, Jiangze had no reservations. Receiving guidance from a quasi-elite trainer was an opportunity that would surely make Tang Yu envious if he were to learn of it. Soon, the Caterpie was prepared for battle in front of Dragonite. To avoid disappointing his master, Jiangze promptly commanded the Caterpie to utilize its strongest attack move. "Caterpie, use Tackle." With its wings enhancing its speed, the 3-star Butterfree darted forth faster than before, recalling its master and Appo's initial lesson of concentrating power into a single point for the attack. Witnessing the well-executed strike, Han Long felt quite satisfied, though he noted the name sounded rather peculiar. "Dragonite, just block it with your hand," he instructed. With a resounding impact, the 3-star Butterfree collided with Dragonite and Appo's hand, yet Dragonite remained unyielding, for it was a formidable level 55 Dragonite. Even the assault from a 3-star Butterfree was insufficient to breach its defenses. Jiangze did not feel discouraged. He understood that Han Long was merely observing the Caterpie and Appo's moves to provide precise guidance. "Caterpie, use String Shot." After executing Tackle, the Caterpie expelled golden silk from its mouth. Han Long regarded this skill as merely a shinier version of regular silk, easily torn apart by Dragonite. Having witnessed these two moves, Han Long had a fair understanding of the skills Butterfree possessed. Just as Jiangze was about to command the Caterpie to use Hurricane, Han Long interjected. "Let us halt the move testing here. There's no need for Gust or Stun Spore. Besides these moves, it should also have Harden." Jiangze nodded, now awaiting his master's feedback. During this period, he had led the Caterpie to victory against many formidable foes with merely these few moves. To claim his heart was not swelling with pride would be a falsehood. Even he found it hard to believe. He initially anticipated praise from his master. Yet the following remarks offered no accolades, not even a single compliment. Noticing Jiang Ze's confident demeanor, Han Long prepared to deliver a reprimand. Jiang Ze, to be blunt, those two moves you demonstrated were merely tackle and string shot, albeit with rather odd names. While your Butterfree may indeed possess high potential, these are just its most basic moves. Do you intend to rely solely on these moves to secure victories? If so, I must inform you that you will face devastating defeats. Currently, your move repertoire is your Achilles heel. You must engage in more rigorous training. The truth can be bitter. And Han Long's words struck with precision, making Jiang Ze realize the gravity of the situation. Indeed, the skills of the 3-star Butterfree were far too limited, merely foundational. In previous moments of triumph, he had neglected to consider these aspects. However, upon evolving into Butterfree, it was imperative to learn some more formidable techniques. Jiang Ze, the road ahead is long. My strictness is for your future development. Take, for example, the upcoming University Freshman League in a month. With Butterfree's current strength, it may struggle to even enter the top 10. Can you believe that? Not even in the top 10? The weight of those words left Jiang Ze nearly breathless. He had not anticipated such fierce competition upon entering university. But do not be disheartened. There is still a month left to help Butterfree learn additional moves. Becoming a trainer is the most competitive profession, and it is rife with newcomers who may surpass you, possessing better family backgrounds and stronger Pokémon. This world has never lacked geniuses, yet ultimately, only a select few will rise to prominence. Achieving initial success should not lead to arrogance. This has been the downfall of many gifted individuals I have witnessed over the years. Han Long gazed ahead, reflecting on his own past. His words resonated with memories of his youth when he was not the most gifted or diligent student. Many outshone him. However, many of those exceptional talents ultimately stagnated at the elite trainer level due to their initial outstanding performances, leading to arrogance and hubris. The wisdom Han Long imparted stemmed from his own experiences. While many might dismiss such insights as trivial, as time passes and one reflects upon their unfulfilled potential, it becomes too late for regret. After listening to his master, Jiang Ze found the words profoundly insightful. Chapter 26. After absorbing his master's teachings, Jiang Ze knelt on the ground and expressed his gratitude, stating, "Thank you for your guidance, master. I shall forever cherish your words." Originally, Han Long had intended to impart a mere lesson to Jiang Ze, yet he was taken aback by the humility exhibited by his disciple. A great master paired with a diligent apprentice. Both their mindsets began to transform simultaneously. "Rise, my child. As long as you are willing to put in the effort, I will impart all my knowledge to you. I hope you can endure the monotony of the training that lies ahead," Han Long said, extending his hand to help Jiang Ze to his feet. "Do you have any plans for nurturing your Butterfree skills?" Han Long inquired. "Plans?" As a seasoned Pokémon enthusiast in my past life, I immediately recalled the transformation from Metapod to Butterfree. Not only does it gain flying-type abilities, but it can also learn Psychic-type moves afterward. In this world, only humans endowed with Psychic abilities can possess Psychic-type Pokémon, and these skills are incredibly powerful, albeit exceedingly difficult to master. To date, no reports have indicated that Butterfree can learn Psychic-type moves. I believe it is imperative that my Butterfree acquires Psychic abilities. Jiang Ze contemplated, envisioning the potential breakthrough this could represent in the realm of Pokémon research. Reflecting on the previous commentary from the system regarding the passive skill attraction, he pondered whether his 3-star Butterfree might also learn Fairy-type moves. The notion seemed extravagant, as Fairy-type moves are considered the bane of Dragon types. If his Butterfree could indeed master Fairy-type skills, combined with Psychic abilities, it might even possess the strength to triumph over Dragon-type Pokémon. It is well known that Dragon-type Pokémon are the pinnacle of strength in this world, reserved for true champions. Most Dragon types, upon completing their final evolution, can reach demigod status, and those who are well-trained may even contend with level 3 or 2 gods. This is the pinnacle of Pokémon prowess. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Ze felt a surge of inspiration. This research could undoubtedly bring honor to Han Mountain University. Master, do you believe Butterfree and Appo's potential is limited solely to flying type, normal type, grass type, and bug type moves? Jiangze queried. Faced with his disciple and Appo's scholarly question, Han Long, as a quasi-king level trainer, recognized the need to answer with due seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Indeed, according to existing records, this is the case. However, I believe Butterfree's potential extends beyond these confines. Have you noticed the two antennae atop its head? Many presume these are mere vestiges of evolution, but I perceive them as akin to antennas, capable of amplifying Butterfree's intent. I recall that the ability to control psychic energy is a psychic-type skill. Thus, I believe Butterfree can indeed learn such abilities. This audacious hypothesis, coupled with cautious validation, undoubtedly represents the pursuit of truth." Han Long and Appo's curiosity was piqued by Jiangze's assertion. Could it truly be that Butterfree possesses an innate talent for learning psychic-type skills? Typically, only psychic-type Pokémon can wield psychic abilities, and even Han Long had encountered few psychic trainers. In the realm of Han Mountain City, no authority existed on this matter. Given Jiangze's remarkable ability to nurture Butterfree to such a level, Han Long had no doubts regarding the boy's potential. As a forward-thinking mentor of the new era, Han Long firmly believed that one should not impart knowledge they do not fully understand, lest they mislead their students. His philosophy was always ahead of its time, much like his commitment to cultivating all-type Pokémon trainers. Currently, Han Mountain University stands as the sole institution dedicated to developing all-type Pokémon trainers in Han Mountain City. It is possible that single-type trainers are the most straightforward to learn and advance Indiana. However, the prevailing feudal mindset in Han Mountain City has hindered progress. The Alliance's previous encouragement of single-type trainers was merely a response to the nascent development of the trainer profession and teaching facilities. But what of the future? The human world is never devoid of talent. Society evolves daily, and exploration into Pokémon continues to advance. The two largest cities under the Xiahua Alliance have already refined their educational methods for trainers. The pursuit of cultivating genius all-type Pokémon trainers is underway, with other major leagues discreetly nurturing all-type trainers as well. While such endeavors may not be reported, it is believed that single-type trainers will persist. Yet all-type trainers will undoubtedly serve as a ticket to global recognition. Thus, to Han Long, Jiangze's speculation seemed well-founded, and he did not refute the boy's thoughts. Such an enlightened teacher is a rarity, and Jiangze would come to appreciate having such a mentor in the future. This notion is commendable. Presently, humanity's understanding of Pokémon is merely superficial. If you can indeed enable Butterfree to learn psychic-type skills, the entire world will be abuzz. Go forth. I shall always support you, Han Long encouraged. With his master's affirmation and encouragement, Jiangze felt even more resolute in his desire to help his Butterfree acquire psychic-type skills. The Pokémon, listening to their dialogue, seemed contemplative. Although it lacked an understanding of psychic-type skills, it was intrigued by Jiangze's mention of its antennae. However, at this juncture, one must not leap to lofty heights. Directly enabling Butterfree to learn psychic-type skills is a distant goal. One must be grounded. Tonight, I will have Dragonite teach Butterfree the technique for Air Slash. Air Slash? Isn't that a hallmark move of the flying type? It surpasses Brutal Swing and Bug Buzz by several tiers in terms of prowess. Jiangze mused. Considering that his Pokémon had already upgraded Tackle to Brutal Swing, he could only imagine the terrifying power of Air Slash. Butterfree, are you ready to learn Air Slash? Hoo. Butterfree responded enthusiastically, clearly eager to learn new skills. Han Long then instructed Dragonite to demonstrate the Air Slash technique for them. This was a skill executed by the quasi-god level Dragonite, who stood at an impressive level 55. With a swift motion, Dragonite did not require any charge time. As it swept its claws, a powerful gust of air surged forth, cutting through the trees before them with chilling precision. In an instant, dozens of trees were horizontally cleaved apart, showcasing the sheer terror of its might. The cutting surface is remarkably smooth. One could slice fruit without a knife. Han Long explained. To put it simply, Air Slash involves the Pokémon condensing an invisible blade-like air current in midair, and then rapidly directing this current at the opponent. While it sounds straightforward, it is far from an ordinary skill like Tackle, which can be learned through simple repetition. Mastery of Air Slash demands extensive practice. Fortunately, with Dragonite as a mentor, Butterfree would receive valuable guidance. Otherwise, Jiangze would have been at a loss, as merely watching videos would not suffice for true learning. Dragonite then began earnestly instructing Butterfree on the mechanics of Air Slash. Though Jiangze could not comprehend their exchange, he sensed that Butterfree was listening intently. Chapter 27. Let the battle begin. Currently, Jiangze and his bug Pokémon were still in the initial phase of their training, lacking the profound connection shared by the likes of the Ice Dragon and Dragonite. As Dragonite demonstrated several air slashes, Jiangze could only gaze in admiration at the sheer power of the move. Even with the natural power and invincible hardening abilities activated, it was likely bug Pokémon would be swiftly defeated by Dragonite's Air Slash. Such formidable skills left Jiangze envious. As twilight approached, he decided to conclude today's training session and advised bug Pokémon to rest, promising to take it to the place where he had previously encountered Lucario the following morning. The Ice Dragon concurred. Jiangze nodded, while Dragonite offered gentle reminders to his young apprentice, Butterfree. Shortly after, the Ice Dragon and Dragonite departed. Observing the marks left by Dragonite's Air Slash, Jiangze contemplated the technique and Oppo's mechanics. Bug Pokémon, I believe you should concentrate your power in your wings before gathering the air. Let us pause today's training here. Return to your Pokeball to rest, and we shall continue our practice tomorrow. As dawn broke, before the sun fully rose, Jiangze was already awake. Lured by the prospect of encountering Riolu, stepping out of the tent, he inhaled the fresh scent of the forest. Unbeknownst to him, he was not the only early riser. Behind him, exhausted figures of Tang Yu and Tang Wen appeared, panting heavily. What brings you two out here so early with Charmeleon and Chansey? Jiangze inquired. Don't even ask. Remember the owner of the other Chansey from yesterday? She woke us up at the crack of dawn for special training, insisting that even healing Pokémon must not neglect their physical conditioning, Tang Wen lamented. Chansey bore a look of exasperation, and after their complaints, the duo retreated to their tent for some much-needed rest. Observing Tang Yu and Charmeleon, Jiangze noted their disheveled appearance. Charmeleon bore signs of recent battle. Before he could voice his curiosity, Tang Yu interjected, "Don't ask. That Yi Yang is relentless." With that, he too returned to the tent. Jiangze chuckled lightly at their plight, thinking that perhaps a bit of exercise was beneficial after all. He then made his way to his master's tent, waiting patiently. Jiangze held great respect for his mentor. After a short while, the Ice Dragon emerged, spotting Jiangze waiting outside. Unexpectedly, this child exhibits commendable character. The Ice Dragon mused. "Good morning, Master. Have you been waiting long? Let us set out now," the Ice Dragon replied. "Indeed, this is what a disciple should do." "Very well, let us depart." With that, the Ice Dragon led Jiangze swiftly out of the camp. Upon exiting, they summoned Dragonite and Butterfree. With Dragonite's presence, no wild Pokémon dared to approach them, a testament to the awe-inspiring power of formidable Pokémon. Reflecting on the location of his last encounter with Lucario, they soon arrived in the vicinity. Observing the surrounding foliage, Jiangze noted it resembled the environment where he had previously seen Riolu, prompting him to believe they were indeed close. After walking a bit further, a voice resonated in Jiangze's mind. "Human, proceed forward." "Who are you?" Jiangze called out, bewildered. Noticing his reaction, the Ice Dragon furrowed his brow. "What is it?" Jiangze relayed the message he had heard. In this secluded mountain, were there others aside from them? Could it be Lucario? Jiangze exclaimed. It is known that Lucario is among the few Pokémon capable of mental communication with humans, a feat typically reserved for legendary creatures. Lucario possesses the unique ability to engage in mental dialogue through its aura. The Ice Dragon, aware of this fact, confirmed Jiangze's suspicions, and they proceeded in the direction indicated by the voice. After a while, Dragonite halted, alertly gazing ahead. A shadow darted past. Indeed, it was Lucario, exhibiting astonishing speed. Lucario reappeared before Jiangze, though this time, it did not initiate an attack. Upon seeing Lucario, the ice dragon had no intention of participating in the capture. His role was merely to escort Jiangze here. The subsequent actions were entirely up to him. Jiangze surmised that Lucario was already aware of the previous day and Appo's events, but what about Riolu? How would he explain taking its offspring away? In truth, there was no need for Jiangze to articulate anything. Lucario had already grasped his intentions through their mental connection. Considering the mishap from yesterday, Lucario felt a deep sense of guilt towards Jiangze, recognizing him as a savior of Riolu. Had it not been for them, the young Riolu might have fallen victim to the jaws of the fierce predator. With this in mind, Lucario resolved to offer Jiangze an opportunity. Once more, the voice of Lucario echoed in Jiangze's mind. Human, I am aware of your desire to capture Riolu. I have learned of yesterday's incident. Please forgive my actions. Perhaps this is fate. I consent for Riolu to accompany you, but you must prove your worth to protect it. Jiangze was taken aback by the ease of the situation. How do I prove it? He blurted out. Though the ice dragon was unaware of Lucario's mental communication with Jiangze, he could surmise that his apprentice stood a good chance of capturing Riolu. Defeat me with your strongest Pokémon. Only then will I accept you as its trainer, Lucario declared. Very well, Jiangze readily agreed. Bug Pokémon, prepare for battle. We must defeat Lucario. With that, Jiangze's Butterfree quickly readied itself for combat, while Lucario assumed a battle stance. Prior to the clash, Jiangze began simulating Lucario's potential moves in his mind. Having previously scanned Lucario with his Pokédex, he was acutely aware of its skills. Facing a level 24 Lucario, Jiangze felt a considerable weight of pressure, even more so than when battling Tang Yu's Charmeleon in the community arena. Lucario possessed a plethora of powerful skills: Metal Claw, Aura Sphere, Quick Attack, Power-Up Punch, and Double Team, all formidable techniques. Jiangze had witnessed the devastating potential of these abilities firsthand and dared not underestimate them. However, what truly set Lucario apart was its mastery of Aura. The power of Aura allowed it to read the consciousness of humans and Pokémon alike, making it a formidable opponent. To this day, Jiangze had yet to devise a method to counter the ability to read consciousness via Aura. Yet, with battle imminent, Jiangze could only stall for time, as failing to devise a strategy against Aura and Appo's reading would render him unable to defeat Lucario. Luckily, Lucario afforded him the opportunity to strike first, curious to gauge whether this human possessed the capability to capture Riolu. Bug Pokémon, use Invincible Hardening. Do not abandon your defense without my command. Chapter 28. The fierce battle against Lucario. Upon witnessing Bada Butterfly assume a defensive stance, Lucario wasted no time in testing its opponent and Appo's defensive capabilities. It swiftly conjured a wave-guided projectile reminiscent of its previous attack against Bada Butterfly, sending the light blue orb soaring directly towards the seemingly invulnerable creature. In their last encounter, the unsuspecting Bug Pokémon had suffered greatly from this assault, yet this time, the Invincible Hardening proved unwaveringly effective. The wave-guided attack merely grazed the Bug Pokémon, akin to a light massage, yet Jiangze remained perplexed, unable to devise a strategy to counter Lucario's wave-guided perception. He hesitated to command Bug Pokémon to act recklessly. Seeing that the wave-guided projectiles had little effect, Lucario unleashed several more. Despite the lack of substantial damage, the onslaught of attacks was not without its toll. The Bug Pokémon and Appo's stamina was rapidly depleting. Jiangze recognized that this could not continue indefinitely. He began to calm himself, likening the situation to solving a mathematical equation. Understanding the problem was the first step to finding a solution. It was crucial to ascertain whether the wave-guided ability merely anticipated movements or could genuinely perceive the thoughts of its opponent and trainer. This question had a straightforward answer. Jiangze fervently contemplated instructing Bug Pokémon to execute a brutal charge without vocalizing the command, to test if Lucario could detect his intentions. If it exhibited evasive behavior or defensive maneuvers, it would confirm his hypothesis. If not, it would indicate otherwise. Soon enough, the answer materialized. Lucario did not sense Jiangze's thoughts and continued its assault on the hardened bug Pokémon, transitioning from ranged wave-guided projectiles to close-quarter punches. Lucario pressed the attack. Fortunately, bug Pokémon, with its invincible hardening, could withstand the blows. With this newfound insight, Jiangze began to formulate a strategy. He realized that cunning tactics could enable him to triumph over Lucario. Of course, this battle was merely a test for Lucario, and excessive defensiveness might provoke its irritation. Considering this, Jiangze adjusted his attack strategy. Observing Lucario abandon its ranged projectiles in favor of close combat strikes, he sensed an opportunity. At the moment Lucario launched its attack, Jiangze shouted, "Bug Pokémon, ascend to the skies where Lucario cannot reach you." Clearly, bug Pokémon had been awaiting Jiangze's next command, weary of enduring relentless strikes. As bug Pokémon soared into the air, Lucario attempted to retaliate with a wave-guided projectile, but in the blink of an eye, bug Pokémon had evaded its attack range, forcing Lucario to retract its gathered energy. Gazing at the airborne bug Pokémon, Jiangze knew it was time to strike back. "Bug Pokémon, activate Nature and Appo's power," he commanded, urging it to dive down and execute a brutal charge. Upon hearing the command, bug Pokémon promptly complied. Lucario tilted its head back, closing its eyes, seemingly bracing for the impending descent of bug Pokémon. Simultaneously, Lucario and Appo's aura began to shift, emanating an astonishing presence. This was Jiangze's first glimpse of Lucario using this skill. Was it a power-up punch? If so, the potency of Lucario's next strike would be formidable, having honed its punches through the preceding attacks on bug Pokémon's defenses. Now, the two Pokémon were poised for a direct confrontation, neither willing to hold back. It remained to be seen whether bug Pokémon and Appo's Nature and Appo's power-enhanced brutal charge or Lucario and Appo's hardened fists would emerge victorious. Bug Pokémon and Appo's descent was breathtakingly rapid. From a height of 100 meters, in less than 2 seconds, a verdant glow cascaded toward the ground, targeting Lucario. Just as impact seemed imminent, Lucario opened its eyes, unleashing a full-powered enhanced punch. The collision of their forces illustrated a spectacle of elegance and grandeur. Jiangze had believed this decisive strike from bug Pokémon would conclude the battle, but he had underestimated Lucario. Following a resounding explosion, both Pokémon emerged battered, each sustaining varying degrees of injury. Yet the battle was far from over. Jiangze felt he had discovered his trump card. His ultimate move was the Gale Force, a fusion of Wind Gust and the enhanced paralysis powder. Even if Lucario anticipated the Wind Gust, it would certainly not foresee the hidden paralysis powder. With both sides heavily fatigued, any misstep would result in defeat. Lucario could have easily utilized its wave-guided ability to evade bug Pokémon's attack, yet it refrained, perhaps underestimating its opponent. Was Lucario truly so simple to defeat? Certainly not. It sought to conclude the battle swiftly, reserving its ultimate technique, double return. After enduring bug Pokémon's powerful strike, Lucario's subsequent attack would unleash a force double that of the prior nature's power combined with the brutal charge. This was the brilliance of its strategy. The combat continued unabated. Bug Pokémon, execute Gale Force, Jiangze commanded, as Lucario too sprang into action. They both struck simultaneously, and in an instant, the winds whipped around bug Pokémon, uprooting surrounding foliage and sending leaves swirling. Meanwhile, Lucario adeptly dodged the wind while gathering energy, preparing to unleash its double return. The combination of double return and the prior power-up punch had rendered Lucario's fists exceedingly formidable, making this strike potentially decisive. Observing Lucario and Appo's agile movements, Jiangze recognized that bug Pokémon and Appo's enhanced Wind Gust would not inflict substantial damage. Nevertheless, he remained composed. Even if Lucario could evade the damage from the enhanced Wind Gust, it could not escape the effects of the concealed paralysis powder. Jiangze awaited Lucario and Appo's moment of weakness. Bug Pokémon, pull it in. Both Pokémon reached their speed limits, and the human eye struggled to track their movements. Lucario gradually began to feel the effects of the paralysis powder, its body succumbing to its influence. Noticing Lucario and Appo's slight deceleration, Jiangze sensed the powder and Appo's potency. However, a sudden wave of panic washed over him. His bug Pokémon seemed incapable of overcoming Lucario's next move. Even the previous brutal charge had failed to subdue Lucario. What powerful attack could bug Pokémon possibly wield to conclude this conflict? Yesterday, his mentor had mentioned the skill's shortcomings, and today they had manifested in battle. Indeed, even if paralyzed, if Lucario unleashed double return in close quarters, the resulting brutal charge would be insurmountable for bug Pokémon. One misstep led to another. Jiangze felt a chill in his heart. Was he truly destined to be unable to capture Lucario? Chapter 29. Acquiring 2-star Riolu standing by and observing the battle. Hanlong had long perceived Jiangze and Appo's predicament. From the descending strike, he could almost foresee the current outcome. Even if the battle were prolonged, the result would remain largely unchanged. Up close, Lucario's double-edged return and enhanced punches were formidable, while at range, it wielded Aura Sphere. On the other hand, the shortcomings of Jiangze's Pokémon became glaringly evident. This deficiency in skills solidified Jiangze and Appo's resolve. It was clear that nurturing Pokémon was no simple endeavor. He recalled his master's words, that he would be unable to break into the top 10 of the Freshman University League, and now he believed it wholeheartedly. Upon returning, he must ensure that his bug Pokémon learns Air Slash, he thought to himself. Yet, the current situation demanded immediate action. Although Lucario was hindered by paralysis powder, it steadily advanced towards Butterfree. With no alternatives, Jiangze commanded bug Pokémon to continue evading, in hopes of discovering a sliver of opportunity to triumph over Lucario. As the effects of the paralysis powder began to take hold, Jiangze detected a glimmer of hope. With Lucario and Appo's reactions growing sluggish, he realized that his initial strategy had been entirely misguided. Instead of seeking to counter Lucario's anticipated movements, he should have focused on impeding its speed, particularly evident after Lucario was struck by the paralysis powder. For a Pokémon of such nature, immobilizing its legs could render it incapable of evasion or movement. This realization might just be the turning point in the battle. Bug Pokémon used String Shot on Lucario's legs. Hanlong had expected Jiangze's Butterfree to falter, yet he was taken aback by the boy's composure and determination to win. In Hanlong's eyes, even if Jiangze were to lose, it would still be a dignified defeat. But would Jiangze truly succumb? His tenacity had always been his greatest asset. As bug Pokémon unleashed its String Shot towards Lucario, the initial strands were effortlessly dodged by Lucario, utilizing its ability to predict with Aura. But was this truly the end? Under the influence of the paralysis powder, bug Pokémon followed Jiangze's orders, launching successive String Shots. No matter how adept Lucario was at evasion, it could not dodge indefinitely. In the next volley, Lucario and Appo's legs were ensnared by the String Shot. Seizing the opportunity, bug Pokémon managed to exploit Lucario and Appo's vulnerability, momentarily incapacitating it. Observing Lucario struggling against the silk, Jiangze refrained from hastily commanding an attack. Instead, he directed, bug Pokémon, aim for Lucario's eyes with String Shot. The golden silk surged towards Lucario's eyes. Though Lucario attempted to predict the trajectory of the String Shot, its temporary immobility rendered it unable to evade. Bug Pokémon and Appo's String Shot struck true. Lucario, now blinded and bound, found itself in a precarious situation. The tide had turned dramatically. Jiangze and Appo's commands were flawless, and now came the decisive blow. Bug Pokémon, continue using String Shot to immobilize Lucario and Appo's arms. With its vision obscured and legs rendered useless, Lucario became an easy target, ensnared by an abundance of silk. No one could have anticipated such a powerful Lucario would succumb to the simplicity of String Shot. Of course, bug Pokémon's String Shot was no ordinary attack. Its resilience far surpassed that of typical silk, explaining its remarkable effectiveness. Had he truly won? Jiangze could scarcely believe it. This flawless comeback demonstrated to his master the boundless possibilities inherent in Pokémon battles. Ultimately, with Lucario unable to act, the fight concluded. After all, This was merely Lucario testing Jiangze and Amp, Oppo's, abilities, not a life-and-death struggle, so the final blow was unnecessary. Lucario, I have triumphed. It is time to fulfill our promise. Jiangze declared as he commanded Bug Pokémon to retract the string shot. Lucario displayed no resentment, seemingly satisfied with Jiangze's victory. In Jiangze's mind, he heard Lucario's voice, "Follow me." Upon hearing Lucario's words, Jiangze was overwhelmed with excitement. "I am going to capture Riolu." Casting a glance at his master, Hanlong nodded in approval, his face radiating joy for Jiangze. Soon after defeating Lucario, Jiangze followed it to the location where Riolu resided. Seeing Riolu, still wrapped in the bandages that Tangwen had applied the previous day, filled Jiangze with immense happiness. As Riolu spotted Jiangze, a look of delight spread across its face as it stumbled towards him, evidently grateful for the rescue. Lucario did not intervene, instead communicating with Riolu in their own language about Jiangze's intention to take it with him. Shortly thereafter, Lucario conveyed this message to Riolu. Upon hearing this, Riolu gazed at Jiangze with wide eyes, as if questioning, "Do you truly wish to take me with you?" Facing the adorable Riolu, Jiangze spoke earnestly. "Riolu, come with me. I will ensure you become even stronger than your mother. I will never mistreat you. Will you be my Pokémon?" Jiangze's sincere gaze seemed to resonate with Riolu, who then glanced at its mother, Lucario, receiving a reassuring nod in response. This gesture signified to Riolu that it was time to leave the safety of its mother. Every Pokémon must eventually leave their parents' shelter. This is an undeniable law of the wild. With determination in its eyes, Riolu nodded solemnly at Jiangze. Witnessing this, Jiangze promptly threw a Pokeball. Upon making contact, Riolu was captured within, and the ball blinked red several times before ceasing, signifying Jiangze's successful acquisition of Riolu. Beside him, Bug Pokémon rejoiced at their master's second capture. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired Riolu and successfully integrated it into the system." Subsequently, Jiangze summoned Riolu from its Pokeball, bid farewell to Lucario, and continued following his master back to the research camp. After lunch, Hanlong attended to other matters, while Jiangze eagerly returned to his tent, ready to utilize the ordinary trainer's prize pool in hopes of directly acquiring a 3-star Riolu. He opened the ordinary trainer's prize pool. The Riolu evolution stone appeared once more in Jiangze's mind, and he began to refresh the pool feverishly. Since completing Bug Pokemon's evolution to 3 stars, his points had remained stagnant, totaling over 400 now. Each refresh cost 20 points, and so did a Riolu evolution stone. Despite Riolu's rarity in the ordinary trainer's prize pool, after numerous attempts, Jiangze finally gathered 4 Riolu evolution stones. Acquired Riolu evolution stone X4. Status: usable. Remaining points: 140. Seeing this, Jiangze did not rush. He decided to upgrade Riolu to 2 stars first and gradually refresh for the remaining stones later. Come forth. 2-star Riolu. Upon using the stone, Riolu's body began to transform, akin to Bug Pokémon and Oppo's previous evolution. The evolution stone enveloped Riolu in a soft blue glow. Thus, the second 2-star Pokémon was born. Chapter 30. Preparing for university, observing the notable transformation of Riolu, Jiangze felt a surge of excitement within him. The black areas on its legs and torso were adorned with several faint white markings, while its blue tail had deepened in hue, and the claws on its hands were evidently sharper than before. Eagerly, Jiangze activated the Pokédex. Pokémon, Riolu, Qualification, Yellow, Level 18. Ability, Inner Focus, activates inner strength upon flinching, significantly enhancing speed. Hidden ability, None. Skill, Steel Claw. Status, Good. Base stats, 305. Commentary, an evolved Riolu can learn to utilize Aura more swiftly. Oh, it has ascended 5 levels? Has it acquired new abilities? And have its skills evolved like those of Caterpie? Jiangze and Oppo's heart soared with joy, and Riolu, sensing its own changes, scrutinized its new form. To test its newfound capabilities, Riolu threw a punch within the tent, causing the water in the teacup on the table to ripple violently. This simple strike allowed Jiangze to experience the formidable strength of a 2-star Riolu. As a fighting-type Pokémon, it was not only powerful but also strikingly graceful. Given Riolu's current injuries, Jiangze decided against letting it engage in battles or further skill training for the time being. To tend to Caterpie, which had sustained injuries during its earlier battle with Lucario, Jiangze first sought out Tangwen, asking her Jigglypuff for assistance in restoring Caterpie's condition. He also shared the exciting news of his recent capture of Riolu with Tangwen. Upon hearing this, Tangwen appeared even more elated than Jiangze, insisting that he release Riolu for her to see. Reluctantly, Jiangze complied, letting Riolu out of its Pokeball. Upon seeing the Riolu she had previously rescued, Tangwen was filled with warmth, approaching it for a hug. However, she failed to notice the changes that Riolu had undergone after its evolution. The petite Riolu, resembling a small puppy, felt a twinge of fear at Tangwen and Apos' approach and instinctively darted behind Jiangze to evade her embrace. This left Tangwen slightly furrowed, wondering how it could forget her kindness so quickly after assisting it. Jiangze could only explain, perhaps this Riolu is a bit timid. Let and Apos' return, Riolu. With that, he recalled the frightened Riolu back to safety. However, Jiangze was taken aback by Riolu and Apos' timidity, even fearful of Tangwen, whom it had met just the day before. This concern grew within him. If it were to engage in Pokémon battles, would it not be even more exaggerated? Noticing Tangwen's melancholic expression, Jiangze abruptly shifted the subject, asking, by the way, where and Apos' Tangyu? I haven't and Apos' seen him. You mean my brother? After lunch, he was called away by Yi Yang for training. He said he couldn't let his Charmeleon disgrace the dragon family. Jiangze chuckled at the seriousness of Yi Yang. Shortly thereafter, he asked Tangwen to guide him to the training site for Charmeleon. Not long after leaving the camp, Jiangze followed Tangwen to a small stream where Charmeleon was engaged in training. Jiangze couldn't help but think to himself, wow, they're really pushing themselves. Recognizing their dedication, he felt compelled to intensify his own training. Finding an excuse, he led Caterpie to a secluded area, preparing to practice air slash once more. Caterpie, do you remember the air slash that Dragonite taught you yesterday? Caterpie nodded. Good. Remember our technique. First, concentrate power in your wings, then condense the air currents, envisioning them as blades. Afterward, release it. Do you understand? Caterpie reflected on Jiangze and Apos' instructions, recalling Dragonite and Apos' teachings from the previous day, and began attempting to gather air currents in its wings, aiming at a nearby rock. Once prepared, Caterpie swung its wings toward the rock, channeling the concentrated energy. But Jiangze observed that it merely stirred up a breeze without inflicting any damage. Undeterred, Jiangze offered guidance as Caterpie practiced, correcting its mistakes. After an afternoon of training, Caterpie finally grasped a semblance of technique. Although it had yet to achieve the true power of air slash, the energy it generated was sufficient to slice through fruits, albeit still far from the impressive display by Dragonite the previous night. Gradual progress, however, was a positive sign, and Jiangze began to comprehend that becoming a successful trainer was no simple feat previously. He had barely scratched the surface of training, relying solely on the system for nurturing Pokémon, having done almost nothing in terms of genuine cultivation. As his mentor had once stated, this world is never short of talent. Only those who persevere until the end deserve to stand atop the pinnacle of Pokémon trainers. In the ensuing days, apart from training Caterpie's air slash, Jiangze diligently devised plans for nurturing both the 3-star Caterpie and the 2-star Riolu, often staying up until the early hours of the morning. As he immersed himself in these plans, he found himself not only laboring hard, but also filled with anticipation for the future. 3 days later, Jiangze and his companions departed the miniature secret realm alongside the researchers from the Alliance. Their journey had yielded substantial rewards. Jiangze had not only facilitated Caterpie and Apos' evolution, but also acquired his second Pokémon, Riolu, gaining a deeper understanding of what it meant to be a trainer under his mentor's guidance. Tang Yu and Tangwen, too, had made significant strides. Tang Yu had progressed rapidly under Yi Yang and Apos' encouragement, reportedly mastering an exceptionally powerful skill and boasting that he would give Jiang Zhe's Caterpie a run for its money in their next encounter. Meanwhile, Tang Wen had gleaned valuable medical knowledge from another accompanying healthcare professional, insights that would not only serve her well in the years to come. The experiences of these few days had imparted invaluable lessons to the young trainers, enriching their understanding and laying a solid foundation for their future successes. Thus, the adventure within the miniature secret realm came to a triumphant conclusion. Upon returning home, Jiang Zhe contemplated the words his mentor had shared during their farewell. In just 2 days, Han Mountain University would commence, followed by the new Student League a month later. However, prior to this month, Han Long had briefed Jiang Zhe on the study arrangements, preparing him for the academic challenges ahead. The first 10 days of university would involve class placements, familiarizing students with their surroundings and basic Pokémon knowledge. Class assignments would be based on each student and Appos, as Pokémon, as Jiang Zhe possessed two. Han Long had placed him in an advanced class. From the 10th to the 20th day, the focus would shift to theoretical learnings, with courses designed to establish a robust foundation. Unlike high school, every student would have their own Pokémon, thus the knowledge to be acquired would be considerably more extensive. The final 10 days of the new Student League would feature competitions among students from different schools, with the top 50 individuals representing their institutions in the citywide new Student League, an event that would culminate in a total of 250 competitors battling it out. Jiang Zhe felt immense pressure, as Han Long had meticulously outlined goals and tasks for each phase, with dire consequences for failure. Yet, upon accomplishing these objectives, Han Long would reward Jiang Zhe, serving as a form of motivation. In this high-pressure environment, Jiang Zhe remained undaunted. Chapter 31. Biscuits Galore. Annihilate Divine Beasts. To be candid, Jiang Zhe experienced a slight readjustment upon returning to the city from the wilderness. Within the confines of the secret realm, Buggy was outside its Pokeball nearly 80% of the time. However, urban environments imposed greater restrictions, prohibiting the summoning of Pokémon on public transportation or in crowded areas. Early this morning, Jiang Zhe took a bus to the Champion Club, where he held a part-time position. Despite his enrollment in university and his foray into the secret realm, he was still obligated to work to earn a living. He had informed the Champion Club and Appos, as proprietor of his return the previous evening. Due to Jiang Zhe and Appos, as commendable performance as a sparring partner, several members had specifically requested his services during his absence. Jiang Zhe earned 200 for each hour of sparring. Engaging in 2 or 3 sessions a day provided him with a basic livelihood. Brotherly, what esteemed member has requested my presence so early in the morning? Allow me to speculate. Is it the bug-type Beedrill from our previous encounter? Jiang Zhe inquired. Front desk clerk Li shook his head. You should prepare yourself promptly. Coco specifically requested you as her sparring partner today. Coco. I recall sparring with her a fortnight ago, after which she ceased requesting my services. However, her gaze has been rather hostile whenever we meet. Do you think she intends to exact revenge? It is plausible. Therefore, you should brace yourself. I have heard that she has been diligently training her Wooloo to vanquish you for the past 2 weeks, with seemingly remarkable results. Nevertheless, you need not fear. She merely seeks a sparring partner and harbors no ulterior motives. Li and Appos' words assuaged Jiang Zhe and Appos' concerns somewhat. After all, he had indeed offended Coco previously. He knew from experience that one should never underestimate a woman and Appos' capacity for resentment. Recalling his initial battle with Coco, her Wooloo was at level 18 at the time. It should not exceed level 20 now. A daring notion materialized in Jiang Zhe's mind. Even if Wooloo reached level 20, it would still be no match for his 3-star Butterfree. Although the addition of the flying type upon evolution increased its vulnerability to electric type attacks, its enhanced speed would overwhelm Wooloo. Should I allow my level 18 Riolu to try its mettle? Jiang Zhe mused. He had conceived a plan. This Wooloo would serve as an ideal opponent for his 2-star Riolu, with a negligible level disparity. He was confident that his 2-star Riolu would acquit itself admirably. After making preparations, Jiang Zhe led Riolu to an unoccupied sparring room. He had completely overlooked Riolu's seemingly timid disposition. Riolu, accompanying Jiang Zhe to an unfamiliar environment, hesitated to stray more than a meter from Jiangze. Upon entering the sparring room, it clung even closer to Jiangze. This presented a predicament. How would it engage in combat with Wulu? As a precaution, Jiangze guided Riolu around the sparring room, allowing it to familiarize itself with its surroundings. The apprehensive Riolu trailed gingerly behind Jiangze. To alleviate its anxiety, Jiangze also summoned Buggy, hoping that the sight of a friend would assuage its fears. Remarkably, Buggy and Appo's presence had a positive effect. Riolu and Buggy began to frolic in the sparring room. At that moment, the door to the sparring room swung open once more, and Wang Coco entered, accompanied by her Wulu. A level 20 Wulu? It appears considerably stronger than before, Jiangze observed. Wang Coco also noticed the evolved Butterfree in Jiangze and Appo's newly acquired Riolu. However, the sight of Butterfree left her somewhat bewildered. This Pokémon seemed to have progressed at a pace far exceeding Wulu's. It would likely be an insurmountable opponent. Consequently, she redirected her sparring aspirations toward Riolu. Indeed, it was prudent to target the weaker adversary. Little Jiangze, long time no see. I never anticipated that your Metapod would evolve into Butterfree. I heard you ventured into that minuscule secret realm. It seems you have made significant progress. This Riolu appears to be in excellent condition. Did you acquire it in the secret realm? Perhaps it could serve as Wulu's sparring partner. Jiangze nodded. Indeed. I recently acquired this child in the secret realm. It should be capable of serving as Wulu's sparring partner. What do you think, Riolu? Upon turning their gaze toward Riolu, they discovered that it had sought refuge behind Buggy, avoiding even a glance at Wulu. This was an awkward situation. How could they engage in combat? Wang Coco immediately discerned Riolu's unease. As a teacher specializing in Pokémon psychology, she couldn't help but recognize the timid Riolu. It appears your Riolu is exceptionally timid. This is untenable. It will be unable to engage in combat, and may even struggle to survive in human society. Jiangze was equally perplexed. This was an unprecedented situation for him. You cannot simply thrust Riolu into battle. You must first instill confidence in it, Wang Coco continued. At that moment, Jiangze recalled a similar situation encountered by Ash in the anime. A Pokémon was excessively timid and incapable of combat. To assist the Pokémon in overcoming its timidity, Ash intentionally lost battles, allowing the timid Pokémon to emerge victorious and receive rewards. This gradually rectified the Pokémon and Appo's behavioral flaws. Of course, this was not a problem that could be resolved in a day or two. With this in mind, Jiangze returned Riolu to its Pokeball. Coco, could you do me a favor? Jiangze inquired. What favor? To assist Riolu in overcoming its timidity? You have come to the right person. I specialize in Pokémon psychology. Jiangze nodded. Wang Coco naturally agreed. After a moment's contemplation, she said, no problem. However, I have two conditions. I have heard from my brother that you are a student at Hanzhong University. I am, in fact, the advisor of the psychology club at Hanzhong University. You must first join my club. What do you say? For Riolu and Appo's sake, Jiangze readily agreed. My second condition is that you treat me to a hot pot. Is that too much to ask? No problem. Excellent. Subsequently, the two began preparing for Riolu and Appo's timidity-conquering training. Throughout the morning, they summoned their respective Pokémon and commenced practicing their acting skills. As the name implied, acting practice involved deliberately feigning weakness during Riolu's upcoming battles with other Pokémon, allowing Riolu to emerge victorious. Losing was simple, but losing convincingly was not. They spent the entire morning training Buggy, Wulu, and Grovyle until Jiangze deemed their acting skills barely passable. Following Wang Coco's suggestion, Jiangze acquired some bone-shaped biscuits from the Champion Club. Whenever Riolu emerged victorious, Jiangze would use the biscuits to reward it. However, Pokémon-specific biscuits were not inexpensive. Jiangze couldn't simply freeload. The purchase caused him a pang of heartache as he depleted nearly all of his meager savings. However, for Riolu's sake, he was determined to go all out. Now that everything was prepared, they awaited the outcome. Riolu, you must rise to the occasion. Show them. You are not a coward. You are a dog destined to stand on the champion stage. Had he known the extent of Riolu's infatuation with bone-shaped biscuits, he would have undoubtedly purchased cheaper ones. Riolu, Biscuits galore, annihilate divine beasts. Jiangze. Chapter 32. Match fixing, are you ready? Let us have Ruyang take the lead in the first match. Ba Dahu has seen enough, and the forest lizard appears somewhat fierce, Wang Kiki remarked. Jiangze expressed his agreement and summoned Riolu once more. As before, Riolu exhibited a timid demeanor, persistently hiding behind Jiangze. However, upon the appearance of a canister of bone biscuits, Riolu and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed that the canine-shaped Pokémon could not resist the allure of bones. After offering Riolu 2 biscuits, it appeared to relish them, a blissful expression gracing its face. Jiangze reflected on the cost. Indeed, expensive items often live up to their price. Noticing Riolu reaching out for more biscuits, Jiangze realized that the first step of his plan had succeeded. He shook his head and said, "If you want to eat more, you must first agree to do something for me. What do you think?" Riolu gazed longingly at the biscuits in Jiangze and Appo's hand, instinctively nodding. "Great. Now, go and battle Ruyang. If you win, I will continue to provide you with biscuits." Upon hearing Jiangze's words, Riolu glanced at Ruyang. Despite the pink creature and Appo's seemingly harmless appearance, Riolu felt a tinge of fear and hesitated. With determination, Jiangze declared, one can per day." As he uttered these words, he felt a pang of regret. That canister cost $19.98, while his daily training sessions only garnered him $600 at most. This added strain to his already modest finances. Having just tasted the sweetness of the biscuits, Riolu looked from Ruyang to the biscuits in Jiangze and Appo's hand. After a final internal struggle, the allure of the biscuits triumphed. For the biscuits, watching Riolu stride toward the center of the training area, Jiangze felt a twinge of regret and even questioned if his method was too extreme. "Go, Riolu. Win, and you'll earn a can," Jiangze encouraged from behind. Instantly, Riolu was filled with energy, aligning perfectly with the previous narrative. The battle commenced. With a commanding shout, Jiangze exclaimed, "Riolu, use Metal Claw." At that moment, Ruyang remained stationary, while Riolu extended its concealed claws, now gleaming like razor-sharp metal. Unflinchingly, Ruyang faced Riolu's attack. Upon receiving the hit, it commenced its exaggerated performance. "Ruyang!" it cried, contorting its face into an expression of extreme agony before wobbling backward. The battle concluded with Riolu and Appo's victory. Victory in a fixed match earned 1 point. The entire process took less than a minute. Though the system only rewarded 1 point for the win, it was Riolu and Appo's first triumph, and upon hearing the news, its face radiated disbelief. Jiangze continued to encourage, "Riolu, you were magnificent. You won. Truly remarkable." Receiving affirmation from its trainer made Riolu blush slightly. It seemed that Riolu had not detected any flaw in the performance. "Ruyang, are you all right?" Wang Kiki exclaimed, slightly immersed in the drama. "Darn it, this Riolu is too strong. Come forth, forest lizard. Teach Riolu a proper lesson." Seeing the forest lizard again, Riolu appeared less intimidated. Jiangze urged, "Riolu, believe in yourself. Win, and you'll earn 2 cans. 2 cans of biscuits." 2 cans, Riolu pondered, glancing at its own hands and then at the forest lizard, a remarkable aura emerging around it. Is this a new skill, self-motivation? Wang Kiki recognized it immediately. Learned skill, self-motivation, inspires oneself, increases attack, commentary. Timid Riolu can overcome its character flaws through self-encouragement. This was an unexpected delight for Jiangze. It seemed he had finally discovered a way to completely conquer Riolu and Appo's timidity. After employing self-motivation, Riolu was markedly different, its gaze now filled with determination. "Excellent job, Riolu. Strike down the forest lizard with vigor. Use Metal Claw again." The sharp claws lunged at the forest lizard. Thanks to the earlier performance training, the forest lizard, true to expectations, lost the match. Observing such a formidable opponent defeated by its own prowess, Riolu's demeanor transformed entirely. The match concluded with Riolu's victory. Remarkably, there was no need for another round of staged battles. Riolu had conquered its fear of combat. This was largely thanks to Wang Kiki and Appo's assistance throughout the morning. further enhancing Jiang Zhe and Appo's impression of her. Thus, through a morning of relentless effort, not only did Rolu overcome its fear of battle, but it also learned a new skill. Subsequently, in the afternoon, Jiang Zhe earnestly arranged for Chong Chong to accompany Riang in practice, while Riolu observed from the sidelines. Later that evening, as Jiang Zhe exited the champion club, his expression was one of dismay. He looked at the lone can of bone biscuits he had just acquired, realizing that not only had he worked tirelessly that day, but he also owed the club owner 1,300 yuan. What was initially intended as a treat for Wang Kiki at a hot pot restaurant would now need to be postponed. In pursuit of funds, Jiang Zhe recalled the 2 Pokémon he had acquired from the thieving trainer during his expedition. It was time to sell them in the black market. Unsure of the black market and Appo's location, he reached out to Nana, who had shown him kindness at the community coliseum. Upon learning of his intent to visit the black market, Nana readily agreed to accompany him. Before long, they met at the designated location. Nana did not inquire about Jiang Zhe's motives for visiting the black market. He merely mentioned he was there to purchase some items. In a short while, under Nana's guidance, they arrived at the black market, which cleverly concealed itself behind a tavern. The lower levels served as trading areas. Before entering, both donned masks they had prepared in advance. In such places, anyone could appear. And to avoid complications, all wore masks. To their surprise, the market was bustling with activity, offering not only inexpensive Pokeballs, but also a variety of Pokémon of unknown origins. Jiang Zhe realized he had indeed found the right place, and began seeking buyers for the Arbok and Weepinbell he intended to sell. He devised a reason for Nana to wait while he contacted potential buyers. For the relatively well-leveled Arbok and Weepinbell, it didn't take long to find interested buyers. After negotiating a price of 200,000, Jiang Zhe did not hesitate to finalize the deal. Keeping such items for too long would not be prudent. Upon receiving the payment, it appeared that he would no longer have to worry about the training expenses for Chong Chong and Riolu. The funds were sufficient to purchase 100 cans of bone biscuits. However, Jiang Zhe still felt a heavy burden beyond bone biscuits, considering that Chong Chong's evolution into Ba Dahu would slow its progress. He would need to acquire some high-quality food as well. Indeed, becoming a trainer was an expensive endeavor. Jiang Zhe surmised that he would need to seek additional avenues for income. Otherwise, even with the system and Appo's assistance, he would struggle to keep up with training expenses, rendering the system ineffective. Chapter 33. Nana's abduction. How did it go? Were you able to acquire what you desired? Nana inquired. Thank you. I shall treat you to a meal later, Jiang Zhe replied. Splendid. I shall indulge myself, she responded eagerly. As they were departing, Jiang Zhe noticed something intriguing in the black market, a blind box, costing 100,000 each time. Merchants had various Pokeballs contained within the boxes, and the allure lay in the randomness of what one might draw. The proprietor even promised that among the treasures would be coveted Pokémon like Charmander and Bulbasaur. Yet, whether such promises held any truth remained uncertain, although a sizable crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. Jiang Zhe and Nana joined the onlookers. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Zhe. Did he not possess a Pokédex? Could he exploit this tool to discern the Pokémon concealed within the Pokeballs? He quickly validated this audacious idea. Indeed, it was possible. The Pokédex enabled him to see which Pokémon were hidden inside the blind boxes. Upon inspection, Jiang Zhe discovered that most of the contents were common Pokémon such as Rattata, Swablu, Spearow, and Caterpie, with generally low qualifications and some in poor condition. However, among the numerous Pokeballs, he spotted a couple of relatively strong Magikarp and Electrode. To spend 100,000 on a damaged or low-quality Pokémon would be a significant loss, as those with wealth would likely not resort to such blind boxes. Nevertheless, recalling the prices at the Pokémon breeding house, Jiang Zhe noted that a few of the Pokémon were indeed worth the investment. Compared to the 100,000 for a draw here, it would be a bargain, as some even commanded a price of 200,000 at the breeding house. Jiang Zhe sensed a business opportunity. He could utilize the Pokédex to seize advantageous draws for himself, but at present, he had no need, as he already possessed Caterpie and Riolu. However, what if he assisted others in finding valuable draws for a commission? This seemed to be a promising avenue for profit. With this thought, the pressure of financial burdens loomed heavily over Jiang Zhe, compelling him to seek a means of income. After observing for a while longer, Jiang Zhe departed with Nana from the black market, unaware that they had attracted the attention of two shadowy figures. Upon returning home with Nana after their meal, Jiang Zhe felt fatigued. As he prepared to retire for the night, his phone chimed, a message from Nana. Initially, he assumed it to be a simple greeting. However, upon opening the message, he was startled. Two messages appeared. The first contained an image displaying Nana, who had just dined with him, bound and gagged. What had transpired? Why had Nana been kidnapped? And why did the kidnappers send him a message? Surely they should seek a ransom from her family instead. As he read the next message, clarity washed over Jiang Zhe regarding the identity of the kidnappers. Nana, image Nana. Listen here, the Jengar and Oddish you used today are not yours, are they? Be honest about where you got them, or I will end this girl. Jiang Zhe and Appo's expression hardened. Realizing these were accomplices of the thief he had dealt with in the secret realm, regret and fury surged within him. His carelessness had led to Nana and Appo's abduction. I cannot evade this duty, Jiang Zhe thought. Jiang Zhe, where are you? Do not harm her. She knows nothing. If you want something, come for me. After sending the message to Na Chapter 34, the celestial being descends under Jiang Zhe's meticulous planning. The scheme was executed flawlessly. However, they now had to confront the wrath of the robbers. Before them stood two assailants, summoning forth two Pokémon, a Buniri and a Meowth, alongside the previously summoned Centipede King and the hyperactive monkey. Jiang Zhe and Appo's 3-star Butterfree and 2-star Riolu were now faced with the daunting task of fending off the attacks of 4 Pokémon, all of which were of considerable level, approximately around level 25, comparable to the Pokémon of the thief trainer encountered earlier. Initially, Jiang Zhe felt he could contend with just 2 Pokémon, but the prospect of battling for left him feeling despondent. Fortunately, he had alerted his master prior to this encounter, and now his only option was to buy time. It is well known that villains often fall prey to excessive chatter, and these two robbers were no exception. Observing the tide of battle turning in their favor, they remained unworried. You think your Butterfree and Riolu can stand against us? You must be dreaming. Once we deal with you, we'll sell these Pokémon for a handsome profit. How does that sound? Do you genuinely believe victory is assured? What if I have reinforcements? Jiang Zhe retorted with a smile. Reinforcements? Are they capable of defeating us in an instant? The robbers scoffed, commanding their Pokémon to attack Jiang Zhe's Butterfree and Riolu. Jiang Zhe's intent was primarily to stall for time, thus he refrained from ordering his Pokémon to retaliate, instead instructing them to evade at all costs. Seeing that they could not resolve the battle swiftly, the robbers directed the Centipede King to assault Jiang Zhe directly. Witnessing the imminent danger to his master, Butterfree felt compelled to charge forward to absorb the blow, which was precisely what the robbers had anticipated. The two robbers quickly commanded all 4 Pokémon to attack Jiang Zhe and his companion, Nana. Even with Butterfree's invulnerability, being targeted sequentially by 4 Pokémon soon proved to be overwhelming. Jiang Zhe and Appo's heart raced as he watched his beleaguered Butterfree take blow after blow. His only hope now rested on his master. Within a minute, Butterfree would endure at least 4 attacks, while Riolu could only watch helplessly. Time ticked away, and it remained uncertain whether his master would arrive in time or if Butterfree would succumb first. Suddenly, a tempest arose outside the unfinished window, and sensing the ferocity of the wind, Jiang Zhe realized that his master had arrived just in time. Entering the fray, his master rode in on a Dragonite, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Without delay, he commanded Dragonite to engage the 4 Pokémon. A level 55 Dragonite made short work of them, akin to slicing through vegetables. The robbers were left agape, their confidence shattered in less than a minute as Dragonite unleashed its formidable power, instilling fear in everyone present. Is this the might of Dragonite? When will I ever raise such a powerful Pokémon? Jiang Zhe pondered in astonishment. After their Pokémon were swiftly dispatched, the two robbers lost all semblance of bravado. Concurrently, the Alliance's enforcers, previously notified by Jiang Zhe's master, arrived on the scene. Nana, who had been unaware of Jiang Zei's background, was awestruck by the arrival of such a formidable ally, instantly elevating Jiang Zei to a mythical status in her eyes. Thus, with the arrival of his master, both were successfully rescued. Jiang Zei's master showed no further interest in the details, reassured by his disciple's safety, and left the situation in his capable hands as Jiang Zei escorted Nana home. On the way back, Nana looked at Jiang Zei, her face flushed. Jiang Zei, oblivious, asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Should I take you to the hospital?" Nana remained silent, and upon reaching her residence, she finally said, "I'm a bit scared. Could you accompany me upstairs?" While a normal person might have inferred the underlying feelings, Jiang Zei, dense as he was, replied, "Don't worry, everything is fine now. The rest is in the hands of the Alliance enforcers. If you're truly frightened, I can notify them. What do you think?" "Idiot!" Nana exclaimed angrily as she stormed upstairs, evidently frustrated by Jiang Zei and Apos' obliviousness. Upon returning home, Jiang Zei informed his master of his safety before resting. This incident solidified his resolve to never again feel such helplessness in the face of unexpected danger. What he remained unaware of was that this was not merely a kidnapping case. It entangled numerous elements, with Jiang Zei becoming the key to unraveling the source of this criminal activity, inadvertently forging ties with the organization behind the robbers. The next morning, Jiang Zei received a summons to the Alliance and Apos' tribunal to recount the events. Upon arrival, he presented himself as a victim, unleashing a tirade against the two robbers, managing to secure them life sentences without addressing the core of the matter. After all, he had eliminated their accomplices in the secret realm. And if this were to come to light, it would reflect poorly, despite the tribunal and Apos' reluctance to pursue the secret realm incidents. Furthermore, the robbers remained unaware that their associates had been disposed of under Jiang Zei and Apos' command, as Jiang Zei never admitted to such actions. Thus, he cleverly navigated the situation. The tribunal officials, upon recognizing Jiang Zei as a student, were lenient, especially after discovering the robbers and Apos' history of stealing wild Pokémon, which earned Jiang Zei commendations. From the captain of the tribunal, Jiang Zei learned that these two were not merely petty thieves. They were likely part of a broader organization. Despite rigorous questioning, the robbers remained tight-lipped, leading the captain, seasoned in combating crime, to conclude that they were backed by a systematically trained group. However, such matters fell to the tribunal, leaving Jiang Zei only concerned about a potential public commendation. Yet, considering the possibility of an organization lurking in the shadows, the captain decided to keep the accolades private for Jiang Zei's safety. Jiang Zei had no objections to this course of action. After spending nearly a full day addressing these issues at the tribunal, Jiang Zei was informed by the captain, Lin Jintian, who provided his contact information for any future inquiries, and expressed a desire for Jiang Zei's cooperation should the case develop further. Jiang Zei readily agreed. Thus, the incident with the robbers came to a satisfactory conclusion, and with Jiang Zei's resilient spirit, he did not dwell on it. However, his mind was preoccupied with another matter, the impending start of school. After years away from academia, he felt a mix of anticipation about what awaited him, while he found more excitement in exploring the world than in studying. This was Pokémon University, the place to become a Pokémon trainer, and he could hardly contain his eagerness. Chapter 35. University Report. Classmate. Which class are you in? May I have your contact information? Classmate. Do you know how to get to the teaching building? Classmate. Are you free for lunch together? The campus buzzed with excitement as the new semester commenced. The handsome Jiang Zei, upon entering the school, was immediately approached by a flurry of youthful girls eager to engage him in conversation. This prompted a wave of envy among his male peers, who inwardly scolded this charming figure. A kind senior led Jiang Zei to his class 1 of the freshman year. Upon entering the classroom, Jiang Zei's appearance became the focal point for all. However, he felt somewhat resigned, wishing to interact with his classmates as an ordinary individual. His mentor, Han Long, had previously advised him not to disclose his identity as Han Long and Apos' disciple during his freshman year, urging him to maintain a low profile and focus on his studies. Yet, the gazes of all the female students were fixated on Jiang Zei, with one audaciously inviting him to sit beside her. Oblivious to the attention, Jiang Ze casually took a seat elsewhere. In the university, aside from third and fourth year students, no one was permitted to summon their Pokémon within the classroom or other indoor locations. They could only release them during outdoor classes. This policy aimed to prevent first and second year students from mismanaging their Pokémon and causing unnecessary trouble. Thus, Jiang Ze was compelled to keep his bug Pokémon and Riolu in their Pokeballs. As he pondered what he would learn on his first day, a middle-aged male teacher entered, indicating the arrival of their instructor. Instantly, all the new students fell silent. The teacher scanned the classroom, his gaze lingering on Jiang Ze for several seconds. Jiang Ze thought to himself, could it be that he and Appos is looking at me for some particular reason? He surmised that he might be facing the daunting task of writing a 10,000-word essay. The teacher's prolonged gaze was due to Han Long having previously informed him about certain students in the class, with Jiang Ze being the most noteworthy. Subsequently, the teacher introduced himself as Mr. Huang, who had been a faculty member at Hanzhong University for many years and was among the finest mentors. Many students with advantageous backgrounds sought to join his class, making it a prestigious one. Mr. Huang then outlined the classroom rules, the month-end schedule, and the upcoming freshman competition, all of which Jiang Ze was already aware of. What remained uncertain for him was his ranking within the class. After all, Han Long had mentioned that, at his current level, he might struggle to make it into the top 10 of the freshman competition. Since then, Jiang Ze had not significantly improved his training with his bug Pokémon and Riolu, causing him to feel a sense of pressure. Once Mr. Huang completed his explanation, he took the students outside to better assess their Pokémon training progress. The freshmen eagerly released their Pokémon from their Pokeballs. A dazzling array of Pokémon appeared before Jiang Ze, leading him to muse about the wealth of talent in his class. As a distinguished class, each student's Pokémon was of remarkable caliber. The most eye-catching were the evolved Monferno, a stunning Curlia, and a mighty Herdier. Naturally, Jiang Ze's bug Pokémon and Riolu also held their ground, as he was the only trainer in class with 2 Pokémon. The bug Pokémon's vibrant appearance and agile movements earned it the title of the most striking in the class, while Riolu's adorable features and rarity garnered significant attention. Now, thanks to Jiang Ze's daily investment in a can of treats for Riolu, it had become bolder around strangers, shedding its earlier timidity. The standout freshman had been highlighted by Han Long to Mr. Huang for special attention. In Hanzhong City, being a freshman with such formidable Pokémon positioned them as noteworthy individuals, even in other universities and Appos, prestigious classes. Jiang Ze, captivated by the multitude of Pokémon, diligently examined them with his Pokédex. The first, Monferno, matched his bug Pokémon at level 20 with commendable talent and powerful skills such as Ember, Quick Attack, Flamethrower, and Flame Wheel, making it a formidable opponent. The owner of Curlia, a beautiful and demure girl, boasted the highest level Pokémon in the class at level 23, showcasing considerable strength. The final contender capable of challenging Jiang Ze was the Herdier, a Pokémon exclusive to league judges or their relatives, akin to Tang Wen's Chansey, which was heavily regulated by the league. As a judge's signature Pokémon, it possessed immense power, establishing itself as the strongest among the trio. After analyzing their Pokémon, Jiang Ze began to grasp the truth in his mentor's previous words. Each of these Pokémon had the potential to defeat his bug Pokémon. Furthermore, given that Hanzhong University consistently ranked at the bottom among 5 universities, he questioned the prowess of students in prestigious classes at other institutions. How much stronger might they be? For his bug Pokémon, which had yet to master Air Slash, there was a considerable gap in offensive capabilities. As the students summoned their Pokémon, they introduced themselves. The trainer with Monferno was named Peng Jian, while the owner of Curlia was Zhu Xiaojun. The Herdier's trainer was Lin Tian. After observing the Pokémon, Mr. Huang gained a preliminary understanding of the students' strengths, leading to the class monitor election. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Ze and his 3 peers were the prime candidates for the position. Although Jiang Ze had no desire to assume the role of class monitor, preferring to concentrate on his studies, he recognized a particularly suitable candidate in himself, though he wondered if others would agree. Mr. Huang has stated this. I trust none of you oppose? Naturally, the freshman acquiesced, especially since Jiangze was the only student with 2 Pokémon, indicating his unique qualifications. However, just as Mr. Huang was about to finalize his decision, Peng Jian stood up, declaring, "Sir, I disagree. Why should he be class monitor? I am equally capable. What makes him superior to me?" Peng Jian, the trainer of Monferno, glared at Jiangze with hostility. Jiangze felt bewildered. He hadn't oppose. He done anything to provoke this animosity. "Sir, if he must be class monitor, I want to see his strength. He must defeat my Monferno to earn that right." Unexpectedly, Peng Jian's competitive spirit mirrored that of his Monferno, inciting the other freshmen to rally behind him. Mr. Huang, aware of the principal's instructions to cultivate these students as key competitors for the upcoming freshman competition, saw no reason to decline. "Very well. Since you are unwilling, let us determine the class monitor through a Pokémon battle. Jiangze, are you up for it?" "Absolutely." Chapter 36. The contest for class monitor. This teacher is indeed formidable. Perhaps it is a first in the history of Hanzhong University for freshmen to engage in Pokémon battles on their very first day. It is worth noting that some newcomers, over the course of the previous month as holiday, struggled even to achieve basic evolutions for their Pokémon. In contrast, Jiangze and Peng Jian have already mastered the art of commanding their Pokémon in battle. Before long, Teacher Huang led the students to the school and Appos' battleground, where third-year instructors were conducting battle training with their students. Upon noticing the presence of first-year students in the battle area, they were left utterly bewildered. "Teacher Huang, didn't you transfer to the first-year classes? How could you be here on the very first day of school? This surely breaches protocol." One of the third-year teachers remarked sarcastically. "Mind your own business. If you have an issue, take it up with the principal," retorted Teacher Huang. It appeared that there was no love lost between her and the third-year instructor, as their exchange hinted at underlying competition. "I'm curious to see what you're up to," the third-year teacher said, likely anticipating a spectacle, for in his eyes, how could first-year students possibly command their Pokémon in battle? Surely, that would be an endeavor for at least half a month down the line. Ignoring the taunts of the third-year instructor, Jiangze and Peng Jian approached the battle area under the watchful eyes of their classmates. "Jiangze, are you planning to use Butterfree? Or perhaps Riolu? Why not send them both in? I fear you may suffer an embarrassing defeat otherwise," Peng Jian taunted. Jiangze was perplexed by the hostility directed at him, yet with so many peers present, he was determined not to lose face. After some deliberation, he decided to send Butterfree into the fray, despite the type disadvantage. He felt a pang of compassion knowing that Riolu had only one move and had previously participated in exhibition matches. "Butterfree will suffice for you," Jiangze declared. As the referee, Teacher Huang felt a surge of excitement. The rules were simple. The battle would conclude when one side's Pokémon could no longer fight. Following the customary procedure, Jiangze assessed his opponent's strength. Although both Pokémon were of equal level, lacking the significant level disparity that had existed in his previous battle against the cautious Charmander, the situation was different now. In this instance, Infernape, as a powerful fire-type attacker, possessed far superior fire-based moves compared to Charmander, which had only known Ember. The fiery onslaught of Infernape, with moves like Flamethrower and Fire Spin, far surpassed Ember in both power and versatility. If Butterfree were not careful, it could easily face defeat. With the battle underway, Teacher Huang called out, "Begin." As anticipated, Peng Jian commanded Infernape to strike first. "Infernape, use Flamethrower." True to his nature, he launched the assault without hesitation. Butterfree, evade and unleash Gust. Fiery red flames erupted from Infernape's mouth, a torrent of heat several times more potent than Ember, both precise and swift. However, Butterfree and Appos' speed was exceptional, evading the oncoming flames with ease. As the intensity of Infernape's flamethrower waned, Jiangze seized the opportunity. Now, Gust. Having reached a safe distance, Butterfree flapped its wings vigorously, summoning a tempest that not only stirred the air but also scattered a cloud of paralyzing powder. As one of the standout freshmen, Peng Jian's Infernape was formidable enough to challenge even second- or third-year Pokémon. His confidence stemmed from extensive research into Pokémon battles. He quickly sensed something amiss with Jiangze and Appos, S. Butterfree. It seemed unlike any ordinary specimen. The gusts of wind released by Butterfree sparkled with faint glimmers, leading him to suspect the involvement of powder. Typically, such powder does not appear without reason. Peng Jian had studied grass and bug types. And while these Pokémon were not a significant threat to Infernape, he was wary of the hazardous powders they could unleash, namely, paralysis powder and poison powder. To him, these were the only moves capable of turning the tide against his powerful attacker. Thus, he remained vigilant, keeping a close eye on Butterfree throughout the match. Infernape, use Ember. Avoid the powder in the air, he instructed. His command drew the attention of Teacher Huang and the other students, as even Huang had not noticed the paralyzing powder in the wind. Jiangze was equally astonished. It seemed Peng Jian truly possessed some skill. In accordance with Peng Jian's direction, Infernape successfully incinerated the paralyzing powder lingering in the air. The two forces continued to clash. However, it was evident that Butterfree's gust was consuming more energy, while Infernape, benefiting from its blazeability, found its ember growing in strength. If this continued, Jiangze would be at a disadvantage. To conserve energy, he commanded Butterfree to cease its gust. Seeing the hazardous powder dissipate, Peng Jian swiftly instructed Infernape to use Mach Punch. A surge of blue energy enveloped Infernape and Appos' fist as it charged toward Butterfree. A head-on clash? Truth be told, if it came to a direct confrontation, Butterfree and Appos' brutal swing had proven itself against many foes. Butterfree, use Brutal Swing. Just as the two moves were about to collide, Peng Jian abruptly altered his strategy. Infernape, close in and use Fire Spin. Suddenly, Infernape was enveloped in flames, spinning at high speed. The force of the spinning attack, combined with the searing flames, echoed the final assault of a 3-star Caterpie against a Charmander, its power seemingly no less formidable than the earlier confrontation. Faced with this unexpected maneuver, Jiangze found himself unable to adjust. After all, Butterfree's only close-range move apart from Brutal Swing was Protect. If he attempted to absorb the attack with Protect, he doubted it would fully withstand Infernape's Fire Spin. Moreover, even if Protect did mitigate the damage, it would allow Infernape to engage in close combat. With the inherent advantage of flight, Butterfree would inevitably find itself at a disadvantage if Infernape closed in. As the two forces were on the verge of collision, Jiangze clung to a glimmer of hope and shouted, Butterfree, activate nature power. Though Teacher Huang, serving as the referee, was unfamiliar with the skill Jiangze had just invoked, his years of experience and education led him to deduce that if Jiangze had no backup plan, Infernape would surely prevail in the impending clash. Chapter 37, Double Air Slash. In the past, Ash triumphed in the Alliance Tournament semifinals with his formidable Infernape, defeating his rival Shinji and ultimately overcoming the legendary Pokémon Darkrai. Jiangze harbored no doubts about the prowess of the Infernape lineage, as evidenced by its devastating fire-type abilities on display during the battle. Paired with an unusual trainer like Peng Jian, the contest for class president was indeed unpredictable. The relentless offensive from Jiangze and Peng Jian's Pokémon even drew the admiration of a senior teacher observing from a distance. Are these really freshmen? These two are incredibly formidable, possessing strength that rivals their senior classmates. As Jiangze shouted the command for nature power, the bug Pokémon, after numerous battles, demonstrated remarkable coordination. Even while executing Brutal Swing, it successfully grasped the skill of nature power. The effect of nature power was undeniable, as the collision of emerald green light and crimson flames captivated all spectators. Everyone and Appos' eyes widened in disbelief at the astonishing power exhibited by these two freshman Pokémon. The force of the clash was so intense that it halted the ongoing battles in the vicinity, drawing attention to this particular showdown. With physical and special attacks at play, the outcome remained uncertain. The ground beneath them was torn asunder, enveloped in a cloud of dust that shrouded the bug Pokémon and Infernape. The true extent of their powers had yet to be revealed, but it was clear that their capabilities were among the highest of this year and Appos' freshmen at Hansan University. Even Zhu Xiaowan and Appos' Curlia and Lin Tian and Appos' Herdier showed a noticeable disparity, a difference not to be underestimated. In combat, Evenly matched opponents often find victory through the smallest details. As astute trainers gradually amplify their advantages, akin to a snowball effect, knowledge they would acquire in their studies to come. This Pokémon duel between Jiang Zhe and Peng Jian was not merely a contest for class president. It would establish the hierarchy among the first-year students. At last, the dust settled, revealing Infernape and the bug Pokémon to the crowd once more, while Jiang Zhe and Peng Jian felt the weight of tension. A brief assessment of their Pokémon and Oppos, as conditions showed that Infernape bore minor injuries, while the bug Pokémon exhibited signs of burns, indicating that both had felt the force of their opponent. However, the battle was far from over. Initially, Teacher Huang intended to call off the match after this exchange, but witnessing the extraordinary abilities of their Pokémon sparked his curiosity to see just how far the Butterfree and Infernape could push their limits. Positioned within Infernape and Oppos' striking range, Peng Jian decisively commanded Infernape, "Use Flamethrower." This time, the Flamethrower unleashed a greater intensity than before, suggesting that the fiery effects had come into play. The scene felt reminiscent of Charizard and Oppos' final Fire Blast, yet this was far more potent. How would Jiang Zhe extricate himself from this predicament? The proximity left no room for evasion, even if he attempted to soar into the air with agility. The brief moment of respite would be sufficient for Infernape to strike the bug Pokémon. Resolute, Jiang Zhe directed the bug Pokémon to employ Invincible Harden. Witnessing Butterfree utilize this defensive skill, Peng Jian couldn't help but chuckle. Flamethrower not only inflicted damage but also carried a burning effect. Although the bug Pokémon withstood the assault thanks to Invincible Harden, the expression of pain on its face indicated that the defense against special attacks was far from optimal, particularly under type disadvantage. Recalling his previous experience battling against type disadvantages, Jiang Zhe wondered if the bug Pokémon could turn the tide this time. Fortunately, Butterfree managed to create some distance, but the additional hit had taken its toll. After gaining space, a counterattack was essential, otherwise, mere evasion would not secure victory. Currently, the bug Pokémon had only Wind Surge as a ranged attack, with the Silk Spitting skill sealed by Jiang Zhe during the battle. As it would be futile against the flames, and conserving energy was paramount, the bug Pokémon and Oppos' state was precarious. Those who have suffered burns know that the initial sharp pain is followed by a tormenting sensation. Was defeat imminent? Jiang Zhe refused to accept this fate. In such dire circumstances, the trainer's mindset is crucial. If a Pokémon succumbs to adversity and the trainer relinquishes hope, defeat becomes inevitable. The battle would not conclude here. Even with distance established, they had only a fleeting moment to catch their breath. Infernape unleashed another fire wheel towards Butterfree. This was their final opportunity. It was either a gamble for victory or a bitter resignation to second place. Firm in his resolve, Jiang Zhe chose to place all his hopes on the bug Pokémon. Even if Invincible Harden allowed it to withstand the impending strike or it managed to evade, it would subsequently lose its combat effectiveness against Infernape. Thus, he decided to pour all his energy into this last stand. Bug Pokémon, use Air Slash. This was Jiang Zhe and Oppos' ultimate wager, placing his hopes entirely on the still unrefined Air Slash. When Jiang Zhe called for the move, Teacher Huang was taken aback. Not anticipating that Butterfree possessed such a powerful skill, he had assumed Jiang Zhe was on the verge of defeat, but if Butterfree executed Air Slash, the outcome of the battle would indeed be uncertain. Peng Jian was equally surprised, having heard of Air Slash's reputation as a formidable flying-type move. Yet, at this stage of the competition, hesitation could cost them the victory. Infernape, give it your all and finish off Butterfree in one decisive blow. Butterfree, you can do it. I believe in you, Jiang Zhe shouted, urging it to unleash Air Slash. The onlookers were astounded, realizing that their class boasted two remarkably talented students. Aside from a couple of others, the remaining classmates' Pokémon would likely struggle to withstand even a single strike from either Butterfree or Infernape. The third-year students felt an immense pressure, astonished that these underclassmen had already developed such competitive prowess. This inaugural battle of the school year would undoubtedly mark a momentous event for Jiang Zhe and Peng Jian, a legendary clash that would resonate throughout the school. Regardless of the victor, their battle would become known to all teachers and students. As the protagonists of this encounter, the bug Pokémon and Infernape unleashed their full potential. Under such intense conditions, the bug Pokémon calmly recalled the air slash technique imparted by Dragonite. Just as Infernape neared Butterfree at a distance of 10 meters, concentrated air currents materialized in the atmosphere, and everyone felt the sharp, exhilarating energy in the air. Two razor-sharp streams of energy formed, hurtling towards Infernape with incredible speed. They had succeeded. The bug Pokémon had mastered Air Slash. The battle's momentum shifted dramatically, as Jiangze had witnessed the might of Air Slash on multiple occasions. Seeing his bug Pokémon successfully execute the move filled him with even greater joy than if he were still in the midst of battle. Moreover, this was not a single Air Slash. 2 strikes were unleashed in succession. Skill acquired, double Air Slash, can simultaneously release 2 Air Slashes. Commentary: let your opponent savor the thrill of double Air Slash. Its power is formidable. Use with caution. Chapter 38. The modern-day search trends. The fierce battle concluded with the fiery monkey losing its combat capabilities, resulting in Bada Butterfly's victory. Henceforth, the class president of the first-year class would be none other than Jiangze. Was there anyone who dared to contest this declaration? Teacher Huang, the judge, proclaimed. Witnessing such an exhilarating duel, the entire class erupted in cheers, showering applause upon both Jiangze and Peng Jian. As the victor, Jiangze graciously accepted the accolades, while Peng Jian also garnered respect for his formidable fiery monkey, which had nearly turned the tables against the 3-star Bada Butterfly. Following this victorious clash, the 3-star Bada Butterfly ascended to level 21. Subsequently, Teacher Huang instructed Jiangze and Peng Jian to take their Pokémon to the school infirmary for treatment. He then embarked on his customary lecture, essentially a stern admonition, using their battle as a source of motivation. The freshmen were thoroughly captivated by Teacher Huang's routine, becoming increasingly interested in their forthcoming studies. On their way to the infirmary, Peng Jian set aside any previous animosity. He could only admire the strength of the one who had bested him. Jiangze reciprocated this respect towards his competitive yet affable classmate. Moreover, following their recent victory through a type advantage, he had earned an additional 30 points, bringing his total to 172 points. With the upcoming Freshman League in a month, Jiangze had contemplated numerous strategies to achieve commendable results and not disappoint his mentor. His goal for this month was to elevate Riolu to 3 stars, learn several new skills, and enhance the levels of his bug Pokémon. Upon reaching the infirmary, both their injured bug Pokémon and fiery monkey quickly recuperated. Even the infirmary staff were perplexed by the severity of the newcomers' Pokémon injuries on the very first day of school, leading the two to fabricate an excuse to evade further inquiries. The morning passed, and the afternoon classes consisted of an examination, a simple assessment of the freshmen's knowledge regarding Pokémon, designed to reinforce what they had learned in high school. Being a top student in his previous life, Jiangze was already well-versed in this material. He submitted his paper first and, after greeting Teacher Huang, proceeded to train his Pokémon. Impressed by his flawless answers and morning performance, Teacher Huang granted him special permission. As the second-best student in class, Peng Jian possessed innate talent for battling. Yet his performance in answering questions was abysmal, prompting Teacher Huang to shift his focus onto him. Exiting the classroom, Jiangze did not rush to the training area to train his bug Pokémon and Riolu. According to their agreement, he intended to join Wang Kiki and Apos' Pokémon Psychology Club. After reaching out to the club's instructor, Wang Kiki, they soon met. Wang Kiki expressed her satisfaction that Jiangze had not forgotten their arrangement. After completing the necessary formalities, they arrived at the psychology club. Their first task was to reassess Riolu's timid nature. Thanks to Jiangze's attentive care and the bone biscuits over the past few days, Riolu had made significant improvements. Very well, it appears Riolu is nearing the complete overcoming of its timidity. Do you remember the self-motivation technique Riolu learned last time? This skill can be utilized not only in battles, but also in daily life to bolster its courage, Wang Kiki advised. Jiangze took her words to heart. It seemed the psychology club would not merely be an honorary title. Should any future Pokémon he captured exhibit similar issues, he would be equipped to address them independently. By the way, I heard 2 freshmen battled this morning, and their Pokémon skills rival those of second and third year students. One of them Wooden and Amp. Amp, Oppos, T happened to be you. Would it? Wong Kiki inquired. Oh, I didn't and Amp. Oppos, T expect this news to spread so rapidly, Jiangze thought to himself, surprised that his attempt to maintain a low profile had been thwarted. Wong Kiki, with a knowing smile, remarked, no wonder. I had previously heard from my brother about your connection to Principal Han. With your abilities, it's certainly sufficient. However, it seems that maintaining a low profile will be impossible for you moving forward. It appears your seniors are not particularly fond of you. Let me show you something. With that, Wong Kiki pulled out her phone and opened the student forum of Hanshan University. The top post read, "This morning, a freshman was utterly arrogant, relying on his looks to reject my goddess's advances. It took me ages to console her. If I encounter him again, this freshman is simply insufferable." Accompanying the post was a striking photo of Jiangze, adorned with several furious emojis. How did this even make it to the school and Amp, Oppos, as trending topics? Jiangze mused. Shouldn't they be thanking me for rejecting your goddess instead of berating me? Jiangze had underestimated his own appeal. The comments below were overwhelmingly positive from the girls, praising his looks, while the boys expressed their anger. Wong Kiki found herself inexplicably pleased upon reading the post, thinking Jiangze was bound to face some repercussions in the future. Please, being handsome isn't my fault, Jiangze thought, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him. Beads of sweat forming on his back at the prospect of being confronted. Noticing his strange expression, Riolu, munching on a bone biscuit, curiously offered his treat to Jiangze. Is this the consequence of bearing such handsome looks at this age? Jiangze reflected, feeling utterly bemused. After departing from the psychology club, Jiangze sensed the stares of his seniors as if they were about to strip him bare. Coincidentally, school was about to end, so he hastily slipped out of the campus. Once he reached a safe distance, he reflected on the first day of school, concluding that it had been quite fruitful. Not only had he become the class president, but he had also successfully taught his bug Pokémon the air/move. However, he could not afford to be complacent. To elevate Riolu to 3 stars as soon as possible, he needed to accelerate his progress. After refreshing the ordinary trainer reward pool several times, he found himself 80 points per, with not a single Riolu evolution stone in sight. Jiangze began to feel anxious. Pressure served as motivation, and he needed to engage in more battles. Remembering the community Pokémon Coliseum, he considered returning there to test his luck. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Currently, there was no one there capable of challenging Bada Butterfly, and even Riolu could easily secure victories there, rendering the trip unnecessary. At that moment, Jiangze recalled Tangyu. As a wealthy second generation, his family was affluent, and he had previously fought in the community Coliseum. Having reached a plateau there, he would undoubtedly know of new locations to battle. Jiangze promptly contacted Tangyu, and upon learning of Jiangze's desire to find a combat venue akin to the previous community Coliseum, Tangyu quickly suggested a place. They agreed to meet at a restaurant, and after dining, they would head to the location Tangyu had mentioned. Jiangze felt a surge of anticipation as they made their way. Chapter 39. Confrontation with the Silver Challenger after a hearty meal. Jiangze followed closely in Tangyu's footsteps. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a 5-story building, which was estimated to cover nearly 100,000 square meters. The Cold Mountain Pokémon Trainer Association? Can battles be conducted here? Jiangze inquired. Tangyu nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I had intended to come here. As I understand it, our first combat arena was modeled after the Trainer Association, and the battle formats here are quite similar. The two then entered the Pokémon Trainer Association. The opulence of the establishment was unparalleled, easily the most vibrant place Jiangze had ever visited. The first floor housed a reception area and a shop for Pokémon supplies, while the second floor served as a lounge for trainers to rest and converse. The third and fourth floors were designated for registering Pokémon battles, and the fifth floor was reserved for the association's senior officials. They quickly reached the third floor, where they familiarized themselves with the rules and simultaneously registered for the association's battle qualifications. The regulations mirrored those of the community arena, ranging from bronze to silver to diamond tiers. However, the caliber of battles here surpassed that of the community significantly, with a broader array of formats, including 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, and 3 versus 3 battles, as well as team competitions with one's companions. Upon observing the other trainers' Pokémon, they noted that the lowest level was 20, and the species and quality were commendable, indicating that this venue attracted the finest trainers in Cold Mountain City. Despite its modest size, Jiangze and Tangyu and Amp, Appos, as current prowess placed them at the lower end of the spectrum here. Both were initially ranked Bronze V. Yet they did not rush into battle matches. Instead, they headed to the battle area to survey potential opponents. Since they began at Bronze V, they were directed to the Bronze player battle area. Here, they noticed that most Bronze competitors were young individuals of similar age. Upon entering, they witnessed an ongoing battle between a level 22 Beedrill and a level 23 EV, with the Beedrill ultimately seizing the opportunity to defeat the EV using Poison Sting. They continued to watch other matches. A blue crocodile faced off against a Maril, a Swablu battled a Shuckle, and a Scyther contended with a Bulbasaur. After observing several bouts among Bronze players, they realized the Pokémon were all between levels 20 and 24, making them suitable opponents for their own Pokémon. After gauging potential adversaries, the duo commenced their battle matching. Match successful. Please proceed to Battle Zone 2, Player Jiangze. Match successful. Please proceed to Battle Zone 4. Player Tangyu. Following the system and Appos' guidance, they arrived at their respective battle zones. As newly registered trainers, the system matched them with relatively weaker opponents. Jiangze's bug Pokémon faced a level 20 Dunsparce and swiftly dispatched it in just 2 moves against the 3-star Butterfree, earning 10 points. Similarly, Tangyu's Charmeleon easily defeated a level 20 Fletchinder, having benefited from recent training and guidance. Upon exiting their training zones, they encountered each other simultaneously, igniting their competitive spirits. They initiated another match, recalling the adage, 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice. In the second round, Jiangze's opponent was the previously seen level 22 Beedrill. Both Pokémon shared similar attributes, but the 3-star Butterfree emerged victorious in 2 moves, elevating Jiangze to Bronze 3 and earning another 10 points. Once again, they exited together. Onward. The third match proved more challenging, as Jiangze faced a Murkrow. His bug Pokémon struggled to land hits with its Bug Bite and brutal swing against the agile Murkrow, ultimately securing victory through the use of a paralyzing powder. Meanwhile, Tangyu's Charmeleon, at level 24, found defeating the Bronze competitors relatively straightforward. The remaining 2 matches concluded without incident, and they successfully reached the Bronze tier promotion matches. The opponents in these matches would be Silver-ranked trainers. A victory would grant them advancement to Silver, while a loss would require them to win 2 additional matches to re-enter the promotion round. Exchanging confident smiles, they eagerly began matching for their promotion opponents. Each year, exceptionally talented freshmen from various universities would compete at the Trainer Association, injecting fresh vigor into the battles. Aside from Jiangze, several others were also first-year students from different universities. Before long, they were matched against the Silver challenger they needed to defeat in the Bronze promotion round. And they entered the Silver battle zone. Immediately, they felt the pressure exerted by the Silver trainers, as the Pokémon here ranged from level 24 to a maximum of 26. Although Jiangze had previous experience battling wild Pokémon around level 25, those encounters occurred in urban settings where each Pokémon was meticulously trained by their trainers, boasting superior nutrition and attributes compared to most wild counterparts. Jiangze soon identified his promotion opponent, a bespectacled youth of similar age who was likely a student as well. Out of caution, Jiangze utilized his Pokédex to assess the opponent's Pokémon as soon as it emerged. It was a level 24 Sableye possessing both dark and fighting attributes, a formidable adversary indeed. The young man, upon seeing Jiangze and Appos' Butterfree, arrogantly declared, "Hey mate, the Silver tier isn't so easy to breach. To reach this stage is no small feat. I see you're donning the Cold Mountain University uniform. You must be a freshman this year. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Bu and Appos. Also a first-year student at Gu University. With your skills, you should have no trouble competing in the freshman tournament next month. However, today, I will let you experience the prowess of freshmen from other universities. Intrigued upon learning that his opponent was also a freshman, Jiangze was surprised to discover such formidable competitors from other schools, especially one who had already achieved silver rank. He mused that if his bug Pokémon were to face the Sableye, victory would be highly uncertain. Feeling the weight of pressure, Jiangze cautiously asked, "Hello, my name is Jiangze. I had no idea freshmen from other universities were this strong, with someone already at silver rank. Impressive indeed." Wang Bu and Appos, feeling a bit boastful, patted his chest and replied, "I'm merely average. At Gu University, I'm ranked 6th. The top student has already reached gold rank." Jiangze was taken aback. This year and Appos' freshmen were indeed exceptional. Chapter 40. Overwhelming pressure. Is it truly possible that a cunning little rascal of level 24 only ranks 6th at Quaker University? Jiangze found it hard to believe. He had no time to ponder as the referee declared the match to commence. There was no alternative. Facing such a formidable opponent from Quaker University, he had to give it his all. The two ceased their idle chatter and swiftly transitioned into battle mode. The atmosphere was electric from the outset. To be prudent, Jiangze instructed Chu-Chu to unleash its natural power. Without hesitation, Wang Bu commanded, "Cunning rascal, use sand attack." A torrent of sand and stones surged towards Chu-Chu. Having encountered this tactic before against the Rockruff, he knew it would obscure vision and reduce accuracy. However, for the 3-star Butterfree endowed with compound eyes, this tactic proved futile. Its abilities almost never missed under the advantage of its unique trait. After executing sand attack, Wang Bu instructed the cunning rascal to perform a heavy kick. The rascal concentrated all its strength in its legs, raising its hands to grip the yellow pants around its waist as it charged towards Chu-Chu. The rascal's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it was about to strike Chu-Chu. With no choice left, Jiangze commanded a brutal strike. The two attacks clashed evenly, yet the rascal's abdominal skin mitigated the damage, leaving it unscathed, while Chu-Chu sustained some injury. Witnessing Butterfree's ferocity, Wang Bu felt a twinge of apprehension. To prevent giving the opponent an opportunity, Jiangze decided it was time to employ the air slash he had just learned that day. 2 blades of air surged towards the cunning rascal. This was a technique that had previously triumphed over the fiery monkey. How would the rascal defend itself? Jiangze sensed that this move alone might not be sufficient to eliminate it. As the 2 air slashes were about to connect, Wang Bu commanded, "Use Protect." As Jiangze had anticipated, when the rascal lifted its abdominal skin to activate Protect, the 2 air slashes failed to inflict any damage. Indeed, among the freshman class, those who could reach the silver tier were exceptionally skilled. Jiangze was not one to retreat easily. He had learned that Protect could completely shield against an opponent and Appos' attack, but using it consecutively would diminish the chance of blocking subsequent strikes. He was determined to see if the rascal could continuously guard against Chu-Chu and Appos' onslaught. The current distance favored Jiangze, and he commanded a double air slash. Wang Bu, in perfect synchrony, instructed the rascal to use Protect once more. However, this time, the effectiveness of Protect was not as pronounced. The rascal's arms had already been jostled by the impact of the air slash. It appeared that continuing to use Protect to withstand the next attack would be a formidable challenge, and Wang Bu and Appos remained oblivious to the rascal and Appos' condition. Jiangze, possessing thorough knowledge of Protect, was convinced that the rascal would not succeed in its next attempt. As anticipated, Jiangze directed Chu-Chu to unleash the final double air slash. Under the might of the powerful blades, the cunning rascal ultimately fell. Jiangze emerged victorious, successfully advancing to Silver Tier 5. Yet, the triumph did not bring him joy. Instead, it filled him with unease. He had just defeated the 6th strongest freshman at Quaker University. What of the formidable opponents ahead? He had heard that the strongest among Quaker and Appos' freshmen had already reached the gold tier. Contemplating the gold tier competitors, Jiangze estimated that their Pokémon must be capable of defeating those at level 26 or above. a truly terrifying level of strength. Currently, Choo-Choo had just achieved level 22 after a 5-win streak, while Riolu was at level 18. Even if they had a month before the Freshman League to improve, wouldn't the other Pokémon also be progressing? After his advancement, Jiangze sought out Tang Yu, who had faced an opponent on par with Charmeleon. After a grueling battle, he too had successfully ascended to the Silver Tier. Both of their Pokémon had fought 5 consecutive battles, although they had emerged victorious. This merely marked their entry into the Silver Tier of the Trainer Association. Above Silver lay the realms of Gold, Platinum, and Diamond. The relentless battles had left Choo-Choo and Charmeleon utterly fatigued, prompting them to conclude their matches for the day and agree to reconvene for battles the following evening. Engaging in Pokémon battles was indeed the most effective means of enhancing their abilities. Choo-Choo had advanced from level 20 to level 22 today alone, and it remained to be seen how they would fare against tomorrow's opponents. However, as Jiangze departed, he learned from Tang Yu about the university rankings. Jiangze's university, Hantan University, was at the bottom. The freshmen from Quaker University they had just encountered ranked second, with Tang Yu's university, Lihue University, holding the top position. Jitsao University and Shuiyuan University occupied the 3rd and 4th slots, respectively. This ranking represented the overall strength of the student bodies, and typically, outstanding freshmen would gravitate towards the higher-ranked institutions when making their choices. Upon returning home, Jiangze found himself unable to sleep for a long time. Having no doubt about his master and Apos' earlier assertions, the next day at school, due to the threads circulating on the Hantan University forum and Jiangze and Apos' reputation as the top freshman, he suddenly found himself well known among a significant portion of the student body. The newcomers were greatly impressed by Jiangze and Apos' prowess, which undoubtedly elevated his status in class. Yet, this was not what Jiangze truly desired. He did not wish to lose himself amidst such external pressures. Han Long, as Jiangze's mentor, was well aware of how young individuals could become inflated with self-importance under societal scrutiny. After the morning classes concluded, Han Long sought out Jiangze for a conversation. To his surprise, Jiangze and Apos' demeanor was remarkably composed. The boy displayed no signs of arrogance despite the attention he had garnered. Subsequently, Jiangze recounted his experience from the previous night, where he had battled and triumphed over the 6th strongest freshman from Quaker University, as well as the fact that several among them had reached the gold tier. Upon hearing this, Han Long fell into a contemplative silence. For a freshman to achieve the gold tier in the Hantan Trainer Association signified something significant. He had heard whispers regarding the impressive Pokémon being nurtured in this year and Apos' cohort of freshmen. Otherwise, he would not have previously stated that even entering the top 10 would be a challenge. Han Long inquired about Jiangze and Apos' aspirations, to which Jiangze expressed his desire to attend only half-day classes as the freshman league approached, dedicating his afternoons to intensive training for Butterfree and Riolu. Han Long readily acquiesced to Jiangze's request. Since his disciple displayed such determination, it was only fitting that he offer support. As a mentor, he could provide the necessary assistance, but true growth ultimately depended on Jiangze himself. Chapter 41. The training of Riolu. Having received permission from his mentor, Jiangze seized the opportunity to visit the school's training grounds alone in the afternoon while the others were attending classes. Drawing from his experiences over the past few days, he had formulated a training plan for both his Caterpie and Riolu. In the mornings, he would study Pokémon knowledge with teacher Huang, for learning is a lifelong pursuit. Even though Jiangze possessed a system and memories from his previous life regarding Pokémon, continuous learning remained an indispensable part of his journey. From this afternoon onward, Jiangze intended to commence training with Riolu. His 2-star Riolu had already reached level 18. He recalled that after Caterpie evolved into a 3-star Pokémon, it not only experienced a qualitative leap, but also ascended 5 levels, marking a significant early-game advancement. The essence of enhancement after reaching 3 stars became increasingly apparent in the later stages, while changes in level and skills were visibly noticeable. This was indeed the most effective method to prepare for the upcoming College Freshman League. If Riolu could evolve to 3 stars, Jiangze was confident that he could elevate Riolu to level 26 before the tournament. As a level 26 3-star Pokémon, only Jiangze knew the true extent of its prowess, capable of overcoming challenges and battling against type disadvantages. This would ensure that his 3-star Riolu could shine brilliantly in the imminent competition. Of course, Caterpie's training could not be neglected either. Following its evolution to 3 stars, Caterpie had not yet begun to experience the slower leveling associated with maturity, likely due to its enhanced 3-star potential. Thus, Jiangze decided to schedule Caterpie's training for the evenings, focusing primarily on practical battles within the trainer association. He estimated that Caterpie's current strength placed it at an average level within the silver tier, necessitating swift improvement. The pressure from the formidable opponent who had reached the gold tier before him was immense, leaving no room for complacency. Fortunately, after selling 2 Pokémon in the black market, Jiangze had 200,000 remaining, alleviating any immediate financial concerns for the month. Upon arriving at the school's training area, Jiangze released Riolu. Each time he beheld his second Pokémon, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. With the assistance of Wang Kiki, Riolu had significantly improved its timid disposition. Now was the time for it to engage in training. Initially, the focus would be on skill development. Currently, Riolu possessed only 2 skills, Metal Claw and Swords Dance, which were rather limited. Given that Riolu had not yet evolved into Lucario, Jiangze did not plan to dedicate extensive time to training in aura manipulation at this stage, as it might be too daunting for it. However, he was not willing to abandon the idea entirely. If Riolu could comprehend the power of aura and learn Aura Sphere before evolving, its capabilities would undoubtedly reach new heights. Thus, Jiangze placed great importance on aura training, intending to have Riolu meditate on the aura for half an hour each day. Riolu, can you feel the power of aura like your mother? Jiangze inquired. Riolu shook its head. Instead of displaying disappointment, Jiangze encouraged, your mother must have taught you how to sense aura. You are no longer the sheltered child. You must grow strong. When you see your mother again, you will impress her. I believe in you. You can master the power of aura before your evolution. Inspired by Jiangze and Appo's words, Riolu exhibited great enthusiasm. Observing Riolu and Appo's determination, Jiangze prepared to proceed with the training. He recalled their first encounter when Riolu had tapped into its innate aura ability through fear, which proved its potential to grasp this power prior to evolution. However, activating and utilizing that power was no simple feat. After a moment of contemplation, Jiangze dismissed the notion of inducing fear once more. Riolu had only just begun to overcome its timid nature, and it would be excessive to frighten it again. Very well, Riolu. Follow your mother's guidance on sensing aura. Close your eyes, sit down, and earnestly feel the strength within you and the aura around you. Can you do that? Riolu obediently nodded, then mimicked Jiangze, sitting cross-legged on the ground to meditate. Jiangze mused that since Riolu was born with aura within it, the key was for Riolu to discover and control that power on its own. All he could do was offer encouragement and companionship. He designated half an hour for Riolu's meditation while he wandered around the training area, contemplating which skill to focus on once Riolu completed its meditation. Before long, half an hour had passed. Jiangze did not expect Riolu to instantly grasp the power of aura, but offered words of encouragement after its meditation. During the meditation, Riolu had earnestly recalled the methods its mother had taught it to sense the aura within. This was not a task to be accomplished overnight. Jiangze led Riolu to a 200-meter-long track, adorned with various obstacles, ideal for enhancing a Pokémon and Appo's speed and coordination. Riolu, let us commence our practice. Start by running through these 200 meters of obstacles, and let me see how long it takes you. With that, Riolu entered the track, initiating its first training session. However, Jiangze noticed something amiss. Each time Riolu approached an obstacle, it would slow down, seemingly fearful of colliding with it, which was not the outcome Jiangze desired. It took Riolu a full 3 minutes to traverse the 200-meter track, resulting in a total of 6 minutes for a round trip. This training was primarily aimed at practicing quick attack, and such speed and courage were evidently insufficient to meet the training requirements. Seeing Riolu and Apos' performance, Jiangze refrained from coddling at this time and expressed his frustration. Riolu, why are you so slow? You need to pick up the pace. I know you're afraid of hitting the obstacles, but if you continue like this, it will yield no results. If this persists, I will have to revoke your bone biscuit for tonight. This time, Jiangze was resolute, using the bone biscuit as a motivator. If the training did not yield results, there would be no treats. Riolu, upon hearing this, became flustered. The bone biscuit was its favorite. Riolu quickly put on a pleading expression, but that tactic would not work. Seeing his owner's unwavering determination, Riolu reluctantly nodded. This was the response Jiangze sought. To cultivate Riolu's resilience against challenges, such measures were necessary. Otherwise, the leniency now would only lead to greater hardships in future battles. Effort is often the most effective means to achieve success. Watching Riolu dash down the track once more, Jiangze felt a pang of sympathy as it collided with an obstacle at the start. Yet, he understood that such setbacks were an inevitable part of training, silently offering comfort to Riolu in his heart. Keep it up, Riolu. Chapter 42. The Terrifying Duckbill Baby. Well done, Riolu. This time, Riolu completed the round trip in only 4 minutes, a remarkable reduction of 2 minutes from before. The effectiveness of using bone biscuits as a source of motivation is evident, albeit at the cost of a few bumps on Riolu's head. Encouraging Riolu, Jiangze rewarded him with another bone biscuit, which brought a glimmer of joy to Riolu. The remainder of the afternoon was dedicated to training Riolu along the track. By the end of the training session, bolstered by the bone biscuits and Jiangze's encouragement, Riolu showed notable improvements in both speed and coordination. With repeated collisions, his fear of obstacles diminished significantly, and the round-trip time further decreased to 3 minutes and 30 seconds, an impressive feat for a first-stage training. However, mastering the move Quick Attack would require several more days of practice, as Riolu was inherently a fast Pokémon, and the current performance still fell short of Jiangze's expectations. Before school ended, Jiangze hurriedly took Riolu to the school infirmary for treatment. Upon seeing the injured Riolu and recognizing Jiangze as a freshman, the nurse Kuden and Amp, Apos, T help but T's, Arin and Amp, Apos, T you a newcomer? Why is your Pokémon always getting hurt? Are you mistreating them? Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the nurse's comments, Jiangze pondered whether his expectations of Riolu were too high. To seek clarity on this matter, Jiangze visited the psychology club to consult Wang Kiki. She explained that ordinary freshmen, like Jiangze, typically wouldn't subject their Pokémon to such intense training, treating them as precious companions instead. While this approach fosters a strong bond, it also has drawbacks. Overly pampered Pokémon might struggle with the demands of rigorous training, leading to fear and creating bottlenecks for many trainers. Wang Kiki had encountered numerous cases of pampered Pokémon reluctant to train. Reflecting on her insights, Jiangze realized that his high-intensity training for Riolu might not be detrimental after all. It could help Riolu overcome his character flaws more swiftly and prevent similar issues in the future. Grateful for Wang Kiki's guidance, Jiangze suggested they revisit their previous outing for Hot Pot, and she agreed. Initially, she had thought Jiangze was merely a handsome but quiet newcomer, but their interactions over the past few days revealed many of his admirable qualities, deepening her willingness to assist him. Soon after, Jiangze contacted Tang Yu, and the three agreed to meet at the largest hot pot chain in the city. Upon entering the restaurant, Jiangze felt a surge of anxiety. Suspecting the expenses would be considerable, glancing at the menu, he felt overwhelmed. As Wang Kiki and Tang Yu began to order, he realized it would be awkward to suggest changing tables now, estimating that this meal might cost at least 5,000, a sum that could cover 10 days of part-time work at the Champion Club. This was indeed Jiangze's first experience dining so lavishly in this world. Unbeknownst to Jiangze, Wang Kiki and Tang Yu had conspired to gauge his reaction while he was in the restroom. Witnessing his discomfort brought a smile to Wang Kiki and Apos' face. Sister Kiki, I'm just a poor student isn't this a bit extravagant? He remarked, observing them ready to eat. Don't worry, eat your fill, Tang Yu replied. Wait, are you treating us? Jiangze inquired, startled. Just eat, just eat. We ordered so much on purpose. Eat as much as you want. This hot pot chain is owned by my family, and today, it's all on the house. You're lucky today. Otherwise, you might not have escaped this bill. They laughed together. Feeling slightly bewildered, Jiangze nonetheless decided to embrace the moment and indulge in the feast. As the trio devoured their meal, Tangyu remarked, "By the way, Jiangze, regarding the matter you asked me about yesterday, I found out that 3 incredible newcomers have emerged at Lihui University this year. They might even surpass the top student from Gig University you mentioned. Their Pokémon are impressive, a dark and fire-type Houndoom, a fire and fighting type Emboar, and a Duckbull baby that is reportedly on the verge of evolving into a Duckbull fire beast." Hearing this news startled Jiangze, as these Pokémon were formidable contenders, not inferior to Tangyu's Charizard. The Pokémon mentioned were all above level 26, particularly the Duckbull baby, which was nearing level 30, an impressive milestone that marks the threshold of an elite trainer. Jiangze couldn't help but feel anxious. His own Caterpie was only level 22. The atmosphere grew tense as they realized the extraordinary prowess of the newcomers from other universities. Would the early system truly struggle against the financial backing these new trainers possessed? Jiangze felt a sense of dissatisfaction, but the harsh reality had been laid bare before him. Chapter 43. Mental Recovery. After a satisfying meal, Wang Kiki departed first. Jiangze and Tangyu continued as planned to the Trainer Association for Pokémon battles. Along the way, Jiangze wore a troubled expression. The formidable golden champion from Gaiji University had already weighed heavily on his mind, and upon learning of the new students from Lihui University, it felt as if the final straw had been added to the burden on his back. What once seemed like a glimmer of hope for a respectable ranking for Hanshan University now felt utterly futile. Tangyu, noticing Jiangze's despondency, was at a loss for words to comfort him. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Trainer Association. "Brother, Jiangze," they heard a voice calling from behind. Turning around, Jiangze saw that it was Tangyu's sister, Tangwen. Having learned from Tangyu about their visit to the Trainer Association, she had decided to join them. Jiangze remained silent, his spirits still considerably low. The 3 of them entered the Trainer Association together, with Jiangze and Tangyu commencing their battle matches, while Tangwen assumed the role of an observer. In no time, they matched up against their opponents. Having reached the silver rank, both Jiangze and Tangyu faced opponents with level 24 Pokémon. Jiangze's first opponent was a level 24 Geodude. As a bug-type Pokémon evolved into a 3-star Butterfree, he should have had a relatively easy time against the ground-type Geodude. However, due to Jiangze's distracted state, he nearly lost the battle and only narrowly claimed victory after a tough struggle. Meanwhile, Tangyu had already defeated his opponent and arrived at Jiangze's battle area. He sensed that Jiangze was not in the right mindset for Pokémon battles today, despite having a type advantage with his 3-star Butterfree. He had barely emerged victorious and sustained considerable damage, making it impossible for him to continue without treatment. Fortunately, Tangwen was there and quickly healed Butterfree's injuries with her Chansey. Just as Jiangze was about to match up for another battle, Tangyu, unable to bear seeing his friend's condition, stopped him. After some persuasion from Tangyu and Tangwen, Jiangze's spirits began to lift. However, the day's battles concluded there, and Jiangze returned home early to regroup. Once at home, the thought of facing such formidable opponents filled Jiangze with despair. Was there truly no way out? The new students from Lihui University predominantly had fire-type Pokémon, and even if his Butterfree reached level 27 or 28, battling fire types would still be exceedingly challenging. Relying solely on Riola seemed overly ambitious. "Who can tell me what I should do?" he lamented. Suddenly, the system seemed to resonate with Jiangze's thoughts, and he heard its voice in his mind. When the host Pokémon reaches level 25, they will gain an opportunity to challenge wild Pokémon. If successful, the host's Pokémon shall receive items. Level 25 to battle wild Pokémon. Jiangze had not anticipated such an opportunity, nor that it could yield items. This revelation sparked hope within him. If the system could facilitate Pokémon advancement, the potential rewards must be extraordinary. Seizing this lifeline, Jiangze resolved to push his Pokémon to level 25. To secure final victory, he rekindled his inner strength. I possess a system. Why should I fear them? They are merely a few formidable new students. He encouraged himself. With this mindset, Jiangze could no longer contain his enthusiasm. Less than half an hour after returning home, he glanced at the clock. It was only 9 p.m. before heading back to the Trainer Association for battle. Soon, with his spirits rejuvenated, Jiangze arrived once more at the battle area of the Trainer Association, only to find Tang Yu still engaged in combat, demonstrating his high standards. Tang Yu and Amp, Oppo's Charmeleon had recently reached level 25, and its current opponent was a level 26 Jolteon. Jolteon, evolved from Eevee via a Thunderstone, boasted an impressive base stat total of 525, while Charmeleon and Amp, Oppo's was only 405. The combination of level advantage and superior stats quickly pushed Charmeleon to the brink of defeat, a sight Jiangze had never witnessed before. Under Jolteon and Oppo's electric attacks, Charmeleon struggled to retaliate. Unexpectedly, Tang Yu and Oppo's Charmeleon had learned Flamethrower, but even this powerful move, enhanced by its Blaze ability, was effortlessly countered by Jolteon. Ultimately, Jolteon triumphed with a Thunderbolt, defeating Tang Yu's Charmeleon. From Tangwen, Jiangze learned that this battle was significant. It was Tang Yu and Oppo's promotion match, pitting him against a formidable Golden Champion. Was this the power of a Golden Champion? For the first time, Jiangze felt the might of a Golden Champion within the Trainer Association. Yet now, he was undaunted, ready to charge forward with the support of the system. Despite the setback in Tang Yu's promotion match, he remained undeterred and, upon seeing Jiangze, regained his composure. Feeling quite pleased, once Charmeleon was healed, Tang Yu and Tangwen accompanied it and Chansey to witness Jiangze's forthcoming performance. Having just secured a victory, Jiangze had ascended to Silver 4 rank. Among Silver rank players, maintaining a positive mindset could lead to a formidable challenge. Before long, Jiangze matched up against his second opponent of the day, a level 24 Psyduck. Initially, he assumed this Psyduck had reached the Silver rank solely due to its level. But as the battle progressed, his perspective shifted. He recalled that Psyduck possessed the ability to manipulate psychic energy, prompting him to realize he had neglected to train his Butterfree in psychic-type moves. With his spirits lifted, Jiangze commanded his Pokémon with precision. However, Psyduck and Oppo's trainer executed a powerful move, Psychic, seemingly without effort. Jiangze and Oppo's Butterfree staggered as if struck. Was this the power of psychic moves? It could attack from a distance. Clearly, he needed to study psychic moves further. Fortunately, Psyduck and Oppo's control over its powers was imperfect, allowing Butterfree to seize an opening and secure victory. With this win, Jiangze opened the door to a new realm of possibilities. The pressure he had felt from the new student's prowess had nearly caused him to overlook the importance of psychic moves. Today's battle had awakened him to this realization. It seemed that in the upcoming University League a month later, his trump card would not only be the system and Oppo's items, but also the potential mastery of psychic-type moves with his 3-star Butterfree, alongside his 3-star Riolu. Chapter 44. The Great Battle with Magnemite. Last night, the bug Pokémon engaged in 2 consecutive battles at the Trainer Association, facing formidable opponents. However, for the bug Pokémon and Amp, Oppo's adversaries, it was a suitable challenge, and Jiangze and Amp, Oppo's confidence soared after successfully clinching victory. Today happened to be the weekend, and in accordance with his mentor's agreement, he would undergo special training for 2 days each weekend. Early in the morning, Jiangze arrived at his mentor Han Long's residence, where Han Long had already crafted a training regimen for him. Given the time constraints, Han Long opted against conventional training methods for this special session, delegating those tasks to Jiangze for his afternoon training focused on nurturing Pokémon. After gathering his belongings, Han Long drove Jiangze to a deserted power plant on the outskirts of Han City. Upon arrival, they observed several electric-type Pokémon nearby, including Electrode, Pikachu, Meowth, and Pachirisu. It appeared that these electric types had claimed the vicinity of the abandoned power plant as their habitat. After disembarking, Han Long released another Pokémon from its Pokeball, revealing the father of the Electrike he had seen at his mentor's home. the formidable Electivire. This level 50 Electivire exuded an aura that was hardly inferior to that of a Dragonite, with its two tails capable of emitting over 20,000 volts of electricity. In my younger days, I resided near this power plant. After its closure, it became a paradise for electric-type Pokémon, and it was here that I captured my Electivire. Han Long reminisced. No wonder Electivire seemed to have a profound connection to this place. Mentor, does that mean my special training location is here? Jiangze inquired. Han Long nodded. Indeed. We are currently on the outskirts of this abandoned power plant. To reach the interior, we must walk for at least 20 more minutes. This will be our training site for the next 2 days. I trust that your previous battles have mostly involved grass and bug-type Pokémon. Here, you will encounter electric types, which possess significantly greater lethality than those you faced before. You must be prepared for this. First, take a moment to rest and adjust your Pokémon and App's condition. Shortly, I will assign you a task that you'll need to complete independently. Jiangze was already mentally prepared to battle these electric-type Pokémon. Earlier, he had noted that most of the electric types on the outskirts were around level 10, and he estimated that the ones deeper within would be even stronger. The training over the next 2 days will focus on preparing your Riolu today, and tomorrow will be dedicated to your Bidafu, Han Long explained. Jiangze expressed his agreement without hesitation. Han Long then began outlining today and App's task for Riolu. First, Jiangze and App's Riolu needed to defeat a designated opponent, which Electivire had already selected, and he would soon reveal the location to Jiangze. After defeating the opponent, Jiangze needed to obtain a generator from them, and then return to the camp to await further instructions. Jiangze found the task quite simple. Electivire then drew a map on the ground with its tail, marking the location of the chosen opponent. After memorizing the details, Jiangze set off with Riolu towards the indicated spot. It was not far, located within the power plant, but not yet in the core area. Jiangze estimated they would arrive in about 5 minutes. Riolu was brimming with curiosity and showed no signs of fear. Perhaps reassured by the relatively weak electric types they had encountered along the way, mostly Pikachu, who did not initiate any attacks. After walking for a while, Jiangze recalled the route drawn by Electivire and believed they had nearly arrived, spotting a building ahead. From the outside, the structure appeared modest, roughly 100 square meters, with no electric types in the vicinity, confirming they had found the right location. Having been abandoned for many years, the electric types had established their territories within the power plant. Jiangze felt a surge of anticipation, wondering what kind of electric-type Electivire had chosen as Riolu's opponent. With determination, Jiangze and Riolu pushed open the doors of the building. Although it was daytime, the interior was shrouded in darkness. Just as Jiangze was about to discern which electric type awaited them, a flash of electricity struck the ground near his and Riolu's feet. Riolu was startled by the sudden burst of electricity. Could it be a warning to stay away from its territory? Jiangze pondered, exercising caution. He called out from the doorway, "Hey, come out. We're here to defeat you." Riolu, echoed Riolu, mimicking its trainer's challenge. Suddenly, a flicker of electricity illuminated a part of the dark building, revealing the silhouette of a Magnemite. "So it's a Magnemite," Jiangze exclaimed. Without hesitation, he commanded Riolu, "Use bulk up. Now unleash Metal Claw." Upon receiving the command, Riolu charged toward the Magnemite, which, sensing the incoming attack, retaliated with an electro ball. Under the glow of electric-type energy, the level 16 Magnemite was fully exposed to Jiangze and Riolu. Riolu, dodge. Thanks to yesterday and App's speed training, Riolu evaded the electro ball with ease. In a mere 10 seconds, Riolu closed the distance to the Magnemite, landing a successful Metal Claw on the floating Pokémon. The level 16 Magnemite was knocked out instantly by Riolu's powerful strike. Jiangze was taken aback. He had previously thought they were merely participating in mock battles. But it turned out Riolu was exceptionally strong. A one-hit knockout? Jiangze had not anticipated that the morning task would be so straightforward. He had underestimated Riolu's capabilities. However, just as Jiangze thought the task was complete, more electric energy began to gather in the darkened ceiling of the building. Before they could react, An electro ball struck directly above Riolu. The impact left Riolu slightly dazed, and in the oppressive darkness, it appeared somewhat frightened. To Jiangze's surprise, there was not just one Magnemite. Riolu, get out of there, Jiangze urged. Riolu hastily retreated from the dark confines of the building, and following closely behind was another Magnemite, revealing that there were indeed multiple opponents. 3 Magnemites emerged in total, all at level 16. Could 3 Magnemites truly challenge a 2-star Riolu? Jiangze remained unfazed, and buoyed by its earlier victory, Riolu's confidence surged even higher despite being struck by the Electro Ball. Chapter 45. The Special Training of Riolu. Use Metal Claw? Riolu's claws transformed into metallic blades, launching an assault on the Magnemites. However, the 3 Magnemites simultaneously unleashed electric balls, which hurtled toward Riolu. The 3 electric balls effectively obstructed Riolu and Appo's movement, and at its current speed, it could not evade them entirely, resulting in a hit from one of the electric balls. As Riolu rose, somewhat begrudgingly, it prepared to retaliate against the Magnemites. At that moment, Jiangze contemplated a different strategy. In truth, the 3 Magnemites were no match for Riolu, even at 2 stars, but their simultaneous attacks could serve as an excellent dodging exercise. Once again, 3 electric balls were launched at Riolu, but this time Jiangze refrained from directing Riolu to attack. Instead, he instructed it to focus entirely on evasion. Having already absorbed 2 electric balls, Riolu was determined not to be struck again and began to evade the Magnemites' attacks with fervor. Fortunately, the space outside the factory was far more expansive than within, allowing Riolu to narrowly dodge 2 electric balls, with the last one just grazing past it. Jiangze observed that Riolu and Appo's speed had indeed improved significantly, and there seemed to be a flicker reminiscent of a flash of electricity, aligning perfectly with Jiangze and Appo's intentions. The Magnemites, not to be outdone, grew frustrated at their failure to hit Riolu and unleashed a barrage of electric balls. Under the relentless assault, Riolu commenced a frenzied dance of evasion. Indeed, Jiangze had underestimated his 2-star Riolu. Amidst the electric balls, Riolu gradually acclimated to the heightened speed, its dodging movements evolving into a graceful blur. Jiangze continuously compared Riolu and Appo's movements to the speed of a flash of electricity he had observed in previous videos. Success was imminent. Minutes later, under the onslaught of the 3 Magnemites, Riolu's speed surpassed even the requirements of a quick attack. Learn skill: Aurora Flash, faster than quick attack. Commentary: high-frequency dodging has accelerated Riolu's speed, making it the swiftest of canines. It seemed the moment to counterattack had arrived. Riolu, use Aurora Flash. Upon hearing Jiangze finally command an attack, Riolu, having endured so long, was filled with pent-up energy and unleashed its maximum speed against one of the Magnemites. With the newly acquired skill at level 18, the 2-star Riolu swiftly dispatched 1 Magnemite. The remaining 2 fell to a combination of Metal Claw and Aurora Flash. Riolu, you are incredible. Not only had it triumphed over 4 level 16 Magnemites, but it had also gained a new and mightier skill, Aurora Flash. The morning's battles had indeed borne fruit. Subsequently, Jiangze led Riolu into the factory, where they successfully retrieved the generator. Upon witnessing Jiangze complete his task, his master promptly assigned him an afternoon mission to carry the generator to the lighthouse at the entrance and activate the large light before sunset. The lighthouse was merely 20 meters from the factory entrance, yet it concealed who knows how many electric-type Pokémon within its towering structure. Jiangze understood that multiple Pokémon were likely hidden inside. After preparing, he set off with Riolu along the path they had just traversed, quickly arriving at the designated lighthouse. However, a level 15 Electrike awaited them at the entrance, although they had no intention of engaging. The Electrike took the initiative to attack upon their intrusion. As expected, the canine and Appo's combat prowess surpassed that of the feline, with a single use of Aurora Flash. The Electrike was vanquished. With the Electrike dispatched, Jiangze and Riolu advanced into the lighthouse, noting that it appeared to have 3 levels. Upon entering the first level, they encountered several Electrike, explaining the previous encounter outside. Nevertheless, these Electrike were insufficient opponents. Despite their remarkable speed, they were helpless against Aurora Flash, falling swiftly. With the defeat of the Magnemites and the Electrike, Riolu ascended from level 18 to 19. After the wild Pokémon lost their fighting capability, Jiangze refrained from directing Riolu to continue the assault. It seemed the lighthouse was predominantly inhabited by Electrike, and true to form, upon reaching the second level, they were confronted by evolved Electrike, the Lurcats. Two level 18 Lurcats immediately launched an assault upon seeing the intruders. The evolved Lurcats exhibited significantly greater speed and power than their predecessors, unleashing an electric shock that illuminated the entire second floor. Due to its area effect, Riolu found it impossible to evade the attack. Struck by the electric shock, Riolu exhibited signs of paralysis as the two Lurcats bore down upon it. Fortunately, Riolu managed to evade their charge at the last moment. The Lurcats executed their attacks with precision, and under their relentless pressure, Riolu was forced back. Regrettably, Riolu and Apos' skillset remained too limited to conclude the battle swiftly. Faced with this predicament, Jiangze devised a plan. Rather than attempting to defeat both Lurcats simultaneously, they would conquer them one at a time. Riolu retreat. Heeding Jiangze's command, they retreated to the first level. Although Riolu sustained some injuries from facing both Lurcats, Jiangze took a moment to reassure it before strategizing. Their first objective was to separate the two. However, given the training rules, he could not release his bug-type Pokémon, leaving Jiangze feeling somewhat constrained. With only 2 hours remaining until sunset, they needed to expedite their progress to complete the task. After a brief respite, Riolu had sufficiently recovered from the adverse effects of the electric shock, and it was time to engage in a second round against the Lurcats. This time, Jiangze employed a clever tactic to draw one Lurcat away. He intentionally activated the generator to produce noise on the lower level. One Lurcat, sensing the electrical disturbance, indeed descended to the first level. Seeing only one Lurcat, Riolu seized the opportunity for a surprise attack, successfully incapacitating it. Following this, Jiangze and Riolu returned to the second level, where they faced a single Lurcat. After a fierce battle, Riolu emerged victorious. All the Electrike and Lurcats inhabiting the lighthouse had fallen to the prowess of the two-star Riolu. They ascended to the top of the lighthouse, where no more electric-type Pokémon resided. The third level appeared to serve as their food storage area. Upon locating the power source for the Great Light, Jiangze successfully activated the long-dormant beacon with the generator an hour before sunset. Standing at the campsite, Hanlong gazed upon the illuminated beacon, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. With all tasks completed, Jiangze led Riolu away from the lighthouse that had served as the Electrike's sanctuary, marking the conclusion of their first day's training. Chapter 46. Multifaceted Enhancement. After the two tasks yesterday, Jiangze and Riolu and Apos' relationship drew closer. Not only did Jiangze grasp the enhanced version of the lightning strike, but he also witnessed Riolu's prowess for the first time, deepening his understanding of Riolu. Today, Hanlong continued to arrange special training for Jiangze and Apos' bug Pokémon. In regard to the special training for Butterfree, Hanlong first recalled Jiangze and Apos' previous suggestion about learning psychic-type skills. To validate this notion, Hanlong did not assign a task to Butterfree right away. Instead, he led them to a unique room filled with abundant magnets alongside electrical energy. Upon entering, Jiangze and the bug Pokémon immediately sensed the magnetic energy. You mentioned last time that Butterfree's antennae can control telekinesis. I believe the magnetic field here will be beneficial to it. In truth, psychic abilities are not as mysterious as they seem. Every location has its magnetic field. For instance, humans and Pokémon possess magnetic fields, and those psychic-type Pokémon can perceive various biological magnetic fields, then adjust them to create attacks or alter objects, which we refer to as psychic-type skills. To illustrate simply, Kadabra is able to move objects through telekinesis by sensing their magnetic fields with its mind. Thus, let us commence Butterfree and Apos' psychic training by understanding the magnetic field. Jiangze found this reasoning quite compelling. Indeed, as Hanlong stated, those with psychic abilities utilize such methods to manipulate objects from a distance. Following Zhang Zhe and Apos' thoughts, the two antennae atop Butterfree and Apos' head could be likened to enhanced antennas, capable of detecting radio waves in diverse environments, and similarly, through training, it should be able to perceive the magnetic fields between objects. Butterfree, can you sense the magnetic field with your antennae? Zhang Zhe inquired, with a series of affirmations. Butterfree nodded, clearly finding the immense magnetic field easy to perceive. This magnetic field, termed the physical magnetic field, was generated by the magnets in the room. The first step was to allow Butterfree to familiarize itself with the physical magnetic field and remember the fluctuations it experienced. Through this physical magnetic field, it could evolve to perceive biological magnetic fields, thus opening the door to learning psychic-type skills. This was merely the initial step in sensing the magnetic field. The second step involved training in telekinesis, which would depend on Butterfree and Apos' own efforts. Zhang Zhe and Butterfree heeded Han Long and Apos' words and began their training in sensing the magnetic field. Throughout the entire process, Butterfree remained exceptionally diligent, striving to perceive the variations in the magnetic field through its antennae. The peculiar waves transmitted to its brain were relatively easy to interpret under the influence of the magnetic field. In just 1 hour, Butterfree approached Zhang Zhe, indicating that it could successfully sense all the magnetic energy within the room. Han Long, seeing Butterfree's confidence, then tasked it with locating the magnets emitting magnetic force, a task Butterfree accomplished with relative ease. Training is a gradual process. After completing the magnetic field perception training, Zhang Zhe encouraged Butterfree to remember the sensations of the day. Next came the afternoon training, which Han Long did not structure like yesterday, assigning tasks followed by practical combat. Instead, he focused on enhancing Butterfree and Apos' physical attributes. As Zhang Zhe engaged in battle almost every day, making that aspect of training quite extensive. In terms of skills, upon evolving into Butterfree, it had learned the enhanced versions of Gust, Stun Spore, and Air Slash. These techniques were sufficient for the current stage, so the afternoon and Apos' training primarily emphasized physical conditioning, such as coordination. Zhang Zhe had previously overlooked this aspect, opting instead to have Butterfree engage in combat, relying solely on the system and Apos' level up to enhance its physical attributes. While this approach was acceptable in the early stages, the previous battles against other Pokémon revealed that the 3-star Butterfree, which should have had a speed advantage, did not excel in this regard, often winning battles solely through enhanced skills. Thus, the afternoon training involved Electrode accompanying Butterfree in speed, reaction, and coordination drills. Under Han Long and Apos' guidance, the training intensity was set at an overload level, as Zhang Zhe and Apos' Butterfree was inherently distinct, and Han Long sought to uncover the true strength of Zhang Zhe's Butterfree. Initially, Butterfree did not disappoint, performing exceptionally well in the various training drills. However, as the training accelerated and the intensity increased, Butterfree began to struggle. This outcome diverged significantly from Han Long's initial expectations. He felt that Butterfree's potential should extend beyond this point. Upon inquiry, Han Long discovered that Zhang Zhe had not previously trained Butterfree in speed, indicating ample room for improvement in that area. Gradually, under the tutelage of Electrode, Butterfree's speed began to enhance, becoming noticeably quicker than at the outset. Zhang Zhe felt immense gratitude for his mentor and Apos' attentiveness, as he had identified areas where Butterfree could still improve. Throughout the afternoon, Butterfree not only improved in speed, reaction time, and coordination, but also exhibited a slight enhancement in other skill powers during the final testing. This prompted Zhang Zhe to ponder deeply. Had he been misled in his training approach all along? He had previously believed that increasing Butterfree's battle frequency would elevate its level and strength naturally. However, this perspective was limited, as not everyone could discern a Pokémon and Apos' level in this world. Only Zhang Zhe possessed that ability. This realization shattered Zhang Zhe and Apos' understanding of strength enhancement. He had not anticipated that an afternoon of specialized training could yield such remarkable improvements in Butterfree's physical attributes, surpassing those achieved through mere combat. The 2 days of intensive training swiftly passed, yielding immense gains for Zhang Zhe. While driving home, he posed a question to his mentor. Which approach was more effective, focusing on physical training or engaging in more battles? Han Long advised, why not pursue both concurrently? Training a Pokémon's physical capabilities is essential, and current battles serve primarily to assess the outcomes of that training, reflecting their strength. Therefore, we could reduce the frequency of battles and concentrate on enhancing specific abilities of the Pokémon. For instance, morning sessions could focus on magnetic field perception, while afternoons could center on speed training. In the future, we could also dedicate sessions to strengthen Butterfree's wings and enhance the potency of Stun Spore. This method may indeed expedite the enhancement of the Pokémon and App's capabilities. This revelation reignited Jiangze and App's understanding. It was clear that this world was not merely one of leveling up through battles, but rather one that thrived on daily cultivation. The Pokédex served only as a reference tool. Chapter 47. The Orphanage. Upon returning home, Jiangze began to devise a training plan for the upcoming week. He had resolved to focus primarily on learning several skills with Riolu, while also enhancing his psychic abilities and physical fitness. Of course, battles could not be neglected, as only through competition could he accumulate points necessary for Riolu and App's elevation to a 3-star rank. However, the frequency of battles would be reduced. Instead of daily confrontations, Jiangze decided to schedule them once every 3 days. Additionally, Riolu would participate in battles at the Trainer Association, albeit only one match each time, thus maximizing training efficiency without causing the Pokémon to become restless during training, while simultaneously improving their overall capabilities. Having settled on this plan, Jiangze prepared to retire for the night. Suddenly, his phone rang. Who could it be at such a late hour? It was nearly midnight, and Tang Yu would hardly call at this time. Upon checking his phone, he noticed the caller ID read Sister Fong. Who was this Sister Fong? At that moment, memories from his previous life flooded his mind. He promptly answered the call. Is this Xiao Zhe? Yes, it is Xiao Zhe. Things are not good. Director Zhuang and App's condition is deteriorating. Are you free tomorrow? He wishes to see you one last time. Sister Fong and App's voice trembled with sorrow on the other end. Hearing her distressed tone, combined with the memories that surged within him, Jiangze felt a lump form in his throat, and tears began to fall from the corners of his eyes. All right, I will come tomorrow. Please, keep Director Zhuang holding on. After hanging up, Jiangze's sorrowful emotions lingered, refusing to abate. Through the memories that had resurfaced, he recalled who Sister Fong was. As an orphan, Jiangze had not been entirely alone. He had grown up in an orphanage, and Sister Fong was the person he had been closest to there. Director Zhuang, whom she mentioned, was her husband and the head of the orphanage. Reflecting on his childhood, it seemed he had not seen them in 3 years. The unexpected news of Director Zhuang's grave illness struck him with profound grief. Although his current consciousness did not recognize them, the memories embedded in his being could not be erased. The following morning, Jiangze arrived at school to request a day off. If it weren't for his status as a new student and the special consideration from Principal Han, it was unlikely that Teacher Huang would have granted him permission so soon after the term began. After securing the day off, Jiangze followed the guidance of his memories and soon found himself standing before the entrance of an old orphanage in a rundown district. As he gazed upon the dilapidated building that brimmed with memories of his childhood, his heart tightened. This place had filled the void of a young orphan's early years, and upon seeing it again, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Upon entering the orphanage, the cheerful sounds of children echoed around him. These children, all orphans like Jiangze, were filled with laughter. Jiangze? What are you doing here? Suddenly, a voice called from behind him. Oh, ISN and Appos. See that Tang one? What is she doing here? Jiangze thought to himself. He noticed she was dressed in the orphanage and Appos' uniform. A nearby child, playing with a happy, asked, Teacher Tang, do you know him? Teacher Tang? Jiangze began to comprehend. It turned out Tang one was volunteering here. He had not anticipated her kindness. Previously indifferent to the plump Tang one, he now found himself appreciating her benevolence, especially in a place he once called home. I'm here to find Sister Fong. Is she around? Tang one appeared somewhat surprised. She had been volunteering for several months and had never seen Jiangze visit before. She's here. Is there something you need to talk to her about? Jiangze hesitated. Explaining everything would be far too time-consuming. Reluctantly, he asked Tang when to lead him to Sister Fong. She readily agreed. As they walked through the familiar halls of the orphanage, Jiangze felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Following Tang Wen's lead, they soon arrived at Sister Fong's office. To call it an office was a misnomer. It was more of a rundown table cluttered with office supplies and children and Appo's toys. Jiangze, Sister Fong exclaimed upon seeing him, her face lighting up with a long-lost smile. According to Tang Wen, she hadn't seen Sister Fong smile in quite some time. It was a heartwarming sight. Jiangze stood momentarily in shock before nodding in acknowledgement. Memories of Sister Fong surged within him. The woman before him seemed different from the Sister Fong he once knew. Given her age, it would not have been inappropriate for him to refer to her as aunt, but previously, Sister Fong had been youthful and vibrant, always engaging with the children in joyful play. Now, however, Sister Fong bore the marks of age, with gray in her hair, a stark contrast to Jiangze's recollections. Upon seeing him, she embraced him, and he found solace in the warmth of her hug, reminiscent of a mother's embrace. Tang Wen stood quietly by, observing. Jiangze was fully immersed in the emotions of his former self. Sister Fong, about Director Zhuang. Jiangze began. The smile vanished from Sister Fong and Appo's face, replaced by a look of deep concern. Just as I mentioned to you yesterday, it seems he may not have much time left. I didn't want to disturb you, thinking you had moved on to a better life and shouldn't be burdened with such news. But Director Zhuang insisted on seeing you. Jiangze and Appo's heart ached as he quickly inquired, "Where is Director Zhuang now? Please take me to see him." Sister Fong nodded solemnly and led Jiangze to meet Director Zhuang for what might be the last time, with Tang Wen accompanying them. Upon learning of Jiangze and Appo's background, Tang Wen did not recoil. Instead, she expressed deep sympathy. Throughout his childhood, Sister Fong and Director Zhuang had provided him with an unparalleled experience despite the hardships. Filled with laughter and joy, as he approached the meeting with Director Zhuang, Jiangze felt overwhelmed, unsure of how to confront the impending sorrow. He feared he might break down. Thankfully, Tang Wen remained by his side, offering encouragement. Since Director Zhuang had fallen gravely ill, every penny of the family's savings had been spent on his care, yet his condition showed no signs of improvement, deteriorating to such an extent that doctors advised the family to let him rest peacefully. This unspoken truth was understood by all, and Sister Fong had not concealed the gravity of the situation from Director Zhuang, who, aware of his impending fate, had longed to see Jiangze once more. Chapter 48. The Mystery of Heritage. Soon, the three of them arrived at a dilapidated old house, the residence of Dean Zhuang and Sister Fong. Jiangze recalled a mischievous childhood incident when he played hide-and-seek and hid in their home, only to be sought after for a long time, which frightened both of them immensely. As they entered through the door, Jiangze immediately spotted Dean Zhuang seated in a wheelchair. However, upon seeing him, Jiangze noticed a smile on his face, indicating that he had not been truly defeated by illness, only his body had succumbed. Dean Zhuang, upon recognizing Jiangze, smiled broadly, just like Sister Fong. "Xiaoze, Wenwen is here. Come in, make yourselves comfortable." At that moment, Jiangze and Tang Wen felt like children again, obediently sitting down at the gentle invitation of Dean Zhuang. "I recall you should be 18 now. I remember when you used to watch trainers compete on television. That fiery determination to become the best trainer. How is it now? Have you become a trainer?" "Yes, I have successfully become a Pokémon trainer, and I currently have 2 Pokémon. I am also a freshman at Hansan University," Jiangze replied. Hearing this, Dean Zhuang was genuinely pleased. His joy emanated from the heart. It was unexpected that, even while being afflicted by illness and facing his impending departure, he remained so concerned about Jiangze. Jiangze shared stories about his adventures, including battles with his Pokémon, explorations of secret realms, and his mentorship under a near-elite trainer. It felt as though there were endless tales to recount, and he longed to share them all with Dean Zhuang, wishing for him to know how remarkable the child he had nurtured had become before his time came. After a lengthy exchange of recent happenings and reminiscences, Dean Zhuang interjected. By the way, Fong, why Don and Amp, Oppos, do you take one out for a bit? I have something I wish to discuss with Xiaozhe. Although unsure of what Dean Zhuang wanted to discuss privately with Jiangze, Sister Fong and Tang when graciously left them alone. Once they exited, Dean Zhuang maneuvered his wheelchair toward a cabinet in the room, and Jiangze promptly went to assist him. It seemed Dean Zhuang was searching for something, and Jiangze remained silent, watching intently, pondering that this private conversation must hold significance. Before long, Dean Zhuang retrieved a key and an iron box from the cabinet. He unlocked the box with the key, revealing a journal inside, accompanied by a set of keys bearing a code. Jiangze recognized this key from the Trainer Association. It was typically given to trainers who stored something at the association. Anyone possessing such a key could retrieve their stored items in the future. To Jiangze's surprise, that Dean Zhuang possessed such an item raised questions, as he was not a trainer and should not have been able to store anything at the association. Just as he was contemplating this, Dean Zhuang's next words left him astounded. Xiaozhe, I have never told you this before, but you are not an unwanted orphan. These are items left for you by your biological parents. Upon hearing this, Jiangze was taken aback. His biological parents? But why would they send him to an orphanage if they were alive? The reason I never informed you earlier is that your parents may not be ordinary people. When I first encountered them, they were in a dire situation, holding a 2-year-old you and appearing quite frantic, as if they were being pursued. For your safety, they entrusted you to me. They instructed me to give you the contents of this box when you turned 18. Now that you are 18, it is time to pass on what your parents left for you. Do not blame them. They must have had compelling reasons for leaving you behind. Despite Dean Zhuang's insistence not to harbor resentment towards his parents, Jiangze was still filled with anger. No matter the circumstances, how could they abandon their child? Noticing Dean Zhuang and Amp, Oppos' earnest gaze upon him, Jiangze took a moment to calm his inner turmoil and accepted the journal and keys from the iron box. The journal appeared somewhat aged, and unable to suppress his curiosity, he decided to open it and read. The journal seemed to be a diary penned by his biological parents. The earlier entries had been torn out, and the remaining text was somewhat unclear, with only a few passages legible. The diary noted, August 15th, 2001. Sonny, we have made a breakthrough in our research, and everyone is elated. This research is undoubtedly the greatest scientific achievement of the 20th century. With this power, the Summer Hua Alliance will surely grow stronger. August 20th, 2001. Our laboratory was invaded by numerous unidentified individuals. Brother Chong and the guards fought valiantly to defend us. My wife and I survived this invasion. August 30th, 2001. The laboratory has fallen. After Brother Chong covered our escape, my wife and I managed to bring the research success with us. We intended to present our findings to the higher-ups of the Summer Hua Alliance, but upon arrival, our superior was mysteriously missing, and our research was deemed too dangerous and ordered for destruction. However, this success was the culmination of our entire research team's lifelong work. I was unwilling to accept this. To protect our research from being destroyed, my wife and I fought our way out of the Alliance and Oppos' division. The subsequent entries were illegible. Until September 20th, 2001, having escaped with our research, we were pursued, not only by the Summer Hua Alliance, but also by another group that invaded the laboratory. We had no choice but to flee, but they pursued us relentlessly without ever providing an explanation. For the sake of our colleagues at the Research Institute, we vowed not to surrender our findings until we located the higher-ups who ordered this project. The diary's entries came to a close, except for the final entry that perhaps reflected his parents' intention to entrust Jiangze to Dean Zhuang, detailing their desperate need to evade their pursuers until he turned 18. It turned out that his father's name was Jiang Tianwan, and his mother's name was Luo Wei. After finishing the diary, Jiangze found himself in a state of profound shock, grappling with the revelation of his extraordinary heritage. Seeing Jiangze's reaction, Dean Zhuang said, "Child, do not be disheartened. Your parents must have been entangled in many complexities, which led them to leave you in my care. Do not blame them, but do not rush to find them either. You are still young. You can seek them out when you have grown stronger. Jiangze nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. With the truth unveiled, the bitterness he felt towards his parents dissipated, replaced by an even greater curiosity regarding the nature of their research and their current whereabouts. Were they alive? These were answers Jiangze would need to pursue in due time, but he knew he must first cultivate his strength to embark on this journey. Chapter 49. The 6 trials. Throughout the afternoon, Jiangze remained at Director Zhuang's residence, grappling with the tumult of emotions stirred by the revelations of the day. As night descended, his curiosity about the mysterious keys left by his parents became unbearable, prompting him to make his way to the Trainer Association. Upon arriving at the reception desk on the first floor of the Trainer Association, Jiangze handed over the keys to the staff member. While he waited, he pondered whether the items stored within the association were, in fact, his parents' and Oppo's research findings. However, it seemed unlikely. The Trainer Association was part of the Xiaohua League, and if such significant findings were stored there, they would have surely been discovered long ago. Seated in a chair, Jiangze was acutely aware of the slim chances of his biological parents being alive. Yet he clung to a flicker of hope that he might uncover some clues from the stored items. Before long, the staff member returned, her demeanor markedly warmer than before. She informed him that retrieving the items required a meeting with her superior. As this was not an ordinary storage method, specific qualifications were necessary to claim the items. Intrigued, Jiangze followed her to the 5th floor, where the senior executives of the Han Mountain Association conducted their business. Upon entering, he was greeted by a middle-aged man who had been waiting for him. "Hello, are you the esteemed guest here to retrieve items? Please, have a seat," the man invited. Jiangze complied, still perplexed by the notion of qualifications mentioned earlier. The man explained that the items had not been stored conventionally. Instead, one must meet certain criteria to retrieve them. This revelation piqued Jiangze's curiosity about what those criteria might entail. Presumably, the individual who stored the items was a relative of yours. Only trainers of particularly high rank within our trainer association are permitted to use this special storage method. The items stored are highly confidential, and we do not know their contents, he elaborated. Many prominent families or enterprises employ this method to strategically plan for their successors. For instance, a person may only retrieve items after achieving a certain rank or accomplishment in Pokémon battles within our association. I have checked, and you are allowed to retrieve items a total of 6 times, but each retrieval requires meeting specific conditions. Do you understand my meaning? In essence, Jiangze realized he could not simply claim all the items his parents had left him in one go. He needed to fulfill certain prerequisites for each retrieval. The thought that his parents had managed to devise a plan for his future, even while facing peril, brought a mist to his eyes. "What conditions must I meet to retrieve my first item?" he inquired. "According to the established requirements, you must attain the gold rank in our Trainer Association's Pokémon battles to claim the first item," the man replied. "The gold rank? I am currently at silver 2. And even Tang you failed to advance to gold rank. My 3-star Bada has more training ahead of it." As gold rank typically involves Pokémon of level 26 or higher, Jiangze mused. It appeared he would not be able to claim the first item his parents had left him today. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred. His bug Pokémon was already at level 22, and with training, he was confident it could reach level 24 and enable him to ascend to gold rank. With the realization that he could not retrieve anything today, Jiangze decided there was no reason to linger. Before leaving, he inquired about the conditions for the subsequent 5 item retrievals, but the staff member informed him that those conditions remained undisclosed until after the first item was claimed. The Trainer Association merely served as an overseer in this process. After departing, Jiangze refrained from hastily engaging his bug Pokémon in battle, knowing that with their current strength, they might not yet be ready for the gold rank. Once home, he gradually calmed himself. Recognizing that his parents and Oppo's 6 trials likely held significance regarding their fate, he resolved to keep this matter close to his heart for the time being. Focusing instead on passing the first trial and preparing for the upcoming university freshman tournament, which was of paramount importance, his thoughts became clearer. He understood he could only take one step at a time. The following day unfolded like the previous ones. with morning sessions dedicated to Pokémon knowledge and afternoon training for his bug Pokémon and Riolu. The day and Amp, Oppo's focus for his bug Pokémon was mastering telekinesis. Thanks to previous training with magnetic fields, it had learned to sense the magnetic fields of objects. Jiangze procured a small stone, tasking his bug Pokémon with using the antennae atop its head to move the stone through telekinesis. This was no small feat, as the subtleties of the technique required personal insight. As a 3-star Pokémon, its capacity for understanding was undoubtedly impressive. The bug Pokémon diligently followed Jiangze's instructions, while he turned his attention to Riolu, primarily focusing on skill acquisition. He recalled a technique called heavyweight kick that he had seen used by a slippery opponent in a previous battle. This move was essential for fighting-type Pokémon. To help Riolu learn this technique, Jiangze concentrated on exercises that would enhance its lower body strength. Although Riolu already possessed considerable explosive power in its legs, mastering the art of kicking and concentrating that power would require extensive practice. While Riolu was adept at kicking, its strikes lacked the necessary force to achieve the heavyweight kick's desired effect. Observing the diligence of both Pokémon, Jiangze remained patient, offering encouragement throughout the afternoon. By the end of the day, it seemed the bug Pokémon had grasped the fundamentals of using its antennae, successfully moving the small stone with telekinesis. However, further practice was necessary to apply this newfound understanding to offensive maneuvers. Riolu, too, began to master the nuances of kicking, as evidenced by its improved striking power against the training bags. With these developments, Jiangze felt one step closer to completing the first trial left by his parents. That evening, he canceled plans to engage in battles at the Trainer Association. To reward his hard-working bug Pokémon and Riolu, Jiangze treated them to a lavish meal specifically designed for Pokémon. Upon returning home, he realized he had neglected to arrange a spa day for his bug Pokémon in quite some time. Thus, he indulged them with a special spa experience, and it was evident that his massage techniques had won their affection, even captivating Riolu. Chapter 50. League selection half a month later. It has been nearly 20 days since the commencement of the school year. Throughout this period, Jiangze diligently adhered to the training regimen he had meticulously devised, leading to a remarkable enhancement in both the prowess of his bug Pokémon and the progress of Riolu. From Monday to Friday, Jiangze engaged in academic training alongside his teachers in the mornings, while dedicating the afternoons to specialized physical training for his bug Pokémon and Riolu. The weekends were reserved for intensive guidance under his master, Han Long, where he also fulfilled various tasks. The tri-daily battles remained unbroken, with Jiangze ensuring that the opponents he matched for his bug Pokémon and Riolu were ideally suited to their capabilities. Although he had yet to embark on the promotion matches for the gold tier, his bug Pokémon had already attained the qualifications necessary to compete at that level. The reason for delaying the promotion matches was Jiangze's desire to make a final push in the last few days, not only to elevate his rank, but also to accumulate the points required for Riolu to ascend to 3 stars, especially with the impending Freshman League on the horizon. Additionally, he must not forget the 6 trials left by the Trainer Association and his parents. However, after reflecting on his previous eagerness, Jiangze resolved that even upon reaching the gold tier, he would prioritize obtaining the first trial item after the Freshman League concluded. Thus, every moment of the past 20 days had been spent without respite, a testament to his unwavering commitment. The efforts he exerted were not in vain. Within this fortnight, his bug Pokémon successfully advanced from level 22 to level 24, and its telekinetic control had seen exponential growth. Initially capable of moving but a small stone, it could now manipulate objects weighing approximately 100 kilograms. The remaining 10 days of training would focus on teaching his bug Pokémon how to apply this telekinetic ability effectively in battles. Likewise, Riolu had made significant strides, climbing to level 21 and mastering 2 enhanced skills, the upgraded heavy kick and the enhanced bite. As a potential ace in his arsenal, Riolu had effectively addressed the challenges posed by ghost-type Pokémon. To tackle this issue, Jiangze sought Han Long and Amp, Oppo's counsel, who advised him to teach Riolu the bite move, thus providing it with a means to contend against ghost types. Riolu did not disappoint Jiangze, Alongside its previous 3 skills, it had now learned a total of 5, marking a considerable improvement. Zhang Zhe surmised that if Riolu and Apos' mother were to see her offspring now, she would undoubtedly regard it with newfound respect. Particularly noteworthy was the last battle, where it faced a ghost-type Pokémon, successfully overcoming its timid nature and securing victory, which further fueled Zhang Zhe and Apos' anticipation for a 3-star Riolu. Today, as was customary, Zhang Zhe arrived at the classroom early. "Thank you once again, Zhang Zhe. Thanks to your guidance, my Kirlia has learned Heavy Kick. I cannot express my gratitude enough," Zhu Xiaowan remarked. "No need for thanks. It was merely a small matter. Your Kirlia possesses exceptional learning capabilities," Zhang Zhe replied. Over the past 20 days, his classmates had also made substantial progress. Those who had previously posed a challenge to his bug Pokémon had shown remarkable improvement. Whenever he had the opportunity, Zhang Zhe would offer them guidance. As he realized that achieving a commendable rank in the freshman league through personal prowess alone would not suffice, true honor belonged to the collective. If more outstanding students from Hanqing University could secure top positions, it would bring great satisfaction to his master. Once the highest level Kirlia, it had now reached level 25. Zhang Zhe estimated that by the time the freshman league commenced, it would likely be at least level 26, which would enable it to break into the gold tier within the trainer association. After all, apart from the exceptional, the majority of freshmen remained at a silver level, with some barely reaching bronze. Naturally, those at the bronze level would be eliminated in the school and Apos' selection process, as only 50 top-tier freshmen from each university would participate in the league. Reflecting on the first day of school, he recalled battling against a Monferno that had ascended from level 20 to level 23. Although its level was somewhat lacking, its inherent species strength remained unchanged, and it would undoubtedly pose a challenge to Kirlia. However, this Monferno was known for its rebellious nature. When Teacher Huang appointed Zhang Zhe as class monitor, it was the first to voice dissent. That battle not only determined the class monitor, but also the top position among the freshmen of Hanqing University. The defeated Peng Jian would have to settle for being perpetually second. Nonetheless, there was another outstanding freshman with a fire-type Pokémon, Lin Tian, whose choice of Pokémon indicated that at least one of his parents was likely an alliance adjudicator. Among the students, the one who had made the most significant progress besides Zhang Zhe was undoubtedly Lin Tian and Apos' Houndour, which had also reached level 25, suggesting substantial support from his family. Consequently, Peng Jian's Monferno, after facing Houndour, inevitably fell from its perennial second place to third, much to his chagrin. Had it not been for Kirlia's absence in battle against him, he might have found himself in fourth place. In Zhang Zhe and Apos' class, most Pokémon had reached around level 20. Given that they were nurtured as part of a key training program, Zhang Zhe had also observed the strength of other classes. Among 10 classes, only 1 or 2 students exhibited stronger capabilities, resulting in a noticeable disparity in overall strength. However, starting today and leading up to the freshman league, academic studies and training would largely conclude, as each class needed to select 50 participants for the league. The selection process for over 1,000 freshmen was no simple task. Even combined, only 250 students would compete in the freshman league, necessitating a 7-day competition. Thus, the selection process would not entail one-on-one battles. Zhang Zhe had just heard Teacher Huang explain the selection rules. For fairness, the selection would not occur between classes, but would involve all freshmen collectively. Of course, some freshmen might not wish to participate in the league, preferring instead to become Pokémon breeders or pursue certification. Consequently, the school stipulated that within the next 10 days, freshmen could seek out other students for battles. Challenged students could not refuse, and battles could take place on the playground, in training areas, or in battle zones, as long as they occurred within school premises under the supervision of teachers. Each victory would earn 1 point, and any student who lost 5 consecutive matches would be disqualified. By the final day, the 50 students with the highest scores would earn the opportunity to participate in the freshman league. Zhang Zhe found this prospect quite intriguing, although a peculiar expression crossed his face. Would there be some reckless freshman who might challenge him? This thought filled Zhang Zhe with anticipation. Chapter 51. The Deepest Secrets of Cerulean. Upon the announcement of such rules, all the new students began to buzz with excitement. The stronger among them eagerly sought their opponents, while the weaker ones found themselves in unfortunate circumstances, unable to refuse combat. However, Teacher Huang did mention that those truly unwilling to fight could apply to withdraw. Yet, such a choice would undoubtedly complicate their future studies, as the teachers were quite supportive of mutual sparring for growth. A student who opted out would likely provoke disapproval. Of course, this was merely Jiang Zhe and Amp Oppo's speculation. Since the announcement, classmates had already begun to approach their respective challengers. Peng Jian, I and Amp Oppo's V Long found you insufferable. Let us test our strength in an arm wrestling duel. Fine. I'll go all the way. Lin Tian, do you dare accept my challenge? My Pokémon is of the water type. If you're afraid, then so be it. Afraid? Not at all. Observing the fervor of his classmates, Jiang Zhe felt a stirring within himself, yet no one approached him. In fact, he sensed a hint of avoidance in their gazes. Well, I suppose I won and Amp Oppo's trouble my own classmates. Let them have their fun in the competition, Jiang Zhe thought. Just as he was about to leave the classroom in search of opponents from other classes, a girl called out to him from behind. Jiang Zhe, may I challenge you? Jiang Zhe turned around, surprised to find it was Zhu Xiaowan, a girl with whom he shared a good rapport. She was well aware of his prowess in battles, making her request unexpected. However, upon seeing the determination in Zhu Xiaojuan's eyes, Jiang Zhe realized she was not jesting. I didn't expect someone to challenge me so soon, he mused. Still, he decided to grant her an opportunity. Xiaowan, are you certain about battling me? He inquired. Zhu Xiaowan nodded again, adding, could my Cerulean face off against your Railu? Oh, a battle against Railu? Jiang Zhe contemplated. This piqued his interest. Facing a formidable opponent at level 25, Riolu had yet to encounter such a strong adversary. This was an ideal moment for a breakthrough, especially since Riolu had already achieved 2 stars, perhaps possessing the strength to hold its own. Even in defeat, Jiang Zhe would only lose once. Subsequently, he readily agreed. Upon his consent, Zhu Xiaowan hastily approached Teacher Huang to serve as a witness for their duel. Teacher Huang, taken aback by Zhu Xiaowan and Amp Oppo's challenge, acknowledged Jiang Zhe and Amp Oppo's well-known strength. However, upon hearing that it would be Cerulean against Riolu, he was uncertain about who would emerge victorious. In no time, Jiang Zhe and Zhu Xiaowan arrived at the playground. The venue was already abuzz with many new students engaged in battles, and Jiang Zhe relished the atmosphere. Come forth, Riolu. Appear, Cerulean. The dashing Riolu and the elegant Cerulean attracted a crowd of eager onlookers, their beauty captivating over 20 students. Noticing the sudden influx of spectators, Zhu Xiaowan appeared slightly nervous. Observing her tension, Jiang Zhe hesitated to let Riolu initiate the attack, and Zhu Xiaowan refrained from issuing commands. He understood that external influences could significantly impact a trainer and Oppo's performance during a battle, and it was crucial for Zhu Xiaowan, as Cerulean and Oppo's trainer, to overcome her current emotions for a fair contest. Xiaowan, let me share something with you. I got a gym membership 6 months ago, but I haven't lost any weight. Any ideas why? What? Why is that? Zhu Xiaowan inquired curiously. I don't know. Do I need to go in person to shed some pounds? Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaowan burst into laughter, surprised by his humor. This laughter helped her shake off the nervousness. Are you ready for battle? Zhu Xiaowan nodded. Now that they could begin, Jiang Zhe no longer held back. After all, it was no small feat for a level 21 Riolu to defeat a level 25 Cerulean. Riolu, use quick attack, followed by heavy kick. With that, Riolu surged forward, enveloped in a radiant white light. Remaining calm, Zhu Xiaowan commanded, Cerulean, use teleport. The psychic-type Cerulean deftly evaded Riolu and Amp Oppo's quick attack, avoiding even the heavy kick. So this is the challenge of battling a psychic-type Pokémon? Quite formidable, Jiang Zhe thought. Use hypnosis. Oh no. If that hits Riolu, it will be a decisive blow. Yet, faced with the psychic skill, Jiang Zhe found himself powerless as Cerulean seized the opportunity. Riolu, hang in there. Don't fall asleep. Riolu, struck by Carillion-S hypnosis, struggled to keep its eyes open, nearly succumbing to slumber. Thankfully, it had not yet fully succumbed, though its condition was evidently deteriorating, with speed and strength significantly hampered. This was Jiangze and Apos' first encounter with a psychic-type Pokémon, and it seemed he had underestimated Zhu Xiaowan. Her Carillion was likely the most concealed threat among the new students. Even Ping Jian's Monferno and Lin Tian's Herdier would struggle against it. Jiangze called out to Riolu repeatedly, but it was futile. Riolu remained under the effects of hypnosis. Zhu Xiaowan seized the moment. Carillion, use heavy kick. Riolu, quickly dodge. Hearing Jiangze and Apos' command, Riolu tried desperately to evade Carillion's heavy kick. However, in its hypnotic state, it was unable to react in time. Carillion and Apos' heavy kick landed squarely on Riolu, rendering it unable to battle. Riolu has lost. Carillion is victorious, Teacher Huang declared. Jiangze could hardly believe the outcome. Had he truly lost so soon? It seemed he had indeed been careless. Within just a few moves, Riolu had been defeated, even accounting for the level difference. It was astonishing to lose so quickly. A dark horse. An unabashed dark horse. I'm sorry, Jiangze, I didn't mean for you to lose, Zhu Xiaowan said. Jiangze felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent among the new students. This Carillion and Apos' strength was far beyond what it appeared. After recalling Riolu, Jiangze declared, Zhu Xiaowan, now at an Apos', my turn to challenge you. I wish to battle with my Butterfree against your Carillion. Is that acceptable? Of course. Let me experience the prowess of the strongest newcomer at Hanshan University. With that, the second Pokémon battle between them commenced. This time, Jiangze was determined to give it his all. Come forth, Butterfree. Chapter 52, Butterfree vs. Kirlia. The moment Butterfree made its entrance, the atmosphere of the playground shifted dramatically. Its resplendent form elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. Wow, is this truly Butterfree? It must be the most exquisite butterfly I have ever seen. A voice rose in exasperation. How infuriating. So he is Jiangze, handsome, and even his Pokémon is stunning. I can't bear it any longer. Jiangze, the freshman powerhouse, renowned as the best of the first-year students? So it is him. Instantly. In addition to the captivating presence of Jiangze's Butterfree, his reputation drew a significant crowd. After all, the record of his first-day battle had already circulated on the Han Mountain University forum. The frenzy surrounding his good looks only intensified public interest. It seemed impossible to remain unnoticed. Zhu Xiaowan's expression turned serious upon seeing Butterfree. She understood that defeating Li Fian might be a straightforward task. Yet facing this Butterfree instilled an inexplicable sense of pressure. Even Kirlia's gaze towards Butterfree had shifted. It was evident that the forthcoming battle would be a clash of titans. The question lingered. Would Zhu Xiaowan and Apos' Kirlia, which had been concealing its true strength, prove superior? Or would Jiangze's Butterfree shine brighter? Curiosity enveloped the crowd. Jiangze was equally surprised by the sudden influx of spectators. This was the perfect opportunity for his Pokémon to showcase the fruits of their training. However, recalling Kirlia and Apos' earlier performance, he did not underestimate it. After all, Kirlia had employed merely 3 moves in their previous encounter. Having perused Kirlia and Apos' Dex entry earlier, Jiangze now resolved to study it with greater diligence. For this was a mark of respect towards a formidable opponent. Pokémon. Kirlia. Potential. Green. Level. 25. Ability. Synchronize. Negative effects inflicted on this Pokémon can be transmitted to the opponent during battle. Hidden ability. None. Moves. Teleport. Hypnosis. Heavy Slam. Psychic. Confusion Ray. Condition. Good. Base stats. 278. Comments. A powerful Psychic-type Pokémon. Its potential allows it to learn Fairy-type moves in the future. Oh, it possesses Psychic and Confusion Ray as well. Moreover, Kirlia's potential to learn Fairy-type moves in the future cannot be overlooked, Jiangze mused. He had not anticipated that the seemingly unassuming Zhu Xiaowan was actually a rival capable of challenging him. It made sense now why Curlia had expressed gratitude to Jiang Zhe upon mastering Heavy Slam. Prior to that, its only offensive move had been Psychic. The principle behind Psychic was akin to what his Butterfree had learned regarding controlling psychic energy, albeit Curlia could utilize it for offense, something his Butterfree had yet to achieve. No wonder Zhu Xiaowan had remained so modest. Aside from its psychic abilities, Curlia's offensive capabilities had always been its weak point. Despite the fact that Curlia was about to confront Butterfree, Jiang Zhe felt a swell of pride. This development could see Curlia emerge as a dark horse in the freshman league, enhancing Han Mountain University's chances of glory. With his thoughts swirling, Jiang Zhe contemplated the battle ahead. Given that Curlia could employ Psychic, this was fortuitous. If Butterfree could learn to harness Psychic for an attack during this battle, it would be a tremendous advantage. Enthralled by this prospect, he could hardly contain his eagerness to commence the duel. Zhu Xiaowan re-examined Curlia's condition. Following the recent skirmish, Curlia remained unscathed and in excellent spirits. Elated by its victory, Curlia's positive emotions would undoubtedly influence its performance in the upcoming battle. "Are you both ready?" asked Mr. Huang, serving as the referee. The surrounding students were growing impatient, eager for the Pokémon battle to unfold. Both combatants nodded, and Butterfree and Curlia signaled their readiness. With a commanding voice from Mr. Huang, the Pokémon showdown commenced once more. Jiang Zhe, however, chose not to instruct Butterfree to attack immediately. Instead, he intended to have Butterfree use Psychic to sense Curlia's teleport first. Without doing so, any attack would merely squander energy. "Butterfree, hold on. Use Psychic to sense Curlia's position." Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in disbelief. Butterfree could use Psychic? This revelation breached the students' and Oppo's knowledge boundaries, and even Mr. Huang had never encountered a Butterfree capable of such a move. Zhu Xiaowan was skeptical. How could Butterfree possibly utilize Psychic? Nevertheless, she knew Jiang Zhe was not one to speak lightly, and she decided to test the waters. "Curlia, use Psychic to attack Butterfree." Curlia positioned its hands on its temples, fixating intently on Butterfree. The audience remained puzzled, as Psychic was invisible to the naked eye. All they could observe were Curlia's movements. "Butterfree, imitate Curlia and use Psychic for defense." As soon as the words left his lips, Butterfree mimicked Curlia. Its antennae straightened as it concentrated its psychic energy. Everyone remained in suspense, unsure of the unfolding events. Only Zhu Xiaowan comprehended that Curlia's psychic move had not inflicted any harm on Butterfree. Both Pokémon remained stationary, each sustaining a psychic stance, displaying signs of exertion. Could Butterfree genuinely be resisting Curlia's psychic? Zhu Xiaowan gasped in astonishment. This realization awakened the crowd. Indeed, their states appeared quite convincing. Jiang Zhe felt a rush of excitement. Evidently, Butterfree's training in psychic had borne fruit. The two Pokémon exuded ethereal psychic energy, perceivable only to them in an unseen realm. This marked the first encounter for Curlia with an opponent capable of directly clashing using Psychic. Yet, this was not Jiang Zhe's ultimate intention. His goal was for Butterfree to learn how to attack using Psychic through Curlia's maneuvers. "Butterfree, cease your Psychic release." The command left the audience baffled. Why abandon the defense? Without a hint of doubt, Butterfree complied, halting its Psychic emission. The consequence of this was that Curlia's psychic attack would strike Butterfree directly. Jiang Zhe felt a wave of anxiety for Butterfree. "Hold on, Butterfree," he urged silently. As anticipated, the impact of Curlia's psychic attack elicited a pained expression from Butterfree, indicating that it had indeed been effective. "Butterfree, stay strong. Absorb the method of Curlia and Oppo's psychic attack." Chapter 53, Mastering Psychic Abilities. The bug Pokémon, though struck by a telekinetic attack, had less than a second to react. Fortunately, it possessed its own psychic abilities, granting it a mental fortitude far superior to that of ordinary Pokémon. This resilience prevented Kairu Lillian from seizing the opportunity to continue its assault. Moreover, the bug Pokémon emerged from the telekinetic strike relatively unscathed and quickly regained its composure. Jiang Zhe smiled, for he witnessed the bug Pokémon mastering a new skill. Skill learned: enhanced telekinesis, an advanced version of telekinetic attack. Commentary: the first psychic-type skill learned by the 3-star Butterfree, a testament to its relentless imitation and surpassing of limits. At long last, the bug Pokémon had acquired a psychic-type skill. Jiangze's heart brimmed with joy. After a period of unwavering effort, the 3-star Butterfree had finally grasped its first psychic ability. It was a remarkable feat that no one had previously achieved, and Jiangze believed that even Han Long would be astonished upon learning of this development. Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Despite the bug Pokémon being targeted by a telekinetic assault, Zhu Xiaowan noticed Jiangze's unwavering composure. He was even smiling. What could this mean? Zhu Xiaowan pondered, suspecting that she might have fallen into Jiangze's trap. However, it was not exactly a trap. Rather, Kairu Lilian had unwittingly given Jiangze an advantage. Zhu Xiaowan surmised that she could no longer employ telekinetic attacks against Butterfree. Kairu Lilian, teleport behind Butterfree and execute a heavy kick. Bug Pokémon, activate Invincible Hardening. Kairu Lilian teleported behind Butterfree, launching a powerful kick. Fortunately, in the final moments, the bug Pokémon activated its Invincible Hardening ability. Even when struck by Kairu Lilian and Appo's heavy kick, it emerged unscathed. Bug Pokémon, Invincible Hardening, an antidote to flamboyant attacks. Zhu Xiaowan, witnessing Butterfree and Appo's remarkable resilience against the heavy kick, resolved to alter her attack strategy. After all, Kairu Lilian was a psychic-type Pokémon, and such a formidable physical attack could serve as a decisive blow. Just as the bug Pokémon lifted off the ground, Zhu Xiaowan shouted, "Kairu Lilian, use Hypnosis. Follow up with Illusion Beam." "Is it coming?" Jiangze mused. Just as the bug Pokémon rose, it fell under the influence of hypnosis. Thankfully, its vast mental strength prevented it from slipping into a deep slumber. Kairu Lilian unleashed a pink beam, poised to strike the bug Pokémon. This was likely the Illusion Beam, if hit. The bug Pokémon could easily fall into a state of confusion. Without Invincible Hardening, the bug Pokémon would be unable to withstand another heavy kick. The decisive blow was imminent. Jiangze prepared to counter the onslaught of attacks. Bug Pokémon, unleash Enhanced Telekinesis. As the words left his lips, the bug Pokémon mimicked Kairu Lilian's earlier telekinetic maneuver. Meanwhile, Kairu Lilian was preoccupied with casting Illusion Beam and could not evade the bug Pokémon's telekinetic strike. Thus, the enhanced telekinesis successfully struck Kairu Lilian, causing its Illusion Beam to veer off course and miss entirely. Kairu Lilian's expression contorted in pain as it suffered a psychic assault, momentarily losing its focus. Next came the finishing move. Bug Pokémon, execute Double Air Slash. In a flash, two powerful waves of air materialized, hurtling towards Kairu Lilian. Unable to teleport due to the effects of enhanced telekinesis, Kairu Lilian succumbed to the onslaught of Double Air Slash, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. With Kairu Lilian incapacitated, Butterfree emerged victorious. From the silence of the battle to the final moment of triumph, all the newcomers erupted in cheers for the two combatants. Such a high-caliber contest was beyond the reach of ordinary students. Zhu Xiaowan was left dumbfounded. After concealing her strategy for so long, she had unexpectedly fallen to Jiangze. She was merely a step away from victory, unaware that Butterfree could also wield telekinesis. Had Butterfree been unable to control its psychic powers, it would have been easily overwhelmed by Kairu Lilian and Appo's debilitating attacks. Jiangze recognized that his victory had not come effortlessly. With his trump card, Riolu, having been defeated and the bug Pokémon having exhausted its major abilities, the battle's outcome would have been uncertain had it not successfully mastered telekinetic control. He owed his gratitude to Zhu Xiaowan for prompting Kairu Lilian to use telekinesis right from the start. Otherwise, the bug Pokémon would have faced a longer path to mastering psychic abilities. Through this encounter, Jiangze learned that no seemingly insignificant opponent should be underestimated. Even a lion must exert its full strength when hunting a rabbit. For instance, had he approached the battle with Riolu more cautiously, leveraging its speed advantage, there might have been a chance for success. However, he had been careless, failing to comprehensively examine Kairu Lilian's Pokédex entry. Could this be attributed to Kairu Lilian's lack of strength? Certainly not. It merely underscored the overwhelming prowess of Jiang Zei's Pokédex and the remarkable capabilities of the 3-star Butterfree. Following this battle, the news of Butterfree and Apos' newfound ability to wield psychic skills would undoubtedly create a stir. This discovery would be monumental in the Pokémon world, and it would not be long before caterpillars became the favored choice among trainers, affordable yet powerful, entirely nurtured by Jiang Zei and Apos' guidance. During the battle, a nearby teacher had already informed Han Long, the principal of Hanzhan University, of Butterfree and Apos' psychic abilities. Upon receiving this news, Han Long smiled knowingly, surmising that such an extraordinary Pokémon could only have been nurtured by his diligent pupil. He hurried from his office to witness the developments firsthand. As Zhu Xiaowan and Jiang Zei tended to Riolu and Kyra Lillian in the infirmary, Han Long arrived, having anticipated their presence. Before Jiang Zei could speak, Han Long inquired, "Jiang Zei, has Butterfree truly mastered psychic skills?" "Indeed, Master," Jiang Zei affirmed. The teacher attending to their injuries and Zhu Xiaowan stood in astonishment. "What? Did he just call the principal master? Well done. I never expected you to actually make Butterfree learn psychic abilities. This is something others would have never dared to dream of." "It appears Butterfree has long been underestimated," Han Long remarked. Jiang Zei nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Master. There are no inherently weak Pokémon. Only trainers who fail to uncover their potential." Han Long beamed, pleased to hear such wisdom from Jiang Zei, a sentiment echoed by the infirmary staff and Zhu Xiaowan. Chapter 54. The Birth of a Legend Master. Allow me to introduce my classmate, Zhu Xiaowan. Her Pokémon is Kyra Lillian. And it was her Kyra Lillian that demonstrated the psychic move telekinesis during the battle, enabling my Butterfree to fully comprehend the use of this ability. Thus, all the credit belongs to her, Jiang Zei humbly stated. Although Jiang Zei's words were meant to express gratitude towards Zhu Xiaowan, she found them somewhat peculiar. Could it be that if the telekinesis move had not been employed, Butterfree would not have grasped the technique, consequently increasing her chances of victory? This notion had not occurred to Zhu Xiaowan. "You should take joy in this, for it won and amp. Apos, TB long before you become a household name," Han Long chuckled. Jiang Zei remained somewhat bewildered, prompting Zhu Xiaowan to clarify. "As the first trainer to enable Butterfree to learn a psychic-type move, your accomplishment will undoubtedly be reported. There is no way you can conceal Butterfree and amp Apos' mastery of telekinesis before the university freshman tournament." "Ah, is that so? Does that mean students from other schools will learn that my Butterfree can use psychic-type moves?" Jiang Zei inquired. Han Long and Zhu Xiaowan nodded in unison. "However, even if your trump card is revealed prematurely, I believe many freshmen are still unaware of how to counter psychic-type moves, so the impact will not be substantial. Worry not about your secrets being exposed," Han Long reassured. Jiang Zei considered this. After all, among the 5 universities participating in the freshman tournament in Hanzhan City, aside from Zhu Xiaojuan's Kyra Lillian, there would likely be no more than 3 psychic-type Pokémon, leaving them ill-prepared for telekinesis attacks. This thought provided Jiang Zei with a semblance of comfort. In truth, apart from his 3-star Butterfree as his ace, Jiang Zei and Apos' greatest asset lay with his 3-star Riolu. Should Riolu advance to 3 stars before the competition, it would undoubtedly represent the pinnacle of power in the tournament. As a 3-star Pokémon, ascending through levels was not a daunting task. However, his greatest apprehension stemmed from a certain Psyduck. If it were to evolve into a Pyroar, Jiang Zei could not guarantee that his 3-star Riolu would emerge victorious. The healing process proceeded swiftly, and within half an hour, both Riolu and Kyra Lillian had fully recovered. After imparting a few words of advice to Jiang Zei, Han Long took his leave. He informed Jiang Zei that the news of Butterfree mastering psychic-type moves had likely spread, and it would not be long before numerous media outlets sought to interview him. Even high-ranking officials from the Trainer Association would come to discuss and verify whether Jiang Zei's Butterfree had indeed mastered telekinesis. With only 10 days remaining until the university freshman tournament, Han Long promised to help Jiang Zei fend off such inquiries, particularly from reporters, until after the tournament concluded. Jiang Zei understood that he could not allow these matters to interfere with the upcoming competition. As anticipated, The Provincial Trainer Association contacted the Hanzhan Pokémon Association at the first opportunity. Regarding Butterfree and Oppo's psychic capabilities, the province remained skeptical, having only witnessed such footage online. Although experts in psychic moves from the province had verified the video showing that Butterfree had indeed mastered telekinesis, they nonetheless instructed the Hanzhan Trainer Association to confirm the incident promptly. They suspected that the Butterfree in the video might not be Butterfree at all, but rather a new species of Pokémon. Jiangze's actions had drawn considerable attention, leaving the provincial experts baffled. Upon learning this news, the Hanzhan Trainer Association quickly identified the student from Hanzhan University responsible for the commotion. Upon Han Long's return to his office, his phone rang incessantly. Not only did the president of the Hanzhan Trainer Association call, but principals from various universities also reached out. Han Long smiled faintly, surprised by how quickly the news had spread. He understood that these individuals were likely inquiring about Butterfree's newfound psychic abilities. Hello. Before Han Long could finish his sentence, the voice on the other end exclaimed, "Old Han, I've heard your Hanzhan University has an extraordinary freshman. His Butterfree can actually learn psychic-type moves? Is this true?" Clearly, the caller was more excited than either Jiangze or Han Long. He was the president of the Trainer Association, a figure of prominence in Hanzhan City. Having witnessed countless events over the years, Han Long found it amusing that a freshman could elicit such enthusiasm. Nevertheless, this also enhanced Han Long and Oppo's reputation, and he thought to reward Jiangze appropriately in due course. "Old gal, please calm down. I am already aware. That student is my newly accepted disciple, and his Butterfree has indeed mastered psychic-type moves. There's no doubt about it. Has the province issued any orders? I hope they are not attempting to poach him from me." President Gao remained silent for a moment before responding. "You should grasp the significance of this. A Butterfree evolved from an inconspicuous Caterpie can learn psychic-type moves. The province is now taking notice. They require me to ascertain the accuracy of this matter immediately, but based on your account, it seems genuine. I did not expect the province to react so swiftly. Have they mentioned what steps will follow?" Han Long asked. Hearing this information, even Han Long hesitated. After all, Jiangze was his student, and should this sudden commotion lead to him being transferred to another university, Han Long would suffer the greatest loss. For he had intended to cultivate Jiangze as his most distinguished disciple. "Old Han, I understand your concerns. The provincial authorities will find it challenging to poach talent, especially since he hails from Hanzhan City. For a freshman to nurture such a powerful Pokémon is extraordinary, and it brings honor to our city. Enough of this. Are you at the school? I shall come over immediately." Certainly. Unbeknownst to Jiangze, his recent battle had garnered widespread attention, even prompting the president of the Hanzhan Association to pay him a visit. Moreover, the news of Butterfree's psychic abilities had already circulated throughout the university. Years later, the name Jiangze would be synonymous with honor at Hanzhan University. Following this incident, Butterfree was almost mythologized. It seemed the Caterpie lineage would owe a debt of gratitude to Jiangze, as future trainers would eagerly capture Caterpies, transforming what was once a humble creature into a prized possession, revered as the legendary trainer who cultivated the most extraordinary Butterfree. Chapter 55. The Olive Branch of the Trainer Association. As Jiangze began to check his phone, a cascade of notifications flooded in. "Tangyu. Wow, Jiangze. What kind of monster are you? Has your Butterfree mastered psychic abilities? Is that for real? Kiki Jia, I had already noticed something unusual about your Butterfree. I can't believe it has learned psychic skills. Ha ha ha, you've suddenly become a prominent figure. Come visit our psychology club this afternoon. I intend to leverage your newfound fame to recruit more students and inject some fresh blood into our club. No refusals. Nana, I just saw you online. Something about a legendary Butterfree trainer, the pioneer of psychic abilities with Caterpie, and the most dashing freshman at Hanzhan University. Is that really you? Tangwen Wow? Jiangze, I just saw you online. Your Butterfree is simply too cool. Fangjia. Xiaoze, I never expected you to excel so remarkably after leaving the orphanage. Both Director Fong and I are genuinely proud of you. Keep it up." The exuberance of his friends was almost overwhelming, leaving Jiangze feeling a bit bashful. This was merely the beginning. He reminded himself to stay humble. Meanwhile, excitement erupted among freshmen at other universities. Wang Buer, whom Jiang Zhe had defeated in the Trainer Association, was conversing with the top freshman from Gaiji University. "Boss, that's him. He defeated my slippery little guy with that Butterfree in the Trainer Association. I hadn't Oppos. Seen his Butterfree use psychic abilities then, but now, it has learned telekinesis so quickly." The top freshman from Gaiji University remarked, he's a formidable opponent. With such strength, it seems Hanzhong University should not be underestimated this time. That Kairu Luoyan will also be challenging to deal with. Boss, do you think you can defeat them? Not sure yet. From what I see, they are no less formidable than the others from Lihue University. Prepare yourself. I and Oppos. VE heard from the seniors that this year and Oppos' freshman tournament is expected to be the most competitive in recent years. At Lihue University, a freshman who owned a Duzue Huashu was deep in thought as he watched Jiang Zhe and Oppos' video. A fellow student with a black luja chuckled, "Lin Qi, I never expected to see you with that expression. Do you lack confidence?" Lin Qi shook his head. "Aside from that Butterfree, have you seen its trainer?" He didn't, and Oppos hesitate to reveal telekinesis before the match, and his commands are incredibly precise. I suspect he has more than just psychic skills up his sleeve. He might be my greatest adversary in the freshman tournament. I still think you might be overestimating him. You and Oppos, the young master of the Lincoln family, a renowned clan that moved from Guqing City to Hantan. Although I don't know why your family is here, with your abilities, even if he has hidden talents. He surely cannot match you. The title of top freshman must be yours. Seeing his naivety, Lin Qi chose not to respond. How about this? If you and Oppos, really worried, I can help investigate this Butterfree trainer's background. What do you think? Lin Qi remained silent, not rejecting the offer, understanding that it would be unbecoming to request such an inquiry himself. However, he would not decline if someone offered their assistance. The one proposing the investigation understood Lin Qi's sentiment and promptly set to work. Aside from Lihua and Gaiji universities, the top students from Jizao and Shuiyuan universities had also begun preparations regarding the Butterfree's psychic abilities. This freshman tournament promised to be a gathering of exceptional talents. Even teacher Li from Jizao University, who had previously encountered Jiang Zhe, felt regret for not doing everything possible to retain such talent. Had they managed to keep him, Jizao and Oppos' ranking could have improved significantly this year. After responding to messages in class, Jiang Zhe felt a bit bored. He moved to the window, observing the freshmen battling on the playground below, and felt a familiar itch to join in. Since challengers could not refuse, he decided to take his Riolu out for combat. Curious who would be the next unfortunate soul. Just as he exited the classroom, Teacher Huang called out to him. "Jiang Zhe, wait. Principal Han has something to discuss with you. Please head to his office promptly." "All right. Thank you, Teacher Huang. I'll go right away." With that, Jiang Zhe made his way to his mentor and Oppos' office, puzzled about the urgency of the call since they had just met. Before long, Jiang Zhe arrived at his mentor and Oppos' office. Upon entering, he found two elderly men embroiled in a heated argument. One was his mentor, Han Long, and the other was Gao Jinxiang, the president of the Hanzhong City Trainer Association. Seeing Jiang Zhe enter, they ceased their quarrel. Gao Jinxiang and Oppos' eyes lit up as he quickly approached Jiang Zhe. "You are Jiang Zhe? The freshman whose Butterfree has learned psychic skills?" Jiang Zhe was somewhat bewildered. He did not recognize the elder before him. Out of courtesy, he replied. "Yes, I am Jiang Zhe, and my Butterfree has indeed learned telekinesis." Han Long hastily introduced Jiang Zhe. "This is President Gao of the Hanzhong City Trainer Association. He has come specifically to see you. Please, have a seat." "Here so soon?" Jiang Zhe thought, surprised that the Trainer Association representatives had arrived so quickly. The three settled down again. Gao Jinxiang wasted no time in speaking. "Student, would you be interested in joining our Hanzhong City Trainer Association? I will do everything in my power to support you. All you need to do is register as a Pokémon senior consultant with us. In addition to an annual salary of 1 million, I will cover all your expenses for the 4 years of university. Moreover, if you wish to pursue other opportunities in the future, I can assist in your recommendations. What do you think?" Before Jiang Zhe could respond, Han Long erupted. You old rascal. You didn't end Oppos. T mentioned this when we spoke earlier. Are you trying to poach students from me? Did you even consult me first? Jiangze. Do not agree to this. Old Han. Why can and amp? Oppos. Do you think about the student's future for once? An annual salary of 1 million. Covering all university expenses. I'm talking about everything. And it only requires a nominal title. What is not to like? You. Han Long was at a loss for words, as negotiating was not his strong suit. Jiangze sat quietly, listening without providing an answer, struggling to suppress a smile at Gao Jinxiang's masterful moral persuasion. He had heard that Gao was one of the top 10 quasi-champions in Han City, much like his mentor. Given that the Trainer Association was directly affiliated with the Xiaohua Alliance, if Jiangze accepted Gao's offer, it would mean he was essentially pledging allegiance to the Xiaohua Alliance. While this was not necessarily a bad thing, it would also mean he would lose his freedom should they ever require his services. Chapter 56. Shearing the wool. Upon hearing President Gao's words, Jiangze felt a moment of hesitation, despite the compelling nature of the offer. His aspirations extended far beyond the confines of Han City, a place devoid of even a single king-level trainer. Jiangze aimed to become a champion within the Xiaohua Alliance. Thus, he was not inclined to accept President Gao and Amp Oppos' proposal at this juncture, especially given the precarious situation of his parents, whose whereabouts remained unknown, while the higher-ups of the Xiaohua Alliance were actively pursuing them. Should their identities be exposed, Jiangze would find himself in an exceedingly difficult position. It was, after all, impossible to sever ties with his parents. Although he had no vivid memories of them over the years, he was aware from a previous note that they had always considered his well-being, even preparing him for the 6 Paths trials upon his 18th birthday while in hiding. The office fell into a contemplative silence. Under the moral pressure exerted by President Gao, Han Long was at a loss for words, and both their gazes were fixed on Jiangze. Faced with the imposing presence of 2 quasi-king-level trainers, Jiangze felt a twinge of anxiety. After a moment of reflection, he spoke. Thank you for your kindness, President Gao, but perhaps you are thinking too far ahead. I am merely a freshman. I hardly deserve the conditions you propose. Upon hearing Jiangze's response, Han Long breathed a sigh of relief. Just as President Gao was about to interject, Han Long continued. Indeed, he is just a freshman. The association and Amp Oppos' generous offerings may raise suspicions in this child. Moreover, today is his first encounter with you. How could he possibly discern your character and the authenticity of your words? These matters can be deliberated upon at a later time. President Gao reflected on this, acknowledging that he had perhaps been a bit too hasty. After all, this was merely their first meeting, and being declined was a natural occurrence. Alas, old Han. It has been years since Han City has produced a trainer capable of standing alongside us at the quasi-king level. My intentions are for the honor of our entire city. If we can nurture more talents here, the provincial authorities and Gujing City will recognize our efforts, and we may receive additional resources in return. Would that not benefit Han University as well? Only in this way can we foster more exceptional individuals and facilitate rapid development in Han City. Don't you find my reasoning sound? Jiangze couldn't help but perceive the subtle shift in President Gao's approach, as it had morphed from mere persuasion to a more sophisticated form of moral obligation, directly entwining the future of Han City in the discourse. He internally admired the president's eloquence and wished he could articulate himself as well. However, there was merit in President Gao's argument, particularly for someone like Han Long, who was already at the pinnacle within Han City. He clearly had a vested interest in the future development of their city. Jiangze, harboring his own calculations, realized that while he might not immediately agree to work for the Trainer Association, he could not simply ignore the advantages presented. He had every intention of reaping the benefits from the resources of the Han City Trainer Association. Let us not rush this matter, President Gao suggested. As Old Han mentioned, this child is still a freshman and should not be burdened with such pressure. However, we must first focus on retaining talent and finding a way to secure resources from the province. What do you think? Han Long wholeheartedly agreed, understanding the importance of resources. Their eyes met, and a mutual understanding passed between them, followed by a shared smile. Jiang Zhe felt somewhat awkward in this atmosphere. Child, President Gao continued, since you are not considering joining the association at this moment, yet you have brought resources from the province for us, do not worry about how to procure these resources. Leave that to me. However, as this is all due to your efforts, I will ensure you receive some rewards. Excellent, Jiang Zhe thought, eagerly anticipating this statement. Here, I present you with this VIP card from the Han City Association. Each year, it will grant you a limit of 500,000 for purchasing the resources you require from the Trainer Association, along with exceptional benefits, all entirely free of charge, President Gao declared, producing a platinum VIP card. Jiang Zhe felt a surge of excitement. I'm not sure if that's appropriate, Jiang Zhe replied politely, though his thoughts were akin to those of a child at the New Year's gathering, feigning disinterest in red envelopes, while subtly hinting to relatives to fill his pockets. Han Long noticed the boy's internal struggle and said, "Oh, this is President Gao's goodwill. After all, you have fought for resources for Han City. This is your rightful reward. Just accept it." With his mentor's endorsement, Jiang Zhe reluctantly accepted the VIP card, his acting skills beyond reproach. Once the discussion concluded, President Gao shifted the focus back to the matter at hand. Now, child, let me see your Butterfree. The province requires me to confirm whether this Butterfree has mastered psychic-type skills, so I can request the necessary resources. All right, come forth, Butterfree. The beautiful Butterfree reappeared before them, eliciting an involuntary gasp from President Gao, for it was far more stunning than any footage he had seen. Han Long chuckled at Gao's awestruck expression, saying, "What do you think? This Butterfree was nurtured solely by my apprentice. I've heard their family possesses unique methods. It was initially just an ordinary caterpie, yet it has transformed into this extraordinary specimen. Our research on Pokémon is still woefully insufficient." Jiang Zhe felt a pang of panic as his mentor unexpectedly revealed such significant information. President Gao quickly seized upon this revelation. "What did you say? This was cultivated through special methods? It wasn't he always like this?" Faced with his mentor's admission, Jiang Zhe could only nod in acquiescence, fearing that any exposure might lead to the capture of his Pokémon as a test subject, while he would be coerced into divulging the existence of his system. However, he was overthinking. President Gao understood the implications and swiftly reassured him, "Rest assured, old Han, since you have confided this information in me, you know my character. I want to you recklessly reported. Today, my sole purpose is to determine whether your Butterfree can unleash psychic energy." Hearing President Gao's words, Jiang Zhe finally relaxed. Subsequently, President Gao retrieved his phone and produced a small box from another location, handing it to Jiang Zhe. "Young Jiang, please cooperate. This box is designed specifically to test psychic-type Pokémon. Let your Butterfree direct its psychic powers toward this box, allowing me to record the results for the province. Afterward, you shall be free to go." Jiang Zhe readily complied, passing the box to his Butterfree. "Butterfree, when I give the signal, use your psychic ability on this box, all right? Let us begin." President Gao activated his phone, recording the entire process. Chapter 57, Boundless Wealth. Chong Chong. Activate your psychic abilities. At Jiang Zhe's command, Chong Chong commenced its psychic output towards the black box. This enigmatic black box operated on a unique mineral extracted from a realm abundant with psychic Pokémon. When directed with psychic energy, the mineral would respond accordingly. Instantly, the office was enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors. Though Jiang Zhe was unaware of the specifics, the vigorous reaction indicated a successful test. President Gao successfully recorded the results, astonished by the extraordinary psychic capabilities exhibited by Chong Chong, which radiated enough light to illuminate the entire office. This not only confirmed Chong Chong's psychic abilities, but also showcased the formidable strength it possessed. "All right, is that enough? Chong Chong, cease the psychic output now," Gao said, visibly more exhilarated after the test. Through a brief exchange, he had gleaned the essential details about Jiang Zhe. Besides cultivating a Butterfree with psychic abilities, Jiang Zhe might even be able to nurture even more powerful Pokémon. This piqued Gao's curiosity. If Butterfree could achieve such remarkable feats under Jiang Zhe's unique training methods, what could be possible with other Pokémon? By the way, Xiaojiang, when do you plan to capture your next Pokémon? How about this? I'll take care of it. Anything available in Hanzhan City. I will find a way to procure for you, provided you can once again cultivate a Pokémon as extraordinary as Butterfree, Gao suggested eagerly. The unexpected proposal left Jiang Zhe momentarily speechless. I mean, the Hanzhan City Trainer Association will cover your next Pokémon. What do you think? Gao repeated, his demeanor revealing a hint of apprehension about Jiang Zhe's response. Is the Hanzhan City Trainer Association really that affluent? Jiang Zhe pondered silently. Recalling the Pokémon he had seen during his previous visit to the breeding house, the prices started at a minimum of 100,000 for the most ordinary specimens, while the starter Pokémon were priced around 500,000. The Pokémon he had observed at his Master-S place, such as Ghastly, Electabuzz, Psyduck, and Dratini, would surely cost upwards of 1 million. If he were to delve deeper into the selection, acquiring one through official channels would likely exceed 2 million. Today, President Gao and Appo's grand gesture undoubtedly showcased his wealth. President Han remained silent, having previously mentioned that he would allow Jiang Zhe to choose one from his own collection of Pokémon. I'm sorry, President Gao, but I may not be able to acquire my next Pokémon just yet, as I already have 2, Jiang Zhe explained. Oh, you already have 2? What? You have 2? Did Lao Han assist you? Gao exclaimed, casting an incredulous glance at Han Long. Han Long shook his head, indicating that Jiang Zhe's second Pokémon was unrelated to him. Indeed, President Gao, my other Pokémon is Riolu, which I captured in a miniature secret realm near Hanzhan City over 2 weeks ago. Riolu. Upon hearing the name, President Gao's eyes lit up with excitement. It was known that his signature Pokémon, Lucario, was the evolved form of Riolu. Come forth, Lucario. He summoned, releasing his formidable Lucario, a level 55 powerhouse that emanated an aura of intimidation akin to Jiang Zhe's experience facing his Master-S Dragonite. Hurry, let me see your Riolu, Gao urged. It became clear why he was so elated at the mention of Riolu. He too possessed a Lucario. Jiang Zhe decided to release Riolu as well. Come forth, Riolu. The freshly recovered Riolu appeared before everyone, its expression one of astonishment as it gazed at Lucario, feeling an overwhelming sense of strength that surpassed that of its mother. President Gao whispered a few words to Lucario, who then approached Jiang Zhe and Appo's Riolu. At first, Riolu hesitated, hiding behind Jiang Zhe, aware that President Gao meant no harm. Do not be afraid, Riolu. You too shall evolve into a Lucario and grow strong like it, Jiang Zhe reassured. With encouragement, Riolu stepped out from behind him. Lucario approached Riolu and gently placed its hand atop Riolu's head. Moments later, Lucario seemed to grasp something significant and moved towards President Gao. It was well known that once Riolu evolved into Lucario, it would be capable of utilizing aura to communicate telepathically with humans. Clearly, Lucario was conveying something to President Gao. In truth, Lucario was confirming Riolu and Appo's potential as requested by Gao. He wanted Lucario to assess Riolu and Appo's mastery of aura. The result was astonishing, for they discovered that Riolu was already on the brink of comprehending the power of aura, potentially capable of wielding it proficiently without evolving. For President Gao, who owned a Lucario, this revelation was as astonishing as Butterfree's psychic abilities. He understood that only after evolving could Riolu truly undergo a transformation, mastering the power of aura to not only execute Aura Sphere, but also anticipate opponents' moves through aura reading, establishing a mental connection with humans. The realization that Riolu could learn to harness aura before evolving left Gao astounded. It was evident that Han Long and Appo's earlier assertion about Jiang Zhe's potential to cultivate Pokémon as impressive as Butterfree was indeed true. In that moment, he fully comprehended what it meant to be a genius trainer. Had Han Long not already taken Jiang Zhe as his apprentice, Gao might have pursued him with fervor. After a moment of contemplation, President Gao said, "Xiao Jiang, why don't you step outside for a moment? I need to discuss something privately with President Han." Understood, Jiang Zhe responded, recalling Chong Chong and Riolu before waiting at the office door. About 10 minutes later, Gao Jinxiang emerged from the office. and Jiang Ze immediately sensed that President Gao was in high spirits, evidently having reached some form of agreement with Han Long. However, since they had chosen to keep it from him, he felt no need to inquire further. With his master present, he was confident that any arrangement detrimental to him would not be tolerated. As Jiang Ze suspected, President Gao and Han Long had indeed struck a deal concerning Jiang Ze. Gao had leveraged Jiang Ze and Apos' unique training methods as a form of persuasion, threatening to report the matter to the provincial authorities should Han Long refuse. Such an outcome could lead to an investigation or intense questioning. Left with no choice, Han Long reluctantly agreed, but Gao and Apos' intentions were not malicious. His proposal was to become Jiang Ze's second master, vying with Han Long, one of the top 10 quasi-king trainers in Han City, for the honor of training Jiang Ze. Han Long, originally opposed to sharing his apprentice, ultimately conceded for Jiang Ze's sake. Chapter 58. The second master apart from President Gao and Apos' proposal to become Jiang Ze and Apos' second mentor, he also expressed his commitment to nurture Jiang Ze into an exceptional trainer, akin to Han Long and Apos' dedication. Given Jiang Ze and Apos' current potential, President Gao felt that setting expectations at the level of an aspiring champion trainer might be somewhat modest. After all, there are numerous aspiring champion trainers, established for over a century. The Xiaohua Alliance allows any trainer who successfully defeats the 8 major gyms to compete in the Alliance Champion Tournament. However, defeating these gyms is no trivial feat. Each gym boasts a rich history, representing the 16 elemental types of Pokémon, with each gym embodying 2 types. To conquer even one gym is to gain a degree of recognition among elite trainers, making it clear that overcoming all 8 gyms at this stage signifies extraordinary prowess, an achievement likely attained by only 1 in a million. Nevertheless, within the vast population of billions in the Xiaohua Alliance, many can reach this milestone. Yet, defeating all 8 gyms does not instantly confer the status of an aspiring champion trainer. Only those who place in the top 20 of the Alliance Champion Tournament can be regarded as such. Thus, the number of aspiring champion trainers within the Xiaohua Alliance remains considerable, albeit limited to the hundreds. Upon entering the top 4 in the Champion League, one is hailed as one of the new 4 strongest aspiring champion trainers. Achieving this status grants a singular opportunity to challenge a champion trainer. And only by vanquishing one can a trainer earn the title of a new champion. Those who fall short retain only the designation of aspiring champion. The Xiaohua Alliance records only the 4 most formidable champion trainers, signifying that the title of champion resides at the pinnacle of the entire Xiaohua Alliance. Their power is not merely influential, they are titans capable of determining the fates of millions. Given that champion trainers are exceedingly rare, the 5 major alliances across the continent only host a meager 20 such individuals, an extraordinary rarity among billions. Both President Gao and Han Long understand the arduous journey to becoming a champion trainer. Even they, who once held dominion in a small city, became merely aspiring champions after years of perilous trials and relentless effort, landing at an average level among their peers. Their past experiences, if divulged, would deter many elite trainers from pursuing the same path. Thus, the journey to becoming a trainer can be likened to a formidable challenge, especially considering that both President Gao and Han Long intend to cultivate Jiang Ze as a champion-level trainer. It is evident that they harbor immense expectations for him. However, they're not rushing. There remains a long road ahead before Jiang Ze can ascend to champion status, with the first step being his emergence as an elite trainer. According to President Gao, this year's strongest newcomer, aside from Jiang Ze, is a scion of the Lincoln family, who has already met the criteria to register as an elite trainer. Given their family and Apos' wealth and legacy, it is hardly surprising to see such exceptional talent emerge. President Gao's intention is not to dampen spirits, but to prepare Han Long, and both maintain an excellent mindset. Han Long also shared Jiang Ze's background with President Gao, so neither is anxious. Jiang Ze is undoubtedly a late bloomer. After a spirited discussion, they successfully reached an agreement. President Gao would keep Jiang Ze's other matters confidential, and they would set Jiang Ze and Apos' aspirations on becoming a champion-level trainer. As President Gao departed, his fondness for Jiang Zhe grew, and he took a moment to encourage him. Expressing his intention to witness Jiang Zhe and Apos' performance in the upcoming university newcomer tournament, Jiang Zhe was taken aback. It was unexpected for someone he had just met to care so much about him, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. For it is rare for individuals to extend kindness without reason. However, upon entering his master and Apos' office, Jiang Zhe dismissed his earlier thoughts. Han Long informed Jiang Zhe of President Gao's desire to become his second mentor. The news of a champion-level stronghold in Hanshan taking on a disciple was already enough to stir excitement, but now with two vying for the honor, it promised to be a sensational event. For Jiang Zhe, this was nothing short of a monumental blessing, given his background. The resources he could access depended solely on his own efforts. Yet now, with two of Hanshan and Apos' most esteemed champion-level trainers as mentors, resource acquisition would no longer pose a challenge. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhe accepted. Although both President Gao and I will be your mentors, allowing you to navigate Hanshan and Apos' trainer community with ease, we do not wish for our relationship to affect your mindset. Therefore, we hope to keep your identity confidential for now. Can you agree to this? Thank you, Master. I have no objections. To receive your guidance is already a tremendous fortune. I would never dare to misuse your names, Jiang Zhe replied earnestly. Your understanding of our concerns is appreciated. Since Gao is generous, I shall not be outdone. Here are 4 sand scale fruits. When consumed by Pokémon, they significantly enhance speed. Additionally, this scale powder is for your Butterfree. If applied daily, it will boost its bug-type moves by at least 20%. In an instant, Jiang Zhe experienced the joy of having 2 mentors. It seemed that moving forward, his resources would not only double, they would also compete to outdo each other. This sensation was simply delightful. Thank you, Master. I will accept these graciously, Jiang Zhe said without reservation, aware of the sand scale fruit and Apos' value. While the scale powder was something he had previously researched, its price having deterred him. Recently, you need not participate in the newcomer tournament organized by the school over the next 10 days. Focus on utilizing the sand scale fruits and scale powder to enhance your Butterfree and Riolu's strength in preparation for the tournament. Both President Gao and I will be rooting for you. Thank you, Master. In merely a day, Jiang Zhe and Apos' life felt as though it had entered a realm of fortuity. While he had previously possessed a system, he now caught a whiff of the impending opportunity for investment. Upon leaving his master's office, he eagerly began researching the value of the sand scale fruits online. The results astonished him. These fruits could only be found in medium-sized secret realms, and once discovered, they were monopolized by the Xiaohua Alliance, rendering them priceless in the market. The Alliance and Apos' emphasis on these fruits underscored their significance, capable of dramatically enhancing a Pokémon's speed in a short span. With 4 gifted to him by Han Long, Jiang Zhe could hardly contain his elation. Meanwhile, in his office, Han Long was also smiling. Old Gao didn't and Apos' see this coming. I and Apos' directly gifted 4 sand scale fruits. It appears that in this exchange, I have triumphed. This seems to be a friendly rivalry between the 2 mentors. Chapter 59. The world has gone mad without the need for battle. Jiang Zhe returned to the classroom, eagerly anticipating the moment when Worm and Riolu could consume the sand scale fruit. This fruit, known for its ability to enhance speed, ought to be digested as soon as possible. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe return, Teacher Huang inquired, Jiang Zhe, what is happening? Why is Principal Han looking for you in such a hurry? It's because President Gao of the Trainer Association in Hanshan City has arrived to assess whether my Butterfree can truly utilize telekinesis, Jiang Zhe replied. Hearing that the esteemed President Gao had come to visit, so swiftly startled Teacher Huang, it seemed that a remarkable student had emerged from her class. I never expected President Gao would make a personal appearance. You've certainly made a name for yourself. He is renowned as one of the top trainers in Hanshan City. Akin to our own Principal Han, it is said that he is exceedingly strict and impartial. Under his leadership, the previously declining association has flourished remarkably over the years. Meeting him is indeed a noteworthy occasion. As Teacher Huang spoke, Jiang Zhe chuckled inwardly. Was he really as strict and impartial as rumored? To him, it felt more like moral coercion. Nonetheless, Jiangze appreciated President Gao's opulence. And what are your plans now? Teacher Huang continued to inquire. Principal Han mentioned that with my current strength, I need not participate in the school and Oppos as freshman selection matches. Instead, I should focus on training before the freshman tournament. Indeed, Principal Han is correct. The selection is intended to ease new students into Pokémon battles while identifying the best candidates for the university's freshman tournament. Given your capabilities and Butterfree's, participation is unnecessary. However, your Butterfree's signature move, telekinesis, has already been exposed, and with President Gao seeking you out, I suspect other new students will certainly prepare countermeasures. You may need to develop a trump card as an ace in the hole for the competition. This concern had been raised by others previously, but Jiangze felt relatively at ease regarding it. Nevertheless, Teacher Huang and Oppos' detailed advice reflected her expectations of him. Thank you, Teacher Huang. I will strive to meet those expectations. Let us see how we perform then, Jiangze responded. All right, with a student as exceptional as you. I doubt I have much more to teach. Hurry along to train. I must oversee the battles of the other students, Teacher Huang said before departing. Jiangze pondered where to train next. Given the bustling activity in the playground, battle area, and training zone, those locations would not be suitable. Suddenly, he thought of a perfect spot. Kiki, are you there? Jiangze called out as he entered the psychology club. Indeed, it was currently class time for sophomores to seniors. And the other freshmen were unlikely to choose the psychology club for battles, making it relatively tranquil. Oh, isn't this our famous student from Hanzhong University, Jiangze? What brings you to our humble psychology club? Wang Kiki teased. Oh, I think I forgot to reply to Kiki's earlier message. She must be upset. Jiangze thought. Kiki, please don't say that. I genuinely had matters to attend to. As a member of the psychology club, how could I not assist you in recruiting? Rest assured, I will do whatever you need me to do when the time comes, Jiangze assured her. Seeing Jiangze's earnest attitude, Wang Kiki decided to let it go. Enough of the pleasantries. Why are you here instead of continuing with the freshman tournament selection matches? Is it Riolu that has encountered an issue again? No. Both Riolu and Worm are in excellent condition. I came to make use of this space, and with my strength, I have no need to participate in such matches at school. Principal Han has advised me to focus on training to prepare for the top students from other schools. He even provided me with 4 sand scale fruits. Oh, so you're not battling? What? Sand scale fruits. Are you sure they are sand scale fruits? Wang Kiki initially struggled to process the information, but upon hearing sand scale fruits, her interest was piqued. Look, this is what Principal Han gave me. Jiangze produced 4 fruits adorned with green scales, causing Wang Kiki's eyes to widen in astonishment. Is it truly sand scale fruits? Has the world gone mad? Has Principal Han lost his mind to give 4 of these to a freshman? Wang Kiki had only seen sand scale fruits in videos and online. This was her first time witnessing them in person. Do you know what sand scale fruits signify? Wang Kiki asked incredulously. I saw some information online earlier. They seem quite valuable, only found in secret realms. Pokémon that consume them can significantly enhance their speed, right? You little rascal. If I didn't know you were Principal Han and Oppos' apprentice, I'd suspect you stole these. Sand scale fruits are not as simple as you think. They are classified as the top-tier fruit among the mysterious fruit treasures. There is a legend associated with sand scale fruits, claiming that they were once the exclusive food of the Sky God. Under the Sky God's nurturing, these fruits gradually absorbed a portion of his power, enabling Pokémon that consumed them to enhance their speed. Jiangze listened intently, surprised to learn of such a legend. Wang Kiki, initially prepared to say more, found her eyes gleaming with desire, revealing the allure that these rare fruits held. Here is the deal, Jiangze. Name your price for one. I will accept whatever is within my means. Faced with Wang Kiki's earnestness, Jiangze found himself at a loss for words. Kiki, it's just a few fruits. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss? You do not understand the true value of sand scale fruits. For my forest lizard, I am willing to go all out. Name your price boldly. Jiangze hesitated. His master had indeed invested heavily in providing such fruits, though they were now his. He could do as he pleased, even sell them. However, he felt reluctant to price something for Kiki, who had consistently supported him. How about this, Kiki? Let us skip the pricing. I'll just give you one. With that, he handed her a sand-scale fruit. This left Wang Kiki momentarily stunned. Did he truly not grasp the value of sand-scale fruits? To simply give them away? As a teacher in the psychology club and a trainer with a forest lizard, her background was not lacking, which is why she had proposed a purchase. However, seeing Jiang Zhe's generosity, she felt uncomfortable accepting such a precious gift from a student. Noticing Kiki's reluctance to take the fruit, Jiang Zhe urged, Kiki, please accept it. You've been a tremendous help to me during this time. As a member of the psychology club, what harm is there in contributing a fruit? Although Jiang Zhe insisted, Wang Kiki's hand remained unmoving, still hesitant to accept the sand-scale fruit. Chapter 60. Breaking a record, however, matters had reached this stage. Contemplating the potential of her forest lizard with the acquisition of this sand-scale fruit, Wang Kiki realized the remarkable enhancement it would bring at this juncture. Such a tree fruit, if missed by ordinary individuals, would be a genuine loss. Ultimately, Wang Kiki gritted her teeth and relinquished her pride, saying, Jiang Zhe, how about this? You've always called me Sister Kiki, so why not truly consider me your sister? Although I cannot make grand promises, I assure you that once you accept me as your sister, I will do everything in my power to protect you. What do you think? Jiang Zhe was utterly taken aback by Wang Kiki's declaration. Upon arriving in this world, he initially believed himself to be an orphan, with only Chu-Chu accompanying him like family, though he later made friends and had a mentor like Han Long to care for him. The nature of friendships and the somewhat awkward position of a mentor left Jiang Zhe feeling quite isolated. The prospect of having someone willing to acknowledge him as a brother was beyond his expectations. Witnessing Wang Kiki's resolute expression brought a sheen to his eyes. In that moment, their bond transcended mere siblinghood tied to the sand-scale fruit. It evolved into a profound, true brother-sister relationship. Wang Kiki, in uttering those words, resolved to treat her newfound brother with utmost care. The moment Jiang Zhe offered the sand-scale fruit, she had already been moved by his innocence. Sister, brother. At that moment, Jiang Zhe resembled a child, rather than a being with memories from 2 lifetimes traversing into this world. Wang Kiki approached and embraced Jiang Zhe, who found it impossible to articulate the emotions swelling within him. He simply knew that he had family in this world. In an instant, Jiang Zhe not only sought strength in this realm, but also discovered a new, profound significance. The feeling of having family was indescribably beautiful, and he vowed that upon locating his parents, he would protect his loved ones, ensuring they would never encounter harm. Subsequently, Wang Kiki accepted the sand-scale fruit from her brother, and they released their Pokémon within the psychological training center. Chu-Chu Riolu and the forest lizard each devoured a sand-scale fruit. The sight of them relishing their meal nearly brought Jiang Zhe to tears. The luscious flesh of the sand-scale fruit appeared utterly delectable. Initially, Jiang Zhe had intended for Chu-Chu and Riolu to each have 2 fruits. But having given one to his newly accepted sister, he decided to distribute the remaining 3 equally between the 2. Gazing at the last sand-scale fruit in his hand, Jiang Zhe swallowed hard, almost succumbing to the temptation of consuming it himself. Thankfully, the thought of its considerable value kept him rational. Had Wang Kiki known of Jiang Zhe's desire to keep the last fruit for himself, she would undoubtedly have showered him with sisterly affection. Seeing that all 3 had finished their fruits, Jiang Zhe was eager to witness the effects of the sand-scale fruit. Although the Pokémon had only just consumed it, there must be some immediate effect. Otherwise, the sand-scale fruit would not be so coveted. Sister, how much do you think their speed will improve after eating the sand-scale fruit? I'm not certain. They probably need some time to digest it. Moreover, I've heard that the enhancement in speed isn't instantaneous after consuming the sand-scale fruit. It's a gradual process, which can be maximized through subsequent training. In that case, it seemed Jiang Zhe would need to intensify the speed training for Chu-Chu and Riolu before the freshman league. Speed was already their forte, and if they could achieve a significant enhancement prior to the league, it would provide them an edge over their psychic abilities. After realizing this, Jiang Zhe engaged in a brief conversation with his sister before taking his leave, as the impending freshman league demanded unwavering dedication to daily training. Before long, Jiangze escorted Chuchu and Riolu to the training area. The training zone was bustling with new students engaged in battles, though the equipment was momentarily unoccupied. After a thorough search, Jiangze discovered a training apparatus particularly suited for Chuchu and Riolu. It was a compact space resembling an octagonal cage, designed specifically for Pokémon to train their speed and reflexes. Once a Pokémon entered, plastic balls would begin to launch towards them, requiring the Pokémon to evade the projectiles using their speed, with the velocity of the balls increasing over time. A record of the longest duration held by exceptional students' Pokémon was displayed prominently. The top record belonged to Luo, whose Pokémon, a Scyther, lasted 8 minutes and 25 seconds. The second place was held by Li Sisi, with her Pokémon, a Swablu, at 7 minutes and 56 seconds. The third was Shirt Song, whose Scorpy lasted 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Upon observing these statistics, Jiangze felt a surge of interest. This training method was evidently more suitable for Chuchu and Riolu than the previous obstacle course. Why not attempt to set a record? He proposed to Chuchu and Riolu. Let us play a game. You two will compete, and the winner will receive a special spa treatment tonight. How does that sound? Upon hearing spa, both Chuchu and Riolu were filled with excitement. With their confidence brimming, Jiangze decided to let Chuchu take the first turn. Soon, Chuchu entered the octagonal cage, and Jiangze had previously explained the rules to both Pokémon, which they had memorized. Essentially, the objective was to evade the plastic balls. The longer one remained unhit, the more successful they were. However, since this was their first experience with such a training device, determining a winner immediately would be somewhat unfair. Jiangze contemplated allowing them to train individually for half an hour to become familiar with the apparatus before commencing the competition. Inside the octagonal cage, the surrounding apparatus began launching projectiles at Chuchu. Initially, the slow speed of the balls was easily manageable for Chuchu, who merely had to tilt slightly to evade the incoming plastic balls. At first, only one ball would attack at a time, making it quite simple. Gradually, however, the speed of the attacks began to accelerate, and even Chuchu started to feel overwhelmed. Has it really only been 3 minutes? It seems breaking a record is not as easy as it appears, Jiangze mused. Chuchu's first speed training session ended in less than 3 minutes when it was struck. Jiangze glanced at the rankings above, feeling a bit disappointed. He had anticipated the challenge posed by the device. He had hoped to set a record. Unbeknownst to Jiangze, Chuchu had indeed broken a record, one for the longest duration a Pokémon could remain within the apparatus during their first attempt. The vast majority of Pokémon attempting this device for the first time usually lasted less than a minute, with the previous record holder having managed only 2 minutes. Thus, Jiangze unwittingly set a record, all while feeling somewhat disheartened. Had his classmates known, they would surely have criticized him for raising such an extraordinary Pokémon. Chapter 61. The promise of understanding wave guidance. Lulu was keen to try its hand at training inside the octagonal cage, and upon seeing this eagerness, Jiangze felt a deep sense of satisfaction. It seemed that a healthy competition was brewing between the two. All right, give it a go, Lulu. Best of luck. With that, Jiangze allowed Chuchu to exit before letting Lulu step in. The training resumed swiftly. As soon as Lulu entered the cage, plastic balls began to rain down upon it, much like they had on Chuchu earlier. Initially, Lulu deftly evaded the barrage, but Jiangze knew that the beginning was not indicative of the outcome. As Lulu remained inside for 2 minutes, it surprisingly closed its eyes, causing Jiangze to ponder this peculiar behavior. Why would it shut its eyes? Chuchu had struggled after 2 minutes, yet Lulu was managing to dodge the balls with its eyes closed. This sight piqued Jiangze and Appo's curiosity. Despite closing its eyes, Lulu remained unfazed, skillfully avoiding the incoming plastic balls. In fact, it was on the verge of surpassing Chuchu and Appo's record. Chuchu, astonished, couldn't comprehend how Lulu could endure longer than itself. Soon enough, Lulu exceeded Chuchu's time. Although Lulu's performance was remarkable, the act of closing its eyes plunged Jiangze into contemplation. After a series of dodges, Lulu was eventually struck by a plastic ball launched by the training apparatus. yet it had outlasted Choo-Choo by a full 30 seconds. "Lulu, you were incredible," Jiang Zhe praised as Lulu emerged from the cage. At that moment, a bold thought struck Jiang Zhe. Choo-Choo was at level 24, while Lulu was merely at level 21, and both had only consumed a single sand scale fruit. Logically, Lulu shouldn't have been faster than Choo-Choo. Reflecting on Lulu's evasive maneuvers, Jiang Zhe contemplated deeply. Finally, enlightenment dawned upon him. During the training, while it was true that Choo-Choo was faster, Jiang Zhe realized that Choo-Choo relied on its vision to track the plastic balls, sending signals to its brain to activate its reflexes. This process inevitably created a minuscule delay, resulting in Choo-Choo being struck once its speed reached a threshold. In contrast, Lulu had its eyes closed, and it seemed to begin adjusting its position before the balls even approached. This could only lead to one conclusion. Lulu had begun to grasp the power of wave guidance. Jiang Zhe was elated, astonished that this healthy competition had spurred Lulu to strive for understanding wave guidance during training. It appeared that Lulu was destined to be the victor of the day and Appo's exercises. Lost in thought, Jiang Zhe was interrupted by Choo-Choo's protest, clearly unwilling to concede defeat to Lulu and eager for another attempt. Jiang Zhe withheld his thoughts, casting a meaningful glance at Lulu before resuming their speed training. The afternoon passed swiftly. Jiang Zhe realized he had indeed chosen the right training apparatus. Under the influence of their friendly rivalry, both Choo-Choo and Lulu were vigorously dodging the plastic balls with remarkable agility. The sand-scale fruit continued to unlock their potential. By the end of the session, both had shown significant improvement, particularly in speed. Jiang Zhe couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of this investment in training equipment. Yet, despite Choo-Choo and Appo's efforts, it could not surpass Lulu and Appo's time within the apparatus. Could this be attributed to Choo-Choo and Appo's slower speed? Certainly not. This only reinforced Jiang Zhe and Appo's conviction that Lulu and Appo's closed eyes allowed it to explore wave guidance. Lulu had earned an exclusive reward for its efforts that evening. As Jiang Zhe exited the training area, he was filled with joy. The training apparatus had proven to be exceptional, and he resolved to have both Choo-Choo and Lulu engage in speed training daily, especially for Lulu. Initially uncertain about how to cultivate Lulu's wave guidance, he now believed that with continued practice, Lulu might soon acquire the ability to read its opponent and Appo's movements before the upcoming Freshman League. That would be an extraordinary advantage, akin to a glitch Jiang Zhe had previously witnessed during Choo-Choo and Appo's battle with Lucario. Later that evening, in a hot pot restaurant, laughter filled the air among the three young friends. "Brother Jiang Zhe, you're incredible. Your videos are going viral online. You've become a celebrity in Hanzhan City," exclaimed Tang Yu. Let an Appo's raise a toast to Choo-Choo for mastering psychic abilities. Jiang Zhe and Tang lifted their glasses, and the trio drank heartily. Originally, Jiang Zhe intended to have a light meal that evening before heading to the Trainer Association for a battle, aiming to accumulate points for Lulu's promotion to a 3-star rank. However, he couldn't and Appo's resist Tang Yu and Appo's insistence on celebrating Choo-Choo and Appo's success, which led them to a lavish hot pot restaurant owned by Tang Yu and Appo's family. Although he had considered declining, the thought of their exquisite beef tripe was simply too tempting. "By the way, Brother Jiang Zhe, I heard from the new students at Lihui University that one of their duckling Pokémon has evolved into a ducklet fire beast. Apparently, they are in Appo's intimidated by your Choo-Choo and Appo's psychic abilities and seem to be prepared for you. You should be cautious," Tang Yu advised. As Jiang Zhe savored the delectable beef tripe, he responded, "Don't worry, Brother Tang Yu. I will undoubtedly shine in this freshman league, and when the time comes, don't blame us at Hanzhan University for surpassing Lihui University. What an Appo's there to blame? You and Appo's, my brother. Your success brings me joy as well," Tang Yu replied. While Tang Wen chimed in, Yes. Brother Jiang Zhe is so capable. He won in Appo's fear that ducklet fire beast. My brother and I will definitely come to watch your match. Go for it, Brother Jiang Zhe." Encouraged by the support of his friends, Jiang Zhe felt invigorated and raised his glass for another round of drinks. Their conversation turned to school matters, and Jiang Zhe shared the events of the day, detailing President Gao's visit. His friends were in awe, admiring how a grassroots student like Jiang Zhe could gain personal recognition from President Gao, who even expressed interest in taking him as a disciple, an unimaginable honor for them. As their casual chat continued, they had already enjoyed several rounds of drinks. Jiang Zhe had initially planned to finish his meal before heading to the Trainer Association for battles with Tang Yu, but after consuming so much, he realized he could no longer make the trip. Feeling exhausted, Tang Yu arranged for Jiang Zhe to be taken home. Before departing, Jiang Zhe, with the last vestiges of his consciousness, slipped the final sand scale fruit into Tang Yu's bag. He had intended to have only Chu Chu and Lulu each consume one fruit that afternoon, saving the last for Tang Yu. A gesture of true camaraderie, far beyond mere words. Brother, you've finally found something you're better at than Brother Jiang Zhe. Ha ha ha. Tang Wen laughed. Meanwhile, Lulu inside its Pokeball felt quite disgruntled, wondering, what time is it? Where's my SBA? Chapter 62. The first freshman of Jitsao University this morning, as the alarm clock blared, Jiang Zhe felt a throbbing headache. Upon glancing at the time, he exclaimed in disbelief, how is it already 9 o'clock? A quick check of the date revealed that it was Saturday, a small relief, however. He had previously arranged with his mentor to undergo intensive training every Saturday and Sunday. Seeing that he was already late, he hastily rolled out of bed. After a flurry of activity, Jiang Zhe was ready in less than 5 minutes. Realizing he had missed his training session, he decided to call his mentor first. Master, I'm so sorry. I went out with friends last night and overslept. I'll come right over. Please don't be angry. Jiang Zhe spoke hurriedly into the phone. Not to worry, Jiang Zhe. I have some matters to attend to today, so we'll pause the training for the next couple of days. Take this time to rest and balance your schedule, his mentor, Han Long, replied before hanging up. Jiang Zhe was momentarily stunned. No training this week. Since the start of the semester, his schedule had been tightly packed, and now, with the cancellation of training, he felt lost. Unbeknownst to him, Han Long was busy fending off journalists and researchers eager to interview him. Without Han Long's intervention, Jiang Zhe and Oppo's residence would have been inundated with visitors. Such is the allure of fame, and Jiang Zhe was currently the center of attention online. Unsure of what to do next, Jiang Zhe returned home. With sleep now out of the question, he felt restless, especially with the University Freshman League just 10 days away. As he mulled over the events of the previous night, a message from Tang Yu arrived. Tang Yu, Brother Jiang Zhe, is this what you left here yesterday? Image. Upon opening the image, Jiang Zhe recognized the sand scale fruit he had gifted to Tang Yu. Jiang Zhe, yes, that is for you. This fruit is beneficial for Pokémon. You should have your Charmeleon eat it right away. Tang Yu, you can't be serious, Jiang Zhe. You must know how precious this is. I can't accept something so valuable. Even my dad insists I return it. Please don't put me in a difficult position. Jiang Zhe, I'm fully aware of its value. It's a sand scale fruit given to me by my mentor. I've already given one to each of my other Pokémon, and this last one is meant for you. So don't worry, just let Charmeleon eat it. On the other end, Tang Yu stared at Jiang Zhe's message for a moment. In youthful camaraderie, there were no excessive formalities. Since Jiang Zhe had insisted, Tang Yu glanced at the sand scale fruit and resolved to accept his friend and Oppo's generosity. Tang Yu, no need for more words. Brothers understand each other. Jiang Zhe, great. Let Charmeleon eat it first. Are you free later? I want to be training with my mentor this week. Perhaps we could visit the Trainer Association? Tang Yu, sounds good. An hour later, Jiang Zhe and Tang Yu met at the entrance of the Trainer Association. Tang Yu had previously mentioned that his Charmeleon had reached the Gold 2 rank, and Jiang Zhe had seen Charmeleon, noting it had already achieved level 27. Determined to ascend to the Gold rank today, Jiang Zhe had not played ranked matches since reaching Silver 2, opting instead to engage in preliminary matches. The competitors in those matches were typically unable to climb the ranks and were merely accumulating battle experience. Soon, they arrived at the battle zone on the 3rd floor. As Tang Yu entered the gold player area, Jiang Zhe called out, Tang Yu, wait for me. I have 2 more matches before I can promote to gold. I'll find you in the gold battle zone. Sure. With that, They each began their respective matches. Match successful. Please proceed to Silver 2 Battle Arena. Upon hearing the announcement, Jiangze made his way to the designated area. He glanced at his opponent's Pokémon, a level 25 Swellow. Jiangze released his own level 24 Butterfree. Given his previous experience battling with Chinchou, he was confident of victory against the silver contenders. Indeed, he overwhelmed Swellow with his powerful Butterfree, finishing the match without even using confusion. Having swiftly concluded the first match, Jiangze soon found himself in the promotion matches for gold rank. This time, his opponents would be gold players. Without hesitation, he initiated the matchmaking for the upcoming matches. Before long, he was paired with an opponent for his promotion match. Unbeknownst to him, this match would not be as straightforward as he anticipated. Perhaps due to his impeccable winning streak leading up to this match, the system paired him with a contender nearly at Gold I rank, a situation he had never encountered before. As he confidently approached the battle zone, Jiangze recognized his opponent's Pokémon, a formidable level 28 Torterra. He hadn't expected such a high-level Pokémon for his promotion match. The last opponent Ting Yu faced during his promotion was merely level 26. This revelation weighed heavily on Jiangze. If it were any other Pokémon, it might have been manageable, but Torterra, one of the Sinnoh starters alongside Infernape, posed a significant challenge. Additionally, his Chinchou's paralysis powder would be ineffective, and with Torterra's naturally high defense, Jiangze began to feel the odds were stacked against him. Indeed, the trainer wielding Torterra was a young woman, a freshman at Jitsao University, and a formidable opponent Jiangze might encounter in the University Freshman League. Upon seeing the handsome Jiangze, her initial disappointment at being matched against a silver player dissipated significantly. After a few glances, she suddenly realized that the person before her seemed familiar. Jiangze, are you Jiangze, the legendary figure from Hansan University? I saw you online yesterday. Your Butterfree is truly impressive. Taken aback that his opponent recognized him, Jiangze was momentarily speechless. Before he could respond, she introduced herself. Hello, Jiangze. I'm Lu Xinyu, a fellow freshman at Jitsao University. It's such an honor to meet you in a battle at the Trainer Association. Lu Xinyu? That name sounds familiar, Jiangze mused. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled who she was. Lu Xinyu, the top freshman at Jitsao University this year. Unexpectedly encountering such a strong competitor before the match intensified Jiangze and Oppo's focus. What a twist of fate it was to meet such an opponent at this juncture. Chapter 63. A tenacious adversary. Upon discovering the identity of his opponent and casting his gaze upon the formidable level 28 forest tortoise, a sense of dread enveloped him. Indeed, the prowess of the foremost newcomer from each university should never be underestimated. Should this strength manifest at Hansan University, Jiangze and Oppo's bug Pokémon, without the understanding of any psychic abilities, would undoubtedly claim the title of the strongest. The constraints of level, combined with the innate potential of the forest tortoise, a top-tier species among grass-type Pokémon, render the confrontation exceedingly challenging. Moreover, Jitsao University is merely the third-ranked institution among the 5 universities in Hansan City. Upon learning of such a formidable opponent as Lu Xinyu, Jiangze had promptly initiated an investigation. Through various online sources, he discovered that this forest tortoise, aside from its impressive level, primarily relied on the grass type's notorious sleep powder, a move that consistently grants it the upper hand at the onset of battles. Once a Pokémon is afflicted by sleep powder, Lu Xinyu would deftly command the forest tortoise to unleash potent Leaf Blade or Energy Ball to secure victory. Before the battle commenced, both combatants recognized each other's formidable strength, defining one another as true warriors. Jiangze, since you are the premier newcomer of Hansan University, and I am the foremost of Jitsao University, shall we consider this battle a representation of the pinnacle of our respective institutions' new talent? Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere in the battle zone shifted dramatically, as both individuals felt the mounting tension within. As Lu Xinyu had implied, their duel transcended mere trainer association battles. It had evolved into a matter of pride for their respective schools, ensuring that neither would yield an inch in the forthcoming clash. The referee, growing impatient with their prolonged banter, interjected, Are you both ready? If so, let us commence. With that, both the bug Pokémon and the forest tortoise stood poised for battle. Jiangze and Lu Xinyu nodded in unison, signaling their readiness to engage. As the referee and Oppo's command resonated, the confrontation between the foremost newcomers of their universities began with Lu Xinyu promptly directing the forest tortoise to deploy sleep powder. A cloud of delicate pink pollen enveloped the battlefield. Jiangze, however, had a straightforward counter, a reinforced gust combined with paralyzing powder, which summoned a tempest that filled the arena with the scent of paralysis powder, effectively neutralizing the forest tortoise's sleep powder. Nevertheless, the gust produced by Jiangze had little effect on the hefty forest tortoise, and the impact of the paralyzing powder was negligible against grass-type Pokémon, rendering Jiangze's efforts futile. Thus, the initial exchange could be deemed evenly matched. Their eyes sparkled with fervor, brimming with the thirst for competition, as it had been some time since either had faced such a formidable adversary. Forest Tortoise, use Growth. Upon invoking the Growth ability, the forest tortoise's size increased noticeably. Not one to be outdone, Jiangze commanded, Bug Pokémon, utilize Nature Power. Both Pokémon, under their trainer's guidance, enhanced their physical attributes through their respective abilities. The true battle was poised to commence. Forest Tortoise, execute Leaf Blade. A multitude of leaves materialized on the forest tortoise's back, slicing through the air toward the bug Pokémon. With such a dense onslaught, evasion was futile. Jiangze had no choice but to instruct his bug Pokémon to activate its invincible hardening. Under the effects of the hardening, the bug Pokémon withstood the growth-enhanced Leaf Blade without sustaining any damage. As the Leaf Blade attack concluded, Jiangze hastily commanded, Bug Pokémon, unleash Double-Edge Air Slash. The concentrated currents of air surged toward the forest tortoise with remarkable speed. Lu Xinyu, undeterred, countered, Forest Tortoise, withdraw into your shell. Instantly, under her command, the forest tortoise retreated into its protective shell, absorbing the impact of the double-edge air slash with its formidable carapace. Observing their exchange, the referee, despite his professional demeanor, found himself stifling a chuckle at the resemblance of their cautious maneuvers to a turn-based game. Nevertheless, from this initial skirmish, both Jiangze and Lu Xinyu gleaned crucial insights into each other and Oppo's strengths and weaknesses. In Jiangze and Oppo's estimation, the forest tortoise was equipped with an arsenal of formidable moves. Apart from Leaf Blade, he had consulted his Pokédex, revealing its other attacks, Seed Bomb and Energy Ball. Yet, it was the move Leech Seed that he regarded with the utmost trepidation. Should the bug Pokémon approach the forest tortoise, it risked being ensnared by vines that could siphon its vitality. This move, capable of replenishing the forest tortoise and Oppo's health while dealing damage, loomed as a potential trump card in the latter stages of the battle. Conversely, Lu Xinyu had begun to form her own assessment of Jiangze. Upon witnessing the bug Pokémon withstand the Leaf Blade, she recognized its extraordinary defensive capabilities, along with a notable speed advantage. However, what troubled her most was the bug Pokémon's psychic abilities. She had yet to devise a countermeasure against such powers, having tentatively gauged each other's capabilities. Jiangze resolved to expedite the confrontation. Lingering too long could prove perilous, particularly if faced with the dreaded Leech Seed. Bug Pokémon, employ Psychic. The bug Pokémon executed a move reminiscent of its previous battle against Kairu Lien, channeling its psychic energy. Recognizing this from an online video of Jiangze, Lu Xinyu felt a flicker of unease. Forest Tortoise, do not emerge. Remain within your shell. At that moment, the forest tortoise, though subjected to the bug Pokémon's psychic attack, found itself shielded by its shell, which mitigated the impact. Despite the level 28 forest tortoise being struck by the psychic move, it merely succumbed to a brief stupor of 10 seconds. After this interval, the forest tortoise emerged from its shell, unscathed. Jiangze was taken aback. Was the forest tortoise truly unaffected by his psychic move? It appeared as if nothing had transpired. This unexpected resilience left him bewildered. In truth, the psychic move had indeed had an effect, but the forest tortoise's shell had dulled its potency. Jiangze, unaware of the brief incapacitation, could only see the forest tortoise peering out as if unperturbed. This revelation left Jiang Zhe in a quandary. Until now, he had relied on the bug Pokemon's invincible hardening as a defensive strategy to frustrate opponents. Yet today, he found himself thwarted by the forest tortoise's impenetrable shell. Finally, he comprehended the despair that Wankiki must have felt when her Wooloo's attacks had proven ineffective against the bug Pokemon's defenses. It was a moment of profound empathy. Chapter 64. Surrender. This cannot simply be described as a Pokemon battle. It is a showdown between two clumsy titans. The invincible hardening of the bug Pokemon, combined with the armored shell of the forest tortoise, would undoubtedly leave any opponent in despair. However, Jiangze quickly regained his composure. This did not imply that his bug Pokemon would inevitably lose, for he had yet to exploit its speed advantage. Seeing the forest tortoise remain unresponsive after being struck by Butterfree's psychic attack, Lu Xinyu was filled with unexpected joy. Initially uncertain of how to counter, this development significantly bolstered her confidence. Forest Tortoise, use Energy Ball. In an instant, the forest tortoise began to gather an immense amount of grass-type energy, the green energy ball brimming with terrifying power. This time, Jiangze was not prepared to let his bug Pokemon withstand the attack. Instead, he commanded it to evade using its speed. Soon, the energy ball was fully charged, and the colossal energy surged towards the bug Pokemon. With a flap of its wings, the bug Pokemon gracefully dodged the attack. Bug Pokemon, use Confusion again. Having reached a safe position, the bug Pokemon unleashed its psychic ability once more. The intangible psychic force instantly locked onto the forest tortoise below. This time, the forest tortoise had no time to retreat into its shell and was struck by the bug Pokemon's confusion. This was a mental assault, and the forest tortoise fell into a brief stupor. Forest Tortoise, what are you doing? Withdraw into your shell. No matter how Lu Xinyu shouted, the forest tortoise remained unresponsive after being hit by confusion. Realizing that the psychic attack had taken effect, Jiangze quickly commanded, Bug Pokemon, use Double-Edge Air Slash. 2 razor-sharp air slashes hurtled towards the forest tortoise. As a grass-type Pokemon, the forest tortoise would suffer double damage from a flying-type move, while the bug Pokemon, being both bug and flying-type, could inflict double damage with its flying-type move against the grass-type. It had not learned any bug-type moves due to its lower level. Jiangze believed that Double-Edge Air Slash would be the most effective attack against the forest tortoise, and he felt confident that this strike could determine the outcome of the battle. The forest tortoise, still dazed from confusion, was unable to evade the Double-Edge Air Slash. One slash struck its head, while the other hit its back. Gradually, the forest tortoise's legs weakened, and its entire body began to slump to the ground. Just as Jiangze thought victory was within his grasp, Lu Xinyu smiled faintly. At that moment, Jiangze failed to notice that the bug Pokemon had moved a bit too close to the forest tortoise. Suddenly, the fallen forest tortoise sprang back to its feet, and the unsuspecting bug Pokemon was ensnared by vines erupting from the ground. Oh no, the forest tortoise was feigning weakness. It's using Mega Drain, Jiangze thought. The bug Pokemon, trapped by the vines, was having its energy gradually siphoned away by the forest tortoise, its expression one of agony. Bound tightly, the bug Pokemon could not move and was unable to execute any moves. This strategy of feigning weakness had been previously discussed between Lu Xinyu and the forest tortoise. If they encountered a formidable opponent, they would pretend to be defeated and then launch a surprise Mega Drain when the enemy was off guard. This tactic was indeed a gamble, relying on the forest tortoise and Appos' defensive capabilities to withstand the opponent and Appos' attack. Clearly, this ploy had worked against Jiangze and his bug Pokemon. The forest tortoise, with its nearly full defenses, was not in danger of being overwhelmed by the level 24 bug Pokemon. How about it, Jiangze? Our strategy is quite effective, ISN and Appos. Tiet? Your Butterfree is now being drained of energy by the forest tortoise and Appos' vines. If you don't have a backup plan, perhaps you should just concede, Lu Xinyu said. However, Jiangze remained calm as he gazed at his bug Pokemon. Surrender was not an option for him. Noticing Jiangze's silence, Lu Xinyu felt a jolt of alarm. Could it be that he actually had a contingency plan? Jiangze understood that he had to place his trust in his bug Pokemon and take a risk. Previously, he had taught the bug Pokémon to mimic the psychic frequency of Kirlia for its attacks. But his training had also allowed the bug Pokémon to manipulate objects using psychic energy. Perhaps confusion could serve a dual purpose beyond just offense. With this realization, Zhangze observed the pained expression of his bug Pokémon and shouted, "Bug Pokémon, stay calm and use confusion again, but this time, do not attack. Use your psychic powers to lift the forest tortoise off the ground." Hearing Zhangze's command, the bug Pokémon, though in distress, quickly regained some clarity. It strained to open its eyes and focused intently on the forest tortoise, particularly its antennae, which were gathering a substantial amount of psychic energy. Following Zhangze and Apos' instructions, the bug Pokémon concentrated its energy, enveloping the forest tortoise in a soft blue glow. "What is this?" Lu Xinyu exclaimed, bewildered by the pale light surrounding the forest tortoise. Under the influence of the psychic force, the forest tortoise began to slowly rise off the ground, and the vines that had bound the bug Pokémon lost their grip and fell harmlessly to the ground. Zhangze had succeeded. The forest tortoise was lifted into the air by the bug Pokémon and Apos' psychic energy. How about that? This backup plan seems to work, doesn't it? Now that the forest tortoise is airborne, if I have Butterfree drop it, it will certainly be in pain. Are you considering surrendering now? Unless you have a backup plan of your own. Seeing this turn of events, Lu Xinyu panicked. She never expected the situation to escalate to this point. Under the effect of the psychic skill, Butterfree had successfully resolved the deadlock. After a moment of internal struggle, she gritted her teeth and declared, "I concede." Upon hearing Lu Xinyu's concession, the referee promptly announced Zhangze's victory, advancing him to the rank of Golden Player. This qualifying match had certainly not been an easy win. It was only later that Lu Xinyu realized she might have been duped. Lacking experience against psychic Pokémon, she had been caught off guard by that last psychic maneuver. Had she not conceded, even if the forest tortoise had fallen, it would not have lost its combat capability. Moreover, having just used Mega Drain to absorb Butterfree and Apos' energy, it was Butterfree that should be on the verge of exhaustion. If she had held on a little longer, the victor would undoubtedly have been the level 28 forest tortoise. Zhangze was also aware of this. He was not one to yield easily. If he could truly defeat the forest tortoise in one blow, he would have preferred to win through direct confrontation rather than through a forced surrender. When the bug Pokémon finally broke free and used confusion, he was keenly observing its condition. He noticed that the bug Pokémon was not in the best state, struggling even with its final psychic attack. Had Lu Xinyu not conceded promptly, the fatigued bug Pokémon would have likely lost control over confusion and been incapable of further resistance. This was a psychological battle. And in the end, Zhangze and his bug Pokémon had emerged victorious. However, he understood that this was merely an initial skirmish against other formidable opponents from different universities. Today and Apos' match could not be deemed a definitive victory. Should he encounter the forest tortoise again, it would not be so simple, as Lu Xinyu would undoubtedly be more cautious. After the battle concluded, the bug Pokémon leveled up from 24 to 25. Chapter 65. Two formidable rivals after restoring the condition of his Pokémon. Zhangze successfully advanced to the arena for battles among the elite. As soon as he arrived, he began searching for Tang Yu's figure. At that moment, Tang Yu was engaged in a duel in the Golden No. 2 arena, facing a level 28 Surfing Weasel. The situation appeared rather grim. Zhangze quickly discerned that the Fire Dragon might not stand a chance against this Surfing Weasel. With a disadvantage in attributes and the Surfing Weasel's impressive base stats of 495, the Fire Dragon was struggling considerably. If the Fire Dragon were to evolve into a Charizard at the same level, there might be a possibility of overcoming its opponent. Glancing at the timer, Zhangze was surprised to find that the Fire Dragon had been entangled with the Surfing Weasel for 15 minutes. He secretly admired the Fire Dragon's perseverance. Had it not been for the disadvantage in attributes and base stats, it could have emerged victorious. However, at present, the Surfing Weasel's strength spoke volumes. Before long, the battle concluded with the Surfing Weasel declared the victor. Unbeknownst to Zhangze, Lu Xinyu, who had just battled him, had approached his side. "Zhangze, what do you think of this Surfing Weasel and Apos' prowess?" Lu Xinyu inquired, startling Jiang Zhe with her sudden presence. He initially wondered who it was, only to realize it was Lu Xinyu, the formidable opponent he had faced moments earlier, in the presence of a respected competitor. Jiang Zhe was eager to discuss Pokémon-related matters. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "This surfing weasel is remarkably powerful, exhibiting incredible speed, particularly in water-type moves, which far surpass those of its peers. Were it not for the unique attributes of the fire dragon, it might have already succumbed. I believe even your Torterra and my Bada butterfly would find it challenging to triumph over it. I sense that it is concealing its true strength, though I cannot ascertain if this is merely my impression." Lu Xinyu was taken aback by Jiang Zhe's accurate assessment and realized she was acquainted with the trainer of the surfing weasel. "Indeed, you are correct. He is also a formidable rival in this competition. Although my Torterra possesses a type advantage against the surfing weasel, I still lack confidence in defeating it." Jiang Zhe was astonished by her statement, pondering whether the trainer of the surfing weasel was another freshman participating in the upcoming university tournament. Lu Xinyu confirmed his suspicions, revealing that the contender facing Tang Yu was Li Wei, the strongest freshman from Water Source University this year. Alongside Li Wei, his twin brother Li Jia also emerged as a strong contender, boasting a Pokémon of equal caliber, a Kingler. Jiang Zhe noted the addition of two formidable rivals to his list. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, having lost the battle, felt no significant dismay. Acknowledging the type advantage of his opponent and recognizing his own efforts as commendable, retrieving his fire dragon, he spotted Jiang Zhe and Lu Xinyu in the stands and approached them. "Oh, so this is your friend. No wonder you were here to watch his duel," Lu Xinyu remarked. She was unsure why she had shared so much with Jiang Zhe, considering they were rivals in the tournament. Yet, she felt an inexplicable connection to Jiang Zhe, sensing that their paths would cross frequently in the future. Jiang Zhe, unfazed by her presence, introduced Tang Yu, saying, "Allow me to introduce you. This trainer who recently battled with the fire dragon is my good brother, Tang Yu, a student from Lihue University. Though he is not a freshman, he is in his second year." Tang Yu, feeling somewhat shy in front of Lu Xinyu, found her gentle demeanor appealing. Gathering his courage, he extended his hand and said, "Hello, I'm Tang Yu. You must be Jiang Zhe's friend. It is a pleasure to meet you." However, Lu Xinyu merely glanced at Tang Yu with a dismissive huff before departing, leaving behind a parting remark. "Jiang Zhe, we shall meet in the freshman tournament. I hope you have improved by then. Otherwise, it won't be as easy as today." With that, she turned and walked away. Jiang Zhe was taken aback, and Tang Yu was even more perplexed. Had she truly just ignored him? Observing his friend's bewildered expression, Jiang Zhe found it amusing that Tang Yu had experienced rejection. It was surprising, considering Tang Yu's fashionable appearance and affluent background, which typically attracted admiration. As Lu Xinyu walked away, Tang Yu snapped out of his stupor, muttering, "Why? Did I do something wrong? Jiang Zhe, who is that girl? Why is she so aloof?" Jiang Zhe chuckled internally at Tang Yu and Appo's lingering thoughts on his rejection. He then recounted his recent battle with Lu Xinyu and shared her status as the top freshman from Jitsao University. Upon learning of Lu Xinyu and Appo's identity, Tang Yu understood her reaction after Jiang Zhe introduced him. It turned out that Lihue University and Jitsao University had historically poor relations, leading to a palpable tension between students from the two institutions. While Jiang Zhe pondered the reasons behind such rivalries, he was not particularly concerned, recognizing that differences in their specialized attributes could easily lead to misunderstandings. With this in mind, Tang Yu accepted the situation more readily, though he had little interest in the ongoing rivalry between their schools. His thoughts were solely focused on how to obtain Lu Xinyu's WeChat contact. Tang Yu leaned closer and said, "Jiang Zhe, it seemed like you two were chatting quite well. Do you have her WeChat? Could you perhaps help me out here?" Jiang Zhe raised an eyebrow, amused by Tang Yu's unexpected persistence. "I actually don't have it, but how about this? The next time we meet, I'll ask her for it and pass it along to you. How does that sound?" "Thanks a lot, good bro," Tang Yu replied, his excitement evident, as though the recent defeat of his fire dragon had never occurred. The two then engaged in discussions about their upcoming battles. Tang Yu remarked on the plethora of hidden talents within the golden tier, expressing that despite his prolonged stay, he had only reached Golden 2. He was eager to witness the strength of the Platinum and Diamond trainers, as they must represent the pinnacle of power in Hansan City. Hearing Tang Yu's sentiments, Jiangze felt an exhilarating anticipation for his own battles within the Golden Tier. Chapter 66: Advantageous Waves. Adverse investments. As Tang Yu embarked on a journey to heal his fire dinosaur with a precious ball, Jiangze commenced his matchmaking in the Golden rank. Shortly thereafter, he found his next opponent, and this time, the system refrained from any mischief. It is noteworthy that Jiangze's promotional match pitted him directly against Lu Xinyu, ranked in the higher echelon of Gold 1, a formidable contender even surpassing Tang Yu's rank. The sudden leap in opponent's strength left Jiangze feeling somewhat disoriented. Upon entering the battle arena, he encountered a mere level 26 Blue Toad. This was indeed a suitable match for his bug Pokémon to train and accumulate points. He mused. Clearly, he considered this opponent more fitting than the likes of Lu Xinyu or Li Wei, whose prowess was a touch too formidable. Those encounters could be better reserved for the newcomer league. In terms of attributes, Jiangze's bug Pokémon found itself evenly matched against the Blue Toad. Yet in terms of base stats and Pokémon quality, it was evident that his Pokémon held a distinct advantage at this level. Within 3 minutes, as anticipated, his bug Pokémon emerged victorious, prompting the defeated trainer of the Blue Toad to exclaim in disbelief, Your Butterfree must be flawed. This is not a Butterfree. Did you use some sort of enhancement? How could it be so powerful?" Initially dismissive of the defeated trainer and Oppo's impotent ranting, Jiangze was taken aback when the trainer continued, "Your Butterfree merely exploited the terrain. My Pokémon are all water-type. Do you dare to battle me again in the water-type arena? I shall show you the might of water Pokémon." The proposition of a water-type arena piqued Jiangze's interest. Following his ascent to the Golden rank, the battle arenas were no longer confined to the monotonous asphalt but could be chosen based on the suitability for various Pokémon types. For instance, a sunny outdoor arena would amplify the power of fire-type moves, while a lush area filled with flora would favor grass types. Water Pokémon would engage in combat within a pool. Battling in environments tailored to diverse Pokémon could truly reveal a Pokémon and Oppo's utmost strength while also showcasing a trainer and Oppo's nurturing capabilities. Even the grand tournaments in the Summer Flower Alliance adapt venues to accommodate different Pokémon, enhancing the intrigue of battles and testing the trainer's adaptability. Trainers adept at maneuvering through these diverse terrains demonstrate exceptional survival skills in the wild, allowing them to confront wild Pokémon in various environments. Seeing the Blue Toad trainer's confidence, Jiangze was eager to witness just how formidable his Pokémon could be under his command in a different setting. A water-type arena? I'm more than willing to oblige, but do you possess other Pokémon? This Blue Toad, even in a new location, will hardly stand a chance against us," Jiangze declared boastfully. Naturally, his bravado was underpinned by a certain confidence, as he intended to provoke the trainer, preparing to test the waters. Bold words. "You shall regret them. I have another Pokémon, Shelder, which will make you pay for your arrogance." The two swiftly arrived at the water-type arena, revealing a vast pool that would serve as their battleground. Beyond the pool, there were designated zones. Any Pokémon that strayed from these would be disqualified. Fortunately, Jiangze's bug Pokémon had evolved into Butterfree, allowing it to soar above the pool. "Come forth, Shelder." Upon entering the water-type arena, the opponent summoned a level 26 Shelder, a Pokémon evolved through the Water Stone, boasting a base stat total of 525, a force to be reckoned with. Jiangze's demeanor shifted. He no longer underestimated his adversary. "Hey, do you see my Shelder? Your Butterfree stands no chance of breaching its defenses, especially in this water-type arena. If you wish to surrender now, it may still be prudent." As both Pokémon entered the fray, Jiangze wasted no time, commanding, "Butterfree, unleash your hurricane." This was a technique he had previously employed against the Gyarados in the Secret Realm, where the paralysis powder had rendered even the mighty Gyarados immobile. Observing the opponent's response, the trainer realized the effectiveness of Butterfree's hurricane and became wary. "Shelder, use Ice Beam on the water's surface." In an instant, Shelder unleashed an Ice Beam, freezing the surface of the pool. The icy expanse successfully thwarted Butterfree's paralysis powder. with the water frozen. Jiangze and Butterfree could no longer discern Shelter's position beneath the ice. See the prowess of my Shelter? Now, Shelter, follow up with Water Gun. Without hesitation, Shelter aimed at Butterfree above the ice and unleashed a water gun. The rapid jet of water struck Butterfree, which, unable to evade due to the concealed position of its opponent, was hit. Butterfree, do not remain stationary. Fly around, Jiangze urged. Following the hit, the trainer commanded Shelter to unleash a barrage of water guns from beneath the ice. Fortunately, the agile Butterfree managed to evade the next few water guns. But Jiangze noticed a concerning detail. After the initial strike, Butterfree and Oppo's speed seemed compromised, its wings dampened and the icy surface causing further hindrance. Jiangze surmised that another hit would render Butterfree a mere target for Shelter and Oppo's relentless assault. Yet, despite the impediment, Butterfree continued to impress, evading the subsequent water guns. I must counterattack. This cannot continue, Jiangze resolved. He then directed Butterfree to utilize Double Edge on the ice surface during the next interval between water guns. This strategy was sound. Locating Shelter's position beneath the ice was imperative for retaliation. Soon enough, Butterfree discerned a pattern, identifying the openings in Shelter's water gun attacks, and successfully sliced through the ice with Double Edge, causing chunks to float atop the pool. The trainer, emboldened by his earlier advantage, commanded Shelter to leap onto the floating ice blocks. Has he lost his senses? Advantageous waves, adverse investments? Jiangze pondered. This provided him with an opportunity. He exchanged a knowing glance with Butterfree, who immediately understood. Without the need for further instruction, Butterfree expelled silk threads, ensnaring Shelter atop the ice. Now wrapped in silk, Shelter resembled a tempting delicacy upon a cutting board. It's over. Butterfree, unleash nature and amp Oppo's power and execute brutal swing, Jiangze proclaimed. Chapter 67. Another Iron Fool Young Man. Do you truly believe that you can defeat my Shelmet with this reckless charge? Such an idea is utterly preposterous. This was the first time that Worm had been mocked while attempting a brutal charge, and it completely incensed Jiangze. However, this Shelmet was indeed formidable. Its mechanics akin to that of the earlier forest tortoise. Just as the brutal charge was about to connect, Shelmet retreated into its shell, successfully evading Worm's assault. Seeing that even the empowered brutal charge had yielded no results, Jiangze decided against continuing his attacks on the shell, as that would merely squander his stamina. He recalled the nature of this Pokémon. Their shells possessed exceptional defensive capabilities, only revealing their true form during an attack. Only by targeting the core could one hope to overcome the opponent. With this realization, Jiangze regained his composure. The opposing trainer, noticing Jiangze's cessation of attacks, felt a surge of arrogance. Meanwhile, the ice beneath Shelmet had just been shattered by Worm, and the resulting smaller ice fragments melted and fell into the pool, allowing Shelmet to emerge from its silk cocoon. As Shelmet entered the water, its trainer shouted, "Use Ice Shard." Shadows in the pool began to rain down upon Worm with a barrage of ice shards, which, if struck, could be quite perilous. Fortunately, Worm was able to see the shadows in the pool and skillfully evaded the attacks. After several successive strikes were dodged, the trainer of Shelmet grew anxious, not anticipating that landing a hit would prove so challenging. Aside from that initial water gun, all subsequent attempts with water gun and ice shard had been successfully evaded. However, this predicament offered Jiangze a chance. By pinpointing Shelmet and Amp Oppo's location, he could launch a successful counterattack and bring this confrontation to a close. Seeing Worm adeptly dodge the ice shards, Jiangze called out, "Worm, use double air slash while Shelmet is attacking." "Oh, have you discovered something?" "Shelmet, withdraw into your shell." The trainer, realizing that Shelmet's vulnerability had been exposed, quickly commanded it. This was reminiscent of the exasperating issues encountered during his battle with the forest tortoise. This was the second such encounter today. Jiangze shook his head, wondering why he kept facing such stubborn opponents. Worm's assault bore no effect on Shelmet, prompting its trainer to scoff. "How does it feel? I doubt you can win this match. We can outlast you. Even if your Butterfree is swift, your attacks are futile. If even one of our moves lands, your Butterfree is doomed." The trainer's analysis was not without merit. The advantages of the terrain coupled with the Pokémon's characteristics maximized his upper hand, rendering Butterfree exceedingly vulnerable. Yet, the trainer and Amp, Oppo's assessment was based on a typical Butterfree. Could Jiangze and Amp, Oppo's Butterfree be deemed ordinary? It was a rare 3-star Butterfree, unparalleled in strength among its peers. This thought reminded Jiangze of the newly learned method of using telekinesis, which allowed Worm to manipulate the opponent, and Amp, Oppo's Pokémon. Worm employs Psychic to lift Shelmet into the air. With that command, Worm's antennae acted like a wand, seizing Shelmet from the pool and elevating it skyward. The scene left Shelmet's trainer stupefied, questioning whether this was truly a Butterfree. What did you do? Is this a psychic ability? Why can Butterfree use it? Who are you? Noting the trainer's bewilderment, Jiangze calmly replied, after you lose, just search Butterfree, Han Mountain University on Baidu, and you'll know who I am. Observing Jiangze and Oppo's unshakable confidence, the trainer began to regret challenging him. Having previously mocked Jiangze, losing now would be quite a blow to his pride. Worm continue using Psychic to pry open Shelmet's shell. Jiangze deduced that although Shelmet's behavior mirrored that of the forest tortoise, the mechanisms were inherently different. Should it be a tortoise shell, he lacked confidence in breaching its defense. However, as a shell, a simple prying would suffice for an attack. Though the endeavor proved arduous, Worm strained to use Psychic to separate Shelmet's shell. At long last, the shell was pried open, revealing a dark, blob-like creature, the core of Shelmet. In this state, Shelmet found itself suspended in midair, facing its adversary, its expression one of sheer disbelief. The trainer shared the same astonishment, their expressions perfectly synchronized. Thus, Shelmet and Oppo's proud defense was dismantled by Worm and Oppo's Psychic, rendering further combat unnecessary. Aware of this, the trainer, despite enjoying a verbal spar, ultimately chose to concede. Witnessing the trainer's frustrated departure, Jiangze felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction, relishing in the downfall of those who flaunt their superiority. Was this what it felt like to strike a blow to someone's ego? It seemed rather delightful, Jiangze mused. This battle afforded him a glimpse of the experience that comes with battling in environments suited for other Pokémon. Indeed, a skilled trainer must devise strategies to secure victory. Regardless of the circumstances, for fortune seldom favors the prepared. Jiangze subsequently engaged in several matches within the Gold tier, where the ensuing battles proved no easy feat. The Gold contenders exhibited a generally superior skill level, with their tactics closely mirroring those seen in his previous encounters with Kairu Liliang. Their commands were precise, and their Pokémon possessed distinct advantages. However, throughout the remaining battles, Jiangze refrained from relying heavily on Psychic. It was his trump card, reserved for particularly challenging adversaries. By the end of these skirmishes, he accumulated 120 points, a swift accumulation indeed. Coupled with the 150 points he had previously retained, he now possessed a total of 270 points. Reflecting on how nearly 300 points had yielded only 2 upgrade stones for Riolu, he recognized that this would likely not suffice to elevate Riolu to 3 stars, given its rarity among ordinary trainers. It was probable that more would emerge in the elite trainer pool. Yet, Jiangze could not afford to wait for elite status to promote Riolu. He needed it to reach 3 stars before the upcoming Freshman League. As the morning swiftly passed, Worm began to show signs of fatigue after the series of battles. In the afternoon, Jiangze planned to take Riolu to the Bronze tier battle area, where the level 21 Riolu would find itself well-suited. He had already determined his goal for the afternoon, to engage Riolu in battle, striving to elevate it to level 22. Having remained at level 21 for quite some time, it was time for progress. With such thoughts in mind, Jiangze, alongside Tang Yu, made his way to the Bronze tier battle area after lunch. Chapter 68. Unrivaled hardening and afternoon swiftly elapsed. The strength of Bronze-level Pokémon typically ranged between levels 18 and 22. The 2-star Riolu did not disappoint Jiangze's expectations, maintaining a perfect record across 6 battles that day, ultimately advancing from level 21 to level 22. Today was indeed fruitful, as not only did he gain insights into the strengths of several other freshman competitors, But both Choo-Choo and Riolu also achieved a level up during their battles, marking a significant breakthrough. Furthermore, by evening, the points in the ordinary trainer and Appo's prize pool had accumulated to 330, suggesting that a 3-star Riolu was imminent. Only 8 days remained until the Freshman League, and Jiangze had already devised a strategy for the forthcoming days. The day's advancements filled him with immense joy. To celebrate, he indulged in a shopping spree using the VIP card provided by President Gao of the Trainer Association. He purchased some bone biscuits, Riolu's favorite treat, as well as a spray for maintaining Choo-Choo's wings. Upon checking the balance on his VIP card, he found over 400,000 credits, a considerable sum indeed, indicating President Gao's generosity. Jiangze's anticipation grew regarding what rewards his two mentors might bestow upon him next. Surely, if he achieved first place in the Freshman League, he could expect significant rewards. Upon returning home, Jiangze took advantage of his free time to tidy up his room. While organizing, he stumbled upon numerous items from his predecessor's life: a pair of tattered pants, a well-worn backpack, and a yellowed notebook. A wave of emotion washed over him as he reflected, "Brother, thank you for granting me this body. I promise not to bring shame upon it." After completing his chores, Jiangze lay on his bed, reminiscing about his experiences in this new world, feeling as though he were in a dream. Suddenly, he bolted upright, recalling a crucial detail. The system had mentioned that upon reaching level 25, a Pokémon would have the opportunity to challenge wild creatures for items. Today, Choo-Choo had indeed reached level 25. With this thought in mind, he called out to the system in his mind. "System, are you there? Didn't you say that Pokémon could challenge wild creatures upon reaching level 25? Is that true?" As he spoke, blue text materialized in his thoughts. "Congratulations to the host. Your first Pokémon has reached level 25. You have received one opportunity to challenge a wild creature. Would you like to enter the Wild Creature Challenge interface now?" It was indeed true. Jiangze and Appo's heart surged with joy. However, glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 10 o'clock. He realized that the challenge would likely involve combat, and considering Choo-Choo and Riolu had already fought numerous battles today, he felt reluctant to push them further. Thus, he decided to postpone the Wild Creature Challenge until the following day. With this resolution, he retired early, ready to face the challenge come morning. The night passed swiftly. The next morning, after breakfast, Jiangze took Choo-Choo and Riolu to the park. The early morning park was relatively empty, providing him with a secluded spot to commence the Wild Creature Challenge. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what the Wild Creature Challenge would entail. As this was his first experience with it, he sensed that the system bore a resemblance to a game he had played before. His thoughts wandered to the wild creatures in that game, and suddenly he grasped a connection. Could it be akin to battling jungle monsters and teamfight tactics? Would there be Wolf Brother and Chicken Brother? Surely the first wild creature would be a rock-type monster, right? A classic scene unfolded in Jiangze's imagination. To confirm his hypothesis, he commanded the system to initiate the Wild Creature Challenge mode. Shortly after, the system acknowledged his command, and 3 glaring Geodudes materialized before Choo-Choo and Riolu. Just as he suspected, the rock-type monsters had indeed transformed into Geodudes. A brief examination revealed that all 3 were merely level 25, making victory achievable for both Choo-Choo and Riolu. As the 3 Geodudes entered the fray, a countdown appeared in Jiangze's mind. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the Geodudes charged towards Choo-Choo and Riolu, who were already prepared. In response to the Geodude's sand attack, Choo-Choo successfully countered with a powerful gust of wind, recognizing the ineffectiveness of their initial tactic. The Geodudes altered their approach, launching a rolling attack towards the duo. Choo-Choo shielded Riolu by using unrivaled hardening. The 3 rolling stones barreled towards Choo-Choo, but with unrivaled hardening activated, it stood firm against their onslaught. This was the essence of unrivaled hardening. It was truly extraordinary. Seeing the Geodudes rebound from the impact, Jiangze seized the moment to counterattack. Choo-Choo, activate nature's power and unleash double air slash on the left Geodude. Riolu, strike the left Geodude with Aurora Flash, followed by a heavy kick. With Jiangze's commanding shout, the separated Geodudes were caught off guard. Under the combined assault of Choo-Choo and Riolu, They successfully dispatched the left and right Geodudes. Upon losing their combat effectiveness, the two Geodudes dissolved into beams of white light before them. Did they drop anything? My luck seems to be running low lately, Jiangze mused to himself. It appeared that all hope of item drops rested on the last remaining Geodude. In a seamless collaboration, Chu-Chu and Riolu effortlessly triumphed over the final Geodude. As the last Geodude vanished, a gift box materialized on the ground. Could this be the reward for defeating a wild creature? Jiangze hurriedly approached and opened the box. Inside lay a Pokeball. However, it was no ordinary Pokeball. Jiangze recognized it from an anime he had once seen. The Pokeballs varied greatly. Aside from the standard variety, there were also Great Balls, which enhanced the odds of capturing wild Pokemon, and Ultra Balls, which guaranteed the capture of juvenile Pokemon. Each type of Pokeball bore unique effects. Just as he pondered the nature of this particular ball, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host on completing your first wild creature challenge. The next challenge will unlock once a Pokemon reaches level 40. Item obtained. Friendship Ball. Wild Pokemon captured will quickly bond with their trainer. Thus, Jiangze realized that the green Pokeball adorned with red dots was a Friendship Ball. Chapter 69. Mysteriously attacked this time. Jiangze was exceedingly pleased with the spoils dropped by the wild creatures. It is important to note that in this world, only the most basic Pokeballs have been developed, with no other varieties available. The Friend Ball, much like the system's description, allows Pokemon to increase their affinity with their trainers. For Pokemon that evolve through friendship, this item is nothing short of a divine artifact. Considering that his Riolu requires friendship to evolve into Lucario, this item is precisely what Jiangze needs at this stage. Without further ado, Jiangze discarded Riolu's original Pokeball, which had not been inexpensive at the time of purchase. He had previously lamented its cost to his companion, Bug. Now, witnessing his master toss it aside, both Bug and Riolu were left in a state of bewilderment. However, Jiangze swiftly hurled the newly acquired Friend Ball toward Riolu. As expected, Riolu entered the Friend Ball effortlessly, and Jiangze's heart soared with joy upon witnessing this. Subsequently, when Jiangze released Riolu again, the transformation was immediate. Riolu's gaze towards Jiangze was markedly different, and it swiftly bounded to Jiangze's side, nuzzling against him affectionately. Bug inquired, "What kind of black technology is this? How has Riolu changed so drastically?" With the acquisition of the Friend Ball, Jiangze's spirits were elevated, and Riolu's affection for him grew stronger. Although they had yet to reach the point of evolution, Jiangze estimated that it would be soon, especially given that Riolu was being treated to such expensive bone biscuits daily. He even began to anticipate what the next wild creature challenge might yield. If this time it was a Geodude transformed into a Graveler, then perhaps the next would feature a wolf Pokemon? Could it be a Mytiana or a Houndoom? However, the true nature of that Pokemon would only be revealed once it reached level 40. With only 7 days remaining until the University Freshman League, Jiangze would return to school tomorrow. This meant that apart from today, he could only train in the Trainer Association every evening. He estimated that with just 500 points, Riolu would easily ascend to 3 stars, especially since he already possessed 2 Riolu evolution stones, leaving only 4 more to gather. Consequently, Jiangze decided to head directly to the Trainer Association for battle. Just as he was about to enter, a shadow fixated on him. Suddenly, a Pokemon launched an attack against Jiangze. A resounding crash echoed as the assault struck him. It is worth noting that this occurred in broad daylight, right at the entrance of the Trainer Association. How audacious for someone to command a Pokemon to attack a human. Such an act is a grave offense within the Xiahua Alliance. As a human, Jiangze fell into unconsciousness following the attack. The assailant was a formidable Sizer, a Pokemon that requires at least level 40 to evolve, indicating that this Sizer had undoubtedly reached that threshold. The masked trainer commanding the attack on Jiangze remained unknown to him, yet this powerful adversary had inexplicably targeted Jiangze. The commotion drew the attention of many onlookers who witnessed the spectacle of a Pokemon attacking a human. Initially, some contemplated intervening, but upon recognizing the opponent was a Sizer, none dared to unleash their own Pokemon. However, the Sizer's next move was utterly terrifying. It approached Jiangze. preparing to deliver a fatal blow with its pincers. It was evident that it intended to finish the job. If the Sizer and Amp, Oppo's, pincers pierced Jiangze and Amp, Oppo's, body, he would undoubtedly perish in such circumstances. Just as the Sizer and Oppo's, pincers were about to strike Jiangze, a figure, swift as the wind, interposed itself. Lucario unleashed a wave bomb. The voice of President Gao resonated from the surroundings. It turned out that President Gao, accompanied by Lucario, had arrived just in the nick of time. Even facing a level 40 Sizer, Lucario, at level 55, was more than a match for it, rendering the Sizer helpless. President Gao, witnessing his fallen novice disciple, felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, never anticipating such an incident would occur at the entrance of his trainer association. Lucario and Oppo's wave bomb incapacitated the Sizer. The masked trainer commanding the Sizer, upon seeing its defeat, immediately melded into the crowd of onlookers. President Gao, filled with rage, scanned the area, but could not identify the trainer responsible for the Sizer. Lucario, use your aura to locate the trainer of this Sizer. With a masterful command of aura manipulation, Lucario effortlessly navigated through the crowd, extracting a woman in her 30s who appeared rather unassuming. At first glance, one would never suspect her of being the trainer who commanded the Sizer to attack. Yet, in the presence of Lucario, President Gao had no doubt of its accuracy. As Lucario seized her, the woman began to panic, yelling desperately, but Lucario would not release her without President Gao's explicit command. The onlookers were astounded, witnessing the once dominant Sizer being swiftly vanquished. They understood that the figure before them was none other than President Gao, an elite trainer of the association. Upon apprehending the culprit, President Gao, disregarding everything else, rushed to Jiangze and Amp, Oppo's, side to assess his injuries. After a thorough examination, he found Jiangze merely unconscious with some superficial wounds, requiring only a few days of rest to recover. The surrounding crowd had already summoned an ambulance and notified the Judgment Bureau. The response was swift. As President Gao looked up, he saw medical personnel and Judgment Bureau officials arriving. President Gao, we apologize for our tardiness. Let's first ensure the injured party is transported to the hospital, stated an official from the Judgment Bureau. President Gao nodded. And soon the medical team lifted Jiangze onto a stretcher and hurried him to the hospital. Meanwhile, President Gao recounted the events he had witnessed and handed the female assailant over to the officials. Given President Gao and Oppo's authority, the officials promptly arrested the woman. Regardless of her protests, it seemed that only President Gao's voice held weight in that moment. In the aftermath of such an incident, President Gao appeared somewhat dazed. Just as the officials prepared to escort the criminal away, he added, I do not care what methods you employ. You must uncover the identity of this individual and discern why they commanded a Pokémon to attack another. I demand a detailed and satisfactory explanation, otherwise, you will all be dismissed by tomorrow. The official broke into a cold sweat, hastily agreeing, not daring to utter a single word in dissent. This is the formidable influence of a near-elite trainer in Han Mountain City. The woman had not merely antagonized one elite trainer, but had inadvertently provoked two. Subsequently, President Gao took a moment to manage the scene before reluctantly dialing Han Long's number. Chapter 70. The Dragon's Reverse Scale, Touch It and Die. Old Gao, what's wrong? Why did you call? Han Long answered the phone, noticing the silence on the other end. Old Han, there and Oppo's, something grave. I hope you can remain calm after hearing it. President Gao finally spoke, attempting to steady his emotions. Upon hearing this, Han Long felt a wave of confusion wash over him, a sense of foreboding gnawing at his insides. Speak quickly. What has happened? Jiangze. What has happened to Jiangze? Please, tell me. The mere mention of Jiangze sent Han Long into a frenzy of anxiety. Gao then recounted the grave incident that had occurred at the entrance of the Trainer Association, where Jiangze had been attacked. However, Han Long fell into a heavy silence. President Gao was filled with guilt. He yearned for Han Long to unleash his anger upon him. After all, Jiangze had been forced into becoming his apprentice. And such a tragedy occurring right in front of the Trainer Association was a burden he could not escape. At that moment, Han Long and Amp, Oppo's heart blazed like a wildfire, ready to explode. How could he tolerate such an assault on his beloved disciple? Where is Jiang Zhe now? Have they captured the trainer who attacked him? He has been taken to a hospital in Hanshan City for treatment. I have apprehended the assailant, and the people from the Judgment Bureau have taken him away. Han Long tried to compose himself. Gao Jinxiang, you know how to handle this situation, right? Now that you are his master, I hope you can provide a reasonable explanation for such an incident occurring at the Trainer Association. Otherwise, we will have unfinished business. Rest assured, old Han, the one who harmed Xiao Jiang will surely pay for their actions. Let us discuss this at the hospital. All right. With that, they ended the call. Immediately after hanging up, an enraged Han Long dialed the number of the head of the Hanshan City Judgment Bureau. Master, why do you have time to call me today? Is something wrong? Are you aware of the attack that just happened at the Trainer Association? Han Long asked coolly. Oh, you mean that incident? My subordinates informed me that the suspect has been caught and is currently under interrogation. Who would have thought that the head of the Judgment Bureau was also Han Long's disciple? And you? What are you doing right now? Me? I'm still having tea. Would you like to come over, Master? It seemed this head was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, and his casual remark only served to infuriate Han Long further. Li Hui, how can you still have time to drink tea right now? Do you even realize who the victim is? That is my new apprentice. Your junior. If you still acknowledge me as your master, you will personally interrogate the suspect and provide me with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, don't ever call me master again. And you can forget about sitting in that Judgment Bureau head position. With that, Han Long hung up and made his way to the hospital where Jiang Zhe was being treated. The head of the bureau was left stunned. He hadn't seen his master so furious in a long time and suddenly grasped the significance of the matter. Hello, Lu, where are you right now? I'm interrogating the suspect. What is up, Director Li? Do you have any instructions? Good. I'm coming right over. I will personally interrogate the suspect. Lu was the very Judge Gao had referred to earlier. He never expected that this case would garner such attention from the president of the Trainer Association, let alone that his own director would want to interrogate the suspect in person. What began as an ordinary day for him now felt anything but simple. Meanwhile, 3 hours had passed since the malicious Pokémon attack. President Gao had instructed the media not to report the incident. There were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, to protect Jiang Zhe, and secondly, he wished to resolve the matter in his own way. The dragon possesses a reverse scale, touch it and die. And Jiang Zhe was now the reverse scale for both Gao Jinxiang and Han Long. Han Long and President Gao had been waiting outside Jiang Zhe and Oppo's operating room for over an hour. Upon seeing one another, neither spoke a word, both silently awaiting news from the doctor. Time ticked away slowly. Inside the operating room, Jiang Zhe felt a dizziness in his head and excruciating pain throughout his body. What happened to me? Where am I? Wasn't I supposed to battle at the Trainer Association? Why does it hurt so much? Jiang Zhe pondered. He struggled to open his eyes, vaguely sensing a crowd surrounding him, whispering among themselves. One of the doctors remarked, "Have you all heard? This patient's background is extraordinarily impressive. You must have heard the director say that we must do everything possible to save him." Yes, we all heard the director say that. But who is this patient? The injuries don't seem that severe, yet he has attracted such attention. Didn't you see? The 2 older gentlemen sitting outside are significant figures in Hanshan City, the president of the Trainer Association, Gao Jinxiang, and the principal of Hanshan University, Han Long. Ah, so it's them. Are they here for this patient? Even those who had never encountered such prominent figures felt a rush of respect upon hearing their names. It was astonishing to think these 2 esteemed individuals were waiting for a young man in the operating room. Jiang Zhe, in a haze, overheard their conversation. Knowing that his 2 masters were outside brought him some comfort, and he soon slipped back into a deep slumber. Where am I? Jiang Zhe opened his eyes and glanced around, realizing he was in a hospital room. A nurse attending to him rushed out to inform others of his awakening. In less than a minute, familiar faces appeared before him. Master Gao, Master Han, why are you both here? What has happened to me? Jiang Zhe exclaimed, attempting to sit up, only to be gently restrained by President Gao. Xiao Jiang, it is my fault. It's all my fault. Please, just rest and recuperate for the next few days, President Gao urged. Seeing Jiang Zhe awake, Han Long and Oppo's expression softened slightly. The nurse discreetly exited the room. Jiang Ze was still puzzled about how he ended up in the hospital. His masters then recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the details, Jiang Ze was taken aback. In broad daylight, someone had dared to command a king scorpion to attack him. This was an attempt on his life. After pondering for a long while, he couldn't recall having offended anyone to warrant such a severe retaliation. Xiao Jiang, rest assured, I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. If I fail to resolve it, I will resign as the president of the Trainer Association, President Gao assured him. Jiang Ze, now that you've faced such adversity, both Gao and I are committed to ensuring justice for you. How dare they target our disciple? We will make it known who truly holds power in Hanshan City. Listening to his masters, even though Jiang Ze was still uncertain about the details, their unwavering resolve moved him deeply. The two influential figures of Hanshan City had already begun to devise a plan. Chapter 71. Are you teaching me how to do things? In the expansive hospital room, Gao Jinxiang and Han Long, having just finished conversing with Jiang Ze, had already taken their leave. Jiang Ze understood that they must have gone to defend his honor after the unfortunate incident. Now, he found himself alone in the ward, which made him feel exceedingly bored. He strained to recall who might harbor such animosity towards him. After all, he had not wronged anyone, and the memories of his former self revealed no enemies. What could possibly be the reason behind this? For the time being, Jiang Ze could not come up with an answer. If he were able to move, he would indeed wish to discover the identity of the trainer who commanded the Dragon King Scorpion to attack him. However, even if he were to see that person, he doubted he would recognize them. Just a woman in her 30s, a demographic he had no recollection of offending. Resignedly, Jiang Ze resorted to playing on his phone to pass the time. Initially, he contemplated summoning his Pokémon, Choo Choo and Rio, for a stroll. But he imagined they would be deeply concerned to see him in such a state, so he decided against it. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Jiang Ze, the incident had sent shockwaves through the entire Han City. The media began to frenzy over the news, not about Jiang Ze and Appo's attack, as Gao Jinxiang had previously instructed against the dissemination of such information, and the local press dared not defy his orders. Instead, they fixated on an entirely different story, the revelation that a nurse had inadvertently let slip that Gao Jinxiang and Han Long had been waiting outside the ward for an extended period for a young man. This revelation quickly became the talk of Han City, igniting speculation. Everyone was eager to uncover the identity of this individual who possessed such influence that two prominent figures in the city would wait outside a hospital room for him. Surely, apart from Jiang Ze, no other individual could command such attention. Lying in his bed, Jiang Ze stumbled upon this news and feared that his anonymity might be compromised, potentially causing trouble for his two mentors. Fortunately, after much searching, he found no definitive confirmation linking him to the news. Thus, after perusing the comments, he decided to rest. The comments elicited a mix of amusement and exasperation from Jiang Ze. One user mused, could this person be the fabled insider? I've never heard of anyone so influential in Han City, especially someone so young. Could they be the son of one of them? Another chimed in, it's quite possible they are an illegitimate child, prompting such urgency. Yet another speculated, no, you're all mistaken. Surely one of them has a wife in the ward, and she is about to give birth. As Jiang Ze observed the increasingly absurd conjectures, he grasped the profound impact of social media. The news had completely overshadowed his recent ordeal, and he doubted anyone would connect the two events. However, there was one individual who likely deduced that the person in the ward was indeed Jiang Ze. At that moment, a message from Tang Yu arrived. Brother Jiang Ze, could the person that President Gao and Principal Han are guarding in the hospital be you? Yes, that would be me, Jiang Ze replied. What on earth happened? Why are you hospitalized, and how did it involve them? What transpired in just one day? Sighing, Jiang Ze responded, it and Appo's a long story. In the Han City court, the atmosphere was particularly tense that day. The arrival of two significant figures in the director's office rendered the judges hesitant to breathe. These two were none other than Jiang Ze's mentors. Shaoli, what is going on? Have you yet to uncover the true identity of the suspect? Gao Jinxiang inquired. I'll give you 1 more hour. If you fail to find any useful information, you will step down, and we shall take over this matter. If the director, Li Hui, were facing anyone else, he would have retorted with ire, "Are you instructing me on how to do my job?" But with these two before him, he was drenched in cold sweat, fully aware that if he mishandled this situation, the consequences would be dire. "Gentlemen, you are both prominent figures in Han City, rest assured. I shall exhaust all efforts to investigate. However, could you enlighten me as to who this victim was previously? Why do you both regard this matter with such gravity?" Director Li Hui asked. Both Han Long and Gao Jinxiang remained silent, reluctant to divulge too much information regarding the case. Observing their reticence, Li Hui refrained from further discussion and personally took charge of overseeing the investigation. With only an hour granted, the entire court was in disarray over Jiang Zhe's situation. Half an hour swiftly passed. Director Li Hui hurriedly returned to his office, and upon observing his demeanor, Gao Jinxiang and Han Long anticipated he had made a discovery. Before they could speak, Director Li Hui presented them with two files. After reviewing the documents, they realized the complexity of the situation. The records indicated that the woman's identity was unregistered within the entire alliance. She was a so-called black household. Given her formidable strength, it was likely that she was affiliated with a criminal organization spanning multiple alliances. Both Han Long and Gao Jinxiang frowned at this revelation. They were acutely aware of Jiang Zhe's background and could not fathom how he had entangled himself with such criminals. As they pondered the implications, Director Li Hui produced another document. It was the case involving Nana, who had been abducted by two Pokémon-stealing trainers, a situation that had been resolved only thanks to Han Long's intervention. Yet, that incident had occurred over half a month ago. Surely, it had been concluded by now. Han Long was perplexed as to why Li Hui would present this information now. Having served as director for many years, Li Hui quickly discerned the underlying connections. "Gentlemen, have you considered that while these two cases may not be directly related, upon reflection, it appears that today's victim may have inadvertently offended the individuals behind those two trainers, leading to a retaliatory act?" At this moment, Han Long and Gao Jinxiang finally understood. "Are you suggesting that the victim's actions impacted the interests of those behind the thieves, prompting them to retaliate so brazenly?" Gao Jinxiang inquired. Li Hui nodded. "This complicates matters significantly, as the assailants are not local to Han City. Even though Han Long and Gao Jinxiang wield considerable influence within the city, if the situation extends beyond their jurisdiction, it could become quite troublesome. Xiao Hui, what do you propose we do about this situation?" Han Long asked. "How about this? We proceed as we see fit, but you both must understand that this issue likely transcends the boundaries of Han City. I will transfer the criminal to the provincial court for a thorough investigation into the organization behind them. I also recognize your unique connection with the victim. To mitigate any future repercussions, you may consider publicly announcing that the victim has passed away. This could potentially shield them from further retaliation. What do you both think?" Chapter 72. Recovery upon hearing Li Hui's words. Han Long and Gao Jinxiang both found his reasoning quite persuasive. After all, if the situation truly extended that far, safeguarding Jiang Zhe in this manner was indeed the most prudent course of action. Nevertheless, this left them both with a simmering frustration that had no outlet. Initially, they had intended to seek out the mastermind behind the attack and hold him accountable. "What do you think, Lao Han?" Gao Jinxiang inquired seriously. "I've managed to suppress the media for now. We can simply allow them to report on the victim and Appo's demise." Han Long nodded in agreement, realizing that this was the most judicious choice at present. Seeing that the two had calmed down, Li Hui felt a profound sense of relief. Even as the director of the tribunal, he felt immense pressure in the presence of these two. Facing their fury was far more unbearable than facing death itself. Once a decision was reached, the three began to wrap up their respective tasks. Soon enough, news of the attack at the Trainer Association and Appo's entrance was broadcasted. Gao Jinxiang publicly expressed his condolences for the victim, assuring the media that such an incident would never recur, while Li Hui stood by his side, reassuring the citizens that the perpetrator had been apprehended and urging them not to panic. Eventually, a reporter inquired about the victim and Appo's condition. With a heavy sigh, Gao Jinxiang announced the unfortunate news of the victim and Appo's death. Yet throughout the report, he never mentioned Jiang Zhe and Appo's name. Consequently, no one realized that the victim was indeed Jiang Zhe. In light of Gao Jinxiang and Appo's authoritative presence, no one questioned the veracity of the events, and the public readily accepted the narrative. This was also a means of indirectly protecting Jiang Zhe from potential retaliatory attacks. That evening, upon seeing the news, Tang Yu was utterly flabbergasted. What on earth is happening? He pondered. Wasn't he the person attacked this afternoon, Jiang Zhe? Why does President Gao claim he is dead? I spoke with him just earlier. Was I conversing with a ghost? As Tang Yu traversed the dimly lit path home, he nearly soiled himself in fright. In the hospital room, Jiang Zhe was resting comfortably. Through the nurse and Appo's insights, he learned that his injuries were not severe, and he would likely be discharged in 3 days. This news filled Jiang Zhe with joy. However, both Gao Jinxiang and Han Long refrained from informing him about the subsequent investigations, fearing it might overwhelm him and hinder his studies. Jiang Zhe did not press for details, knowing that the university and Appo's freshman league was fast approaching. With today past, and only 3 days left to train, the league would soon commence. This revelation disrupted Jiang Zhe's plans, yet he understood that his health was paramount. Han Long later visited again, suggesting that Jiang Zhe refrain from participating in the upcoming league. However, Jiang Zhe was resolute. He had prepared for the league for so long and had yet to accomplish anything to make his mentors proud. He could not simply abandon his aspirations. Ultimately, after much insistence from Jiang Zhe, Han Long relented and agreed to let him compete. Jiang Zhe promised to focus on his recovery, ensuring that the incident would not leave any lasting repercussions. With the support of Han Long and Gao Jinxiang, he believed that he would not suffer any aftereffects. The days spent in the hospital were, in fact, more comfortable than he could have imagined. The next morning, a psychologist visited Jiang Zhe and Appo's room, sent by President Gao, who was concerned that the recent attack might have left him traumatized. However, it was evident that President Gao was overly cautious, with Jiang Zhe's memories from 2 lifetimes. He was not one to be easily shaken by such events. Yet, this initiative reflected President Gao's genuine concern, warming Jiang Zhe's heart. Aside from his 2 mentors, the first to learn of the incident was none other than his sister, Wang Kiki. During lunch at Hanshan University, she intended to find Jiang Zhe for a meal. But after searching for a while and hearing from teacher Huang that the principal had excused him, she was perplexed. Why would he need to take a leave? She wondered. Subsequently, she reached out to Jiang Zhe, who recounted the entire ordeal. Wang Kiki and Appo's reaction far exceeded Jiang Zhe's expectations. Her anger eclipsed even that of his mentors from the previous day. After much soothing, Jiang Zhe finally calmed his sister down. He felt her deep concern, a testament to the protective nature of familial bonds, which is the most heartwarming of sentiments. Who among those hospitalized would yearn for the comfort of others? In such trying times, the need for care is often paramount. Even a few kind words could envelop the patient in warmth, and Jiang Zhe was no exception. To alleviate their worries, he resolved to take on the responsibility of protecting them in the future, fostering a determination to become stronger swiftly. Throughout the day, Jiang Zhe lay in his hospital bed, feeling considerably better than the previous day, thanks to the attentive care from those around him. Many visitors came to inquire about his condition. However, aside from Tang Yu and Wang Kiki, he refrained from disclosing the full truth, merely stating that he had sustained an injury from a fall. Over the course of 3 days, Jiang Zhe made remarkable progress, free from further retaliation. All thanks to Gao Jinxiang's orders to ensure his safety around the hospital. Upon his discharge, Jiang Zhe and Appo's first destination was Han Long and Appo's home, where he intended to retrieve his Bug and Lialu. The freshman league was just 3 days away, and he knew that last-minute preparations were crucial. Upon his arrival, Bug and Lialu were visibly excited, having not seen their master for several days. Han Long, seeing Jiang Zhe's recovery, chose not to impose any training regimen for the next few days, allowing him to rest. He had already secured Jiang Zhe a leave from school, advising him not to overexert himself during the league, which could hinder his recovery. Although his mentor advised him to take it easy, Jiang Zhe was determined to train, even if the results might not be immediately apparent. He was focused on advancing Liulu to 3 stars. Thus began his preparations for the next 3 days. After leaving Han Long and Appo's residence, Jiangze headed back to the Trainer Association, ready to engage in battles with Bug and Liulu. Knowing Jiangze was back on his feet, Tang Yu took a leave of absence to accompany him, fearing he might encounter another attack on the way. The experiences of the past few days had profoundly impacted Jiangze, filling him with a desire to bring warmth to others. The malicious Pokémon attack incident had reached a temporary resolution, aided by the support of those around him. Chapter 73. Social Death Scene Before long. Jiangze arrived at the Trainer and Appo's entrance, awaiting Tang Yu. Suddenly, Tang Yu appeared from behind, clapping Jiangze on the shoulder, exclaiming, "I thought you were gone. You look no different from before, and your injuries don't seem that severe. Why did President Gao say you were dead?" Startled by Tang Yu, Jiangze feigned a clutch of his stomach, retorting, "Tang Yu, I despise you. My wounds have yet to heal. You must take responsibility. I might just rely on you for the rest of my life." The onlookers, hearing Jiangze's words, cast him curious glances, questioning whether this was a case of extortion or perhaps something more. "Ha ha ha, Jiangze, your acting is truly abysmal. I distinctly patted your shoulder, yet you clutched your stomach. Stop feigning, get up." Tang Yu continued, "You're not very amusing, my friend. Next time, do cooperate a bit more. Now, let us not delay any further. We should head inside for the Pokémon duel. You're competing in the Freshman League in just 3 days, aren't you? You need more practice. I certainly don't want my opponent to suffer a crushing defeat." With that, the two exchanged a knowing smile and moved toward the Trainer Association. Upon ascending the stairs, Tang Yu spotted a striking figure. "Look, isn't that the girl from last time? What was her name again?" "Lu Xinyu," he pointed out. Jiangze recognized her as Lu Xinyu, the top student from Jizao University. "What is she doing here?" he pondered. Before Jiangze could voice his thoughts, Tang Yu continued, "Jiangze, why is this girl skipping class to come to the Trainer Association, just like us? Is she here to battle as well? But we're already on the 4th floor. She seems intent on going to the 1st floor. Isn't the 5th floor where the higher-ups work? What could she possibly want there?" Intrigued by Tang Yu and Appo's speculation, Jiangze also found himself curious about her intentions. Consequently, Tang Yu proposed that they discreetly follow her to uncover her purpose. This guy clearly has an interest in her, yet acts all secretive, claiming he is merely protecting her. Is there truly any danger lurking in the Trainer Association? Jiangze thought to himself. Reluctantly, Jiangze followed Tang Yu as they trailed Lu Xinyu to the 5th floor of the Trainer Association. Despite Tang Yu and Appo's straightforward demeanor, he understood the importance of remaining undetected. Otherwise, they might find themselves in a predicament that would be impossible to explain. Cautiously, they followed Lu Xinyu, who, unaware of their presence, confidently approached an office door. After knocking twice, she entered. Unbeknownst to them, their actions were being closely monitored by personnel in the Trainer Association and Appo's surveillance room. "Security? We have 2 suspicious individuals on the 5th floor. Please check it out immediately. The president is here, and I suspect they are heading towards him. Once apprehended, take them straight to the president's office." The command was issued. As soon as the order was given, security rushed toward the 5th floor. "That's them. Get them, fire monkeys. Quickly seize them." Jiangze and Tang Yu heard a voice, and in an instant, 2 fire monkeys had them pinned to the ground, bringing them face to face with the floor. This was Jiangze's first experience so close to the ground, and he was momentarily dazed, realizing that those in security uniforms had mistaken them for intruders. Given their sneaky behavior on the high floor, it was easy to see why they were considered trespassers. Jiangze could only think of throttling Tang Yu at that moment. Without time for explanations, the lead security officer ordered the fire monkeys to escort them into the room Lu Xinyu had just entered. Reflecting on the situation, Jiangze wished he could just vanish into thin air. Upon entering, they found 2 individuals. One was his mentor, Gao Jinxiang, the president of the Trainer Association, and the other was none other than Lu Xinyu. Seeing Gao and his idol together, Tang Yu could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, Well, who would have thought the president of the Trainer Association was such a person, seducing a freshman? I must report this and ruin your reputation." As Tang Yu fumed, Jiang Zhe attempted to cover his face, utterly mortified. Gao Jinxiang immediately recognized Jiang Zhe, though he was unaware of the circumstances. He decided it best to dismiss the security officer, requesting that they leave the two of them there. Once the security officer departed, Lu Xinyu looked at Tang Yu with disdain and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? This is my grandfather. What's wrong with sharing a meal with him? If you have the guts, go ahead and report it." Tang Yu was left stunned, as was Jiang Zhe, realizing that Lu Xinyu and Apos' grandfather was Gao Jinxiang, his mentor. Did this mean he was technically a generation older than Lu Xinyu? Would she refer to him as uncle? If Tang Yu and Lu Xinyu were to become involved, would he also have to be called uncle? Grandfather? Tang Yu's mouth hung open in disbelief. "Xiao Jiang, what are you two doing here?" Gao Jinxiang inquired. Jiang Zhe shuddered, realizing he had been recognized. With no choice, he dropped his hands from his face. Lu Xinyu was about to speak when Gao Jinxiang interrupted. Perfect timing. Xin. Let me introduce you. This is Jiang Zhe, whom I mentioned before. I have taken him on as a disciple. His ability to nurture Pokémon is remarkable, and he will be competing in the upcoming Freshman League as well, making him your rival for the championship. I had anticipated you would meet during the competition, but it seems fate has brought you together today. Grandfather? Is he the disciple you mentioned? Didn't you say you would no longer take on apprentices? Lu Xinyu exclaimed in surprise. Gao Jinxiang assessed Jiang Zhe and replied, "Perhaps I saw a reflection of my younger self in him. Just look at him, handsome and strong." Jiang Zhe thought to himself, "I believe you were strong in your youth, but handsome? Surely that can't be true." Chapter 74. Unintentionally offending. Apologies for interrupting your family gathering, Master. I have previously encountered your granddaughter, and her prowess is truly remarkable. However, I assure you, I shall not go easy on her during this freshman tournament. Excellent, exclaimed Gao Jinxiang. Youth must possess such vigor. I have high hopes for both of you. There will be rewards for whoever performs better, so give it your all. At this moment, the atmosphere seemed to ease slightly, yet one individual felt exceedingly awkward, standing silently off to the side. So, this entire family is acquainted? It appears I am the outsider here. How foolish of me to think otherwise. Tang Yu mused to himself. By the way, since you have met before, have you perhaps already sparred? Gao Jinxiang inquired with a hint of curiosity. Let me guess. It was the forest tortoise who emerged victorious? He chuckled. Gao Jinxiang appeared quite pleased, likely due to the presence of his granddaughter and Jiang Zhe that day. Before Jiang Zhe could respond, Lu Xinyu interjected, "Grandfather, I lost. Jiang Zhe and Apos' prowess is truly exceptional. However, this is not the freshman tournament, and I will undoubtedly triumph over him then. Just wait and see." Gao Jinxiang's expression shifted to one of surprise. He had always regarded his granddaughter as a precious gem, having taught her numerous combat techniques, yet she had succumbed to Jiang Zhe before the competition even commenced. Since Lu Xinyu graciously acknowledged her defeat, Jiang Zhe felt it inappropriate to exploit this advantage, especially as she was the granddaughter of his master. Her abilities had long been recognized by Jiang Zhe. His previous victory was merely a testament to his mental fortitude. Thus, he humbly explained his analysis of the match before the others, displaying commendable modesty. "Indeed, my little Jiang, I never anticipated that Xinyu would not be your match. In our time, your strengths would have surpassed even those of my youth, alongside Laohan. It seems not only the times are advancing, but your generation is also evolving. Nonetheless, you both must remain vigilant during the freshman tournament. I have encountered several formidable newcomers whose Pokémon are not to be underestimated. Always remember, there are always those more skilled than oneself," he advised. "Xinyu, given what Jiang Zhe just articulated, the outcome is indeed uncertain. You must be cautious in the future. And you, Jiang Zhe, though you have just become my apprentice and I have yet to impart much knowledge, I assure you that I will not ease up on you. Prepare yourself." "Understood, grandfather." "Thank you, master, I comprehend." Upon hearing Gao Jinxiang's words, both Jiang Zhe and Lu Xinyu recognized the depth of concern this elder held for them. "By the way, what about this fellow? What is he up to? Is he going to expose me?" Tang Yu and Apos' face turned crimson with embarrassment. But Jiang Zhe's explanation spared him from further scrutiny. Following this, The group engaged in casual conversation in Gao Jinxiang's office for a while. With a battle on the horizon, Jiang Zhe took his leave with Tang Yu. Upon exiting the office, Gao Jinxiang gained a deeper understanding of Jiang Zhe through their earlier interactions. The old generation often discerns a person and Apos' character through subtle details. Although Jiang Zhe was already his apprentice and possessed exceptional talents under Han Long and Apos' tutelage, Gao Jinxiang placed the utmost value on character. During their earlier exchange, he noted several of Jiang Zhe's admirable traits: humility, loyalty, and honesty. As their conversation drew to a close, Gao Jinxiang even subtly encouraged a potential bond between his granddaughter and Jiang Zhe. Lu Xinyu held a positive impression of Jiang Zhe, yet he found himself hesitant. Should anything develop between them, given Tang Yu and Apos' prior behavior, he would surely face repercussions. Pursuing a sister-in-law is a grave transgression in the world he knows. Thus, he tactfully expressed his intent to focus on his studies, urging his master to refrain from dwelling on such matters for now. Gao Jinxiang concurred, recognizing their youth. If the time were to come for a relationship, it could be addressed then. However, girls tend to mature earlier. Although Jiang Zhe's words were somewhat esoteric, Lu Xinyu grasped enough to feel her pride wounded. As Gao Jinxiang's granddaughter, she inherently possessed a lineage that far surpassed Jiang Zhe's. Moreover, she was a paragon of beauty and talent. Countless suitors pursued her at Jizao University, their numbers stretching beyond the confines of her class. This exceptional Lu Xinyu had developed the tendencies of a privileged youth, often exhibiting an air of superiority. Yet, her upbringing concealed this arrogance beneath the surface. Throughout her life, she had always been the most outstanding among her peers. Faced with an abundance of admirers, she had merely stated that only those who could defeat her in Pokémon battles were worthy of her company. Her lack of aversion towards Jiang Zhe stemmed from this very reason. However, his recent comments had deeply wounded her, igniting a fierce determination within her to teach Jiang Zhe a lesson during the freshman tournament. She resolved to prove to him that it was not he who had rejected her, but rather that she was superior. Thus, Jiang Zhe inadvertently incurred the ire of a beautiful and powerful woman. Upon exiting the office, Tang Yu wore a disgruntled expression. Anyone in my position would feel the same way, he lamented. Jiang Zhe offered some words of comfort, assuring Tang Yu that with their connection, he would help him win Lu Xinyu's heart. Reassured by Jiang Zhe's promise, Tang Yu regained his composure and pledged that if he succeeded in courting Lu Xinyu, he would present Jiang Zhe with a grand gift. Witnessing Tang Yu's earnestness, Jiang Zhe felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he had only said that to placate him. Nevertheless, their goal achieved, the two friends made their way toward the Trainer Association's battle area. Due to previous recovery time, Jiang Zhe's plans to elevate his Riolu to 3 stars before the university freshman tournament had to be expedited. With his current score at 330, he estimated that he would need to reach 500 for the transformation to occur. Thus, he required an additional 170 points within the next 3 days. To amass these 170 points, Jiang Zhe engaged in battles throughout the afternoon. Both Bug and Riolu each participated in 2 matches, demonstrating remarkable effort and anticipation to showcase their strength to Jiang Zhe. Consequently, the afternoon battles culminated in a flawless victory, netting them an impressive 60 points. Leaving only 110 points to reach their goal. It seemed certain that Riolu would shine brilliantly during the freshman tournament. Chapter 75, Terrifying Level 27. The starry sky shone brightly, illuminating the night. In the deserted park, only Jiang Zhe remained. He had visited this park numerous times, recalling the first time he came when his 2-star caterpillar effortlessly learned 2 skills. On his second visit, his bug Pokémon ascended to 3 stars. It was also here that he successfully obtained a friend ball after challenging wild Pokémon. Hence, to ensure that the 500 points did not go to waste, Jiang Zhe deliberately chose this park as the place for his Riolu to advance to 3 stars. Perhaps this was some sort of mystical phenomenon. Come forth, Riolu. Jiang Zhe released Riolu, then closed his eyes, opening the novice trainer's reward pool in his mind. Gazing at the evolution stones for other Pokémon, he began to refresh the pool while praying. Frankly, with 500 points in hand, as long as luck was not too dire. It should be possible for Riolu to ascend to 3 stars. After all, he already possessed 2 stones and now needed only to refresh 4 more. Indeed, the items refreshed in this park were exceptional. After Jiang Ze's relentless efforts, he successfully obtained the final Riolu Evolution Stone when his points dwindled to 100. With trembling hands, he selected it. Opening his backpack in the system, he found Riolu Evolution Stone X6, status, usable, remaining points, 80, use. The 6 evolution stones began to orbit around Riolu, transforming into a golden light that enveloped Riolu's body. Jiang Ze watched in exhilaration as Riolu underwent another transformation. With a single can of biscuits and a battle, you've reached 3 stars. You must not disappoint me. Pokémon, Riolu, quality, Crimson, level, 27, ability, inner focus through mental training. It will not flinch from opponent and amp, Oppo's, S attacks, hidden ability. Prankster has a chance to move first in battle. Skills, super motivation, steel claw, quick attack, heavy kick. Wave missile, status, healthy, base stats, 365. Commentary. The 3-star Riolu has achieved a qualitative enhancement in speed. Its skills have upgraded again. And it has mastered Wave Missile before evolving, marking it as a genius among the Riolu family. Note: this Riolu may evolve into Lucario at any moment. Thus, Jiang Ze's second 3-star Pokémon was born. Gazing at the 3-star Riolu before him, he felt it had shed its previous adorably naive appearance. Its large canines gleamed with a golden sheen, and the spurs on its arms had sharpened. Particularly notable were the muscles in its calves, exuding boundless explosive power while maintaining elegance. The lines were even more pronounced than those of the Lucario he had seen before. Even its tail, no longer smooth, sported dangerous barbs. If it learned to bite and also mastered Iron Tail, it would truly become a Pokémon harvesting machine. Seeing Jiang Ze's astonished expression, Riolu playfully made a face, indicating that its personality had changed somewhat after the ascension to 3 stars. The transformation was visibly remarkable. One could genuinely feel how powerful Riolu had become post-evolution. Especially in terms of speed and skill potency, it was undoubtedly a leap beyond what his caterpillar had experienced. Jiang Ze felt as if he were dreaming as he meticulously examined the 3-star Riolu in the Pokédex. Directly reaching level 27, and it learned Wave Missile. It truly mastered it before evolving into Lucario. Moreover, it could evolve into Lucario at any moment. Was this some kind of jest? Rubbing his eyes and looking again at Riolu, Jiang Ze felt a surge of confidence about the upcoming freshman league at the university. This time, his heart brimmed with assurance. Come forth, Caterpillar. Upon emerging from its Pokeball and witnessing the transformed 3-star Riolu, Caterpillar appeared immensely excited. Jiang Ze now possessed 2 3-star Pokémon. And with Caterpillar having reached level 26 through 3 days of battles, it had finally caught up in levels. Meanwhile, Riolu had astonishingly jumped straight to the formidable level 27. In just 1 month since returning from the Secret Realm, Caterpillar had progressed from level 20 to 26, while Riolu had soared from level 13 to 27. It was evident to anyone observing that both had made significant strides in strength. Jiang Ze eagerly anticipated the University Freshman League set to commence the next day. However, he remained cautious. He recalled the Pokémon battle video sent to him by Tang Yu, featuring a level 31 Ducklet battling a level 34 Kled. The Ducklet had practically crushed the Kled. While most could not discern the Pokémon levels, Jiang Ze could, and thus understood the astonishing power of that Ducklet. Fueled by intense fiery energy and the trainer's exceptional command, the Ducklet executed a battle beyond its level in Jiang Ze's eyes. The trainer wielding the Ducklet was considered the top contender among the new students at Lihui University, and upon viewing the video, Jiang Ze had already regarded him as the strongest rival in the upcoming Freshman League. Initially, Jiang Ze had known that even with Caterpillar achieving 3 stars and reaching level 26, it would be no match for such a fearsome Ducklet. However, with the emergence of the 3-star Riolu, he no longer needed to fear the Ducklet. Still, Jiang Ze and Oppo's inner resolve remained unyielding. After all, the opponent's video showcased a dominating performance, implying hidden strengths. Even with Riolu reaching 3 stars, victory was far from guaranteed. The outcome remained uncertain. Caterpillar, Riolu. Tomorrow we shall participate in the University Freshman League. You both have performed excellently during this period. If we win this league, let us take a few days off from training and go out to have some fun, shall we? Upon hearing this proposition, both Caterpillar and Riolu immediately perked up with excitement. Hoo. Riolu. All right, it's a deal. But you both must cheer for me during the competition. Seeing their enthusiastic demeanor, Jiangze felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now, he awaited the University Freshman League with anticipation. This league was no ordinary event. It was set to take place at the iconic Longfeng Sports Stadium in Hanqing. According to Han Long, at least 5 quasi-king level experts would be in attendance. And once the top 32 were determined, battles would be broadcasted citywide. Thus, the new students entering the top 32 would undoubtedly be prioritized by prominent companies when seeking employment opportunities. This heightened the stakes of the league, and every participant would strive wholeheartedly for their futures, with Jiangze being no exception. Leave of absence note. Valentine's Day, taking a day off. See you tomorrow. Chapter 76. The Freshman League at Han Mountain University officially begins today. Han Mountain University was abuzz with excitement. The playground was thronged with spectators, and in the center stood 49 participants representing the university in the Freshman League. The only one yet to arrive was, of course, Jiangze. The entire university cast encouraging glances towards this group of freshmen, for they were not merely competing for themselves. They were ambassadors of Han Mountain University and Oppo's honor. Come on, younger students. Who scores the highest, and I shall consider being their girlfriend. Go for it. You are our hope. Seize the first position this year. Whoever performs outstandingly, I will definitely treat them to a meal upon their return. The upperclassmen of Han Mountain University rallied behind the freshmen, creating an atmosphere of solidarity within the school. The significance of this year and Oppo's Freshman League was paramount, as inter-academic competitions were quite rare, occurring only once annually. The outcomes would not only reflect the rankings of various universities, but also influence the allocation of resources by the Alliance for the year and impact future admissions. Consequently, both faculty and students placed great importance on the event. Standing before the 49 freshmen, Teacher Huang anxiously checked his watch, a frown evident on his face. Where on earth is Jiangze? He grumbled. His words were overheard by Teacher Zhu from the adjacent class, with whom there existed a competitive rivalry. However, the gravity of the Freshman League necessitated unity among all faculty. In a surprising turn, Teacher Zhu consoled Teacher Huang. Don't worry, I've seen this student before. He doesn't strike me as the type to be late. Perhaps something has happened. Why not give him a call? Upon this suggestion, Teacher Huang promptly retrieved his phone to call Jiangze. Just as the call connected, a voice emerged from the crowd, breathless and apologetic. Teacher Huang, I and Oppo's am here. Sorry for being late. I encountered a few issues on the way, and I apologize for keeping everyone waiting. Relieved to see Jiangze finally arrive, Teacher Huang responded curtly. Well, you're here now. Quickly, rejoin your team. Jiangze surveyed his classmates, who stood neatly in 2 rows. With his arrival, the roster of 50 participants for the Freshman League was complete. Among them were familiar faces, Peng Jian, Zhu Xiaojun, and Lin Tian, along with a few less familiar classmates from other classes. Their expressions radiated confidence, with many casting admiring glances toward Jiangze. In the eyes of these freshmen, he was almost a legendary figure, his past achievements often cited by teachers as examples for students from the neighboring class. The first position in the front row had been reserved for him. Once Jiangze rejoined, the entire contingent from Han Mountain University boarded the bus, ready for the competition ahead. On the bus, Teacher Huang began to outline the competition format for the 50 freshmen. Since they were all newcomers, the competition would be conducted in a 1-versus-1 format. Including freshmen from other schools, a total of 250 participants would compete in the Freshman League. The tournament would span 11 days. The first 2 days would see random pairings for matches, resulting in 125 battles. Winners would advance to the next round. But since 128 participants were required, A resurrection match would be held for the 125 who lost, allowing 3 to progress further. The subsequent 2 days would witness the elimination from 128 to 64, which would occur in a single day, followed by a similar format for 64 to 32 and 32 to 16, all concluding within a day. Once the top 32 were determined, every Pokémon duel from that point onward would be broadcasted citywide, offering a splendid opportunity for exposure. The final 16 would rest for a day before proceeding through the rounds of 16 to 8, 8 to 4, and finally to 2, culminating in the crowning of a champion. The rules mirrored standard battles. A match concluded when one side lost all combat capability or conceded. Every participant listened intently. Many understood they were not yet on par with competitors from other universities, save for a few exceptional talents. Thus, for most, the goal was merely to reach the top 32 and gain visibility, though this was no simple task. Jiangze held the competition in high regard, aware that his friends, mentors, and countless others would be watching him. He felt a pressing need to achieve a commendable result. Teacher Huang continually encouraged the students, urging them to remain calm and perform to the best of their abilities without undue pressure. As the bus arrived at the venue for the Freshman League, the Dragon and Phoenix Gymnasium, all participants were struck by the grandeur of the occasion. Upon entering, they found the stands filled with spectators. This event was unlike any other. At the center sat 5 formidable quasi-king-level experts from Han Mountain City, alongside university presidents. Even the general public and amateur trainers clamored to witness this spectacle. As the Summer Hua Alliance boasted a vast population eager to engage with Pokémon battles, regardless of scale. As the opening ceremony fireworks erupted, 5 teams clad in distinct uniforms marched towards the center of the stadium under the guidance of their teachers. The first segment involved a lottery, with a box containing 250 numbers, each corresponding to a participant's first-round opponent. The drawing process took approximately 10 minutes. After the lottery, the freshmen followed their teachers to designated resting and viewing areas. Soon, the call for competitors began, starting from number 1. Those with matching numbers proceeded to the battle zone. Due to the high number of participants in the first elimination round, 5 battle arenas were set up within the gym. Jiangze glanced at his drawn number, which read 88. To his surprise, it was a rather auspicious figure, albeit somewhat late, suggesting he would compete the following day. I suppose I shall observe the abilities of my fellow competitors today, he mused. Before long, number 15 echoed throughout the arena, and 10 freshmen emerged to take their places in the battle zone. Among them were 2 representatives from Han Mountain University, whose classmates cheered them on enthusiastically. Jiangze patiently watched from the viewing area as the first battle commenced. The initial match featured Pokémon that were relatively common: Pikachu, Nidorina, Machop, and Ponyta, all ranging from levels 22 to 24, average strength for the Freshman League. Nevertheless, they delivered an exhilarating performance, with the first 5 advancing to the next round. However, the atmosphere among Han Mountain University's supporters dampened as both of their representatives were eliminated in their matches. Chapter 77. A unique banquet. A series of exhilarating Pokémon battles unfolded within the Longfeng Gymnasium. The young individuals from various universities, brimming with youthful zeal and determination, were destined to become the pillars of Han City in the near future. Peng Jian, give it your all in the next match. Don and Appos, be nervous. I'm eagerly awaiting your good news, Jiangze encouraged. After exchanging a gesture of confidence with Jiangze, Peng Jian strode towards the battle zone. Approximately 3 rounds of competition had already taken place, with 30 freshmen having participated in the skirmishes. Jiangze observed these battles with a discerning eye. The Pokémon were relatively common, and their levels were quite balanced, lacking any particularly striking qualities worth emulating. The moment Peng Jian's Infernape entered the arena, he immediately distinguished himself as the first newcomer with a formidable Pokémon. With its tail ablaze, Infernape garnered a significant fan base. Level 25 already. It seems he has undergone extensive training before the competition, Jiangze mused. In this match, Infernape faced a level 22 Noctowl. Under Peng Jian's command, a single Ember attack swiftly dispatched the opponent, without even needing to employ its signature move, flame wheel. This display of power left a profound impression on the audience. The revealed strength was only a fraction of what was possible, and mystery often connotes greatness. Other freshmen from different universities began to regard this newcomer from Hanzhong University with trepidation. With this round, a total of 40 freshmen had engaged in Pokémon battles. Among them, only 2 from Hanzhong University had advanced, despite 7 participants from their institution. Pingjian and Appo's swift victory significantly boosted the morale of Hanzhong University. In the resting area of Lihue University, one freshman inquired, "Boss, what do you think of this Infernape? It appears quite strong." The self-proclaimed boss replied dismissively, "Before me, it shall prove to be no challenge. After watching for so long, the only one I regard with caution is Guo Yun from Gaiji University." With that, this arrogant newcomer, known as Lin Qi, who possessed a Dusknoir, closed his eyes to rest, indifferent to the upcoming challengers. As Infernape took the stage, the atmosphere in the Longfeng Gymnasium surged to a crescendo. The upcoming freshman league in Hanzhong City promised to be even more thrilling. Jiangze spotted several familiar figures among the competitors. Lu Xinyu's Torterra decisively vanquished its opponent, while Zhu Xiaozhuan's Curlia used Psychic to dismantle another contender. He also recognized a familiar Floatzel from their previous encounter at the Trainer Association's Golden Battle Zone. Each showcased overwhelming prowess in their matches. Notably, 2 newcomers emerged as dark horses in Jiangze's eyes, one from Gaiji University and the other from Shuiyuan University. Previously, he had little impression of them, suggesting they were adept at concealing their abilities until the moment was ripe for revelation. The dark horse from Gaiji University was a Heracross with an impressive base stat of 500, a bug and fighting-type Pokémon boasting formidable strength at a staggering level 27. The dark horse from Shuiyuan University was a level 29 Crawdad, nearing the pinnacle of power. It appeared that this trainer had been biding their time, waiting for the opportune moment to shine. As the morning swiftly passed, 60 freshmen had battled within the Longfeng Gymnasium. The afternoon would see another 70 contestants continue the fierce competition, making for a tightly scheduled event. During lunch, Jiangze received news of a gathering with his 2 mentors. Following their directions, he soon found himself at an upscale hotel near the gym. Upon entering the private room, he quickly realized that this meal was more significant than he had anticipated. It was not merely a gathering of him and his mentors. All the university presidents had convened in this room. "Come, Xiaoze, sit beside me," Han Long called out upon his entrance. Jiangze complied, taking a seat next to Han Long. As he surveyed the room, he noted a total of 13 individuals present. Besides the 5 university presidents and the esteemed president of the Trainer Association, Gao Jinxiang, there was an elderly gentleman he did not recognize. However, he had heard of the young man beside him, Lin Qi from the Lincoln family, leading him to deduce that the elder was likely a respected member of the Lincoln lineage, possibly a quasi-king trainer. The other 4 attendees were freshmen like Jiangze. Seated beside the president of Lihue University was the second-ranked newcomer, Qin Xiaoyang, whose Pokémon was the previously noted Houndoom. Next to the president of Gaiji University sat the top freshman, reputed to possess a remarkably powerful Weevil. Between the presidents of Jitsao University and Gao Jinxiang was none other than Jiangze's old acquaintance, Lu Xinyu. The final attendee was the trainer of the previously encountered Floatzel. Recognizing the identities of these individuals, Jiangze felt a twinge of anxiety. This assembly was undoubtedly composed of the most formidable figures in Hanzhong City, both from the past and present. This banquet was certainly not a trivial affair. Aside from Jiangze and Appo's background, the others seated here were all connected to influential lineages, each hailing from affluent or powerful families. However, Jiangze did not feel inferior. He had earned his place at this table through his own merit, and that was his true source of pride. At Gao Jinxiang's suggestion, the 6 freshmen took turns introducing themselves with great reverence. It was no wonder the freshman league was touted as the most prestigious in recent years. Following the introductions, a competitive spirit glimmered in the eyes of the young participants, which pleased their elders. Although the meal appeared harmonious on the surface, Jiangze, attuned to the underlying currents of their conversation, sensed a degree of insincerity. With so many university presidents present, The atmosphere was charged with rivalry. It was a rare occurrence for them to dine together. Through careful observation, Jiangze discerned that his mentor, Han Long, had a particularly strained relationship with the president of Gaiji University. Their exchanges were laden with tension. Furthermore, the top freshman from Gaiji University frequently cast glances in Jiangze's direction, suggesting that the animosities of the past were poised to resurface between them. Jiangze had previously heard that Han Long and Gaiji University and Appos, as president, Guotian, were once the best of friends, but for reasons unknown, they had parted ways, leaving their encounters fraught with hostility. Among the diners, the most easygoing was undoubtedly Gao Jinxiang, the president of the Trainer Association. Given his position, it was crucial for him to maintain amicable relations with each president. Sensing the potential for conflict, he hastily proposed a change of topic. Everyone, the meal isn't finished yet, and it seems you and Appos are on the verge of a confrontation. This is a competition for the younger generation, not a battleground for you. If this continues, I might have to report this to the Xiaohua Alliance, and I would prefer not to be put in such a difficult position, Gao Jinxiang remarked, a pained expression on his face. Chapter 78. The arrogant Lin Qi. Evidently, Gao Jinxiang's words carried significant weight at the table. As soon as he spoke, the several principals immediately toned down. However, the sudden drop in atmosphere felt somewhat peculiar. Gao Jinxiang continued, aside from my granddaughter and Li Wei, I believe no one else has faced off yet. Why not reveal your numbers to see if anyone has crossed paths beforehand? Since Gao Jinxiang had taken the initiative, the new students, including Jiang Zhe, dared not disregard him and promptly presented their draw numbers for the morning. 109, 77, 88, 88. Why were there two 88s? Initially, the other principals considered this an impossibility, but upon hearing two 88s, their interest was piqued. After all, the new students present were essentially the CRME de la CRME of this tournament. If they clashed before reaching the top 32, it would indeed be intriguing. Jiang Zhe, noticing the predatory gaze of Guo Yun across the table, felt a jolt of surprise. How could it be him? Am I really to face him tomorrow? Indeed, the competitor sharing the same 88 number was none other than Jiang Zhe himself, and the formidable Guo Yun seated opposite him. This revelation even sparked the interest of Lin Qi, who had remained silent until now. Previously, he had regarded Guo Yun as his strongest adversary. Little did he expect that the competition would commence with such an extraordinary opponent. Although Jiang Zhe was dining at the same table, the proud Lin Qi did not genuinely view him as an equal to himself and Guo Yun. He merely wished to see how much of Guo Yun's prowess Jiang Zhe could provoke during their upcoming match, as it would offer him greater insight for his own confrontation with Guo Yun later. Even Lu Xinyu was taken aback, as contestants of their caliber were not expected to meet before the top 32. Was there an underlying scheme at play? Gao Jinxiang also considered this possibility but chose not to voice it. In truth, this was precisely the scheme orchestrated by the president of Gaiji University, Guotian, to retaliate against Han Long before the tournament. He deliberately arranged for his grandson and Han Long's disciple to face each other prematurely. If his grandson could eliminate Jiang Zhe before reaching the top 128, it would undeniably be a blatant slap in Han Long's face. Old Han, I never anticipated that my little Yun would be facing your disciple tomorrow. What do you think are their chances in this match? Guotian remarked. Han Long remained silent, casting a glance at Guotian's confidently poised grandson. Guo Yun met Han Long's gaze without flinching, his eyes filled with determination that seemed to proclaim his inevitable victory. Such confidence, coupled with Guotian and Appos' meticulously laid plans, suggested that it would not be an easy feat. This indicated that Guo Yun was indeed exceptionally strong, and Han Long could not guarantee that Jiang Zhe would emerge victorious over him. Seeing Han Long silent, Guotian proposed, how about this? Since it might be premature for them to confront each other now, if anyone is reluctant to face off, let them switch numbers. What do you say? At this, the principals comprehended Guotian and Appos' implication that it was a veiled invitation to retreat if one feared defeat. Jiang Zhe quickly grasped the situation, but in his eyes, surrendering before the battle was illogical. To uphold his master and Appos' dignity, Jiangze decisively stated, "There is no need to change numbers. If you wish to, then you may do so. It matters not to me. I will still compete with the number 88 tomorrow." Jiangze declared solemnly at the table. "You." Guiyun was about to retort when his grandfather interrupted him. At that moment, Guitian felt a surge of triumph, believing that Han Long and his disciple had fallen into his trap. After deliberating, Gao Jinxiang decided to speak up, for he was also Jiangze and Appo's mentor. He felt compelled to address the situation, given that his disciple was being toyed with. "Old Gua, don't you think this is somewhat underhanded? I want to elaborate further. But let us proceed with the match as scheduled tomorrow. No one should interfere," Gao Jinxiang stated firmly. Guitian immediately recognized that Gao Jinxiang seemed to be siding with Jiangze and Han Long. It was perplexing, as Gao Jinxiang had never intervened in their long-standing disputes before. He was not alone in this. The other principals also sensed Gao Jinxiang's underlying message. Feeling a sense of intrigue, "Ladies and gentlemen, do not misunderstand. To be frank, I am laying my cards on the table. This young man, Jiangze, is not only Han Long's disciple, but also my own. Old Gua, I cannot sit idly by while you bully him. How about we place a wager? If Jiangze loses tomorrow, I shall grant you whatever you desire from the Trainers Association," Gao Jinxiang proclaimed with authority. This declaration astonished everyone present, as they had not anticipated that a mere freshman competition would garner such attention. Guitian was equally taken aback, realizing that Jiangze was not only Han Long's disciple, but also Gao Jinxiang's. However, now that the challenge was set, he could not back down in front of the others. "Is that true?" "Absolutely." "Very well. Then it is settled. If I lose, I shall offer 3 Fingyu fruits as the wager." "Agreed." As they became engrossed in this serious wager, Jiangze felt a wave of pressure wash over him. After all, he had only been in the Pokémon world for a little over 2 months and was far from invincible. What if he were to lose? The onlookers were eager to witness the unfolding drama, curious to see who would emerge as the one to falter in this contest. Nevertheless, most held a favorable view of Guiyun, believing that despite Jiangze and Appo's earlier success in teaching Badahu to master psychic-type skills, it would not be sufficient to triumph over Guiyun and Appo's master, Itachi. Soon enough, the afternoon meal came to a close. The elders returned to the prime viewing seats at the Longfeng Gymnasium, while the younger generation returned to their respective schools and Appo's lounges. The afternoon battles were set to commence shortly. Upon returning to the lounge, Jiangze received a message from Gao Jinxiang, reassuring him not to feel pressured regarding the wager with Guitian. "This is a matter for the elders. All you need to do is give your all in tomorrow's match," he wrote. Jiangze felt a profound warmth from Gao Jinxiang and Appo's words, igniting a fervent anticipation within him. "Have you finished reading?" A sudden voice interrupted Jiangze and Appo's thoughts. Looking up, he was surprised to see Lin Chi standing before him. "Though I do not particularly like you, I still wish you the best. Guiyun is formidable. I have some information on his master, Itachi, which I hope will be useful to you." Taken aback by Lin Chi's unexpected gesture, Jiangze wondered why he would offer assistance without any apparent reason. However, he soon realized that Lin Chi's intention was not born of goodwill, but rather a desire to see Jiangze extract more of Guiyun's strength during their encounter. Jiangze felt a surge of indignation. Was he merely a pawn in Lin Chi's game? Yet, recalling the wager set by his master with Guitian, Jiangze reluctantly accepted the information Lin Chi provided. "With your current capabilities, it seems unlikely that you could defeat him. Perhaps I was overly optimistic," Lin Chi remarked before turning on his heel and departing the lounge of Hanzhong University. Guiyun and Lin Chi? They may hold esteemed backgrounds, but what gives them the right to look down on others? Just watch. I, Jiangze, shall trample over you both in this upcoming freshman league. Chapter 79. The emergence of Jiangze. The afternoon's elimination matches concluded with the final showdown. The first day of the freshman league was successfully wrapped up, eliciting a mix of joy and sorrow among participants. Such is the nature of competition, it delineates victors from the vanquished. Naturally, those who suffered defeat were disheartened, while the 65 winners advanced to the next stage. However, in a stroke of fortune, there would be a resurrection match, offering the eliminated 125 a chance for redemption, with 3 of them able to re-enter the fray. Yet, those who manage to stand out in the resurrection match are often the ones who face particularly formidable adversaries in the initial rounds. Jiangze, reflecting on the day's contests, felt a deep sense of insight. Beyond the few names he had noted previously, several formidable dark horses emerged, instilling a sense of caution within him. Zhu Xiaojun and Apos Carillion displayed remarkable growth, while Lin Tian and Apos Katy Dog shone brilliantly in its battles, evidently having mastered numerous combat techniques from his lineage. Alongside them, other competitors from various academies, such as the cunning lad Jiang encountered at the Trainer Association, and the new student from Lihua University who possessed the fiery Chao Cao pig, were equally formidable. All of them harbored the potential to break into the top 16. Tomorrow, Jiangze would face one of the strongest opponents in this freshman league. Even he could not guarantee victory against Master Weasel. Earlier in the afternoon, he set aside his pride and meticulously reviewed the materials Lin Chi provided about Master Weasel. The video showcased Master Weasel at a terrifying level 32, while his own 3-star Leo Road only stood at level 27. Such a disparity in levels would deter most freshmen, Jiangze included, leaving him utterly astonished. Master Weasel boasted an extensive array of skills, combining them with remarkable agility and impressive speed, making it a formidable presence. To have such an exceptional Pokémon among the freshmen was almost inconceivable. Guiyun's Master Weasel exhibited nearly no flaws, and Jiangze struggled to conceive a strategy to overcome it. It seemed he would have to rely on adaptability during the match. Jiangze had already chosen his Pokémon for the battle, the newly promoted 3-star Leo Road. It was essential to defeat a fighting-type Pokémon with another of the same type. Yet, he still lacked confidence in securing victory. On the way home, Tang Yu inquired about Jiangze's situation. He and his sister Tang had come to watch the matches, but did not witness Jiangze's participation. Jiangze shared the day's events with Tang Yu, who, as a good friend, expressed his deep concern. Facing such a strong opponent in the elimination match was undoubtedly a significant source of pressure. Although he initially considered inviting Jiangze for a meal, Tang Yu ultimately decided against it, believing Jiangze needed time to formulate a strategy against Master Weasel. Upon returning home, Jiangze wasted no time, hastily consuming a bite to eat before heading to the park. He sought a secluded spot to unleash Leo Road, who had just ascended to 3 stars and learned the wave bomb technique but had not yet undergone rigorous training. It was imperative to reach peak performance before the following day. During training, Leo Road sensed its master and amp, Apos, heightened emotions, particularly regarding the impending battle, prompting it to train with exceptional fervor. The first step was to test its wave ability. Jiangze gathered numerous small stones and threw them at Leo Road, employing the principles of the training equipment from school. Utilizing the wave, Leo Road deftly evaded the stones Jiangze hurled, exhibiting not only a qualitative leap in speed after its promotion, but also a remarkable ability to predict movements reminiscent of its mother, Lucario. Jiangze was thoroughly pleased with this progress. The next phase involved training for the wave bomb, a somewhat monotonous endeavor. However, sharpening one's skills in the heat of preparation was essential. Jiangze trained with Leo Road until late into the night before departing. The following day, the Longfeng Sports Center buzzed with excitement. Amidst the roaring crowd, the first round of elimination matches commenced, and Jiangze, clutching his number 88 card, gauged the progression of the matches. With the current number at 70, he knew it would soon be his turn. He glanced toward the resting area of Guides University, feeling an involuntary tightening in his palms as he anticipated the formidable opponent ahead. Contestants numbered 86, 87, 88, 89, and 90, please enter the battle zone. At last, it was his moment. Jiangze strode confidently toward the center. His classmates, recognizing him as their strongest contender, offered words of encouragement, as though victory was already within his grasp. Only one person wore a worried expression, Teacher Huang, who had heard of the wager between President Gao and Principal Guo the previous day and felt a pang of anxiety for Jiangze. Brother, look, it's Jiangze. It's finally his turn, Tang Wen shouted from the stands. Freshmen from other universities also noticed Jiang Zhe advancing to the battle zone, eagerly anticipating his performance, especially after the shocking news of his newly acquired psychic-type skills. Opposite him stood Guiyun, equally prepared for the elimination match. Look, Guiyun is also competing in this round. Do you think Jiang Zhe and Guiyun will face off in the elimination round? As the two competitors positioned themselves in the battle zone, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. In an instant, the clash between Jiang Zhe and Guiyun became the focal point of the Longfeng Sports Center. The two brightest stars of the freshman league had collided, overshadowing all other competitors. The audience could hardly believe they were witnessing such an electrifying encounter in the elimination round. In the resting areas of various universities, everyone focused intently on the unfolding battle. Lin Chi from Lihua University mused, "Let us see how much of Guiyun's strength you can provoke, kid." Meanwhile, Lu Xinyu from Jitsao University felt a twinge of anxiety. She feared Jiang Zhe might lose, as he was the man who had triumphed over her. Deep down, she hoped for his victory in this confrontation. In the central audience area, Teacher Gao remarked, "We've all seen the reputation you earned for Jiang Zhe yesterday. But now he must stand on his own in the arena." To which Teacher Han replied, "Don't place too much pressure on the child. Though I hate to say it, I feel Jiang Zhe is likely to lose this match. I suspected as much yesterday. However, my intentions were to help him progress further. We must nurture the competitive spirit within him, focusing on his future. Wouldn't you agree?" After hearing Teacher Gao's words, Han Long reached a resolution in his heart. Just as Gao Jinxiang had said, even if Jiang Zhe were to falter this time, it might ultimately propel him forward, which was indeed Gao Jinxiang's aim. Both mentors had dedicated considerable effort to nurturing Jiang Zhe. At this moment, standing in the battle zone, Jiang Zhe remained remarkably calm. The cacophony surrounding him failed to disrupt his focus. "Allow me to be the first to conquer the strongest contenders among the freshmen. Come forth, Master Weasel. Then let us see what you've got." Arise, Leo wrote. Chapter 80, the debut of 3-star Riolu. Did Jiang Zhe actually use Riolu? Why not the signature Butterfree? It is likely that many share Tang Yu's sentiment, for to others, Butterfree is undoubtedly Jiang Zhe's emblematic Pokémon. Zhu Xiaojun deeply empathized with this. Having observed the previous battle between Riolu and Kairu Lilian, where it became evident that Butterfree's prowess surpassed that of Riolu. Yet, why did Jiang Zhe opt for Riolu this time? At this moment, the audience was consumed by two thoughts. Has Jiang Zhe resigned himself to defeat in this confrontation? Or is Riolu indeed his trump card? Clearly, no one knew the outcome, and all held their breath in anticipation of the impending duel between Jiang Zhe and Guiyun. The Master Weasel on stage regarded Riolu with disdain. Guiyun furrowed his brow and remarked, "Jiang Zhe, I recall your signature Pokémon should be Butterfree. Allow me to extend another opportunity. Let Butterfree join the fray." Jiang Zhe steadfastly gazed at Riolu and declared, "No need for that. I shall defeat your Master Weasel with this child." "Very well, since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for the consequences of your defeat. Enough talk. Let us begin." As the referee announced the commencement of the match, both Jiang Zhe and Guiyun initially remained motionless. However, Guiyun soon resolved to take the battle seriously, perceiving Jiang Zhe and Appo's choice of Riolu as a slight to his capabilities. Little did he know, the once timid Riolu had evolved into a being whose overall strength rivaled that of Butterfree. After all, a 3-star Riolu could not possibly be weak. Master Weasel, use Swords Dance. Initiating with an attack-boosting Swords Dance, Jiang Zhe was unyielding, immediately commanding Riolu to use Bulk Up, which would not only embolden Riolu but also significantly enhance its offensive capabilities. To their surprise, both competitors commenced with moves to amplify their attacks, indicating a desire for a swift resolution. Fighting-type Pokémon are inherently suited for fast-paced battles, possessing remarkable speed and offensive power, though their stamina has always been a vulnerability. Riolu, use Aura Sphere. A pale blue orb began to coalesce in Riolu's grasp. In an instant, the Aura Sphere surged toward Master Weasel. It is well known that neither Riolu nor Lucario's Aura Sphere ever misses, such as the might of mastering Aura. From the central viewing area, Han Long immediately recognized Riolu and Appo's technique, gazing at Gao Jinxiang in astonishment. Old gal, what is happening? How could Riolu learn Aura Sphere before evolving? Did your Lucario impart any secret techniques to it? No wonder you were so confident. Gao Jinxiang felt somewhat awkward, equally astonished. He had not taught Riolu any special moves. As Han Long suggested, could it be that Jiang Zhe had achieved yet another miracle? The notion of Riolu comprehending the power of Aura before evolution was unprecedented, a rarity on par with Butterfree mastering psychic-type moves. Old Han, I assure you, this is not my doing. Do you believe me? Exchanging bewildered glances, Gao Jinxiang and Han Long soon erupted into laughter. Wei Yun, upon witnessing Riolu unleash Aura Sphere, was equally dumbfounded. Gaiji University has always excelled in training fighting-type Pokémon, making him intimately familiar with Riolu, even contemplating capturing one in the future. Yet, this spectacle utterly transformed his perception of Riolu. It could utilize Aura Sphere without having evolved? Aside from a few elders and students from Gaiji University, the rest of the audience remained oblivious to the significance of this event. Without a doubt, Jiang Zhe had etched a new legend within the Dragon Phoenix Gym. Master Weasel attempted to evade Riolu's Aura Sphere, but no matter how it maneuvered, the sphere struck true. Such is the terrifying nature of Aura Sphere. Upon impact, Master Weasel's left arm bore the brunt of the attack, sustaining visible damage, yet Gui Yun remained unfazed. Seeing his attack land, Jiang Zhe commanded Riolu to use Quick Attack, following its advancement to 3 stars. Riolu and Appo's Quick Attack transformed from a mere white electric flash to a resplendent golden blaze. Its velocity was such that it made Master Weasel and Appo's eyes widen in astonishment. Just as Riolu was on the cusp of striking Master Weasel, Gui Yun instructed Master Weasel, use Seismic Toss. Seismic Toss? What kind of move is that? Jiang Zhe felt a pang of confusion. He had never heard of Master Weasel employing such a technique, nor was it recorded in the materials provided by Lin Chi yesterday. With Riolu and Appo's attack poised to land, altering the move was no longer an option. Jiang Zhe sensed that Master Weasel and Appo's technique was anything but simple. Suddenly, Master Weasel altered its stance, shifting from a balanced fighting form to a pose reminiscent of ancient martial arts. In the blink of an eye, as Riolu was about to make contact, it appeared that Master Weasel executed a maneuver that completely countered Riolu's quick attack. Consequently, due to the closeness of their positions, Master Weasel ensnared Riolu in a lock, reminiscent of lethal grappling techniques Jiang Zhe had witnessed in previous martial arts competitions. Once ensnared, escape was nearly impossible without specialized skills or experience, as the opponent would gradually tighten their hold, rendering the prey incapable of further combat. This was the first time Jiang Zhe and Riolu encountered such a predicament, a scenario that had not crossed his mind. They were caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. Only the aspiring champion trainer in the central viewing area, along with the principal and members of the Lincoln family, discerned the unusual nature of this maneuver. Gao Jinxiang and Han Long exchanged glances, spotting Wu Tian reveling in the spectacle. Old Han, it seems Jiang Zhe's defeat is well-deserved. You must have noticed that Gui Yun has mastered a self-created technique at just the freshman level. This is a feat that should not be achievable by a student, as it places him on the threshold of defeating gym trainers, Gao Jinxiang remarked, observing the grim situation unfolding on the field. The other spectators, unaware of the intricacies, were left bewildered as to why the attacking Riolu suddenly found itself immobilized by Master Weasel's lock. Such a technique was beyond their comprehension. Riolu, stay strong, break free, Jiang Zhe shouted toward the battlefield. Yet, no matter how Riolu struggled, it could not escape Master Weasel and Appo's binding technique. It and Appo's over. Master Weasel, finish off Riolu. With those words, Master Weasel exerted its strength. As Riolu felt the pain, it thrashed wildly, but gradually, its movement slowed until it ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness, losing its ability to fight. Riolu has lost its fighting capability. Master Weasel is victorious. Gui Yun advances to the next round. The referee proclaimed after confirming Riolu's defeat. Jiang Zhe was left in utter disbelief. The entire battle had lasted less than 3 minutes, and his Riolu had been vanquished. Not only Jiang Zhe, But the entire audience was discontented with the result, having witnessed neither Riolu and Apos S nor Master Weasel and Apos S true strength before the match concluded. Chapter 81. Failure is not a bad thing. After losing the match, Jiangze stood in a daze, unable to regain his composure. It wasn't until the referee informed him that the next round was about to begin that he snapped back to reality. His opponent had long since departed, and only then did Jiangze slowly make his way towards the rest area of Hanzhong University after withdrawing his Riolu. Why? Did all my efforts over these days amount to nothing against my opponent? Why did this happen? Jiangze, having lost the match, found himself doubting his own abilities. He had become the first-seeded player to be eliminated in the knockout stage of the competition, a fact that was almost beyond belief. Yet here he was, facing this harsh reality. System, could you please elucidate the skill that Master Itachi just employed? System replay initiated. Self-created skill. For ounces moving 1,000 pounds, a skill developed through diligent practice of ancient martial arts, commentary, an exceptionally powerful self-created skill capable of annihilating opponents through skill locking. Insurmountable by ordinary Pokémon. A self-created skill? Upon returning to the rest area, the freshmen of Hanzhong University were enveloped in a profound sense of dejection. After all, their strongest contender had been defeated. What of the upcoming battles? Did they still possess the strength to compete against other universities? Or was Hanzhong University destined to languish at the bottom once again? Seeing Jiangze, who appeared utterly lost, his classmates were at a loss for words and offering comfort. At that moment, Teacher Huang stepped forward. Jiangze, it was merely one match lost. It's nothing of great consequence. Life is rarely smooth sailing. And each one of you who has made it this far is already remarkable. Wang Kiki, the elder sister whom Jiangze had previously met, had come to watch his match. Upon seeing him lose, she hurried over to the rest area of Hanzhong University. Jiangze, don't be upset. I'm here. Don't dwell on it too much. Cheer up, Wang Kiki said as she rushed over. In addition to Wang Kiki, Tang Yu and Tang Wen, having learned of the rest area's location after the match, also made their way over. Let us in. I'm Jiangze's friend, Tang Yu shouted from outside the rest area. It wasn't until Teacher Huang permitted them entry that they finally approached Jiangze. How are you holding up, Brother Jiangze? We were very worried about you when we saw you like this, Tang Wen said, concern etched on her face. Hearing their words of comfort, Jiangze forced a smile. I'm fine. Please don't worry about me. At that moment, Han Long, Gao Jinxiang, and Lu Xinyu also entered the room. Xiaoze, you seem a bit disheartened. That's not good, Gao Jinxiang remarked. His words seemed to possess a magical quality, momentarily alleviating the heavy atmosphere. Master, I'm sorry for disappointing you. I underestimated my opponent. I truly didn't anticipate that Master Itachi would be so formidable. I caused you to lose this wager. It's all my fault, Jiangze said, looking at Gao Jinxiang with remorse. Don't be too hard on yourself. I mentioned before the match that this wager was not your burden, and it wasn't merely a matter of you underestimating your opponent. The opponent's unique skill was simply too bizarre. It's a self-created skill that typically requires one to be at least as strong as a gym leader to master. Who would have thought he would grasp such an ability at this stage? Consider this, that self-created skill can only achieve its maximum effect the first time it is used. If you were to face him again, wouldn't you be more prepared? I assure you, aside from that skill, he cannot possess another self-created one. In truth, you've performed admirably. Both Han Long and I have noticed your efforts during this period. What surprised me most was that your Riolu comprehended aura even before evolution. You are not without the ability to compete, so do not despair. Growth is inherently a process of pursuit, Gao Jinxiang encouraged. Gao Jinxiang's words resonated deeply with Jiangze. Indeed, he had merely faltered due to a lack of understanding of something new. His Riolu, having reached 3-star status and comprehended aura, was not without potential. Child, do not overthink it. Look at your classmates. They are all affected by your win or loss. You must set an example for them. You are all the finest students of Hanzhong University. I assure you, regardless of the results, I will always stand by your side. Losing once is not the end. While you may have lost this match, your spirit must not falter. There is still a revival match ahead. You have not lost your chance, Han Long encouraged. This speech ignited a fervor among all those present. Jiang Zhe was no exception. Yes, there was still the revival match. He had not been directly eliminated. With this thought, determination sparkled anew in Jiang Zhe's eyes. Thank you, master. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, dear friends. I, Jiang Zhe, vow to triumph in the revival match and advance to the next rounds, striving for a commendable position for Hanzhong University. The resolute declaration echoed throughout the rest area. Hanzhong University will prevail. The spirited chant resounded as all the students joined in unison. Observing these fervent and flushed faces, Gao Jinxiang and Han Long felt a wave of relief. It seemed that this setback had not defeated them. Rather, it would propel them further in this competition. This is the essence of unity. Jiang Zhe was destined to become a leading figure among the new generation. Rejuvenated, the freshmen of Hanzhong University brimmed with enthusiasm once more and resumed watching the other matches. The mentors, teachers, and friends who had just encouraged Jiang Zhe returned to their respective positions. Jiang Zhe felt an overwhelming gratitude towards these companions, for it was through their support that he found the motivation to strive harder. The afternoon battles remained exhilarating. In addition to the much-anticipated matches featuring Jiang Zhe and Guiyun, several formidable contenders also made their appearances. Notably, the standout performances from Lihui University were particularly impressive. Lin Shi's dazzling Fire Beast defeated a level 27 opponent with a single move, while Chun Xiaoyang's Black Liga triumphed over a robust competitor in just 2 moves. Their battles propelled the knockout stage to a thrilling climax. Behind every spectacular confrontation lay the tireless efforts and dedication of these students. None of those standing in the newcomer league could be deemed weak. They had only begun their journey with Pokémon a mere 2 months prior. Yet their progress was already commendable. Victory and defeat were not the sole measures of success. Each student had exerted themselves to the utmost. However, the elders placed greater emphasis on the outcomes of these matches, driven by a competitive spirit that stemmed from resource concerns. This pressure, nonetheless, fueled each participating student's resolve. As the final round of knockout matches concluded under the golden rays of the setting sun, the encouragement following Jiang Zhe's loss had profoundly motivated the freshmen of Hanzhong University. They shed their ephemeral burdens and unleashed their strongest commanding abilities. Under these circumstances, the performance of Hanzhong University in this knockout stage was exceptional compared to prior years. In previous tournaments, having 15 out of 50 freshmen qualify had been considered a remarkable feat this time. However, an astounding 24 individuals advanced to the next stage, a truly unexpected outcome. All credit was due to Jiang Zhe. It seems that sometimes failure is not a negative occurrence. Chapter 82. The Resurrection Battle with the Elimination Round concluded. Tomorrow marks the Resurrection Battle. The students who advanced may enjoy a day of respite, while those who fell short in the elimination round face their final opportunity. Upon returning home, Jiang Zhe found himself restless, unable to sleep. Today's elimination round unveiled the foremost contender among the freshmen from other universities. As someone capable of defeating him effortlessly, it was evident that this individual was no mere pretender, but rather someone of considerable skill. His current opponent, merely Guiyun from Gaiji University, was not the only one to arouse Jiang Zhe and Appo's concern. He possessed an unsettling premonition regarding Lin Shi, who seemed even more formidable than Guiyun. Guiyun had already revealed part of his trump card, but what of Lin Shi? His ultimate technique remained shrouded in mystery. The unknown often harbors the greatest terror, and alongside them were several equally powerful adversaries who had yet to unveil their full potential. Chen Xiaoyang, endowed with a black Lucario. The 2 twins from Shuiyuan University, and even Lu Xinyu appeared significantly stronger than in previous battles. Such perceptions were not mere illusions. They undoubtedly possessed unique strategies tailored for the freshman league. Nevertheless, this was not the time for such musings. Securing a victory in tomorrow and Appo's resurrection battle took precedence. Given that the resurrection battle was confined to a single day and necessitated the selection of 3 revived contestants, the rules were straightforward yet harsh. Tomorrow, 125 defeated competitors would engage in combat simultaneously. The Longfeng Sports Arena would feature 3 arenas, with a duration set at 3 hours. The 3 contestants who managed to remain standing in the arenas until the end would successfully revive and continue in the subsequent matches. While it appeared deceptively simple, enduring in any arena required not only well-trained Pokémon but also tested the trainer's tactical acumen in a wheel battle format. The key lay in minimizing their Pokémon's stamina expenditure during combat. Otherwise, the Pokémon would succumb to exhaustion before long, leaving openings for subsequent challengers. Furthermore, the trainer's mindset and strategies were equally crucial. In essence, the objective was to identify 3 versatile but unfortunate contestants during the resurrection battle. Zhangze had firmly committed the rules to memory and now awaited the resurrection battle with anticipation. In this resurrection battle, he did not intend to utilize his Lucario, but would instead employ his Butterfree. Apart from Butterfree's superior stamina compared to Lucario, there was a more significant reason to conceal Lucario's true strength. Although the Aura Sphere had already been revealed, the rest of its capabilities remained undisclosed. Even if others sought to investigate Lucario, they could only uncover its pre-evolution status. The terrifying potential of a 3-star Lucario remained unknown. This was also a preparatory measure for the battles that lay ahead. After all, the pressure from these strong contenders had begun to suffocate Zhangze. Without holding back some trump cards, he risked repeating today's misfortune. That evening, Guo Yun's father, Guo Tian, watched the day's confrontations and felt quite satisfied with his son. The self-created technique was not solely Guo Yun and Appo's achievement, but significantly guided by his own mentorship. As the principal of Gaiji University and one of the esteemed quasi-king-level experts in Han City, Guo Tian understood well that Guo Yun's strength was justified. Thus, neither Gao Jinxiang nor Han Long held Zhangze accountable. "Father, I feel I may have lost a bit today. You told me to use my full strength right from the start. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wanted to reveal Master Yao's unique technique," Guo Yun expressed. Noting the hint of arrogance in his grandson's words, Guo Tian felt this was not the desired outcome. He had encouraged Guo Yun to exert his full power merely to embarrass Han Long Xiaoyan. "You seem a bit overconfident. Do you not realize that Lucario is no weakling? Its mastery of aura prior to evolution signifies immense potential. That Lucario possesses the capability to contend with Master Yao. And had you not unveiled your unique technique from the outset, the outcome might have been quite different. Never underestimate any opponent. This mindset will allow you to progress further in this freshman league." Listening intently to his grandfather and Appo's wisdom, Guo Yun acknowledged the truth in his words. The competition had only just begun, and besides Zhangze, his most significant rival was Lin Qi. Within the Lincoln family, an elder summoned Lin Qi. "Xiaoqi, did you glean any insights from today's match?" the elder inquired. "Are you referring to the bout between Guo Yun and Zhangze? It seems my previous information regarding Lin Qi was somewhat inaccurate. I did not anticipate that he could have taught Master Yao a unique technique. But now that it has been revealed, I shall exercise caution in our future encounters," Lin Qi replied. The elder of the Lincoln family appeared satisfied with Lin Qi and Appo's analysis. "By the way, aside from Guo Yun, keep an eye on that student named Zhangze. Although he lost today, the strength of that Lucario is undoubtedly greater than it seems, and he may pose a threat comparable to Guo Yun and Appo's in tomorrow and Appo's resurrection battle. Zhangze will surely make an appearance. Prepare accordingly." "Oh, Zhangze, you say?" Lin Qi mused, intrigued. Initially, he believed that Zhangze and Appo's only notable Pokémon was Butterfree. But to his surprise, Lucario had eclipsed Butterfree's glory in mere minutes of combat with its aura. Indeed, he was a rival deserving of vigilance. The following day, the Longfeng Sports Arena buzzed with excitement, even though it was merely the resurrection battle. Aside from Zhangze's unexpected defeat in the elimination round, nearly all the notable freshmen had successfully advanced. Consequently, many spectators gathered to witness Zhangze's true prowess. Soon, the 125 defeated contestants re-entered the arena. Contestants had already begun to occupy the 3 arenas, not due to a lack of ambition to become champions, but rather to conserve their strength until the final phase before defeating the reigning champions. Zhangze, however, was undeterred by such tactics. confidence stemmed from strength. He was the first to ascend the arena, accompanied by the well-known bug Pokémon, Butterfree. The elegance of his 3-star Butterfree captivated the crowd, instantly becoming the center of attention. Other participants began to enter the other 2 arenas, some of whom had already commenced their battles. Yet, many were apprehensive of Jiangze's strength, causing none to dare approach his arena. Jiangze and Butterfree stood as regal figures in the center. After approximately 10 minutes, a challenger finally dared to step onto Jiangze's arena. He had anticipated a longer wait before anyone would approach, but with no time to waste, battle was inevitable. The opponent was a level 23 Electrode. Before the opponent could unleash its full power, Butterfree executed a brutal tackle, swiftly defeating its adversary without hesitation. Following the defeat of the first challenger, another soon appeared. Yet, the outcome was no different. One after another, challengers mounted Jiangze's arena. Within just 1 hour, Jiangze had effortlessly eliminated 10 opponents. This left him somewhat perplexed, as he observed that the number of challengers on his arena exceeded those in the other 2. Upon closer inspection, he noted that those daring to challenge him were clad in the uniforms of Gaiji University and Lihue University. It dawned on him that they sought to test his strength in light of their earlier encounters. So be it. The formidable prowess of Butterfree was beyond question. As the magnificent 3-star Butterfree continued to dominate the challengers seeking to gauge Jiangze's capabilities. Chapter 83. The Soothing Bell. Indeed, the green caterpillar proved to be extraordinary, as it managed to withstand a relentless barrage without resorting to a second move. It appears that yesterday's narrow defeat does not accurately reflect Jiangze's true capabilities, a sentiment likely shared by all spectators. In this resurrection match, the caterpillar valiantly fought through 15 consecutive battles, achieving an impressive record of victories while soaring on the stage. After all, this is the strength Jiangze ought to possess. The caterpillar showcased its might, seemingly invincible. The morale of the freshmen from Hanshan University surged once more, as it became evident that the resurrection match served as the true stage for Jiangze's performance. 3 hours later, the resurrection match concluded with the final showdown. Standing victorious on the 3 platforms were Jiangze and 2 freshmen from Lihue University and Shui Yuan University. Thus, the 128 participants were confirmed, and the real competition was about to commence. Most of the weaker freshmen had been eliminated, save for a few fortunate ones. However, relying solely on luck would not suffice to progress further in the upcoming matches. The battles would only grow more brutal, a testament to the survival of the fittest. The next round of matches would unfold similarly to the previous days, with 128 contenders narrowing down to 64, then 64 to 32, and so forth. Jiangze confidently anticipated his advancement from the resurrection match, and through today's continuous battles, the caterpillar ascended from level 26 to level 27. During the encounters, it managed to maintain composure while keenly observing the strengths of its opponents. One particular Pokémon captured his attention, a ghost-type Pokémon. Today, he encountered a Shuppet, which, despite its lack of special skills, should have triumphed in the resurrection match, as ghost types are immune to damage without specific techniques. Yet, amidst the multitude of participants, there were indeed strategies to counter ghost types, and the Shuppet ultimately fell to an EVS bite. This realization heightened Jiangze and Appo's vigilance. He recalled that 2 more ghost types should also advance to the next round, both of which possessed formidable strength. If they crossed paths, Jiangze's caterpillar and Riolu would undoubtedly struggle against them. This thought ignited a sense of anxiety within Jiangze. It became imperative for him to teach the caterpillar and Riolu a technique capable of countering ghost types in the days to come. Otherwise, an awkward situation might ensue. His mind swiftly turned to Riolu, whose teeth had become noticeably sharper after reaching 3 stars. It is well known that every aspect of a Pokémon bears significance. For instance, some dismissed Butterfree and Appo's antennae as mere decoration, yet Jiangze was the first to teach Butterfree the psychic move. Thus, every Pokémon holds infinite potential, leading Jiangze to consider the simplest method of countering ghost types, teaching Riolu the move Bite. However, as Bite is a dark-type technique, Relying solely on raw biting strength would not suffice. Specialized training was essential. After searching online for an extended period, Jiang Zhe could only find videos of Pokémon utilizing the bite move. Yet, merely watching these videos would not enable Riolu to learn the technique. The details revealed that when Pokémon executed bite, their teeth turned black, which seemed to be the crux of the matter. Despite prolonged contemplation, Jiang Zhe struggled to comprehend the training required for bite. He attempted to show Riolu the videos and had it practice biting a pillow. However, aside from leaving a few bite marks, Riolu's teeth did not darken. It was merely ordinary chewing. "Riolu, can you make your teeth turn black while biting? Like in the video?" he inquired. Riolu shook its head in response. It was clear that learning bite merely from watching a few videos was implausible. As Lu Sun once stated, when encountering something one does not understand, it is wise to consult a professional. Jiang Zhe quickly recalled that during his part-time job at the Champion Club, there was a paid service to teach Pokémon the bite move. Given this, he checked the time. It was only 7:00 and Oppo's clock, still early. Without hesitation, Jiang Zhe placed Riolu back in its Pokeball and set off towards the Champion Club. It was crucial to swiftly learn a technique to combat Ghost-type Pokémon. While on the way, Jiang Zhe sent a WeChat message to Wang Kiki. As her brother was the owner of the Champion Club, it seemed that the service for teaching the bite move was not inexpensive. Initially, Jiang Zhe aimed to ask Wang Kiki for a discount, only to discover that upon learning of his visit, she offered the service free of charge. What began as a request for a discount transformed into a complimentary favor, leaving Jiang Zhe feeling somewhat embarrassed. Before long, he arrived at the Champion Club where everything had already been arranged for him, thanks to Wang Kiki's advance notice. "Mr. Wang, I apologize for the trouble." Jiang Zhe greeted politely. "Not at all. I heard that Kiki has taken you under her wing as a younger brother, and since I am her brother, you are also my brother. How could I refuse to help?" The warmth of familial connections was palpable. "I am truly grateful to you all. I am at a loss as to how to repay your kindness. If you ever need my assistance, I will surely oblige," Jiang Zhe replied, embodying his earnest nature. "Xiao Jiang, I hear you and AMP Oppo's re-participating in this year and AMP Oppo's University Freshman Tournament. I assume you and AMP Oppo's relearning bite for the competition? Given your remarkable achievements, despite some disadvantages, it is commendable that you've come this far. As a disciple of Principal Han, allow me to gift you something as an investment in your journey," Mr. Wang said, retrieving a small bell from his pocket and presenting it to Jiang Zhe. "A soothing bell?" Jiang Zhe exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, I didn't realize you were familiar with it. You must know its function. It calms Pokémon's emotions. When a Pokémon hears its sound, it becomes more lively. If you place it on Riolu, it will undoubtedly enhance your bond, potentially leading to an earlier evolution." Mr. Wang accurately described the effects of the soothing bell, making it an ideal accessory for Riolu at this juncture. "I am truly sorry, but this is far too precious. I cannot accept your generosity," Jiang Zhe politely declined. Although he cherished the gift, he did not wish to accept such an unearned favor. Otherwise, he would have accepted the Pokémon Mr. Han had offered him. Mr. Wang, on the other hand, understood human nature as a businessman. He recognized Jiang Zhe's desire for the bell, but also his reluctance to accept it. "How about this, Xiao Jiang? This investment isn't a free gift. You simply need to agree to one condition. How does that sound?" Upon hearing that it was merely a single condition, Jiang Zhe felt reassured. As long as it was reasonable, he would agree. Seeing Jiang Zhe nod in agreement, Mr. Wang continued. "Since you're participating in this year's University Freshman Tournament, I heard that the top 16 will be broadcast citywide. Would you be willing to promote our Champion Club during that time? It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. What do you think?" This condition was not unreasonable, and Jiang Zhe readily agreed, though he was curious about how Mr. Wang, as a businessman, intended to advertise. Chapter 84. Perhaps I am not human, but you truly are Xiao Jiang. I recall that you all had to wear uniforms, right? Initially, I intended for you to promote our brand on your uniform. How about this? I shall craft a special cap for you, and you can wear our Champion Club S hat during each match. What do you think? That indeed seems like a splendid idea, and it is quite easy to accept. With that, Jiang Zhe took the soothing bell from Mr. Wang's hands. With this bell, Liu Ru could evolve into Lucario more swiftly. After expressing his gratitude, Jiang Zhe entered the training room that Mr. Wang had prepared for him. Inside, he found a gentleman who appeared to be in his 50s waiting for him, accompanied by several Rattata. "Ah, Uncle Ba, I didn't expect it to be you. You've certainly made remarkable progress. It hasn't been long since we last met, and you're already participating in the university freshman tournament. My son didn't even qualify before. I presume you've learned Bite to counter those ghost-type Pokémon," Uncle Ba remarked. Jiang Zhe nodded in agreement. Uncle Ba continued, "That is good to hear. I've heard you've also captured a Liu Ru. Let us release it, and I will share with you all the training methods and techniques for Bite. It's up to you how quickly you can master it." With that, Jiang Zhe released his Liu Ru. "Ah, your Liu Ru seems rather unique, exuding an aura of rarity." Liu Ru, upon hearing the praise, was delighted. Indeed, it is truly rare, being a 3-star Liu Ru after all. Now, let us not dawdle. Come to the training ground. Both of you must pay close attention to what I am about to say. Firstly, Bite is a Dark-type move that can effectively counter Ghost-type Pokémon. It requires not only biting power, but, more importantly, the Pokémon must learn to harness the dark energy within itself. Jiang Zhe and Liu Ru nodded vigorously, not wanting to miss a single detail. Liu Ru was particularly diligent, fully aware that it must exert itself even harder after its previous defeat. After all, Jiang Zhe had threatened Liu Ru with a reduction in its biscuit rations if it did not master Bite. It was impossible to simply summon the dark energy within Liu Ru, thus external dark energy must be utilized to stimulate it. In straightforward terms, it must endure an attack from dark energy. Shortly, I will have these 3 Rattata use Bite on Liu Ru. When Liu Ru is bitten, it must not retaliate or move. It must endure the pain and absorb the dark energy from the bitten area. Once it comprehends the dark energy, it can concentrate it in its teeth, thus mastering the Bite technique. Uncle Ba observed the two nodding incessantly, doubting whether they truly understood. "Liu Ru, do you comprehend? When the Rattata bite you, you must not fight back or move. Instead, feel the dark energy within the bite." Liu Ru responded affirmatively. "Excellent. It seems Liu Ru understands. Uncle Ba, shall we commence?" "Very well. Rattata, use Bite on Liu Ru." As Uncle Ba issued the command, the 3 Rattata's teeth turned dark and lunged toward Liu Ru. Liu Ru. Jiang Zhe and Uncle Ba were taken aback by the intensity of Liu Ru's cry. The sound of its lament echoed even outside the room, leading one to assume they were mistreating the Pokémon. Fortunately, aside from its cries, Liu Ru endured without retaliating, causing Jiang Zhe to feel a sense of anxiety for it. "Hang in there. Stay strong." An hour passed swiftly, during which the room echoed with the cycle of biting and being bitten. Liu Ru bore numerous bite marks, yet persevered until it ultimately fainted, losing its fighting capability. Jiang Zhe's heart ached at the sight. Had Uncle Ba not reassured him, he would have halted the training long ago. Uncle Ba had his best interests in mind, considering the freshman tournament had begun, and it was possible they would encounter Ghost-type Pokémon in the next match. Thankfully, the champion club was equipped to heal Pokémon, and once Liu Ru recovered, it was nearly time for the club to close. As they departed, Uncle Ba reminded Jiang Zhe to ensure Liu Ru reflected on the sensation of being bitten, to truly grasp the dark energy within its body. Upon returning home, Jiang Zhe immediately released Liu Ru. Liu Ru had expected this training to be similar to previous ones, unaware of the immense effort required to learn Bite. After being bitten so many times, it surely had its grievances. To console it, Jiang Zhe worked diligently, offering a restoration of its biscuit ration, which finally quelled Liu Ru's complaints. Had another individual witnessed Jiang Zhe's method of nurturing his Pokémon, they would undoubtedly be horrified. Initially, to motivate Liu Ru, Jiang Zhe had claimed that its biscuit ration would be halved until it mastered Bite, yet during the process, Liu Ru suffered immensely, prompting Jiang Zhe to soothe it with a restoration of its rations. One word encapsulates it all: survival. Liu Ru mused, "Perhaps I am not human, but you truly are a survivor." After this deception, it seemed Liu Ru gained nothing but was compelled to train tirelessly. It is likely that many years later, upon evolving into Lucario, Liu Ru might very well deliver a sound beating to Jiang Zhe. Nevertheless, for the moment, its grievances were quelled. "Liu Ru, in the coming days. You must immerse yourself in the essence of dark-type moves, specifically the energy emitted when the Rattata bite you, understand? Once you master the dark energy, you won't need to endure bites from Rattata anymore. Otherwise, you will have to face the same ordeal as today. Upon hearing Jiang Zai's words, Liu Hu shivered. It certainly did not wish to be bitten by 3 Rattata simultaneously again. It began fervently to sense the dark energy emanating from the Rattata's bites in its memory. Even as Jiang Zai adorned Liu Ru with the soothing bell, it remained unfazed. Once the soothing bell was placed around Liu Ru's neck, every movement it made produced a melodious chime. Liu Ru soon realized it had acquired a new accessory. Listening to the sound, Liu Ru appeared to revel in it, its mind clearing considerably, its expression one of sheer joy. Seeing Liu Ru so content, Jiang Zai pondered whether he had indeed been somewhat excessive. A reward was certainly in order. Otherwise, today might have been too harsh. In the end, Jiang Zai treated Liu Ru to a unique spa experience. Amid the soothing sounds of the bell, Liu Ru indulged in a delightful full-body massage, pure bliss. After all of this, Jiang Zai felt fatigued and unknowingly drifted off to sleep on his bed. However, he forgot one crucial detail. He had not returned Liu Ru to its Pokeball. Nevertheless, Liu Ru did not disturb him, reflecting on how kind its master had been. It resolved to strive even harder. Moreover, until it comprehended the dark energy, it would continue to endure bites from Rattata, which caused it to break into a cold sweat. It began to fervently absorb the dark energy beside Jiang Zai. Chapter 85. The Wave of Evil as Dawn Broke. Jiang Zai realized that his Liaoyuo had not been returned to its Pokeball the previous night and was now sleeping peacefully beside him. It appeared that they had both been quite exhausted the night before. After recalling Liaoyuo into its Pokeball and tidying himself up, he set off towards the Longfeng Sports Arena. Upon arriving, Jiang Zai noted that the arena was even more crowded than before, likely due to the excitement generated by the impressive capabilities of the new entrants. Today and Oppo's competition involved the transition from 128 to 64 participants, adhering to the same rules as before, with Pokémon battling in a 1v1 format. However, the number of battle arenas had been reduced from 5 to 3, necessitating 2 days to determine the remaining 64 competitors. For truly skilled contenders, the matches were largely a formality. The likelihood of facing overly strong opponents remained minimal, except for Jiang Zai and Oppo's initial misfortune. Indeed, Jiang Zai and Oppo's luck during the draw was significantly improved, securing number 16. It wasn't Oppo's long before it was his turn. In this round, his opponent's Pokémon was merely a level 24 Fua, which Jiang Zai's bug Pokémon easily defeated, allowing him to advance to the next stage. As the day progressed, those who had previously won by mere chance were systematically eliminated, as luck proved futile against genuine skill. The day swiftly passed. Beyond the elite like Jiang Zai who dispatched their foes with ease, few other contenders shone brightly. Overall, the competition maintained a respectable level of entertainment, representing a marked improvement in quality compared to previous tournaments. Several classmates whom Jiang Zai had previously regarded as promising also made it into the top 64. With Jiang Zai included, the first day's performance for Hantan University was commendable, 10 participants, with 4 advancing successfully. After the conclusion of the first day's events, Jiang Zai made his way to the champion club without returning home. Unbeknownst to him, Liaoyuo had spent the night contemplating the essence of dark energy while he slept. "Uncle Ba, I have arrived," Jiang Zai called out upon entering the training room. "So soon? Do you have a match today?" Uncle Ba inquired. "Yes, my match is early today, and I faced a Fua. My bug Pokémon secured a victory, and I have advanced to the top 64. Good job. I was just speaking to a member about you. By the way, where's Liaoyuo? Has it grasped any dark energy? Come out, Liaoyuo." Jiang Zai summoned Liaoyuo, uncertain of how much dark energy it had mastered. Given that they had spent the previous day at the Longfeng Sports Arena, it was likely that Liaoyuo had not come to terms with it yet. The 3 Rattatas from yesterday awaited Liaoyuo and Oppo's return. Upon recognizing the familiar setting and adversaries, Liaoyuo felt a surge of anxiety. Jiang Zai had assured it that once it comprehended dark energy, it would no longer be subjected to bites. Before Jiangze and Uncle Ba could commence their training, Liaoyuo, in a flurry of activity, began to channel the dark energy it had absorbed the previous night. As a 3-star Liaoyuo, its growth transcended mere appearance and skills. Both its aptitude and talent had undergone a substantial enhancement. Coupled with external motivation, Liaoyuo had successfully grasped the utilization of dark energy through relentless effort, though it still had yet to learn how to apply this energy to its bites. Worried that Jiangze might remain unaware of its progress, Liaoyuo hastily enveloped itself entirely in dark energy. Lulu! This exclamation caught the attention of Jiangze and Uncle Ba, startling them both. To their astonishment, a menacing dark aura enveloped Liaoyuo, its intimidating presence cornering the Rattatas in the room. Without a doubt, the entirety of the dark energy surrounding Liaoyuo was a manifestation of its newfound capability. "Is this the wave of evil?" Uncle Ba exclaimed. Jiangze was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware that the wave of evil was an exceptionally potent control skill. Upon activation, it emanated a formidable aura of malevolence that diminished the opponent and Oppo's attacking prowess, and could even induce fear. Skill learned. Extreme Wave of Evil, an upgraded version of the Wave of Evil. This powerful aura of malice can significantly intimidate opposing Pokémon. Commentary. Originally just learning Bite. Now having mastered Extreme Wave of Evil, this is quite the lucrative development. 3-star Liaoyuo is extraordinary. Uncle Ba, a seasoned Pokémon trainer for decades, found his perspective utterly transformed. This Liaoyuo was remarkable. In just a day, it had surpassed the initial learning of Bite to successfully comprehend and master the Wave of Evil. It was the most talented Pokémon he had encountered in his extensive career. Jiangze and Oppo's heart swelled with joy. "So you were such a prodigy." Observing the admiration from Jiangze and Uncle Ba, Liaoyuo couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. "See? Now I no longer need to fear the Rattatas biting me." "Uncle Ba, is this the Wave of Evil? What about Bite?" Jiangze feigned ignorance. Uncle Ba felt there was little left for him to teach. Mastering dark energy was the most challenging aspect of training, while learning Bite merely required diligent practice to concentrate the dark energy into its teeth. With the knowledge that mastering Bite was imminent, both Jiangze and Liaoyuo were elated. Subsequently, Uncle Ba led them from the room to a specialized apparatus designed for Pokémon to practice biting. After imparting a few techniques, he departed. "Liaoyuo, you are simply magnificent. Did you hear what Uncle Ba just said? You are the fastest Pokémon he has seen to grasp dark energy. Keep it up. After mastering Extreme Wave of Evil, we will begin practicing Bite." "Lulu," Liaoyuo responded confidently. "All right, let us commence. Focus the dark energy into your teeth and bite down on the sponge pad in front of you." With that, Liaoyuo began to channel its dark energy, but struggled to concentrate it solely in its teeth, managing only to gather it around its upper body. Noticing Liaoyuo's difficulty, Jiangze was puzzled. Hadn't he mastered dark energy? Why was it so challenging to control? What he did not realize was that it was not merely a matter of control. Liaoyuo and Oppo's dark energy was overwhelmingly potent. It required not only concentration, but extreme condensation to focus it within its teeth. After several attempts, Liaoyuo could at most consolidate the dark energy around its abdomen, failing to achieve the desired effect of darkening its teeth. Time gradually slipped away. Throughout this process, Jiangze discerned the underlying issue. Liaoyuo and Oppo's attempts began from its feet, slowly progressing upwards, but once it reached its abdomen, there was no further movement. Recalling the law of energy conservation, he understood that concentrating such formidable dark energy within its teeth would be no simple task. As the champion club was nearing closing time, Jiangze accompanied Liaoyuo out. Although they had not directly mastered Bite, today had been filled with delightful surprises. Regardless, Jiangze had already competed in the 128-64 round, and with no match scheduled for the following day, ample time remained for practicing Bite. Today, Liaoyuo had magnificently showcased its talents before Jiangze, leaving him in awe of its exceptional prowess. Chapter 86, a 50% chance boss. Look, that dream demon is truly formidable. Even Li Jia and Oppo's Ironclaw Lobster was no match for it. It seems this will be your formidable opponent in the future, Peng Jin remarked, watching the battle with great interest. Jiang Ze's strength had long been acknowledged by Peng Jin, who referred to him as boss given that he was now considered the spiritual pillar of Hantan University. Indeed, I never anticipated another seed contender would fall before entering the top 32, Jiang Ze mused. The relentless battles over the past 2 days had left Jiang Ze feeling somewhat fatigued. The prospect of a day's respite was quite appealing. Observing the Dream Demon, which stood at level 28, triumph over the level 30 Ironclaw Lobster, he noted the morale at Water Source University was somewhat dampened. It was important to remember that the trainer of the Ironclaw Lobster was Li Jia, the brother of Wei Li, the owner of the Surfing Weasel, making him a prominent figure at Water Source University. It was surprising that he fell during the 128-64 round, marking a significant blemish on his collegiate career. In this match, Li Jia was thoroughly outmatched by his opponent's Dream Demon, leading Jiang Ze to speculate that its strength was nearing that of their tier. It was undoubtedly a contender for the top 16. Now it was afternoon, and aside from the Dream Demon and Amp, Appo's trainer, Huang Rui, numerous other emerging trainers were also present today. However, none posed a threat as formidable as this Dream Demon. Many newcomers likely shared the sentiment, preferring to avoid confrontations with Ghost-type Pokémon, even when faced with stronger contenders. Before long, the Day and Amp, Appo's matches drew to a close, and 64 competitors advanced to the next round, with the competition gradually building towards its climax. Many thrilling battles awaited the audience, as the transition from 64 to 32 promised fierce showdowns that spectators eagerly anticipated. After the matches concluded, Jiang Ze intended to return to the Champion Club to continue training his biting technique. But Han Long and Gao Jinxiang summoned him to the Champion Club instead. "Masters, is there something you wish to discuss?" Jiang Ze inquired upon entering Gao Jinxiang and Amp, Appo's office. "Xiao Jiang, I am quite curious. It has only been a few days, yet your Ryu seems to have made considerable progress. It has even learned the aura technique. We refrained from asking you about it during your recent match, but now that we have the time, could you share the details? If it is inconvenient, we can certainly drop the topic," Gao Jinxiang said. Han Long, seated nearby, remained silent, evidently having conferred with Gao Jinxiang beforehand. In truth, Han Long had previously explained that their family possessed unique nurturing methods. Jiang Ze could have opted not to respond, yet he recognized that his masters were genuinely concerned. "Thank you for your concern, masters. My Riolu has indeed become stronger, thanks to our family's special training techniques," Jiang Ze replied. His response was flawless, providing a reasonable explanation for Riolu and Appo's enhancement, and with the cautionary example of the previous trainer in mind, it was unlikely they would press for further details. "Child, do not be anxious. We harbor no ulterior motives. We merely wish to ascertain whether this will impact Riolu and Appo's development. We understand the pressures of competition can be immense, and it is unnecessary for this current match to hinder future growth. There will be ample opportunities for you to shine," Gao Jinxiang assured him. Upon realizing the true intent behind his master's inquiries, Jiang Ze felt a pang of guilt. It appeared he had overthought the matter. "Rest assured, masters, I am mindful of maintaining balance and will not impede Riolu and Appo's progress. Moreover, I have a strong feeling he will evolve into Lucario during this tournament." This momentous news took them by surprise. Typically, the evolution of Riolu into Lucario was not so easily attained, particularly within just over a month of capture. Witnessing their incredulous expressions, Jiang Ze released Riolu from its Pokeball. "Combell, this is indeed a valuable item. It can expedite Riolu and Appo's evolution. Considering it has already mastered the aura technique, its evolution should be imminent," Gao Jinxiang observed, scrutinizing Jiang Ze's Riolu, which appeared increasingly impressive. "Truly, this Riolu surpasses expectations. Old Gao, should this Riolu indeed evolve into Lucario, what are the chances of defeating the child from the Lincoln family?" Listening to their conversation, Jiang Ze felt a swell of pride. His strength reflected positively on his masters. "If I were to answer now, I would assert that, whether it be Riolu or Butterfree, the likelihood of defeating the Lincoln family child stands at a mere 10%. However, should Riolu evolve into Lucario, I estimate the odds would rise to around 50%. 50%? Jiangze and Han Long exclaimed in unison, utterly taken aback. They could hardly believe that such a formidable Riolu would yield only a 50% chance of victory post-evolution. Who would dare to believe such a claim? Yet, their astonishment was tempered by the knowledge that this assertion came from Gao Jinxiang, who surely had his reasons. Xiao Jiang, do not think I underestimate you. I am always measured in my words. Furthermore, I possess a Lucario among my Pokémon, and I am well aware of its formidable capabilities. When I say 50%, it is not a baseless assertion, Gao Jinxiang stated with conviction. Indeed, considering Gao Jinxiang's extensive experience and the numerous accolades Lucario had brought him, if he claimed to understand Lucario's strength better than anyone in Han City, few would dare contest that assertion. Seeing that Jiangze and Han Long remained silent, Gao Jinxiang took a sip of tea and casually remarked, "Are you afraid of a mere 50% chance?" Without a moment and Apos' hesitation, Jiangze shook his head. In his lexicon, fear was an alien concept, and regarding the 50% probability, he firmly believed that determination could triumph over destiny. Han Long, too, was astonished by the formidable prowess of Lin Qi, who possessed a platypus fire beast. He had gathered some information, learning that Lin Qi and Apos' family had recently relocated from Gucheng City. This year marked his enrollment, and his performance at school was on par with the outstanding newcomers from major cities like Gucheng and Guhai, rendering his true strength virtually indistinguishable. Old Gao, if what you say is true, Lin Qi must be the undisputed top contender. You are aware that his family moved here from Gucheng City. It is said that during their peak, two formidable champions emerged from their lineage. You understand what it means to be a champion, right? Subsequently, for reasons unknown, one champion mysteriously vanished while the other seemed to have lost his sanity, resulting in their family and Apos' decline. They have recently migrated to our Han City. Do you think the disciples nurtured by such a family would be weak? Moreover, their purpose for relocating is not merely to settle down, but to one day reclaim their former glory. Lin Qi is undoubtedly the most invested child of this generation, equipped with remarkable techniques. As for what those techniques entail, we can only wait to see how other competitors provoke his true capabilities. This revelation left Jiangze and Han Long momentarily stunned. Was there even a need for competition under such circumstances? Jiangze, although I have not been your master for long and have made no demands of you, would you do me a favor? Gao Jinxiang asked. Of course, what is it? I hope you can defeat the child from the Lincoln family in this freshman tournament, bringing honor to Han City. I implore you. Who would have believed that Gao Jinxiang, the president of the Han City Trainer Association, would bow to Jiangze as he uttered these words? Chapter 87. Taking on new responsibilities, Jiangze and Han Long were both taken aback. How could Gao Jinxiang, a person of such high stature, bow to Jiangze? Old Gao, have you taken leave of your senses? What is going on? Han Long questioned, perplexed. Gao Jinxiang's gaze began to intensify. Xiao Jiang, I understand that this is a tremendous pressure for you, but I find myself with no alternative. Did you discern the helplessness in my earlier words? The Lincoln family does not seek tranquility, they aim for a resurgence. Their first step is to establish authority, to claim dominion over the land and make Han City their stronghold. Do not be misled by their current demeanor. If afforded too many opportunities, they will gradually seize control of Han City. Gao Jinxiang and Apos' words unveiled the impending changes of the next decade. Han Long began to comprehend his concerns. Under their guidance, Han City had finally begun to thrive. If an outsider were suddenly put in charge, the founding generation would undoubtedly be dissatisfied. Delving deeper, as their family expands, they would require substantial resources to reclaim their former glory. The resources for cultivating Pokémon are inherently limited. If a single family monopolizes these resources, they will inevitably accelerate their own development while others languish. Indeed, the resources available to the trainers of Han City would dwindle significantly, leading not only to stagnation but potentially regression. Although Jiangze appeared merely as a student, he quickly grasped the situation upon hearing his master's insights. Xiao Jiang, I recognize this is a formidable challenge for you, but it transcends mere competition for university rankings. It is about the future of Haunt City. I sincerely hope someone can stand up and curb the ambitions of the Lincoln family. Master, I am willing to contribute to our Haunt City. Even in the face of formidable foes, I will not retreat, Jiangze declared, brimming with determination. Excellent. Truly worthy of being my disciple and Han Long's. Your courage is commendable. Such a spirit of resilience is indeed admirable. Han Long was also ignited by their fervor, no longer opposing Gao Jianxiang's stringent demands. Warren and Amp. Oppos, to you just saying you have a 50% chance of defeating him? You certainly have some confidence. Prepare to witness my performance. With that, Jiangze acquired a clear objective for the upcoming competition, to defeat Lin Shi and claim the title of champion in the Freshman League. No matter the challenges, Jiangze was resolute in his determination. Moreover, Gao Jinxiang took the time to inquire about the current abilities of Jiangze's Riolu, intending to devise a unique battle strategy for him. What? You wish to teach my Riolu a self-created skill? Jiangze was astonished. He had witnessed the power of self-created skills firsthand, and now, after agreeing to Gao Jinxiang's request, he was to receive such knowledge. Gao Jinxiang, being a seasoned quasi-king trainer, certainly possessed unique and potent self-created skills for his signature Lucario. Such knowledge was rarely shared, even under duress. To Jiangze's surprise, Gao Jinxiang was willing to impart the secrets of his Lucario's self-created skill. Xiaojiang, safeguard this disc. Remember, it is for you and Riolu alone. No one else must see it. This self-created skill is called Thunderous 8 Trigrams. For now, it is merely for Riolu to familiarize itself. It can only be learned upon evolving into Lucario. Though time is short, I hope it proves beneficial to you. Han Long was flustered. Previously, he had gifted Jiang Ze 4 sand scale fruits for a competition. Now, Gao Jinxiang was bestowing upon him a self-created skill. Should he also offer something in kind? Perhaps if Jiangze had a Pokémon of a similar caliber, he might have done so. If other quasi-kings were to witness this, they would surely be driven to madness. Faced with his master and Amp, Oppos' generosity, Jiangze did not decline. This gesture encompassed not only a gift, but also the expectations for Jiangze and Amp, Oppos' contributions to Han City. Accepting it meant embracing the accompanying responsibilities. After Jiangze departed, only Gao Jinxiang and Han Long remained in the office. Old Gao, I find myself increasingly admiring you. Your dedication to Han City is remarkable. Gao Jinxiang smiled with satisfaction. Do not become infatuated with me. I am merely a legend. Han Long. The weight of responsibility grew heavier. On the bus ride home, Jiangze pondered, stroking the 2 Pokeballs in his pocket. The most pressing matter was to have Riolu master the bite skill and evolve into Lucario, aiming to learn the self-created skill as soon as possible, thereby enhancing his chances in the battle against Lin Shi's Psyduck. Upon returning home, to expedite Riolu's evolution into Lucario, he decided not to keep it confined within the Pokeball. After all, Riolu's evolution depended on friendship. Previously, he had refrained from letting Riolu and his bug Pokémon out at home due to the cramped space that could not withstand their antics, particularly with Riolu, who had once caused chaos in the house. Jiangze had to make sacrifices for the sake of increasing their bond. Fortunately, during his visit with his master, Gao Jinxiang had ensured that his Lucario explained the principles of the bite skill to Riolu. The most challenging aspect of grasping Dark-type energy had already been learned. Now, only control remained. Under Lucario and Amp, Oppos' guidance, Riolu was progressing much faster than if it had to learn alone. It could now concentrate Dark-type energy in its teeth, effectively executing the bite skill. While it could not yet use it at will, diligent practice would soon render it proficient. Come, Riolu, this is a special edition bone biscuit. Enjoy it. Jiangze presented 2 cans of golden package bone biscuits to Riolu. Upon opening them, Riolu inhaled the aroma and began devouring the treats voraciously. Witnessing its speed, Jiangze felt a pang of regret. These special edition biscuits were 3 times more expensive than the usual ones. Such costly Pokémon snacks were likely only within the reach of extravagant players. The average person would never buy even a single can in their lifetime. In less than 5 minutes, the 2 cans of special edition bone biscuits were devoured by Riolu. After finishing, Riolu and Oppos' S expression suggested it still craved more. And Jiang Zhe felt a wave of despair wash over him. At this rate, his remaining savings of over 100,000 would likely vanish in mere days. Was this what they called a money-guzzling beast? Grinding his teeth, Jiang Zhe resolved to invest heavily to enhance their bond. Adjusting his facial expression, he asked, "Do you like it?" Riolu nodded vigorously, even extending its paws in a plea for more. "Not so fast. As long as you train diligently and evolve into Lucario. You can have 2 cans of these special edition biscuits every day, all right?" Riolu leaped joyfully in response. "Oh God, save me. Please send some money to buy snacks for this child." Not only did it require sustenance, but tonight's SSBA treatment could not be overlooked either. Fortunately, this was a secret from his bug Pokémon. Otherwise, it would surely stir up trouble with Jiang Zhe.